running Gaza, and their founding principle is the annihilation of everybody in Israel, what choice do you have? The IDF does not want to.
Hamas.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Go after Hamas.
How do you do that? Give me an actual, tangible solution.
She already said.
When they're
Special ops. That's how you do it.
Because, no,
so you just do precision.
Hold on, yeah.
While they're shooting
precision,
missiles.
Because on the 6th, October 6th, what, 1,600 people died? I think a couple number. Now in Palestine, it's over 6,000. Okay, how many of Hamas have been killed in that 6,000? Do you know? There's 44,000 in Palestine. How many of them were killed in the? Because mind you, the innocent lives are at 95%. How much Hamas? When's enough? I get it, Adam. Israel has to protect itself, and we have to support Israel protecting itself. It didn't protect itself that day. Nobody wants to talk about it. So now, how many lives is enough? Hamas killed, and God rest all their souls, 1,600 people that day, raped, killed, everything. So how many more civilians have to die in Palestine for it to be like, all right, we killed some Hamas, but if you think you're gonna wipe out all of Hamas, that's not gonna happen. So now what's the solution? Just flatten Palestine. Just get everybody, pack your shit and get out, because we're bombing everything, because that's all they're using as kids as shields. I'm pretty sure that they do, but Adam, it's not everywhere. The majority of the deaths are women and children and innocent people. It's not.
But go deeper, Vinny. Don't just stop. No, again, let's start with the basic premise here that nobody wants innocent kids and civilians to be dying. Nobody.
Of course not.
The difference is when Hamas is literally raping and beheading children and raping women. Okay, give me a solution other than, hey, don't kill innocent civilians. Give me something. You're saying precision defense, precision like that.
Forces,
okay,
and
when terrorists are embedded in schools, in hospitals, and in homes, how do you do this? Israel does what is about roof knocks. You've got 10 minutes to get the fuck out.
Where are they going?
Because missiles
and then they get a bomb where they're going.
So at what point does the Arab countries surrounding take accountability? How many people is Egypt taking in? How many people is Jordan taking in?
How many people is
Lebanese taking in?
Israel taking in? What are you talking about?
You want Israel to take in Gazan civilians? Do you know how many times when Gazans are sick?
Because they like to conflate Hamas and innocent Palestinian civilians.
Okay, so here's my question.
Because they're subhuman.
How about this? Answer this question. How many people is the West Bank or Gaza? How many Israelis are they taking in to show support?
Are you
Zero in the history of their country.
You want to
Zero.
Are you sure you want to talk about the West Bank right now?
Hundreds,
the West
if
Bank,
not thousands.
Where they're governed by the Palestinian Authority, which works with the Israeli government, right? They are not at all governed by Hamas. At the same time, Israeli government has no problem with the settlers raining terror on those people living in the West Bank, right? Netanyahu has no problem with building illegal settlements in the West Bank, okay? Evicting Palestinians from their legal homes in the West Bank. By the way, honestly answer this question, okay? You have Palestinians following the rules, they're governed by the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, a situation that could lead to peaceful relations between Israelis and Palestinians.
Oh, really? All the peaceful relations that have never existed?
No.
So you're going on the premise that somehow in this magical world that Anna's living in, that peace is possible. Zero peace is possible.
Building illegal settlements in the West Bank, which again is not governed by Hamas, shows the bad faith of the current Israeli government.
Yeah, but it's not whether it's Yitzhak Rabin, whether it's Bibi Netanyahu, whether it's Ehud Barak. Good luck trying to have peace with Hamas.
I just wish that you would just say it like it is, because I feel like you're not saying it like it is.
Tell me what I'm not saying.
I think Israel wants to rid that area of Palestinians, period. And their activity in the Gaza Strip right now makes it abundantly clear to me. Abundantly clear.
Listen, if there's anybody that understands...
Entire neighborhoods completely leveled, okay? By the way, you want to talk about bombing hospitals? You think that was the first time a hospital was bombed? They bomb hospitals all the time.
And ask yourself why.
That exact hospital was bombed just like a few days earlier.
Okay, this alleged hospital that was bombing,
it was
according to multiple reports, according to multiple retractions, was done by Islamic Jihad. But ask yourself this question: why would they be bombing hospitals? Why? Why? Because they want to see sick, innocent people die? No. Because it continued to remind you that's where Hamas basically
So
embeds
you're
themselves.
saying it's worth bombing it if 2 Hamas guys are in a hospital? You saying it's cool to bomb the shit out of that thing?
Where are you getting 2
No,
Hamas guys?
Hold on.
No.
I'm asking you how many, hold on.
If
I'm
they're
asking-
firing rockets and missiles from that hospital,
No, hold on. There was no rockets shot from that hospital. What I'm saying is, how many Hamas people are just, let's say they're in there. Let's say they're in there with guns. You're going to bomb the whole hospital and wipe everybody out, kids with cancer, to take out, let's say 5 or 10 Hamas. That's where she's making a point. It's special forces, and let's not pretend like they don't have some amazing special forces in Israel, and we can support, because we help them as well, Adam. It's like, when is enough? That's what I know what she's saying.
So for us to wrap it up, and I love the fiery exchange you guys are having, but I will say this to you. I don't blame you for feeling the way you do. Your family's from Israel, you're Jewish. Of course you're gonna have affinity to your community, your family, 100%. 2, the ally in the Middle East is Israel. That's it. We don't have as many powerful allies as Israel. We have other allies, but not at the level of Israel that we have. 3, when you do kill...
Wait, does the sun change in the sky? Like change paths ever? Or is the sun always on the exact same path through the seasons? I actually have no idea. I know the moon takes significantly different paths through the sky. Does the sun change depending on the season or no? Is it always the exact same?
5,000, let's just say you get 40.
I like how they're incredibly confident people on both sides of that question. Okay. Sun's path in sky, different season. I feel like it must change seasonally because of the... Summer, autumn, spring, winter. Yeah, okay, yeah, it does. Okay.
This cycle's not going to go away. It's going to take 5, 10, 15, 20. Maybe it's not going to happen under Netanyahu's watch. Matter of fact, it's not going to happen on Netanyahu's watch, but it is going to happen on another person's watch. Now,
oh, yeah, of course. That's how the length of the day changes as well, right? Yeah.
It's been going on for thousands of years. We're going to be able to stop it now. The military side of saying going from the way that Jacques was talking about, yes, I mean, they have this underground thing that's so massive and strategic. It's freaking ridiculous. There's a video. You can actually go see it.
That?
Where the guy from Fox News went to the bottom. They actually gave him a tour of it. I don't know if you've seen this or not, what this looks like. It's so, it's very interesting how much time they put into it.
Underground cities.
It's
built by terrorists.
So again,
and we're wondering how we have to be very careful here with these cities.
But also, if I were to ask the motive of Netanyahu, when I asked the pilot, the Israeli pilot, you know which one I'm talking about, Vinny?
Yeah.
When I asked him, he says, honestly, if you want to ask me, I don't want us to take any refugees. Nobody. I want us to be 100% Israeli Jews.
I remember.
That's what I want Israel to be. I want nobody else there. By the way, there's nothing wrong with you believing that.
Yeah,
but that's who you are. That's what you believe in. Great, go for it. There's some people in America don't want anybody else to come in here. That doesn't make it right or wrong. It's their belief, what they're thinking about. So where this is going to go next, again, America first is the following. This is my concern. This comes back down to the southern border. A couple of these guys are like, oh, you want to do that? No problem. Iran has vengeance. They're just looking for an excuse. People coming down here, they're looking for an excuse. 5, 10, 15 years from now, we're having a regular day. Kind of like the day you got a text that Kobe Bryant died and none of us believed it. Kind of like when all of a sudden 9/11 happened. Nobody expected it. We're going to have something like that happen. And then that person's going to scream back and say, remember what you did to us 15 years ago? This is what you're getting for this. So my concern is that. So if we had a stronger president that could impose fear on all of them collectively, maybe they would tone it down a little bit. But unfortunately, there's not a strong leader in charge that can get everybody to say, relax and tone it down. You can be in a room, fight breaks out. One person that everybody in that room fears says, guys, chill out, stop, not right now. Everybody stops. That one person is not Joe Biden. It doesn't exist in the world.
Oh my God, I cannot disagree more. I think that for whatever reason, for whatever blessing God bestowed upon the United States, Joe Biden has done a phenomenal job navigating our foreign affairs. Whether it's it wasn't perfect, but whether you say the actual pullout from Afghanistan, thank God that he actually fucking followed through on the commitment to it, okay? Even if it wasn't the cleanest, the guidance and the restraint that he's shown in Ukraine, Russia, and so far, the guidance and the restraint that he's shown with Israel, Palestine. I think Biden has threaded the needle perfectly in terms of being a strong but reserved leader when it comes to the United States guiding the world in terms of foreign affairs. He's done a very, very, very good job of that. Thank the fucking Lord.
Today, we're going to unfortunately keep having these conflicts. By the way, we think we're done with this. Election is going to happen. They got 12. Think about what the strategic, the opportunist people are thinking about. The regimes. I have 12 more months to invade somebody until, God forbid, somebody else gets elected. Because I know I can't do it under Trump. What happened the day Reagan got elected? That day, what did Iran do? What did Khomeini do? Release prisoners. They're like, whoo, we'll mess with Carter. We ain't scared of Carter.
Yeah.
We are not effing with Trump.
Yep.
We need strong leadership. When America's strong.
Wait, is he talking about the, was it Carter to Reagan, where Iran had the hostages and then they ditched him like the second Reagan got elected? Bro, that was, fuck, I have to go back and read this. I thought that was some meme shit where they hated Carter's, fuck, I would have to go back and read this. I don't think it was just because they were scared because Reagan was a strong man. I think that's a little bit reductive. But
everybody else kind of pumps their brakes when they want to do anything stupid. Anyways, appreciate the...
There was a... Fuck, how do I remember this? My mom used to tell me this story all the time about how weak Democrats are and how strong Republicans were because Iran was holding on to so many hostages. And then as soon as... There was a huge hostage crisis. And I think as soon as Reagan got elected, they released them all like the next day or something. And my mom always... gave that as an example, like that's because they knew that Reagan would have gone in and saved them all immediately or whatever.
Banter. We got to wrap up. I got a meeting upstairs. Anna, truly a pleasure. Honestly, really enjoyed it. I didn't know what direction this was going to go.
My mom always called him, I don't know if this is common, but my mom always called him turn the other cheek Carter. I don't know if every Cuban did that or every Republican did that, but yeah.
You're fantastic. I'll
drop that 9:30. I have to be careful with these things, guys. I think we've misused this power a bit, okay? I think Jimmy Carter is still alive. We dropped like a 960 or something to bring him out of hospice, and he's like, now he's like tethered to this realm indefinitely with no chance of escape. We need to be careful with these 930s, guys, okay? Okay, hold on. Destiny's parents are super Republican? Oh, no, they're Trump-tards now, even more than Republican. Okay. Take it.
I love listening to you. I love your take as well. Appreciate you guys going back and forth.
Any Christopher Hitchens research lately was quite good on Middle East politics. Yes, even Iraq. Nope.
Gang, Anna, anything that you're working on, any projects that you want the audience to follow that maybe you're working on right now, that'd be great for us to share with the audience.
Sure, yeah, definitely check us out over at The Young Turks. That's youtube.com/The Young Turks.
Fantastic. Rob, let's put that in comment, chat, and description. And if you enjoyed what Anna had to say or disagreed, let's put the Twitter link as well so we can also get some commentary there too. Gang, have a great weekend. We will do this again next week. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Dresden, a justifiable target. Somebody linked me this. I don't know why. Are you ever going to have a talk with Anna? Probably. I guess she's in my town now, huh? I should message her, see if she wants to come over. Hop in the chair. I got 4 emails that I kind of want to read off on stream so I can delete them, but I think it was about lefty misinformation. Let's see. This guy says, the title of this email was Iran Nukes Us. To protect the leader, you got to catch the schizo, and it takes a schizo to catch a schizo. Quote, Morgan Freeman training day. Okay. Maybe right now is not the best time to go nuclear on people like this, but in case the need arises, consider this in previous email and ammo dump. Fun fact, Kay and Peele did a sketch on Lucid Fox. Oh wait, he sent me another email before this. Oh, the email I sent before this. Oh, thanks for all the work you do. It is nice to see someone put such integrity into their work. You inspired me to be more open to other perspectives. Wow, Subflower, thanks for the $5. I do have a lot of integrity. I agree. Tell your mom to hit me up. Serious question. What is the Israeli justification for settlements in the West Bank? Isn't it dangerous to put your people in a place that makes it harder to protect them? Again, I'll say this. I've said it a million times. I do not know the Israeli justification for expansion into the West Bank other than territorial conquest. I haven't heard a good justification for that ever. I don't know. Clicking dumb links in chat. Here we go. Okay, this is the only one I'm doing today. How did you learn so much about computers? Well, you see, when you've got 160 IQ, you just absorb every piece of information you come across. Okay, this is the first email this guy sent me. Did you see r/vosh? Okay, hold on. After this, no more links, guys. Or actually, fuck it. Let's, you know, we got 20 minutes. Throw me your links. If they're in kick chat, I'll probably click them. Okay. Oh, they're trolling us, right? 5,000 plus Palestinian civilians confirmed dead. 13 Hamas terrorists confirmed killed. 95% plus civilian casualty rate. Jesus. Nice numbers. Would it be 95%? Just looking at these numbers, it's got to be like 99%, right? What is 1% of 5,000? 50? 90. This would be like 99.7%, I think, right? Oh, I don't fucking know. Yeah, 99.74%. Why would you undersell yourself? The numbers are so extreme. Did you hear about the lawsuit against Raynet? I did not. Wait, what lawsuit against Raynet? Link me. Wait, don't leave me YouTube. I don't have time to watch all this shit. Did you hear about the shooting in Maine last night? Yeah. I heard they still haven't caught the guy, or?
Dreaming in the dark of iridescent shapes. There are patterns in the ink between the lines. The sadness helps me.
Wow, Saruti, thanks for the 5 subs.
I'm a little bit uncertain, but who isn't these days? Paralyzed, petrified from the unending game that's been bursting through the dark. Remember why you started. Remember why you care. You're a vision of a galaxy, and all the stars up there.
Cute. Okay. 30-minute video. Good one. Have you ever played City Skylines? Yeah, I actually played quite a bit a long time ago. But when you get too deep into the game, it becomes too much of a traffic simulator. And I can't handle it. Even looking at real life interchanges and stuff, I can't handle it. Even real life, I can't handle real life anymore. It's too much. Traffic is really complicated. We say, which fast food place has the best burger? I'm such a cuck. Nobody knows this place because it's like in the Midwest. But there's a restaurant called Runza. Their burgers are just the best. They're so good. Raynet is being sued for $5 million.
So someone like, so what's up with Raynet? Well, somebody is asking for they $5 million. They like, where's my money, man? Like $5 million.
What? I don't even know what the context of this is. The story of Raynet is a true marvel. He could have streamed and made millions, but he decided to try and design a shitty card game and go completely broke. He would have been a nobody if he didn't get banned from Magic for cheating, causing him to focus on Hearthstone, which had just released. I mean, like, Damn, that's kind of mean. I mean, Rainhead was like pretty entertaining, pretty unique. He was decent. He was really good at Hearthstone. I don't think you'd say he was a nobody. I think Rainhead earned his shit. I watched his live stream the other day, sitting outside and talking. I wish him the best, but man, he did not look good. Looked like every dude you went to high school with who developed a drinking problem. Hope his game is a huge hit, though.
Got baited into switching into a different app. Long time no see. Hope you're doing good, brother.
Jeez.
Oh, fuck. I was about to log off, too. Now I gotta keep streaming. I see how it is. What should we do today, boys?
Can we have a recruitment for new orbiter? Man, one thing I'm noticing more and more. So I said before that, like, I've done a really good job at building decent friendships now of, like, normal, non-crazy people, but none of them want to come on stream. I think maybe it's just, like, the streaming aspect, I think, selects for a lot of crazy people. I have a lot of interesting people in my life now that would be good people to bring on stream and chat, but they're like, I don't want to go anywhere near that. So I think we're just going to keep rotating through crazy orbiters. Take on Culver's? I was going to say Culver's is really good too, but... It's because this community is also toxic as fuck. My community? Compared to other, like, politics type communities, I don't necessarily think so. I don't think that's true. Destiny, sell meta. Oh, I'm still holding on to that. How's meta doing? 287. Was this at 300? Oh, what? Oh, what happened? Facebook, what are you doing, babe? Eliminate Hamas and have them replaced by who exactly? The plane hijacking, suicide bombing, intifada having, Arab nationalist PLO, whose successor runs the Martyr Fund, the Palestinian Authority. What can guarantee security for this to end? It ain't them. Good one. Mike from PA's New Look. Hamas torture confirmed as Israeli Forensics Institute identifies victims. Okay. Please don't dead name Meta. My bad. Ethan is making me hate Jewish people. So I guess he is correct about one thing. A growing wave of people hating Jews, seeing that he is now dismissive about Israel doing genocide, so happy that Hitler melted a bunch of people. No shot. Shut up. These are troll posts. Reddit.com/user/pokey shrimp _ H33 Productions, H33 Productions. When the group of people that historically have been genocided, I'd expect them to be more vigilant about doing what Hitler did to them to another population. Holy shit. Wait, is this a real guy? This account is 1 month old. Israeli hacker group sends message to Hezbollah. I don't care about hacker groups ever. I have never in my life cared about cringe fucking hacker groups sending messages on fucking social media. It is the most fucking cringe shit in the fucking world. What even is it? Watch Israel. Oh god, and the guy's got the hoodie and everything? No, I'm good on that one, Chief.
Hassan Nasrallah, the
Cringe. I'm good. Have you heard of the Palestine Papers? I have not. Palestine Papers is a collection of confidential documents about the Israeli-Palestinian peace process leaked to Al Jazeera, which published to them between 23 and 26th of January 2011, nearly 1,700 documents from the office of the main PLO negotiator, Saeb Erekat, and his team have been published, dating from 1999 to 2010. What was the term that Brit people use for the 2000s? Or maybe it was Americans use it now. I saw this a few days ago, or a couple weeks ago, and you guys said it was normal, and I'd never heard it before. Oh, the aughts. The 80s, 90s, the aughts. Oh my god. Did you see the Twitch CEO talk about the new unban process? Yeah, I'll keep trying. I don't know what's different about what he describes here versus like what already exists, but...
It's true that, in fact, we do have an appeal process. And one thing for everyone knows, we're actually going to be rolling out stating what are apply for reinstatement for those people who do get permanently banned, so that you can apply for reinstatement after a certain period of time. So if you know somebody who got banned and they've been trying to get back on, we're going to be rolling that out, I think, like next week. They'll have an opportunity to apply for reinstatement. And as long as it's not any really bad behavior, that you won't be able to get back on. But
So I'm curious what that means, really bad behavior. Because that either means he's saying, like, unless you've, like, fucking killed or raped somebody, in which case, that's fair. But if he means, like, you've been transphobic or hateful or something, right? I don't know.
For modest infractions, you will. Okay?
I hate when people make that noise. I'm sorry, the CO seems cool. I'm being a... DJ Clancy seems like a really cool dude. Yeah, he does, actually. I think everybody's had really good things to say about him all the time. Yeah.
Let's see what we got.
You do it too, Destiny? I hate it. I've never... No, I don't. I used to when I was younger, but I've never done that. I don't... Even faking it, like, makes me cringe. Ugh, like that. Ugh. Ugh. Just blow your nose. Just go blow your nose. He mentioned you as well. How is that different than stimming? Because in one, you're eating your own boogers. Okay.
Let's see. What's the deal with streamers getting banned and then not stating why? This is a different one. What's the deal with streamers getting banned and then stating why they got banned? Are you supposed to ensure they don't do it again if you don't know what you did? Example, former Twitch streamer Destiny. So first of all, we've evolved our policies a great deal.
Recently shared a post supporting Israel and have been racist by leftist friends. I'm assuming you mean called racist by leftist friends. Stuff like that makes conservatives look better on how they respond and has me reconsidering my ideology. Any advice? You started streaming? Where's your other outfit?
It's under here.
Don't let people push you into other political positions. Don't be a goofball. Don't be goofy, all right?
Let's see. What's the deal with streamers getting banned and then not stating why? This is a different one. What's the deal with streamers getting banned and then stating why they got banned? Are you supposed to ensure they don't do it again if you don't know what you did? Example, former Twitch streamer Destiny.
That's me.
So first of all, we've evolved our policies a great deal over the years. I completely agree that in the past we didn't communicate enough. We still have some improvement to make in this. We haven't done all that we want to do. We give you a lot more information now, but I would like to give you a video clip so you know exactly what you did. And I agree, it is important. The whole reason is to educate people so they don't keep doing it.
Yeah.
And especially if someone's close to the line, it's important for them to see the actual thing.
Hold on, wait, shouldn't you be open to your political views, not hard sticking to one side just because you think so? No. What I'm saying is, if there are people that are part of a group that are attacking you for a certain belief that you have, you shouldn't let those people change your entire political ideology. So, for instance, something that's very strange to me, well, it's not strange, I understand it, but if you took people at their word, it would be strange. Something that would be strange is people who say things like, oh, I was a big supporter of Bernie Sanders, or I was like a big Democrat, and then I got bullied over trans women in showers, and now I'm voting for Donald Trump. When I hear that, so what they're saying is, I used to have like all these left-leaning beliefs, and then I got bullied one time, and now I changed my entire political ideology. But what's actually happening is they were part of one political group, they got bullied out of it, and then they've developed, and then they've changed to a new political group. Or I'm sorry, a new social group, right? It's just moving from social group to social group, but don't do that, okay? Have actual political beliefs. Don't just be part of like groups, okay? Did you see what a few students did at GWU Library? The projections of Glory to Our Martyrs and other weird photos? I don't think I saw that, no. Are you even allowed to stream on Twitch with your current kick contract? I don't think so, but I'm not 100% sure. I just want to be able to talk to streamers on Twitch. Something I thought was really sad is that as soon as I left, like, I guess basically the whole political community on Twitch, like, kind of died. You've got some large political streamers there, but because they all have, like, very strict, like, no clout sharing policies, they haven't really done anything to build or to, like, build upon the stuff that I'd kind of done, when I left, right? Like Hassan doesn't talk to other political streamers. Mike and Denims don't do like panel shows or anything like that. Like basically as soon as I left, like everybody, I just kind of like fell away basically, which sucks, but.
And we're working on that as something we'd like to do. So thanks for the question. You see, stop receiving +1s to Twitch fans after cross streaming on the rival.
Okay, Boonsy, I see what you're saying. This hacker group is no joke. They hacked Iran one time and shut them off and leaked classified docs. Gotcha. Okay. If you're unbanned, who would you talk to politically on there? I mean, it's just nice enough to... This is a little bit, like, selfish or propaganda-y, I guess. But it's nice when, like, if XQC has political questions that I can talk to him and his fan base without, like, Hassan being the only voice on Twitch. That's probably, like, my biggest connect in terms of chatting with people. I'm sure there theoretically could be other people. But right now, there's just, like... my connections... Like, I'm friendly with a lot of people at Twitch, but we just are never going to intersect because I'm banned from Twitch, so I can't be on their stream, right? So people like Mizkif that could call me occasionally or stuff like that, it would just never happen because I'm banned, you know? Martyr in Arabic carries a very different meaning than in English. Any war death is considered a martyr. Yesterday, Al Jazeera journalist, wife, and kids were killed in an airstrike, and his wife and kids were called martyrs, and I doubt they were terrorists. Okay. Did you see Second Thought was banned from Nebula? Not banned from Nebula, but I think Nebula and them had a discussion, and then they decided to leave.
Hey everyone, so this is going to be a bit of a weird video.
You guys communicate through LSF clips? Well, kind of,
Hey,
except all of my LSF clips get banned, unless they show me in a bad light, so. I wish LSF would get rid of the politics ban. Or, I mean, I guess not, it doesn't matter. It's just annoying that this subreddit basically became dominated by, like, 4 fan bases, and then that's it. And it's, like, it's pretty dead, too, now. Like, there are decent threads here, I guess. Like, most of the threads here are under 100 comments, except for, like, 2 or 3 on the front page, but it's just not very active compared to what it could be, but... I don't know, I say that, but, like, if it was politics shit, it would probably be a lot of my stuff and other political stuff dominating it, so... Maybe it wouldn't make it any better, I'm not sure. I don't know. How come it's all extra Emily? Well, it was just, like, the LSF crew. It's just, like, the LSF crew. Yeah, that's it. That's what Livestream Fail is. So, like, the Mizkif crew, and Melina, and Nick, and Extra Emily, and all them, it's, like, their fans, basically. What happened to the Kevil's TwitchCon stream? Apparently she was sick the day we were supposed to stream and couldn't make it.
So this is going to be a bit of a weird video. So I'm streaming from my hotel room in Las Vegas where I went to...
Destiny, have you talked more about the sex scene debate? I feel like the idea that every scene in a movie has to serve the plot in some ways is wrong. No, I would agree with that. I think every scene in a movie should serve the plot. Movies are... You have very, very, very limited time to tell an entire story on the screen. Every scene you have should serve the story to some extent. Now, that doesn't mean that every scene has to be driving the plot forward, right? You can have character building and lore and exposition and all other types of things in a scene as well. It doesn't have to be like, you know, go, 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 go. But like, yeah, there shouldn't just be wasted scenes, right? Your directors have to make, it's probably really hard as a director to cut down, you know, everything you've shot into like a coherent, you know, 2-hour movie. I'm sure if you left any director themselves, every film would be 3, 4, 5, 6 hours long, you know? Take on the Breaking Bad sex scene. Were there Breaking Bad sex scenes? I don't remember. Witness me, Bloodbag. Okay. What about movies that aren't necessarily narrative driven? I mean, you're still doing stuff on screen. You still want to like tell a story or get some point across, right? Yeah, with Walton? I don't remember. It might be. Honestly, I'm a conservative Jewish / Israeli guy, and I used to think you were a dumb libtard. I started listening to you and me and my homie realized you're actually very fair, and I appreciate middle ground on this. Respect, brother. You totally changed my mind about you. Okay. Hey, listen. Heads up, guys, okay? Heads up in the chat. There is a chance there's a whole bunch of new Jewish fans, okay? And a whole bunch of new Israeli fans that I'm picking up because you guys like my left-leaning but relatively fair coverage, okay? A lot of you are going to be really ass mad in a few months when the tides start to change, okay? I do not support any expansionism into the West Bank. I think that's fucking insane. I think if you guys get suicide bombed, blown the fuck up, killed or whatever in the West Bank, I think you totally 100% earn it. I think if the Gaza... the settlements need to fucking stop. And if that means 5,000 terrorist Hamas freedom fighters flying in on paragliders, okay, clearing out settlements from the West Bank, then Yahweh willing, okay, they have my blessing, okay? So just be heads up, okay? If you're a new Jewish Israeli fan, you're watching my shit, you think, oh, I'm a huge fucking Israel supporter. I do support Israel. I think Israel is based, personally, okay? I'm a big fan of the Israeli and Jewish people. But I don't think that excuses every single action that Israel has taken in regards to their treatment of and the administration to the Palestinian people in both the territories, okay? Just letting you know, okay? If you were Israel, would you try to relocate your country to the Aleutian Islands of Alaska or stay in the Middle East and try to grind out the never-ending situation there forever? Like, regardless of whether they're in the right or not, just for pragmatic reasons. Dude, if I was Israel and I'd survived so much fucking conflict in that region, a lot of it on my own, I probably think I did have God's fucking blessing to inhabit that fucking land, okay? Boonzy responded. Oh, Control F Boonzy. Sorry, I missed you. I do not support expansion of the West Bank. I agree we should stop selling the West Bank. Oh, okay. All right. Just checking. All right. Just making sure. I'm just trying to be careful when I pick up new fans now that people don't get, like, the wrong idea of me. That you're like, oh, my God. Because I've done that in the past, like, 2 or 3 huge times. Whether it's picking up too many fans from the left or too many fans from the right. Just want to be clear where I stand on everything. Ella, okay. Regardless of the personal communication... Wait, why am I link this? Who linked me this? I tried posting this to LSF, but the mods kept deleting it. I'm sorry, LSF. I love you guys, but you guys are... Oh, I don't care. It's fine. I don't care. Also, I think it's against the rules to post stuff with LSF in the background, right? Or on the screen. Talk to XXCs on Kick. At his chat is spurging on Hassan's pure mortgage debate. I don't know. I don't... if he wants to mess with me, he always can. I don't like bother him to reach out, okay? Can you give your prescription on what do you think Israel's next step should be, like Cenk did? I've already said what I think it should be. I haven't heard pushback against it yet, but also I don't know like what's realistic. Like I said, my position is like Israel and Palestine should come to a 2-state solution where borders are agreed upon, and Israel turns the full security situation over to Palestine, meaning Palestine gets to have a military, the blockade is ended, somehow they facilitate free travel between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. All of that should happen, okay? But that deal should be made under the administration of, or under the care of the United States, with all of the surrounding Arab countries agreeing, with the condition that if there is some fucked up shit going on towards Israel from the Palestinian territories, the United States will come in with planes and destroy shit. That should be, I think that should be the, that's what I feel right now. But I don't even, again, I don't know what the appetite is in Washington to even iron out like a strong position in Israel. I don't know what the appetite of the American people is for any sort of like prolonged conflict in the Middle East. I have no idea right now. We're more than upset from all the overtime we're having to pull because of this, but no, the numbers are very much off. The devil, 1999. I don't even know what that donation is in reference to, but thanks, buddy. Thoughts on Shapiro's new anti-Obama video? Anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism, according to Benny Boy. Okay. Maybe Mr. Beat is talking shit. It's Mr. Beat talking shit. Is Mr. Beat he was the history guy from, that also is from Nebraska, right? That I chatted with on stream, right? The problem is proxy militias like Hezbollah. Like what if they end up attacking Israel after the two states are established? Do you hold Lebanon accountable? Oh, I tried messaging him on Discord, but it didn't go through. Oh, you can try to add me as a friend. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying any peace deal that happens in Israel between Israel and Palestine has to involve other countries. Like deals between just Israel and Palestine don't matter, right? Like at the very least, Iran needs to be involved. If not Iran, Egypt, Jordan, probably Libya and Lebanon. At the very least, I think like at the bare minimum, these, and then the United States. These are the countries that have to be involved in terms of agreeing what the future situation will look like. Iran, LOL, then a two-state solution will never ever happen. I mean, that's what has to happen, right? It has to be, it has to involve because people keep trying to look at like Israel-Palestine as like Israel-Palestine, but it's not Israel-Palestine. It's all the other actors in the area that complicate things. You know, if it was just Israel-Palestine, the situation would be significantly less complicated, you know? Could the U.S. not just tell Iran and the rest of the Middle East to fuck off and set up a two-state themselves? What the fuck would Iran do? Pretty sure Iran was like the leading cause of soldier death in Iraq for like the last like 10 years of like our fucking occupation there. Like Iran is incredibly active in foreign affairs. Is it the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps? They have like they've got their own complete funding and like isolation from government activity around. They have their own funding, they do their own shit. They're involved in a ton of like foreign stuff in the Middle East, probably elsewhere too. That's why Iran has to come. I think Iran has to be at the table for any reasonable peace agreement to be made between Israel and Palestine. But again, I don't know. Again, I don't know what the appetite is for the American people or for DC to actually like start to hardcore venture into these waters and try to negotiate something. I have no idea. What?
No mic.
Like it's not. You don't. Oh, like you don't actually have a microphone.
Yeah. I don't know why. Because I don't think I brought it with me.
Oh, I probably brought it. That was probably the one I brought.
And where is it?
Mel time.
Where's the mic?
I might have left it there. You didn't bring your black mic with you?
The what?
The little black mic with you?
No. Because I bought everything for this video. So leave it there. So wait, I actually don't have a mic.
There's got to be a mic somewhere in this house, right? Hold on.
You stole the mic and then didn't put it back.
You melt the Mel and I didn't melt it.
And I'm supposed to do my own test.
Message like him.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe he has a mic. Are you kidding me? Are you melling me?
I feel like we buy so many mics all the time.
That's why we should have some, right?
Yeah, where?
Nope. Yeah, message like. Yeah. Oh my, Mel. Don't slam your door, Mel. Rip. Iraq was a complete and total military victory, some of the largest tank battles in the history of mankind, and Saddam's army completely destroyed and or routed. We failed at nation building in the Middle East because the culture and people are incompatible. I don't know why we failed so much in Iraq in terms of the nation building part. I'm sure there's like a lot of research and write-up on that, but... Aren't there two mics in Destiny set up? Yeah, but this mic would need like a mixer and everything to go into her computer, so... If you were the IDF, how would you go about the counterattack? I mean, probably doing what they're doing now. It seems like they're probably doing, you warn people, you knock, and then you go and you fight, right? I mean, that's really all you can do. I don't know if I've seen evidence that Israel, I know a lot of people keep using the term like kill civilians indiscriminately. With the casualties, even with what Hamas is reporting, that's clearly not true. 5,000 that's baby numbers. Even if we accept that those are all civilians, if Israel wanted to kill civilians indiscriminately, there'd be far, 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 far more death. But yeah, I don't know. Chat is on the screen. Oh shit, why is this not working? Hold on. Refresh. Would you consider Palestinians lucky to the degree that they get to live in Gaza, opposed to the winner-take-all mentality of previous generation where you normally just force people out? I don't know if I would consider anybody lucky to live in Gaza. Did I not activate this, the voice guy? There we go. Yeah. At Destiny, in your interview with Cosmic Skeptic, you said that a group may be justified in using violence against another group if their values are so different that coexistence is not possible. Using this logic, isn't Israel justified in wasting the Palestinians? Not saying I agree with this logic, but I don't know how we fix this if Israel wants to exist while many of the Palestinians want to destroy all Jews. When I said that, I qualify that heavily. I don't know if there are actually massive groups of people with fundamentally incompatible, like, ethical or moral values. I think most humans have a pretty similar foundation. Again, if I had to guess, I could be wrong, but I still view like Israel-Palestine primarily through like a geopolitical lens, not a religious or ethnic one. I feel like there is a path where Palestinian people don't want to murder all Jewish people, I think, but I might be ignorant too. Maybe there's more bloodlust there than I'm actually aware of. So I have to be careful of that, I guess, but. Why are you not in favor of a one-state solution? I'm here if you want to chat. Mr. Beat, if you want, you can add me on Discord. If you try to send me a message, it didn't go through, it's because we're not friends, but you can just add me as a friend and I'll see it. So the problem with the one-state solution is that... What? What?
He's not here.
Where is he?
Tampa.
Damn.
I don't have a mic.
We're pretty meld.
And I was supposed to do a podcast, so I'm like taking up someone else's time, and I don't have a mic.
What time are you supposed to start?
In an hour.
Run to a close by place and buy a microphone?
It's not gonna take so much longer than that.
There's got to be a place within walking distance that just sells like a little laptop mic or something.
I was supposed to stream.
Okay, well, we can sit here and stress about it, or you can do something about it. I don't know what else to do. I don't have any extra microphones. This needs like mixers and shit to work, so yeah, that's all you could do, right? CVS or Walgreens, there's places close by that'll probably have microphones. There is a Best Buy like way down at the end of the street.
That way.
Yeah?
It's like a 30-minute walk.
Or probably a 5-minute Uber.
And I go trust that.
You can go out like that.
No, I can't.
Why not? You're a girl. Girls go out in Crocs and...
No, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to like sit in Ubers and like walk around with like.
Oh, okay. Is Nina awake?
No, I don't know why.
Can you order like a microphone here?
For today?
Yeah.
In an hour?
What do you, okay. What are you thinking?
Okay. I'm
Walk
very
me.
disappointed that you took my mic and then bring it back.
I thought we had like 20 mics here.
Huh?
I thought we had like 20 mics here.
But we don't.
We clearly
And now
don't.
it's affecting my life. And someone else's life.
Uh-oh.
And now I have to go out and get the mic. Even though you were the one that took it.
You can plug a webcam in and use that as a microphone.
No.
Why not?
Because it's gonna sound like shit.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. I just wanna cry.
Why not get a microphone?
Because I'm already stressed out. I don't wanna like run around and stress around after a fucking microphone that you took away. And then bring back for some whatever reason.
Good luck. Rip. Ask Farha. I don't think Farha has any USB microphones. She could use her phone as a microphone. I don't think I think there's software to do it. I don't know how to set it up. It's too complicated. Palestinian schools teach children that Jews are evil and should be killed. I think you're wrong on this one. Yeah, but that probably has more to do with the arrangement right now in the region than I think like just like built-in religious reasons. What happened to the little snowball mic you used to use while traveling? I think I left it in her apartment in Sweden. Wow, the DJ, thanks for giving 5 tier 1 subs. What do you think is the best way to de-radicalize a large population? I can't see a way out of this conflict without brainwashing 1.5 million people, out of being crazy. It's an aspect of the issue no one has the courage to talk about. Most people in Gaza and a lot of people in the West Bank actually support Hamas. Yeah, maybe. Fuck, I'm trying to think if I should go to Best Buy and buy a microphone. She could just Uber and get it, but she like just doesn't want to. And I'm like already streaming. I feel like that's a dumb reason for me to go to Best Buy, because she just doesn't want to, but she could do it. It is technically my fault that I took the mics, but also she could have checked her stream shit last night. We could have just got it last night. Something like. I don't know why she's just in her room complaining though. It's not no closer to getting a new microphone. It's not. There's not one that's going to appear. By the way, to what you were saying yesterday, you can't just convert to Judaism easily. In fact, it's not even encouraged. If someone wants to convert to Judaism, they have to do it in their own, and they have to learn Hebrew and study the Torah. Holy shit. Hold on 1 second. Okay. We're gonna be in content thief mode. X actually wants to talk now? Okay, well, we can talk in like...
Sitting alone in your house.
Give me 25 minutes. One sec.
Want to fall apart, and so that's why we're here today, to bring each other up and to lean on our community.
And I have friends that were kidnapped in the party, a rave that was made for peace, a peace festival. It was the most difficult week I've ever had in my life. I cried many times, and I'm traumatized because it felt like we're not safe in our own our hometown.
Guys, we watched this, but instead it was like kind of attack. The other.
If Mexico, God forbid, would attack America
and slice up everyone in Texas and New Mexico, what do you think America would do?
America would.
Well, that never happened. Guys, I don't think that's a fair comparison. The fuck? Guys, I don't think that's a fair comparison. I mean, they just fucking send 1x130 and just fucking go full blasto mode.
Not leave one stone unturned until they get all the terrorists.
They're expecting the outcome. They're expecting the attack back that Israel is doing at the moment.
Israel has formally declared war after that unprecedented terror attack from Hamas.
That the death toll in Gaza has surpassed 3,700.
Do you have family in Palestine?
Yes, I do.
How are they doing?
We lost 14 relatives in the bombardment, and currently I haven't heard from relatives in about 12 hours. So
sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
The thing about Gaza, which your audience should know, is about half the
population. I don't want to smile. The way they captured the energy of that video was.
Incursion into Gaza is going to be killing a lot of children.
Palestinians digging through the rubble to rescue these children trapped in their beds after an Israeli strike.
And Israel has had a history of doing that?
Israel has had a history of doing it, but what has happened in the past is probably going to be done in spades now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the goal that Israel has now is to destroy Hamas. And they also, of course, are trying to free the hostages that Hamas took last week. And it's going to be impossible for them to do that without civilian casualties.
I see that babies in Gaza die. I'm sad about that. But I cannot, if it's their babies or our babies, it's not about choosing, it's just getting rid of Hamas so their babies can live in peace too.
We are Jews! We couldn't be prouder! And if you can't hear us, we'll shout a little louder!
According to the protesters, their primary demand was the return of the 205 hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza, many of whom are babies. Naturally, I wanted to see if I could get in touch with one of these hostages, but to be honest, that felt damn near impossible. Then, later that day, I got a call from Kosha Dills.
Too much of this world being negative.
The Israeli freestyle rapper I met at the Free Palestine rally.
Hamas. I'll turn him into hummus.
He told me he had a friend named Alana Zajcik, who had 6 family members kidnapped by Hamas militants. They were snatched from their homes and driven across the border back into Gaza.
I'm gonna do something right back,
chat.
chat.
To talk to her,
guys,
and I agreed. So
guys, this is where I draw the line, chat. Of like, I'm gonna go juice up. You guys can watch the chat. Give me a minute. Be right back.
Set up an interview for the next morning.
Andrew, could you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, please watch this video. It's got 20 million views in only 7 days. It will explain everything you ever question about. It will be
There's an echo on my end.
Yeah. Are you recording me this way too? Yes, I see. It's a 360 almost. I guess it's like a 180.
Exactly, 360 or 180, depending on how you look at it.
Hi, Andrew.
Hey, can you start by just telling us your name and sort of what's going on?
My name is Alana Zajcik. What's going on is that my 6 family members have been taken hostage to Gaza. My mom is one of 5. Her eldest sister, Aliki, has 3 kids, Danielle, Moran, and Sharon. Sharon and her husband, David, live on Kibbutz Nir Oz. With their twin girls, who are 3, Emma and Julie. And they woke up Saturday morning to their red alert, which means rockets were being fired, missiles were being fired from Gaza into Israel. And so they swiftly went into their bomb shelter, which a bomb shelter is just a bedroom that is protected as a bomb shelter. At this point, the Hamas was terrorizing the kibbutz. and they began to hear them in the neighbor's house.
انزل لزوز ماي ايش لقيت
And smoke started filling in their house because the terrorists were burning down homes. In a way, to smoke people out of their houses as well, like as if they were rodents. At this point, my cousin Sharon sent a voice note to her immediate family that brings me to my knees.
חברים, אני מצטערת, הם שורפים לנו את החדר מעבר, כל העשן נכנס לממ"ד. אנחנו כנראה לא נצא מזה. אנחנו אוהבים אתכם.
She said, we're probably not going to make it out of this. The smoke is filling, in the bomb shelter. We love you. And that was the last we heard from them. We, at this point, knew they were gone. And then eventually we saw a TikTok video. See David holding one of the twins, and could see Sharon holding from behind, really, what looks to be her niece Amelia.
When I see this, and how they murdered babies in their cribs, and then I hear Free Palestine. They really want to help their people, they should revoke Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Israel has not been in the Gaza Strip since 2005. There's no occupation. There's absolutely no reason for none of this to happen. We just want that piece of land that we were there for over 2,000 years to be ours, and we're willing to share that with the Palestinians in peace. We want peace.
At this point, I was becoming very confused. On one hand, it says that the State of Israel was founded in 1948. Yet people at the event were telling me it's been their homeland for thousands of years. What the hell's going on? I figured I'd find a rabbi to help me answer that question.
So one thing I was really curious about is, what is the importance of Israel in the Jewish faith?
So my name is Rabbi Shlomi Levertov. I'm a Chabad rabbi. The first verse of the Torah speaks about the creation of the world, and God said, I created the world, and I decided that I want to give the land of Israel to the Jewish people. It was God's present to the Jewish people as a part of the chosen nation to be able to do our job as Jews, which is to be a moral light to the world.
And when did the Jewish people first arrive in Israel?
I mean, Abraham was in Israel. Jacob's famous dream of the ladder that happened in Israel.
So who was Abraham?
Abraham was the first person who recognized that the world had a God and a creator.
So Abraham was like the proto-Jesus, OG of monotheism?
So he definitely is in that way.
Because, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity are all defined as Abrahamic religions.
If you want to go into religion, every religion has to start with a revelation. For Christianity, it would be Jesus, and for Arabs, it would probably be Muhammad. And for the Jewish people, it was actually a revelation at Mount Sinai. There's not one person in Judaism who had that revelation. History tells us that the Jewish people, there was over 1 million people that had a revelation at the same time. And that was on our way to Israel, actually. Shortly after, they started the Davidic dynasty, and King David had control over Israel.
Oh, King David, y'all know what's going on.
And then King David's son, King Solomon, built the temples.
Shortly after, King Solomon's temple was destroyed, and the Jews were expelled by the Romans.
The Romans threw them out in 1st century BC.
Though a couple of them stayed in Israel, the far majority of Jews scattered around the world and would not return until 2 millenniums later, when the Zionist movement began in Eastern Europe.
Zionism is Jewish nationalism. What the Zionists did was they took a religious community and they made it into a national community. Basically, this religious community had an affinity for Palestine, had been in Palestine in ancient times. And so the idea was the restoration of the community back to its ancestral land.
Israel runs deep in our blood. There's like a sense of belonging and feeling and connection, and it's just a part and parcel of the Jewish people. We pray 3 times a day. In our prayers, there's like 20 mentions in a day of returning to Israel, coming to Israel. Our hope was to always get there and get back there and be there. Throughout history, if you see Jews going to the gas chambers during the Holocaust, they were singing a song, Ani Mamin, I believe. And it was about belief that God will take us to the promised land. So true Zionism was this idea that Jews believe that God will bring us back to Israel.
Well, something else happened while the Jews were in exile. The advent of a religion called Islam, a religion which began in the year 610 with a man named Muhammad, who claimed to be the last line in a string of prophets that included Jesus and Abraham. Now, the third holiest site in the Islamic faith is called the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which sits directly in the heart of Jerusalem.
Al-Aqsa is a particular flashpoint.
It is apparently where the Prophet Muhammad said his final prayer before beginning his miraculous journey into the kingdom of heaven. Oh, and it was also built directly on top of Solomon's temple. You know, the original Jewish temple the Romans burnt down 2,200 years ago.
An Israeli police raid on Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque has sparked fury among Palestinians and condemnation across the Arab world.
Yeah, this is some seriously ancient beef. Anyways, let's go back in time. For 600 years, the territory of Palestine was controlled by the Ottoman Empire. But then after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in 1912,
the British got what's called a mandate for Palestine. In other words, they were supposed to supervise Palestine during the interwar period.
Then, for some reason, in 1917, the British passed something called the Balfour Declaration, which declared Palestine to be a national home for the Jewish people. At the time, less than 5% of Palestine was Jewish. But soon, that would completely change.
Jews began to arrive with the Zionist movement. Jewish immigration was something that, at first was an annoyance and then became a real problem. The problem is that it was impossible to, keep the two sides separate. So the British just threw up their hands at a certain point and said, okay, we're done. And that's when we see the conflict really beginning the way it is now. You have a mass nationalist movement beginning in Palestine. You have in Israel, the Zionist movement arming itself. And so therefore what we see is two groups that are vying for control over a single small area, actually, about the size of New Jersey.
So Israel declares statehood in 1948.
Israel declares statehood in 1948. This is after a brief civil war with the Palestinians, the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine.
6 million Jews were killed outright by the Nazis. Something had to be done. We went ahead and done it. We set up the Israeli government in Palestine, moved some of the Arabs out.
About 720,000 of them were forced to flee for a variety of reasons, including terror, including ethnic cleansing, including the fact that it's a smart thing to do to leave a war zone. And, the Palestinian question fell off the face of the earth, actually. Now, it was the Palestine Liberation Organization, starting in the late 1960s, that brought the Palestine issue back again.
The bottom line is,
maybe your audience remembers some
people
of the
are without hair.
It was called television terrorism, where there would be hijacking of airplanes. In one case, they blew up these airplanes after television crews arrived. Not with anybody on board. They'd cleaned them out first. But the idea was to make a spectacular
I'm gonna order some coffee too.
Series of raids that would keep the Palestine issue alive, and it worked. I mean, who talks about Kurdish nationalism now, but we all talk about Palestinian nationalism.
Why is that?
Well, because the Kurds weren't able to keep their question alive, and the Palestinians were able to do that. And sometimes it took spectacular acts of terrorism. Sometimes they were bloody, sometimes they weren't. But, in all cases, they kept the question alive, which is why I think what Hamas has done recently is the same thing, fits into the same pattern. Keep the question alive, make sure there's no compromise.
I do want to mention one thing. I'm sorry, before we continue, I just want to mention one thing, is that it's a little weird to sit down and talk about the history of Israel when barbarians come and literally slaughter Jewish children, Jewish mothers, Jewish fathers, Jewish grandparents, and literally just slaughter them. It's not a time to look at the history, who's right, who's wrong. And let's say for whatever reason, they had a claim or had something or whatever it is. That doesn't ever allow for what happened on Saturday or Sunday.
6:30 a.m. Saturday morning, and they came in and slaughtered, only from the Peace Festival, more than 260 people.
That was their crime, going to a music festival in the woods. And Hamas came in after they threw in those hand grenades, and they sprayed machine gun fire on all these young, happy, beautiful people who were just there to have a good time, listening to music in the woods.
And then I hear Free Palestine.
You're killing each other. So don't talk about you.
At some point during this rally, I realized that almost nobody in attendance was quite sure exactly what the Palestinians want. For many of them, it was simply the murder of all Jews.
They're interested in getting rid of Israel and all the Jews around the world.
And most of the people who are at those rallies are people who actually believe in the destruction of every Jewish person. It's not that they don't want us to have the land of Israel. They don't want us to have any land. They want us in the ocean.
Or to establish a global caliphate like ISIS wanted to.
They want to have
a global caliphate.
What? The Bangistan? Is that real?
Like ISIS wanted to.
They want to have caliphates in the entire world, so it's coming our way.
It all reminded me of America after 9/11. I was obviously 3 years old, so I don't remember that much, but I do remember asking, why did this happen? I was always given the same answer. Al-Qaeda hates us because we're free.
Osama bin Laden is just representative of networks of people who absolutely have made their cause to defeat the freedoms that we take, that we understand.
However, it's these sort of oversimplifications that serve to obscure the true reasoning behind many of these international conflicts. The day before I attended the pro-Israel rally, I attended a Free Palestine rally and was able to get more clarity on what Palestinians mean when they say Free Palestine. At the rally, I learned about the blockade.
For 16 years, the Israeli government has suffocated Palestinians in Gaza under a draconian air, sea, and land military blockade, imprisoning and starving over 2 million people and denying them medical aid.
Gaza's been under blockade for 16 years. No one can leave.
They've been denied the basic human rights of just living a life along with having food, water, fuel, electricity.
And that's what we're focusing on here today.
Like I said, 16 years of siege, 16 years of being held hostage in an open-air prison.
I also learned about the intense travel blockade and sundown laws Israel has placed on Gazans. If you're living in Gaza, are you allowed to travel freely throughout Israel?
No.
Can you just go for like the weekend?
No. It's not a free movement to travelers. So in order to be able to cross from one to another, you have to go through checkpoints. And Palestinians have to be back in the territories at nightfall.
And that curfew is imposed by Israel?
By Israel.
I think that a lot of people, when they say, Free Palestine, a lot of them are referring to the economic sanctions and the inability for people to travel out of Gaza. What do you think about that being lifted?
Yeah, so, the Gazan border was open on a daily basis into Israel. So people of Gaza were allowed to go into Israel. They would earn money in Israel. They would work there. On the contrary, the Gazan border into Egypt has been closed for years.
Right.
Ask yourself why.
Why?
Well, that's a question for the Israelis, actually. The Israelis think that, the Palestinians are dangerous. There was a second uprising that took place in 2000 against Israeli occupation, and it was extraordinarily bloody. It was extraordinarily bloody. And there were things like suicide bombings, bus bombings, Palestinians walking, Palestinian militants walking into restaurants and killing people. I mean, that sort of stuff as well.
Like, we're used to terror attacks. Growing up in Jerusalem, we had buses explode, we had people stab people, and our whole life has been around this conflict.
In a way, Israeli society has never recovered from that. The peace process has never recovered from that.
Just from the trauma of, these terror attacks?
Right, by what took place during what was called the Second Intifada.
And then
now... Guys, I told you. Guys, I'm literally doing the fourth strat. I'm not reacting. I'm watching.
The Gazan border was opened up forcefully by Hamas. And we all saw what happened. So again, the experiment has been done. We're not willing to do additional experiments. I think if you had any doubt that this this needs to...
Guys, I'm gonna say it. It's been a long time now. I've been watching this video. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna fucking say it. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm gonna say it. What the fuck is up with her nostril fucking salts? Like, what the fuck is that? Guys, what is it? It could be anything. What the fuck is it?
Continue. We need to open up our borders and
Is
support
it just dry skin?
the Gazans. We've tried to do that as
Does it not tickle?
As a sovereign country that wants peace. At this present time, would you even think this is something that should be done? Would you even think that this should be our responsibility?
You see that with the terrorists that were killed in Israel, they were able to go through their stuff. And you see some of them had literally licenses to work in Israel. These are people who you might have actually smiled at them in the store. You might have thanked them. You might have even given them a tip for their hard work. And you thought that they were so appreciative of what you did for them. And then a day later, they came and killed your family.
But at this point, I don't think Israel is in a position to even do any more of that. We really have to defend ourselves.
They don't care about Americans either. I would say that most of the people who are parading with them, they wouldn't last a day in Gaza.
I think it's really interesting to be pro-feminism, to be Black Lives Matter, to be march with Ukraine, and to march for gay rights and trans rights, and realize that like not a lot of us would have those rights in Gaza. And that's not because of Gaza. It's not because of the great Palestinian people that make that place. It's because of Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization that runs that. Palestinian people didn't do it. Hamas did, and they've radicalized their whole spot.
I feel like anybody who's marching and saying it's only because of humanitarian or whatever, are they marching today for the 200 plus hostages that are stuck in Gaza? Who knows what's happening? Who knows if they're even alive now? Who knows what's happening? So I want you to march for those. Let's get those 200, and then let's talk about the people holding those 200.
On Friday the 13th, I woke up to the news that the IDF had contacted my family in Israel to inform them that my family is indeed in Gaza and alive. We have not one shred of information about their conditions in Gaza.
Mm-hmm. Is there any sort of negotiation going on? Like, is there terms that Hamas is providing for the release of hostages?
I've heard that they want something like 6,000 prisoners to be released. Hamas prisoners, specifically, which mind you are terrorists. Gilad Shalit, do you know who he was?
If they're filming her in the other room, and he's on the phone with her,
to all of DGG, do not forget 15-2.
Why doesn't he just talk to you on the camera?
We will reach 16-2, 17-2 and beyond.
Gilad Shalit was a soldier that Hamas kidnapped. They've done this many times. It's never been at this volume of people.
Guys, she's right there.
Are terms that Hamas is providing for the release of hostages?
I've heard that
guys,
they want something like 6,000 prisoners to be released. Hamas prisoners, specifically, which mind you are terrorists. Gilad Shalit, do you know who he was?
Not familiar.
Gilad Shalit was a soldier that Hamas kidnapped. They've done this many times. It's never been at this volume of people. And it took the Israeli government 5.5 years to negotiate with Hamas to get him back. And that was typically what they wanted in the past is prisoner release.
How close is the kibbutz to Gaza?
I don't know in proximity, but extremely close. Very close to the Gaza border. Like, so much so that this has always been a concern. In their kibbutz, right, in their area, the children's playgrounds are secured for potential rocket attacks.
So, most of your life you've kind of been aware of this tension going on the border between Gaza and Israel.
Guys, what is a 1-5?
Well,
2.
Let's be real. Hold on. Gaza, the way it is now, is not since 2005.
Do you feel like the closing of the border in 2005 kind of led to escalating tensions?
I don't want to talk about the politics of it right now. I can't. I'm grieving, right? Like, I have a very opinionated voice. You might hear that. But I'm a person who loves my family, who lives for my family, and that's all I'm thinking about right now. Yes, there is a time and place for us to have these discussions, but we've been having these discussions for how many years, and where has it gotten us? Nowhere. So maybe what we've done before isn't working, and we should do something differently now.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers, and 5 is the best number.
What's up, guys? Thanks so much for watching this video. If you've made it to this point, I have great news for you. You're in the 95th percentile of attention span for Americans aged 25 to 32. So it's good to be here with you guys. I'd like to remind you that Channel 5 is and will always be completely independent and powered directly by your contributions on our Patreon. It also gives you access to a pretty big catalog of exclusive, unreleased.
They should just, well, I mean, I don't think he's leaving jail again.
Anyway. Guys. 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 Shut up, guys. Guys. Guys, come on. Shut up, guys. Come on. Guys, come on. Shut up, guys. You guys need to shut the fuck up now. I can't do this anymore. Guys, come on. I gotta go to bed. These guys are so loud. You guys need to shut the fuck up now. I can't do this anymore. Guys, come on. I gotta go to bed. These guys are so loud. You guys need to shut the fuck up now. I can't do this anymore. Guys, come on. I gotta go to bed. These guys are so loud. You guys need to shut the fuck up. I can't do this anymore. Chat is stuck with this. Chat is stuck with this.
Read my life.
You have to get a mic. Wait. Disney went and got a microphone? Oh, that's so cute, dude. Look how cute this is, chat. Guys, what is it? 1502? Remember. Yo, Disney chatters. Guys. Disney chatters. Can I have you been on something or not? Listen, yeah. Chat. I bought myself a little new bracelet. Tell me if you like it or not. Because my chat says they don't like it. Look, I kind of look like this. It's like a panther. Look. Think it's nice? It's a panther. It has onyx on it. Diamonds, and it has emeralds as eyes. Chat, thoughts? Wait, it's gone. Where's it at? No? You don't like it? Some people like it, some people don't. Okay, that's nice. Because I want to have a real opinion, because chat doesn't likes nothing here. They don't like anything. Okay. What? Chat, okay. Let me show you guys some of my favorite memes. Okay? That's in chat. Let me walk you guys through some of my favorite memes that I got, okay? First we got... Hold up. Oh, I can't hear anything. Fuck. Guys, you guys hear this? Guys, you guys hear it? Guys, me neither. Guys, the ringing is not... What's going on now? Hold up. Because I don't hear anything either anymore. What just happened? Hello? My sound's gone. Your volume has it all the way down? No, it's not. Dude, what just happened, chat? I'm so confused. Guys, we lost audio entirely. Okay, let me just replay it. Okay, alright, chat? Guys. Bro is terrorizing this shit. Okay, guys, slow down. Guys, okay. I have some memes for y'all, okay? Alright, here's one of them.
The bottom line is people are without hair. You see them all the time. Will Smith's husband. He lost it.
Okay, chat. Thoughts on this meme? Alright. That's a good one. Chat, I'm sharing the culture. Alright, chat, send me some more classic memes. Chat. Share your chat some of the classic memes. Alright, these guys don't like it. I can't breathe. Now say Obama. Alright. Alright, chat. These guys don't like it very much. Maybe they're too edgy.
Oh, I'm not fucking tripping.
Hey, this one.
What the fuck?
That what you probably threw on that was in the drop. I ain't take that because I ain't have it in my body. I had that in my body with my forensics in it.
Man, Sean, it's a dog on the fucking riding lawnmower cutting the fucking grass.
I heard you. That's why I said take a fucking picture.
I got a video of this shit.
I need a fucking laugh right now. I think I'm losing my motherfucking mind, son. And you know, this motherfucking pillow shot ain't take nothing today, period. But no, you hit.
Oh, I'm not fucking tripping.
Okay. Alright, let's keep going. Chat, guys, shit love, chat.
Ah, there you are, you little shit. You looking for this? No. What did you just fucking say to me?
Trevor?
Trevor? Hey, it's good to see you, man.
Chat. Keep going, chat.
I ain't never.
No, that's too classic. Chat won't like that. I relate to that. I relate to that. It happens to me all the time. Okay.
Man, bro, I know that piece of pussy. Oh, he's sucking on a wee pop. What the hell, man? Man, bro, I know that piece of pussy. Oh, he's sucking on a wee wee pop. What the hell, man?
All right.
In the exam room, make sure you ask for both the graphing calculator and the regular calculator. Because when you do complex operations like quadratic correlation,
Chat, link the crispy fries one. Okay. Okay. Chat. Is it the crispy fries? Where's that? Let's see, where's that? Chat. Link me, chat, the RuneScape robbers. The worst you can say is no. And what's this? Young men aren't having sex.
Nah, hell no. What the fuck is that?
Okay. What is this? Oh, and chat.
Hey, what's up?
Chat. Yo, that's the chat. This is more of you guys' humor. I'm sure you guys will love this one.
Hey, what's up? Does he do any tricks?
I guess we can. It's Chris. Chris.
Yay, all right. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Do you do any tricks? Yay, all right. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Do you do any tricks?
Alright, this is chat and not this one. Was it robbers? Alright, some chatters like this one chat.
Jesus, how are we doing, guys? My God. Help, oh shit, why is he watching me? Get the fuck out of here, you fucking creep fuck. Help X. Oh shit. Why is he watching me? Get the creep fuck. He's been watching you for 20 minutes. How is he watching me when I'm just watching him? Okay, thanks for babysitting. He was showing us bomb memes, yeah?
To TwitchCon. And unfortunately, the hotel Wi-Fi was so bad that all of the street.
Call him? If he wants to call me, he can call me. Why would I call him? He has my Discord. I don't think we have to watch this. Basically, Second Thought made a statement that he was leaving Nebula because they had a conflict of interest, and the conflict of interest was him and his friends cheering on the death and murder of Israeli citizens, basically. And then he left Nebula over it. He had questions. Call him, it feels good. Okay, I DM'd him. Hi, there you go. You should really watch this interview. It is an Israeli interviewing Emirati citizens on their experience in Israel for the first time since the Abraham Accords. Okay, later, okay. What mic did you get? I don't know. There's like this weird off-brand called Samson, and I bought a microphone for that. We'll see how it works on Melstream. It was like 160 bucks though, so it better be fucking good. But that was all they had. XTC says watch him for one more meme. $8.56. Yikes. Samson is good? Oh, okay. I couldn't find a contemporary prescriptive stance about Israeli settlements and OPT. The latest I found was him supporting them in 2008 when he was 24. Interesting. I wonder why he never talks. Well, I know why, yeah. Why don't you just buy a Shure, Sennheiser, or Audio Technica? Because Mel is just streaming like an hour, and she needs one now, and I was just going to Best Buy, so. Do you wish you didn't go as hard on your takes in the past? You could be more politically effective. I mean, there are like a couple things that maybe I could have done differently. But overwhelmingly, I think I support the path that I took. Like, obviously, like the Rittenhouse didn't have to be as that... Oh, shit, hold on. I can't talk about this way. There, fuck you. But I mean, the Rittenhouse stuff also gave me a fuck ton of credibility with people on the right, and it insulates me a lot from the whole like, oh, you're a leftist, you've never been canceled, and blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, you know. So I mean, it's, you know. Hi, what's up?
Yo, what's up, bro?
How you doing, buddy?
So why are you up so early?
It's 12:51.
Actually, guys, it's jeez, bro, chill out.
Well, I'm supposed to start streaming at 12. It's not that early, is it? Is it early for you?
Yeah, it's early for me. I was up all night. I was traveling and shit.
I saw you post a lot of pictures. Looks like you had a lot of fun.
I didn't post any pictures, actually, like 0.
Oh, okay. Let me rephrase that. I saw a lot of pictures posted of you, so it looked like you had a lot of fun. Is that better?
Oh yeah, it's better. Yeah.
Okay.
You people said it. Do not mention 15 true on meth guy. He will go meth mode.
I ate 15 grams of meth in one night. I had 17 and I only gave 2 to a friend, and I ate 15 myself, so, you know.
Well, that didn't happen, so.
Okay, well.
So what is 15 to anyway?
It's a story that's too long and stupid and drama and personal and dumb that it's just...
Oh, okay. That's all right then.
Yeah, I had like a friend that went crazy on Twitter and started posting a bunch of dumb shit. That was one of the dumb things, so, you know, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Unlucky. Well, it is what it is.
Unlucky. Well, how does it feel to be back? How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, I'm far behind. I'm far behind. I need to do a lot of work.
Yeah? On your Minecraft speedruns?
On my hours, too.
Yeah, I know that feeling, yeah.
I mean, usually, like, I don't have any quotas, right? Because, like, they're so low that I hit all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But since I got sick twice, I went to Europe and shit like that. I fucking, you know, I had TwitchCon to do and shit like that. Like I'm just far behind. Like I'm just so far behind. I don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, all you can do is sit and stream, right? But I mean, you do that a fuck ton anyway, so it seems like it shouldn't be that hard. I don't know what your like minimum hours are, if you even have minimum hours to hit. So I'm sure you can do it.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
What?
You finished 15 times, and she only finished twice?
Okay, here's the deal, okay? I don't want to talk about this, all right? I have a friend who has borderline personality disorder, okay? And so she has attachment issues sometimes, and just weird shit happens, okay? I went to TwitchCon this year, but before going, I messaged her and I told her, hey, just so you know, like, I'm like very clear, we're probably not going to see each other much. I can't like be emotionally supportive or any of that shit. So my expectations, I was trying to set the expectations low. Despite this, when we were at like the same Airbnb somewhere, there were like a ton of people there, and I guess we didn't talk to each other the first day. So she got it in her head that I was like ignoring her, and then the next day she decided to start tweeting a bunch of like dumb, irrelevant personal stuff about me. One of these stories is the 1512 story. So she claims when we hooked up, I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago for the first time, she says I came 15 times and she came twice, okay? So number one, that is not true, okay? I don't think I could come 15 times in a day or two. Well, maybe I could if I spaced it enough, okay? But number two, the reason for, there probably was an imbalance, but it has to do with like sexual issues on her side. But I don't want to like get into all of that because it's weird like digging all of that out and like blowing up her shit just to like counter some like weird shit that she says about me. But yeah, she was like kind of a close-ish friend of mine, or was a closest friend of mine. So her goal in going to Twitter was just to try to like get Melina to basically hate me. And the best way to do that is like, oh, your husband fucked me 15 times and he doesn't even like you. But like, that's what her goal was in tweeting that. Okay, there you go. You happy?
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, there you go.
You ever thought about like hooking up with girls that are like mentally stable?
Most of the girls I hook up with are mentally stable. You just kind of hear about the crazy ones every now and then. Like, how many crazy girls have been through my stream that I've like hooked up with in the past like 6 months? I think it's only been like 2 or 3. Maybe not even that much actually. I've done everything recently has been pretty good. This was like, she was like my last kind of like BPD friend, so yeah.
Like the other girl.
What?
Like the other girl, she's kind of crazy.
What other girl?
I mean, your orbiters, you have like a bunch of them.
Not any that are crazy. I don't even know if I'm having sex with that many of them anymore. I usually just like talk to fans now because I find that they're more normal and adjusted than like streamer people. So that's generally been my go-to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is tough, I'll tell you that much.
Is it?
Yeah, yo, we're not in Vegas?
Yeah.
What'd you do over there?
What hotel was I at?
Yeah.
I was a little bit off the strip. I was at the Horseshoe. I think it's like a 5 or 10 minute walk from the strip.
Not that bad. Yeah, you could see the Horseshoe from the Aria, right?
You probably can. I don't remember. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Did you do anything over there?
Nope, because when Cherry dropped all of that shit on Twitter, I had to spend like a day or two like damage controlling all of that stupid shit. So it's pretty shitty. And then the first day,
is that so annoying to do? I feel like that's really annoying to do. Damage control.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, it's annoying because it doesn't affect me. It affects the people around me. So I've got to like damage control for them. That's the irritating part.
Oh yeah, I relate to that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the first day we got there, the first day that we got there, they lost our luggage in Amsterdam, so I had to go back the second day to the airport and wait for like 4 hours to pick it up, which was fucking annoying too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's annoying. You know that I've never checked a bag in my fucking life, and the one time I do, it gets lost.
Ouch. Where at?
In I think Denver or Detroit.
Oh damn, domestic. That's rough.
Yeah, it took fucking like 3 weeks to get there. Sorry though.
Well, at least you got it eventually, yeah.
Anyway, did you gamble a little bit? Did you gamble?
No, I'm not. I hate gambling, so no, not at all.
Why not?
I just can't look at the things and just push the button and then slowly lose money over time. I don't have the excitement gene for gambling at all. I like poker, but
What? Why? What about blackjack though?
No, it's the same thing. It's table or slot machines. It's all the same game, right?
Well, I mean, slot machines are kind of like the theoreticals over like billions, if not trillions of spins, right? At least blackjack, you'll have like you could have like a massive streak up or down and kind of leave or stay depending on that, right? So
I think the slot machines are probably going to be more streaky than playing perfect blackjack. I think you're more likely to hit a huge streak on a slot machine, right? Because what's the most you can win in a blackjack table? Like you get blackjack, right? Whereas a slot machine, you could get really lucky and 1000x your money or something. You know, I think table games are probably going to be a little bit more steady over time than slot machines.
Oh man, I can. All right. This guy's a rookie. No problem, chat. No problem, guys. It's gonna be a gambling rookie. No problem. I don't mind. It's a good thing to be a gambling rookie. No, you're wrong with that.
What do you? Hold on. Okay, I'm being like humble and polite, but what I just said is objectively true. You're never gonna 1000x your money at any table game in a casino. That's not how table games work.
So that's objectively true, right?
Okay.
At a certain bet size, right?
Yeah.
Well, the spots will be locked in at like 2 cents a bet. Really, like let's say you do like fucking 10x on your lines or whatever.
Yeah.
You do like $5 a bet. Even 1000x, right? It's cool from $5 to 5,000. That's a great amount of X's, right? But like, you go to a real live casino, you won't be able to go through a mil worth of betting really fast on any machine ever. $1 million.
I don't know if there are high limit slot machines. Probably not.
They are, but they're not fantastic. Like they don't go very high.
Sure.
But if you go blackjack though, you can go through a mil in fucking 3 minutes. Right?
What is in a high limit room, what's your max bet on blackjack? I thought it was like $50,000.
Well, my limits, and people around me were basically 4 hands at 30, 2 hands at 60. Something like that, but he puts it like 100 or 120k, pretty much.
Oh, so you're 120k at the table. Okay. Yeah, but that's still, okay. We think about this way differently. I understand what you're saying. You could theoretically win a lot at a high limits table game, but you're also risking a lot. When I think about winning a lot or losing a lot, I'm thinking in my head of like ratios. Like, can you like 10x, 100x, or 1000x your money? Like, can you win $1 million at a blackjack table pretty easily? Yeah, you could if you're betting 120,000 a hand, sure. But okay, I understand. You're just like looking at the absolute value, like the raw dollar amount that you're winning, right?
Okay, yeah, I can entertain that. Okay. You have to say that one more time because I took a sip out of this coffee and it tastes like fucking rat's ass.
Okay. I'm saying that you have sorry. When we talk about how do you win a lot, okay? When I'm thinking about winning a lot, I'm thinking about the ratio of like winning. I'm thinking like if I bet $1, can I win $100 or $1,000?
Yeah.
You can only have those types of wins on a slot machine. But if you're talking about a lot in terms of like I just want to gamble the most and make the most money, that's going to be in a high limit room at a table game, which is true. So like blackjack. But like that blackjack you're talking about, you can win a lot, but you also have to risk a lot to do it. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you were just talking about the absolute value, like the total number of dollars you could win, not like how much you have to risk for how much you have to win. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So it'll go like up and down pretty fast, which means it can go really up really fast or really down really fast, right? That's kind of why I like them, because like there's a legitimate risk there. Like slot machines, yeah, it's a risk of course to play and loss. Yeah, nice win, blah, blah. But the thrill of a fucking blackjack table in real life though, that shit goes fucking dank. Like it's actually dank. You ever done that before?
Okay. Absolutely dank.
It is dank.
Okay.
Trust it. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Anyway, yeah. So what you think about right now? Your mindset. You're a what we call a no limit city cuck. And what a no limit city cuck is, people who play the fucking no limit city games at low bet sizes. And they go for the fucking 100,000 X's. That it is a no limit city cuck. And you know what, dude? I don't mind that at all, dude, because those ones go fucking massive. But they're grinder games. They're grinder games. Anyway, so did you go party over there? Did you go to the parties or something like that or not?
No, I usually just like go to small dinners, hang out with friends, stuff like that. That's usually what I do.
What kind of dinners?
Like I'll invite like, you know, anywhere from 5 to 10 people, or just like a friend or two, and go out to eat, drink, hang out, stuff like that.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, I'm like a smaller get-together kind of guy. I heard some of the parties were pretty okay though. I heard the Twitch party was pretty okay this year.
Which one?
The one on Friday night, I think. Isn't it the official Twitch one? The Twitch partner one? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Did you go on any crazy
Yeah.
parties? Do you have any insane times or?
Nah, I just went to the XS and it was okay.
Yeah.
It was nice. I just drank too much and shit. It got like fucked up.
Do you are you like a member of any of the casinos?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good at least, because you get like free rooms and shit if you're, especially if you're a high limit player.
Shit. I get the suites and the villas and shit. It's kind of dank.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of fun. Yeah. Whenever you hit that cusp of like there's like a cutoff like 500K, then you get into like the like the cool club or whatever. Kind of nice. Other than that, that's about it. Yeah, I had a bunch of rooms. Everybody keeps mentioning that. Like, I check in at like a couple of them, but I can be asked to go to all of them.
Sure.
I mean, why bother, right?
True, I agree.
If you have one spot with friends, I mean, why would you do the other ones?
You can only enjoy so many sweets in a day, right?
I mean, what am I gonna do? It's just that, bro. Whatever. Bro, it's not like a flex, but really not. It's just that I was just checked in for some reason at a bunch of hotels that are different, and I had no interest in going into any of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. How much do you ever post your wins losses or? Do you talk about it or? Yeah, flex. Yeah, flex on us. Let's see it.
It was fine. So
Okay.
I got there. I get there at one spot with 500, and it went up to like 660, and then which is good, and then I went up and I went to the Red Rock, and we started with I think 800, and I cashed out at 1.1.
When you cash out in these places, do they give you like a cashier's check, or do they give you how are you cashing out here, or does it go right to an account, or?
Go to the Play's account. So you have like a TTO, right? Which is the money that they deposit, and then you have like if you have like a credit margin, then it's there.
Okay.
And then if you have money on top because you're winning, well then yeah, you could just withdraw it. You could just literally just fucking wire back to your bank.
Yeah, okay. But you're not like walking out with like 100,000 or more in cash or whatever on you right now.
Oh shit, that's actually so interesting. I think that there's a lot of layers to that shit that people don't know about.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of insane. I think that's quite interesting because nobody knows about this, I feel like.
Okay.
Or maybe people know, but they don't talk about it. This is kind of cool. This is actually internet knowledge a little bit. So the chips are like, what's it called again? Like RDF, what the fuck? You know, like the little signal?
RFID, the expensive chips at the very least in casinos usually are tagged, yeah?
Yeah. So a lot of the nice chips are tagged.
Yeah.
And they scan them, like, and they know exactly what they're being played at. Right? So even if you were to see somebody with a bunch of chips, and he walks out of the casino, right, and you rob him, it's worth nothing. Because anything above 10K, or around 10K, right, you show up with a fucking white chip worth 10K, 5K, I go to the cashier, person they ask is, oh, where did you play at? And as soon as you say, oh, I played over there, I played at visible, but I mean, they just backtrack and see if you actually played there or not. Make sense?
Sure, to make sure you didn't like steal the chip from somebody or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So like, you can't really yoink them. And then there's like chips that are like bigger, and yeah, it's just gonna happen. What's just saying the smartest gambler? Is this chat fucking brain dead or what? Well, your chat is bugging.
My chat or your chat?
Your chat.
What are they bugging about?
I know. Chat today is if you have more interest with antsy, and they're antsy about me right now. Let's look at them. Anyway, that's why you gave free to people. Yeah, I gave it to a friend, and then I asked him like, where he played, whatever, and it was kind of odd, but yeah. It's just kind of how it goes. I mean, there's a lot more to that. Okay, I was playing. You ever played Baccarat before? You know what that is?
Baccarat?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about it?
Another thing. So I noticed that Chinese people love to play that game.
Yeah, Vietnamese people played it a ton at my at the casino where I was at. Yeah, Baccarat.
Yeah, it's common as fuck. And it's the game that I like the most. I feel like. So I go over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I sit over there. Okay, so this guy. Okay, guys, I swear to God. Okay, I have on my Instagram. I end up following by accident. So I sit down late night at this fucking baccarat table. Okay, and it's just me and this guy.
Okay.
And this guy is a poker player for a living. Plays for a living.
Okay.
And he's sitting alone. And I sit with him because I need to go fucking put I need to transfer chips. I need to do a color up. So I go do a color up, and it's really fucking annoying the way they have to do all the process for me. And I stall his game out. I feel so bad about it. You know, dude, I'm like, bro, I'm gonna fucking sit down and just play around with him. You know. So I'm start betting 10K with him, and then we win, and then we we lose. And he's like, okay, you choose our side because you get to choose a side, right? Whether you play banker or player.
Mm-hmm.
So I play banker. He follows me. And it's like win. And brother, I swear everything, we're like at like 8 wins in a row. Okay, we have 1 draw or 2 draws.
Okay.
10 wins in a row. Then this Chinese lady sits right next to me on my right.
Okay.
This Chinese guy sits right down his left. So we have, you know. And then, for some fucking unholy reason, okay, the lady sits there and she sits out for about 2 rounds. We win again. And she sees us winning. For some unholy reason, she decides, fuck it. I'm gonna bet against him. And she starts betting against me. Okay? So we're all playing banker, and she's playing player. And what that does, okay, is that instead of the dealer flipping the cards over, it's us against dealer, she has to flip the cards. Right?
Okay.
And that's just it's not bad vibes. I don't give a fuck. Bro, I'm not guys here. I don't think you understand. I'm playing 10K a hand, okay? We're about 12 hands in at this point. I'm up 120K, okay? I could lose 5 hands in a row. I don't give a fuck. This lady's next to me. And she's just playing against me, right? First round, loss. Then she starts, like, kind of talking to Bratha. Starts talking Chinese to the other guy or some shit. Whatever. Does it again. Boom. And we start talking shit a little bit in English,
And,
right?
okay, hold on. Catch me up. In Baccarat, if you play incorrectly, can you fuck other people up at the table like in blackjack, or?
Baccarat, you don't play the game. There's no play.
Okay, gotcha. All right, go ahead.
Baccarat is not a game. You only sit there and you watch.
Mm-hmm.
What's cool though is that what you do is that you look at the cards, right? Does that make sense? It's not a game. So you look at the cards, you can kind of bend them on the side, and you can see if it's going to be a high card or a low card, right? Because a high card like a 10 or a 9, you'll see like 4 dots or 3 dots, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if it's like a 3 or a 5, either 1 dot or 2 dots, or whatever. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So then, whatever. And then this lady, bro, I swear to God, bro, she loses again, and then she starts fucking malding, and then she loses again, and she starts slamming the desk. Bro, she starts fucking bonking the whole table so fucking loud, the chips are jumping, dude. Okay? She's like slamming the fucking desk.
Slamming it? Okay.
Bro, it was crazy. And then she loses again, and he just starts yelling and fucking chanting. Bro, we couldn't understand what they're saying. And the guy keeps saying like, "Oh, bro, I think she's mad or whatever." And I end up just, there's no end of the story, game. It's just that I end up just fucking cashing out and getting out because I felt bad. Like, it just felt, you know.
And you were at a high limit table?
Yeah. I was betting max. I was betting as best as I could over there.
Yeah. I see that usually that kind of type of like ultra degen behavior is usually either in poker rooms or at slot machines, from what I've seen in the past. But maybe there are some high limit players that are deranged too. Yeah, I don't know.
That's fucking deranged. Yeah.
I think the saddest thing I've ever seen at the casino where I used to work was there was a lady. She must have been in her 60s or 70s or whatever, and she was sitting at a slot machine. She must have been there for like 3 or 4 hours, putting in all of her pennies or dimes. I don't know what the fuck. It wasn't like a high stakes slot machine at all, but she was just sitting there for hours and hours. 'Cause that's what old people do with their social security checks. And eventually,
Jesus Christ,
old people are superstitious. She gets up and she moves to one like 3 machines down after like 4 hours. And then another lady Another lady
Oh, no.
sits down at her machine, the one she was just playing on, and then she wins instantly and starts celebrating. And then the old lady that had just moved, like, started attacking the lady with her purse. She started hitting her, saying, "That's my money. Give that to me."
Oh no!
Yeah.
She thought it was cranking, and that's a classic.
Yeah. There's a lot of I've seen a lot of like degen stories like that. That and then in the poker room, lots of degen poker rooms, as well.
Yeah, poker shit gets crazy for sure. I mean, because poker is straight PvP, right?
Yep. Well, I mean, I think there's like 3-card poker. There's like table game poker games, but generally at a casino, if you say poker, you're playing PvP.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Nobody fucking makes money gambling. Let's be honest. That's just kind of how it is.
I mean, you can make money playing poker, but I mean, for all the other games, yeah, you're always a loser in the long run. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of complete dog shit. Yeah, me and Aiden, the first time we got fucking clapped up, kind of got snapped on the first time we went there. But it's okay. It was fun regardless.
How was I heard you met my good ex-friend, turned to the dark side, my old student Sneeko. How'd that go?
Yeah, I only met the second day, because the first day he wasn't playing. He was just behind me. I wanted to go gamble alone, but then I got to the table at like fucking 4 a.m. and everybody was gambling, so I just sat down with fucking Dana and some other guys.
Yeah.
And exposed. Exposed got fucking absolutely fucking shredded. And then he was just kind of watching. And the second day, we sat down with Ak, you know, academics.
Yeah, I love him. Yeah.
Well, you actually love him or not?
No, yeah, me and him we like talk about each other back and forth a bit. We're gonna connect one day, but I think he's a really funny dude, and he's pretty self-aware. Like he does dumb shit sometimes, but he knows he does dumb shit. So I like Ak a lot. I think he's funny as fuck.
Yeah, he's funny as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, it was so funny. But yeah, I said the story earlier, but we went to the table, right? And then he was talking about like my situation, and I kind of brushed off because I didn't want to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Bro, all this is happening, man." And he said, "You didn't even cheat on the bitch?" I said, "No." He's like, "What the fuck?" And he said, "Why? You at least hit the bitch, right?" I'm like, "No." He said, "Not even a little bit?" I was like, "No. What is wrong with this guy?" But just the way he says it, the way he just said it, it was just so fucking funny.
Yeah.
He's like in the most accurate way possible, you know.
Yeah. You should go on his show sometime or do an interview. He's a funny fucking dude.
Like, I interviewed him already. It's fantastic.
Oh, well, there you go. Damn. Nice.
Give me his life story.
Have you watched any videos of him talking about his, I don't know if it's his current girlfriend or his ex-girlfriend?
Oh yeah. I mean,
where she fakes the abortion twice. Oh my god, I like DJ Ak. I think he's fucking funny. I don't know if he's still with that same girl or not, but yeah, that guy's, his life is he's a funny dude. Yeah, damn.
Yeah, and then I didn't want to be like mean spirited, but I tried to like call you know, not like a call out, but like a friendly call out to Sneeko about like, you know, him being a little bit of a hypocrite. If that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
About like kind of trying to representing like a big like red pill like super kind of male behavior and shit, and kind of going against all of his principles like on a daily. Right.
Oh, you're saying that the Muslim that's now like doing live streams and shit from the casino is not a good look?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. And then his answer was that he just didn't want to influence the kids poorly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is your friend these days or not?
No, we're not. No, he's just like maximum clout mode. Worse than Hassan. Okay, that guy is. Sneeko's brain is wired for clout seeking, but he's doing a really good job. I'll give him that. The dude got fucking axed off YouTube, and he still managed to stay relevant. He still managed to network like crazy. He's managing to get into all the right rooms with all the right people. He's still making content, so you know he's held on better than I thought he did. A few months ago, I thought he was just gonna die because it seemed like he was like in a rut and pretty depressed. But yeah, he's managed to keep building, so good for him on that.
You know what? I think most of the red pillars stand for nothing.
I think there are a few. Like I feel like the fresh and fit guys feel pretty strongly about their shit, but a lot of the other people came into grift after another tape.
Yeah, but they don't uphold it in privates. No shot.
That's a different thing. Yeah, no, you're probably right there. Maybe but
like would they call people weak for and then don't do this, don't do that?
Mm-hmm.
In private, you know for a fact they do it. Like it's just how it is.
Maybe depends on what you're talking about. But yeah,
they cave into their own urges and their own weaknesses.
Sure.
Which I think is kind of sad because I think when you have such strong beliefs, you have to really hold strong on that and really be above. Like that's the risk. It's what I was trying to say to Nico is that I kept telling him that something that I realized like in about the middle of my career is that there's a price for standing for certain things, right? And I didn't get that for the longest time, such as, oh guys, like, oh, I'll never run ads or whatever, right? At the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then Twitch put the fucking the quotas on us, right?
Yeah.
And they jacked up the fucking prices. They made the deals, and at the point it was like, you had to like shake the devil's hand. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
right?
that's what, like I said, like I don't really like gambling that much, and I don't think I would ever take a gambling sponsor. But I mean, like if State came up to me and was like, "Listen, 2 years, 150 million, haha, bro, we're gonna be gambling 24/7. I'll be gambling all day." Yeah, there's gonna be a dollar where you change your viewpoint. I don't think the issue is having like strong values or rough, like hard to adhere to principles or anything. I think the issue is when you get really judgy about other people. That's the triggering part, and I think that's the thing I always hated about Sneeko. Like if Sneeko was just like, I'm gonna try to be Muslim, guys. This is what I'm gonna try to do. This is my grind, and you know he fucks up every now and then or fucks up a lot. It's whatever. It's when you try to stick to something and then you start judging everybody else hardcore for it, right? Like, oh, like you should never do that. Fuck you. Like I'm so much better than you. Because then when you see that person fuck up, it's like, okay, well hold up, motherfucker. Okay, you were coming down really hard on me for this shit, and now you're in the same spot. Fuck you, right? I think that's what builds or fosters the resentment. Yeah.
And you know what? For all the things that I don't like Moon for, right? You know Moon, you know that guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Yeah, bald friend, hell yeah.
That's something that I respect him a lot for. So he said he never takes sponsorships for games because streamers are paid a lot of money, and he doesn't take sponsors, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I always said, once I understood, I said, yeah, there's a price for saying things and upholding that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the price of that is that if you say never take sponsors, you don't never take sponsors, right? And you probably lose a lot of money.
Yeah.
And he actually upheld that. And then I realized that like sometimes you can do something like that and actually uphold it and be okay with the price of it, and then without sounding and looking bitter and just doing that. And I have a lot of respect for that.
Yeah.
And I think that taught me a good lesson to have somebody around that actually stands for something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree.
Because it's very rare that people stand for something and have a big price over it, and they don't go for the price. Because most of us, 99%, I'm going to say how it is, 9% of us, at least young adults, all go for the prize.
True, depending on your situation and everything, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it depends, but yeah.
And you can sugarcoat it as much as you want to. Oh, it's for my family. Oh, it's for my kids. Oh, it's whatever, right? And other people say, oh, yeah, but this guy took deals because he's got kids. Yeah, but, like, still, I don't think there's ever really a massive excuse. It softens the blow a little bit.
I mean, like I said, I think it really depends on your situation and everything, right? Like, I'll say, for instance, like, usually when I talk about, like, I won't do these types of sponsors, I wouldn't do this, I'll usually qualify it and say, I do that, but I can only afford to do that because I'm a pretty big creator, right?
Oh,
if I had, like, 200 concurrent viewers and I, still have Nathan and everything else in my life, and somebody comes by and offers me, like, a $500 a month sponsorship, well, fuck, if I'm a 200 viewer Andy, I'm probably taking that. Like, this money might be the difference between me having to stream, like, 14 hours a day and, like, 10 hours a day. It super depends on the position you're in and everything too. So, yeah, like I said, it's good to have values and principles and like to advocate for them, but just don't be, when people get like ultra judgy on everybody else for it, I just think it's really cringe, especially if they fuck up too. Yeah. Oh, hey, I heard, are you a fellow? I finally got diagnosed with ADHD and I'm on drugs now. I heard you're a fellow drug user.
Yeah. So what?
What do you take? Are you on Vyvanse?
I think all of it.
All of it? What, at the same time?
That's fucking right.
Oh, wait, are you like on a good like prescription track, or are you like on a drug abuser track?
Shit, I'm not fucking tell you that. What the fuck is on to you?
Okay, never mind.
I mean, I've tried all of it. Just don't get me wrong. I've been on the early days, the early like almost trial days, really. Some of the products I took at the time were like literally they kind of just came out.
Okay, gotcha.
I almost felt like a guinea pig at times.
Okay.
Well, I remember that one time I was in fucking I used to never tell these stories to chat because they're fucking.
Yeah, I see. My chat's all spamming at me that you don't like talking about your prescription, so I didn't know that. Sorry. You don't have to. You don't have to say
Okay. But way back when I had summer school, and I was failing really fucking badly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was miserable. I had summer school every fucking year and never stopped. Year 1, 2, 3. Sometimes I had summer schools for 2 classes. And then I just kept trialing all these medicines or whatever. And I kept getting headaches. It wasn't working. I kept like fucking zoning out and fucking being like a zombie. And at one point, they gave me this fucking pill, bro. I swear to fucking God, okay? I take this shit, okay? Like always, because at the point I had tried 6 of them. 6 different products.
Jesus.
And I go to school. And I go to the fucking class, okay? And I'm in math first class. It's like 8 a.m. in the morning. Sit down in my chair, bro. And I'm doing this exercise. And I'm zoned the fuck in, right? And then, like, I start fucking, I'm tickling, like I'm being tickly. I don't know what's going on, okay? I have never sweated in my entire life. I've never sweated ever, right? I don't, body sweat is not something I just do a lot.
Okay.
I noticed that I had fucking sweat drops running down my ribs on both sides, right?
Okay.
Because I was fucking tweaking. Like,
okay.
Brother, I was fucking tweaking, okay? Zoned the fuck in, bugging on a stack, and I was chewing those fucking math puzzles like a fucking genius, bro. It was insane. And that's what I knew, bro. That's what I fucking wanted. Okay? That right there, boom. And I never had summer school ever after that. I never brought a fucking book home. Never did a homework at home.
Did they ever,
Never took a study, and I passed all my fucking classes, and I got awards for excellence and improvement across the board until I graduated.
Do you ever talk about what that prescription was, or do you not mention the name?
I don't mention names. I don't want to do that.
Fuck you. Okay.
I don't want to alienate and invalidate people's success based on what they think. I think that's kind of unfair.
You don't want to wait. You don't want to what?
Alienate and invalidate people's success based on what they take and make them feel lesser for it.
Why would that happen, or why would they? That's their problem, not your problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, shit. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
Guys, I don't want people to hear certain names and be like, people go to their friends' rooms and be like, dude, you take this, dude? That's like a freaking cheat code. That's so unfair, blah blah, and be that. I don't want to be somebody who spreads that. I don't think it's fair.
Huh.
It's my own philosophy. I don't want to do that. You feel? It's not like a fucking...
Well, no, I mean, like, that's the whole reason why you take amphetamines, is to get, like, your brain more in line so that you are doing better than you were before. That isn't that, like, the entire point? Is to...
That's what corporate America wants you to think. That's what big pharma wants you to think. Okay? The reality is, I'll tell you straight up, it's just a blatant, massive fucking corporate lie.
What?
Okay? You don't take these products to be up to par with others. That shit doesn't make you like in line with everybody. It gets you ahead. Like once you understand that, you'll be better for it. Trust me.
Okay. There's like absolutely no like research data or anything to support that idea whatsoever. But I mean, if you want to think that, that's fine. But
oh, I mean, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong. I mean, my kid's on these drugs and I am on these drugs. Not a lot of research on it, but I mean, hey, listen, if you got a personal feeling about it, like don't let me talk you down from it. But
a personal okay, yeah. Even your chat says that's coping. Even your chat says you're wrong. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh well, if chat says I'm coping, then fuck me. You know, Jesus.
Such cope. Yeah, this even your chat's going on. You know you're wrong about that. Like, brother, like the imbalance you have, okay, on your fucking prefrontal cortex, okay? Some fucking amphetamines isn't gonna make you normal like everybody else, okay? You have a central nervous system stimulator, okay? In your bloodstream. You're not up to par. You're fucking tweaking. Like, I don't know what you're on about. Am I crazy here? Like, chat, can you guys back me up on this? Christ.
Well, I think the idea is just that people whose brains we would say are ADHD have a very, very, very high requirement for dopamine. They constantly need stimulation, and this results in much higher impulsivity than like an average person. And the idea behind taking a stimulant or an amphetamine is to make it so that your brain requires less of that stimulation, so you just have better impulse control. That's all it's supposed to do. That's all it's supposed to help you with. It's like impulse control, essentially. So if you take an amphetamine as an ADHD person and then you feel like you're way more in control of yourself or you can focus better, that's just supposed to feel like what a normal person's brain ordinarily feels like. It's not. It doesn't make you superhuman. It doesn't make you smarter. Like an amphetamine isn't gonna like give you information. It's not the limitless drug.
I feel that that's like saying I need to get like an enhancer because my biceps aren't very strong, right? And you take an enhancer that works for your entire body. Like, yeah, guys, look, my biceps are right now. My biceps are exactly like yours. Now we're on par. Okay, what about the rest of your body? Shit, you're running way faster. Now you see
amphetamines don't help you with everything else. They don't help you with like memory retention. They don't help you with. It's not like amphetamines boost everything else. All amphetamines should do is give you more executive function, so you can choose to do what you want to do. That's all they should help with. They don't boost your whole body. They don't help with a whole bunch of other things. Like, what else do you think amphetamines help you with?
All right, if you want to think that, I think you should give it a Google search.
I don't need to give
Google search will help you there. It will help you there.
Okay.
I mean, literally.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm insane here. Yeah, you didn't even say just Google it. Literally. Wait, no, I think he's paraphrasing me.
You think I'm paraphrasing you?
No, I think the chat was paraphrasing me. No, guys, I'm pretty sure he's partially right, but yeah, I've been trying. God, I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. You're wrong. I'm a human R-word. That's not very nice.
Here, can I tell a super quick story that I got from an email that changed my thinking on this quite a bit? It's gonna sound like I'm sucking myself off a lot. Okay, ready? I think that there are. Would you consider yourself like more intelligent than average?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm above average intelligence. Okay. I don't think I'm like 190 IQ or anything, but I think I'm like decently intelligent. I think that somebody emailed me and they said one of the big issues you run into when you consider starting drugs for ADHD is that when you take a drug, you feel like you're superhuman. And then you look at other normal people and you try to compare your new work ethic on the amphetamines to like the ordinary people. And he said that, and one of the things his email said was like, well, if you're actually like a decently average, or if you think you're above average intelligent person, then if you take an amphetamine and then you compare yourself to a normal person, you're not really doing an accurate comparison. You should compare yourself to like a group of people that you think you're probably more in line with. So if you take an amphetamine and now you're comparing yourself to somebody that's taking like algebra in college, well, of course you're going to feel like you're superhuman. But if you imagine that you'd be more on par with like maybe like somebody in law school or maybe somebody who's like studying engineering or some other thing, and you think like, okay, well, would I expect a person who's going to school at that level to be able to read for 6 hours? Well, the answer in my brain, I think probably, yeah, I would expect them to be able to read for 6 hours. I think when you start doing comparisons to people that are more similar to you neurologically, I guess, or intellectually or whatever, I think that the drugs seem way less like magical than if you compare yourself to like super like rudimentary, ordinary, or like lower achieving people, I guess, right? Because people will take an amphetamine and then they'll be like, oh well shit, like, you know, I feel like I can read a book for like 6 or 7 or 8 hours. Yeah, every single person that does like post grad work or goes to college and takes like hard majors reads a lot like every day, you know? It's not like that's not like a superhuman thing. That's just a decently intelligent person that wants to focus on something.
I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
I'm just telling. I'm okay. So that makes a lot of sense under normal circumstances, right? If you think about an average college student that will go to their college class at 8 a.m. in the morning, right? Think about everybody. Do you think that they, at 8 a.m. in the morning, are a human that you would assume that you would quantify as average or in normal circumstances? Do you?
Are you fixated on the college part, or are you fixated on the 8 a.m. part here?
I mean, you're waking up 8 a.m. in the morning. You get into your class. Is that your average? You would say, if you were to make a research on a group, would that be like the most normal function somebody can have? 8 a.m. in the morning, college students.
I can't tell if you're focused on.
Okay.
Are you focused on the 8? No, wait. Stop. Are you focused on the 8 a.m. part or the college student part? I don't, because you're saying 8 a.m. college student. I don't know what you're focused on.
I'm saying all of it.
All of it?
They're probably sleep deprived, right? They're probably malnutrition because they probably didn't eat as much and they probably didn't have time for breakfast, right? They're probably under stress. Probably a lot of things. Now they're not like really performing up to par.
Maybe, but hold on. Isn't 8 a.m. when all of us go to school? Isn't that like the normal school start time?
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. I'm just saying like overall.
Okay.
You say how well is somebody supposed to function, right? And how well are you supposed to function if you're like fucking sleep deprived or whatever in the morning, right? What I'm telling you is my personal experience. Okay, personal experience. I think it's a big deal to like put you in line to really like put on your glasses to have that in the morning, right? At 8 a.m. when the shit fucking kicks in, right? And you're wired the fuck in, you're far. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say how it is. You are far ahead of everybody else. Okay, by a long shot. Doesn't matter how much fucking caffeine the other guy took, how much whatever the fuck. Okay, if you woke up 6:45 before you commuted to school and you took it and it kicks in at like 8 a.m. when you get to school, you are performing much above of your peers by a long shot. It's not even close either. You're spark awake.
I agree with you there, but your comparison is not even. You're talking about if you take a bunch of sleep-deprived people and then you throw one dude on amphetamines at a certain time, can he like survive on less sleep for a while? Yeah, sure, with massive long-term health consequences. But that's I mean, but the other people could also just go to sleep earlier, right?
You literally just described, bro, you cannot be this out of touch. Your average fucking non-rich college student these days, right? On a fucking budget, that's what their life is. They are sleep deprived. They are waking up tired. They are waking up fucking with not enough food and shit like that. That's just kind of how it is. Your average person is deprived and is tanking health consequences on across the board for their future. That's just how it is. Like ignoring that is insane.
That has nothing to do with like any of the conversation of whether or not you should be on amphetamines or not. You shouldn't be yeah, but you shouldn't be comparing yourself to a sleep deprived person, and you shouldn't be comparing yourself to your own sleep deprived state. Like if I'm doing an amphetamine like I am now, I'm not thinking like, God, this drug helps me so much because I can get 2 hours of sleep and be wide awake the next day. That would be fucking retarded. Yeah. There's a whole host of drugs I could do if I wanted to artificially shorten the amount of time I'm sleeping. Of course, you're supposed to be you're supposed to be comparing it to yourself in your optimal state. Like, okay, once I've had 8 hours of sleep and then I wake up and I do work, what's the difference between that versus when I'm medicated? That's what the comparison is supposed to be. Why the fuck would you compare yourself to somebody sleep deprived? I could think of like a million different types of drugs that give you a huge advantage if you want to compare yourself to people that are ruining their fucking health, of course.
So if some guy fucking was awake until the same time as me last night and had to wake up at the same time as the next day,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Well, he's getting his cheeks fucking clapped raw.
Wait, say that again?
If somebody, right, did the same sort of workload as me on a certain day and he goes to sleep at the same time as me, right? And we're all in the same heavy workload and we wake up in the morning or the next day and we have to wake up at the same time, right? Well, I'm gonna win.
Why?
Why? Because I have that and he doesn't.
I think there are lots of things you can do. Like I'm a super morning person. Even without drugs, I'm a very big morning person. If I wake up at 8 a.m., by like 8:15, I'm gonna be ready to go. I think that different people might be morning or evening people. That probably has more to do with your like circadian rhythm, how much sunlight you get into the day. But no, you don't. Hold on. It's not normal that you need a drug to be a morning person. If you're a healthy human being, you should be able to wake up, see the sunlight, get a drink of water, and in about like 15-20 minutes, you're awake and ready to go, just as much as you would be against another dude that's on fucking amphetamines. Of course, you should be. If you can't do that, if you're groggy for hours after waking up, then there's something that's fucked up with your diet. You're not getting enough exercise throughout the day.
You're right. But again, I don't think that you seem like a decently, at least well balanced person in that case. Most people are not. I wish you understood that.
I do understand that, but I'm not here advocating for somebody that is sleep deprived with a poor diet and horrible habits and their whole life is fucked up. I'm not advocating for that person to hop on amphetamine so that it fixes their life. That would be retarded, obviously.
I'm just saying it's a de facto crutch, and you believe it or not.
You can call it a de facto crutch, but the reality is if your brain is super fucking impulsive, you can go through your whole life thinking like, oh, well, I'm not going to take this crutch or whatever. That's fine. You'll just be a loser your whole life. I mean, if you have to choose between never being able to establish healthy habits, never being able to, achieve at the level you could in your life, and never being able to accomplish anything that you want to, but you'll be like 65, like, well, at least I didn't take amphetamines, while you're on whatever other medications now for fucking diabetes, hypertension, you're wearing glasses, whatever the fuck else. I mean, if you want to like purity test yourself that way, you can, but literally all you're doing is destroying yourself. And then at the end, I guess you walk into your grave with all of your honor and dignity intact and you have no idea what kind of life you could have led. If you want to do it, it's fine. But just acknowledge that like you're not getting anything besides some like weird, misguided sense of self-satisfaction and honor that nobody else on the planet cares about. Nobody else is going to give you props or credit for walking around like a fucking retard because you won't take a simple pill that'll help you make better decisions. But you know
what?
I mean, listen, I'm just saying, if you want to do it, that's fine. But for the people listening, because there's some guy listening, he's like, well, fuck, should I get medication? Well, XQC says that I should just like fuck my whole life up and just suffer through this, and maybe someday it'll change.
You shouldn't. That's not what I said. I didn't say that. But I did say, listen, you can literally go to the VOD. I had an argument that was the exact thing you just said. right? I said, if you were to somehow make better decisions, right, and take something that's potentially damaging and cut your lifespan by like a slight fraction, have a more fulfilling, better life because you get something you need, right? I mean, I think this is it's probably something you should probably look as a possible option, right? I think that's completely fair because there's no you don't get some sort of weird fucking achievement for being way down the line that, oh, I didn't do this, I didn't take this crutch, I didn't do this, I didn't take this trade off, and I'm just too cool. I'm unhappy, alone, broke, didn't reach any goals, and I'm on my fucking couch and watching TV. But I didn't do that. Like, I think that's a very bad way to see life in general. So I do agree with you on that. I think we both agree on that. I don't advocate for any of this shit. I never, bro. I'm a big advocate against it. You know that, right?
Against what?
Well, I think there's a massive overprescription of this shit across the board. Okay? You need to understand that I have literally... Okay, listen.
Mm-hmm.
Out of anybody you met, I swear to you, this is true. Okay? Out of anybody you have met in your entire life, I guarantee you, I'm probably in your 1% percentile, a person who has done the most tests or the most fucking fucking doctor, what is it called, like fucking interview or reviews of all of them for ADD, ADHD. Okay, I've had hundreds of fucking full tests written, right, where they say, in a class, I'm likely to tap my foot on the ground 1 to 5, right? The teacher is talking, blah blah. I'm moving in my chair 1 to 5, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Fucking, and the way in at least from my understanding, you know, in the United States, the way they prescribe it is like they don't give a fuck. You could probably just fucking Google a script, some shit like that, and get it prescribed in like fucking 10 minutes.
Sure.
And it should be a full eval done.
Sure. And
right?
listen, I don't disagree with you there. My prescription came from calling a telehealth thing, and it wasn't even like a DSM-5 like diagnosis list.
Yep.
I know the 1 to 5. Yeah, you get a prescription for sure, 100%. I don't disagree. It probably is overprescribed. One thing that I wonder, and I haven't done research on this, but I wonder when I hear a lot of people talk about like bad side effects from ADHD medication, I wonder if that's because they're taking it and they probably shouldn't be. They don't need it. So I don't disagree with you. That's possible. But I think that's like a separate category than people that could like benefit from it a lot. Because I've talked to people that have immensely benefited from it, that got it very, very, very late in life, like 30 plus, who wish they would have had it earlier. So I think it's important to separate those two things out. But yeah, I'm sure it does feel like that it's very easy to get these types of scripts in the United States. It's probably too easy. I don't deny that. But I'm not talking about like the 18-year-old drug seeker who just wants to get hyped up on fucking Addies because it's going to make him excited or euphoric for a day. I agree that overprescription is a problem, but I don't think that that's a reason to never get it. I think those are two separate arguments.
Oh, yeah, definitely are. So it's something I noticed,
Sure.
especially in the United States. I think it was kind of insane.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I never did that. I did something called neurofeedback, fix my brain.
You said you did neurofeedback to fix your brain?
Yeah, it's a mix of biofeedback and then neurofeedback at a fucking facility.
Okay.
And it kind of fix your brain up.
Wait, did you say it fixes your brain up or fucks your brain up?
It fixes it. It's a fix.
Okay. Do you think it helped you?
Yeah, it did actually. Yeah, it did. And you know what? It's actually quantifiable on a fucking computer. It's like they could literally. It's not like lobotomy, but it kind of is. Yeah. They could quite literally see at which frequencies your brain operates on a normal basis by like wiring it and shit like that through like some like imaging and shit. And what it does is that they test it initially, they see the problems with it, right? And then they kind of do this feedback training you do, and you fix your brain, and after weeks of it, they redo it, they do it again, they fucking test it again, and they see where they're at. And it's pretty dank. I thought it was pretty helpful. You know the way that works? You know how it works? Ever looked at that?
Do I know how it works?
Yeah, have you ever look into that ever?
I've not heard about that before. No, I can kind of guess.
It's pretty cool. I'm gonna give you a quick rundown again, and after that we can move on. Okay. It's because I told this to chat a billion times before. Like chat has heard this a million times, but I'll tell you again. Okay. So basically, you go in front of the computer, okay, and then there's a part of your brain that's not functioning at a certain. They want it to operate at a certain frequency, and it comes down to like fucking electric waves, right? Fucking, and they know what the target is for it to be good or green, and then know where you're at, like yellow or red, and they want to get there. So they set the quota on where it should be at. And they put you in front of a computer, and they wire they put your ear on some pincer, and they put the part of your brain on a fucking like an electrode. They put on that calculates your fucking your waves in there, and then they put you in front of a video, okay, but it's not a video. It's kind of like a video that you control with your brain. And what it does is that when your brain is operating in the target frequency, it goes forward. The video plays. And if your brain is not in that target, the video stops. So the way it was for me, we had a roller coaster, and I would be on a roller coaster. And if my brain was in the correct fucking mindset, it would go forward. And then it would stop. And it's really hard to understand, like, how do I fucking make it go forward? Like, how? Right? Because you don't know how to teach your brain, like, yo, dude, make it go forward. That's not how your brain has to be in a correct fucking frequency. And how do you do that? Well, it's what's called neural feedback, is that you get feedback in real time what's going on. So you test out like certain fucking like mind states, and then once you hit the right amount, okay, that's what I have to do, and you teach yourself to be in that target. You know, you don't know how to make it, you just try it with feedback, and you get there, right? And then at one point, so it goes forward for like a second and it stops for like 5 seconds, and it goes forward for like 2 seconds and it stops, and it stops. And at one point, you get so good at it that the video almost plays entirely. It goes, and then it only stops like for a couple times. And then after weeks of this fucking bullshit, okay, I got into in the absolute fucking brain mode, okay, where they just up the fucking ante. And now it's now they add an element of almost frustration or emotional compound to it, which is the motherfucking roller coaster goes backwards when you're not in target. So now, like, I'm making this bitch ass go forward with my brain. This motherfucker starts going backwards, and I'm like, and I'm trying to fucking flex my brain for this bitch to go forward, and it goes backwards even faster. And then it's just like, that's just how it is. Okay, that's what the neurofeedback is. It's getting to that zone all the time, to the point where at one point you do it so much it becomes second nature, and that becomes your new target, and then you're always in that frequency by default. I think that's the target. I think that's what they try to do anyway. And after fucking weeks or whatever the fuck that I was done with that, they retested it, and I was doing much better on my prefrontal cortex right or some shit like that. It was huge.
What were you doing? What were you doing, or what were you thinking about, or how were you trying to change the way that your like EEG patterns or whatever the fuck were?
See that? That's fucking, bro. That is, it's hard to fucking tell you. Like it's why it's called feedback. Is like you don't really know. You're just kind of like testing out your fucking mental state a little bit. Like it's kind of hard to tell you. You just since the video gives you a feedback of when you're in it, should emulate when you're in it. So at first it's kind of random, right? At first you just kind of think and calm and whatever the fuck with your head, and then you hit it once and you're like, okay. It's just it's based on focus exactly. And also before all that, you still have another thing called biofeedback. Biofeedback is like where they you learn how to breathe. Because believe it or not, in our current day and age of a lot of stress and fucking quotas and shit and 9 to 5s and whatnot, people forgot how to breathe. Believe it or not, okay? People do like they breathe too high up, right? And they need to learn how to do like the diaphragm or like fucking bottom of the lungs breathing. But nobody does that. That's why people have very inefficient breathing, because they breathe from right here, like next to their upper chest or whatever. But you have to learn how to breathe from the bottom of your lungs, right? It takes actual good breathe, and then you just flat out, okay, guys. You could probably just fucking Google me on this. You could probably Google this, okay? I'm sure you'll find it, okay? And I'm not waffling. So
For the breathing into the diaphragm thing you're talking about, there's something that singers learn. If you don't know if you're breathing into your diaphragm or your stomach, or I'm sorry, your chest, the easiest way to test this is you'll always breathe correctly if you lay down on your back and you take a deep breath. You'll always feel like your stomach filled with air, and that's the type of breathing you're supposed to go for while you're sitting up. You'll notice if you do that and then you sit up and you breathe, a lot of people breathe into their chest, which is like a lot of tension, and you can't take as big a breath rather than breathing down into your diaphragm. Yeah.
You know what? That's okay. Yeah, because whatever I was saying on the mic, we were breathing differently. But yeah, so I remember that. So then I had like a lot of the early weeks were more focused on biofeedback because I had to learn how to breathe properly, which is really a disaster because it's really hard. Like that even towards the end, I was almost done with the next stuff. I still wasn't fucking good at breathing, because I think it's pretty hard. It takes a long time to learn. And then we had like a little fucking like a little ellipse that would show, and it'd be like it would tell you when to inhale, when to exhale and shit. And then you had a fucking electrode on your ear that checked on your heart rate and your oxygen or whatever the fuck. And then it would just kinda anyway. So I think a lot of that, I think meditation as a whole kind of does a lot of that for you. If you do it right? I think just meditation, you achieve all that, or the benefits of all that, by just doing it. So I looked into meditation, but I think it was a very big eye opener though, that breathing right is a big deal, because a lot of the fucking stress people have, right, is just because they breathe like shit. Literally, like most people have like an extra layer of stress for free that they're giving themselves just because they don't actually breathe properly. It's like, I don't know why there's not like a massive like wave of awareness that everybody knows that there's like ads about this, like breathe properly. Yeah, because breathing from the top of your the top of your lungs, not the bottom, it literally induces stress straight up. That's just what it does. Yeah. Anyway. I hope that was kind of somehow informative, if not, and I hope I didn't say anything that was misinformation or whatnot. All right.
Okay.
Did you know that or not?
Yeah, like I said, for the music, because I went to college for music, the breathing stuff is obviously very important, because if you're trying to play long passages, you've got to take deep breaths, and if you breathe into your chest, you can't take as deep a breath unless you breathe into your diaphragm. There's it's a way less oxygen, yeah.
Sick. Mouth breathers. Yeah, there's also that. Anyway. Anyway. It's fucking 2 p.m. And I've been live for 12 hours. I think I'm gonna go say hello to the Twitch boys, because I didn't get to talk to them today.
Yeah, well, good luck.
And after that, I'm gonna come back on Kick and fucking kick it.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful, bud. Oh, do you like the new CEO guy? Did you talk to him at all?
You know what? I think he's pretty alright.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Well, I mean Dan?
Yeah, DJ Dan Clancy or something, right? Is that his name?
Yeah, I think he was pretty, because I don't mind saying it, okay? I don't mind saying it. Alright, this is gonna be drama, and I don't give a fuck saying it.
Oh, shit.
Even though he's a CEO, there's a lot of people under him, and a lot of staff under him, right? A lot of teams that work at whatever. And ever since the Kick stuff, I was giving the cold shoulder a little bit. Just fine. I didn't know it was gonna be like that. No problem. But a lot of my plus ones disappeared. Like plus ones to parties, plus ones to TwitchCon as a whole. Flights, shit just got it kind of taken off, you know. And on paper, like before my big Twitch contract, I was getting those things, and I got the big contract. And now that I'm not on anymore, I do the same thing for them, but like I just kind of lost the rewards, whatever, which kind of sucks because they made me feel like kind of
special. Yeah.
You guys don't say no shit, but if we're at 0 or let's say we're at 1, okay, and I have something, and then I get now I'm at 2, and I'm given the same thing, and now I go back to 1. I'm still doing my 1, but I lose the thing that I got by getting to 1. I'm not at 0, I'm still at 1. So then, guys, I'm not complaining about it. I'm just telling you like something I noticed. Right? It's not a big deal. I'm not crying about it. But what I was thinking was cool is that as soon as he got wind of it, Dan sent me a DM, and he wanted to talk about it. Because he was like, yeah, dude, like I don't know why it's even a thing or whatever, and wanted to know more about it. Which I think was it was like a nice touch because it's not like something that I think they tweeted about or oh wait. Then just on stream.
Well, damn. Well, that's cool. At least he's reaching out. That's friendly, yeah. Okay. Well, hey. Have fun doing Twitch, and say hi to the boys for me. And yeah, be careful, buddy.
All right.
We're good. Bye.
I love you. Bye. Bye. See you later.
Did you not want to get into amphetamine abuse with him? Dude, I don't know what he does for his drug shit. I'm not about to have that conversation with him. All right, when Mr. Beat is back, we'll chat with him. Mr. Beast. Oh, you can have that mic in Sweden mailed to you? No, what? What do you have in your washer that makes this noise? Everything in washers makes noise. Do you guys not have normal washers? XQC clip reacting to your chair.
Guys. Guys.
It's way more noticeable. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I could just cuck out and get an SM7B. Because that thing doesn't pick up hardly any background noise. Or I could just use this Re7, I think. Because I think this one picks up way less background noise. It'd be like the difference between like this and... I don't know if it's... I think it's a little quieter on this mic. Like this is my... That's my other mic. And this is my Re7. I think it's a bit quieter. But I'm a human streamer. I want you to hear my background, okay? That's why we don't have a green screen. That's why we got the laundry going, okay? I'm a human. I'm a real human being, okay? Your voice sounds deeper in the other mic? Yeah, is that what we need? You're overloading the washing machine? I don't think it's overloaded right now. I think it's fine. Melina overloads it. Like, I put half of what she put in the dryer, or I put half of what she put in the washing machine in the dryer because she always puts way too much in, but yeah. Are there any gaps in the laundry door? Well, it's just like an open, the layout is like open. Like, this is where my computer desk is, right here. And then here's my keyboard. Here's my chair. Here's like a corner. This is like a part of the room. And then my washing machine is like right here. And it's just like an open, and then here's like my fridge. So the reason why you can hear it so clearly is because it's just, the sound is just coming around the corner, right? Yeah. Hey, Dusty, what's your take on ordering from a food place 5 or 10 before they close? As long as they're still open and taking orders, you should be able to order. The fuck? What do you mean? Do you think mentally checking out towards the end of a conversation is a sign of ADHD? Not necessarily, I don't think. You should make friends with some VTubers. They make good orbiters. Fuck off. I've been seeing this channel around, and he seems to be very good authority on missile-related topics. Might be a good resource to fact-check some of the dumb shit people are saying. He's a U.S. Army air defender. Someone thinks the Iron Dome is a hoax. Okay. Wow, Edmund, thanks for the 20 bucks. Did you see lean beef patty deadlift PR video?
And we're back to get that deadlift.
2 million. Who is lean beef patty? I've never heard of this person before. Should I have? Muscle mommy. Fit Instagram girl. Fitness influencer who's fucking jacked. What is this Shaylin picture? Stop. TikTok gym chick. She's huge on TikTok. Okay. The Happy Hob finally beats the God Run 3, beating 7 games back to back without taking any hit. Nice. I think Mr. Beats free in like 10 or 15 minutes. I'm just waiting for him. Quinn69 uses his Starforge logo. Lol Tyler 1 hits 1500 on chess.com. Has he not been streaming any of this? Wait, hello? Are these broken right now? Have you noticed any side effects on the Addy? Well, I do Vyvanse now, and no. I'm just very lucky, I think. Or if I have side effects, the side effects are good. So like I won't be hungry for 8 hours. I can still eat if I want to, but I have to like remember to eat. Do you get dry mouth? Not really, no. I mean, if I don't drink anything all day, I will, but like no headaches, no bad mood swings, no zombification. I feel like it severely elevates my mood, or it makes me feel calmer or something. I don't know. Like earlier today with that microphone shit with Mel, I think if I wouldn't have been on my medication, I think I would have fucking exploded at her. Like, get a fucking Uber, go get a microphone, or kill yourself. I don't think I would have, but I can just like, fuck it, let's go drive and get a microphone. It's okay, we can do it. It doesn't matter. I think that, yeah. The sleep effect is way more of a killer than the appetite effect. Yeah, when I first start medication, or if I up my medication, the sleep will be horrible. Like 2 days of that, and then on the 3rd day, it's pretty normal, and then by 4 and 5, I'm okay. But yeah, if your sleep is getting fucked up, that's, yeah.
Great, but support was amazing when I needed them.
Look at this,
Not
dude.
sponsored, but I'll take a VIP Quinn ethical.
Look at this, dude. Look at this. This
Thanks
logo-
for all the
Look at
content,
that.
bruv. You're the man.
Dude, look at this.
Is your sleep quality exactly the same?
Look
Right now? Yeah, I think so.
At
Basically.
this, dude.
What are we? Okay, nice. Is this just a video of his like? So does Tyler not stream any of his chess playing? Is this pure cope? Do you ever weaponize incompetence with Melina? It's the only reason I ever see you tolerating that shit. Do I weaponize incompetence? No, because I can like do most stuff. Like if I have to like I can wash the dishes, I can do my laundry. I can live. I'm like an adult. I've been an adult my whole life. My whole adult life. No, I don't do the I don't know how to do the washing machine. I can't do it. No, I don't think so. His chat was bitching about chess.
Okay, so first, this video is kind of weird.
Why smart
it's
people
a subject
smoke.
that interests me, so hopefully it interests you too. It's about smoking.
I want everyone in America right now to look at me. Look at me smoking indoors. I didn't ask anybody, I just did it. What are they gonna do? Kick me out before I get the prize?
I think he meant in comments from Melina's side. Oh. Maybe. I'm not sure. You said you literally did that with your TV? Oh, okay. I do weaponize the comments with my TV. That's what I do. But also, it's usually because I don't feel like watching TV. If I really want to figure it out, I can. It's just annoying.
Now, this is called leverage.
Stop and think about the people you know who smoke. Who are they? Smart? Stupid? It's odd. Smoking has a connotation.
I have no idea how I avoided becoming a smoker because I feel like I had family that smoked, I had friends that smoked, and all of my role models, all the people I looked up to in video games and anime, all smoked. Spike Spiegel, smoker. Solid Snake, smoker. Big Boss, smoker. They're all smokers. I'm sure there are more too. I'm not sure why I didn't just grow up smoking. Sid in Final Fantasy VII, smoker.
Uneducated. But the people that smoke aren't losers. Far from it. And many of them are incredibly smart. So why is smoking so hard to quit for smart people?
What
makes
the
tobacco
Mel? What are you, Melon?
addiction a unique problem different than every other addiction? Or maybe you just want to know why your friend won't stop smoking. It's time to answer the questions nobody wants to discuss. Whoa, 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 not that guy. Also, that's a pipe. That's better. As the child who foolishly started smoking, surrounded by a family of doctors, ooh boy,
How can you call yourself nonpartisan and vote blue no matter who at the same time? Well, it's pretty easy. It's because the Democratic Party as a whole aligns with my values way more than the Republican Party right now. That could change in the future, though.
I have a personal interest in answering these questions. But first, I have to convince you why smoking is great. Don't worry, I'll keep it funny.
We present the family model. When father says puff, we all puff.
This cute boy will be warned later in school that smoking is addictive, but he'll still smoke. The boy is me. I know, I screwed up. The point is, young adults are told to just
say no.
Just say no. One puff is too much. But any person who has smoked a cigarette knows that's not true. One cigarette doesn't hook a person. In fact, many people are surprised to learn smoking is only about as strong as drinking a cup of coffee. But if that's really all, then how the fuck can nicotine be, according to like 30 studies, more addictive than heroin and alcohol, and so attractive to educated people who should know better? The first step to knowledge is learning our previous education is wrong. I think Confucius said that, or something. I'm paraphrasing. I read it on Instagram.
I feel like I'm 2.5 minutes in this video. I feel like I haven't learned anything. Am I crazy? Did I miss some information? I feel like nothing has been said yet. The playback speed used to be on top. I think I keep clicking the subtitle button.
It is true, though, is that in order to understand why successful people smoke, we need to update our theory of addiction, because it's out of touch. Most of our understanding about addiction comes from studying heavier drugs, and smoking doesn't follow the rules of other drugs. The last 40 years taught us how to keep individuals who hit rock bottom from relapsing during physical withdrawals. But what if you haven't hit rock bottom? Maybe you're a journalist, maybe you're an actor, maybe you're the president of the United States. How do you quit a drug if you have a good life? An interesting question, right? Modern addiction researchers think paradoxically, because smoking's effects are so weak, it is precisely one of humans' strongest addictions. When smokers inhale, they experience no cognitive decline. This is why your favorite comic or actor can tell jokes, get on TV, and make money all while smoking. The difference between smoking and other drugs is that the smoker is seeking a distraction, not escapism, a distinction that hasn't been made in addiction until recently. Nicotine is gentle. It makes good parts of life better and the worst parts of life more bearable, all without interrupting life itself, like a CNN anchor.
Congresswoman, let me interrupt you just for a moment. We've got some breaking news out of Miami. Justin Bieber.
Anyway, smoking, fitting neatly into everyday life, helps explain why people keep smoking. It's not the withdrawals, it's something less visible. Smokers grow accustomed to enjoying activities they like while smoking and suffering through life struggles while smoking. Up or down, Joe Camel is around. Therefore, when someone stops smoking, their entire life slides down awkwardly. Every aspect becomes slightly less good. I'll let Christopher Hitchens explain.
It's the most perfect addiction. Well, if you aren't hungry, it'll give you an appetite, you say. If you are hungry and there isn't any food in the immediate future, you can dull your pain if I can go back and smoking. Perfect self-administered micro drug. In fact, I can't think why I gave the shit up.
Recovery from most other drugs, even powerful ones, often have trade-offs. You hear a person say, I miss alcohol, but I don't miss blacking out. I miss heroin, but I'm glad my sex drive is back. I miss meth, but I don't miss Joe Exotic.
I'm broke as shit.
So smart people continue to smoke despite health advice because it doesn't affect their life enough to draw their attention. They're not trying to escape life by smoking. They're already enjoying it.
Tell me how it tastes.
Schnitzel. Amazing. Okay, so where am I going with this? Well, maybe this means it's time to reimagine smoking as a biological relationship. Which is weird, but hear me out. Maybe there's a purpose to smoking.
Some plants...
Wait, did Christopher Hitchens die of lung cancer? Is that true? Christopher Hitchens, Wikipedia. Oh, rip. Hi, hello.
Hello. Hey.
Oh, hey, what's up, buddy?
Not much. Let me make sure my mic is...
Okay, I don't think there's going to be a super long or in-depth convo because I haven't actually done my super big reading yet. That was supposed to be today. I've been getting distracted by people, but I heard apparently you have some things you disagree on, so you can let me know now, and then we can kind of see how much I'm even capable of talking about, and then we can kind of move from there. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, well, first of all, I respect you as a commentator, and I just want to say, get that out of the way. Like, of all the political streamers, it seems like you tend to be like on the ball more than not. So, and no, obviously, we're never going to agree entirely on everything, but we tend to agree on a lot. We found that out the last time we chatted. So. But when you tweeted a bunch of things on the Israeli Hamas conflict,
yeah,
it just got really frustrated that you were not giving a very nuanced take on it, and you were actually kind of poisoning the online dialogue about it. And it wasn't just you, but I guess I took it worse because it's like, dang, Destiny's doing this crap too. Because, as somebody who studies history all the time, I feel like a lot of people just choose to ignore history, especially when it comes to current events. They just like pretend like, oh, it's everything happens in a vacuum, and so that's what I was frustrated with. And I haven't, I'll be honest, I haven't seen all of your tweets on it, but I did, I saw you post memes. There was like, man, come on.
Definitely did some memes, yeah.
Yeah, and that's how memes are. I get it. But then some of your viewers started attacking me because I was being critical of you. But I think the main thing is just this is a long, complicated history, and I do understand that the optics of Hamas commits these atrocities toward Israeli civilians, innocent people. It's horrific. And then all of a sudden you have all these protesters defending Palestine. That was not good optics immediately following that, because there's a proper way to do things if you really want to get your message out there.
Sure. Also, I would push back on that. I thought the optics were perfectly fine. I think they conveyed exactly what they wanted to convey. I don't think there were good faith people that were just in the interest of helping Palestinians doing that pro-Palestinian protest the day of or the day after, like a huge attack in Israel. I think the message was pretty clear, and I think it was received, pretty concisely, I would say. But
okay, well, there was a lot of conflation between Hamas and Palestine. And I think another thing that why I might be a little biased, obviously I have friends that live in Israel, but I also have friends who have relatives who were part of the Nakba, who were forcibly removed from their homes in the late 1940s. And to them, those memories of when they were a kid, my friend's dad was one of them. He was just maybe 7 years old when this happened to him. And I had long conversations with him about it, and he remembers it as if it was yesterday. And when we just think of, you just cannot ignore this history. And I guess, I'm biased as all these just instant reactions. It's okay, revenge, I feel like it's leading to more. It's not helping. Like, I think it's better to be humble, like especially us in the West. Like, we don't really know what the heck we're talking about. Most of us, we don't. And your viewers, when it comes to the Arab-Israeli conflict, and I think it's better just to show humility on this issue because it is so divisive, and it is something that could spiral out of control. We've seen it with with Iran. If Iran does decide to, get involved more, holy crap! Like, this is a big freaking deal. This, when we don't want to be hyperbolic, but at the same time, when we talk about World War III, a hypothetical World War III, it often begins with Israel and Palestinian relations, and so I guess that was where my frustration was. It's like Palestinians most Palestinians are not Hamas. That was my main point. That I thought you were not conveying that message to me. That was my frustration. So what do you think? Sorry, you let me talk a lot. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I agree that most Palestinians aren't Hamas, but both sides have been playing very fast and loose with that definition. I don't know if you saw one of my tweets, but somebody got upset about. I think there was a meme that I tweeted comparing. I think it was like the Palestinian flag to the Nazi one, which should have been a Hamas flag. I just wrote this for my subreddit. It should have been a Hamas flag.
Oh, but, yeah. See, that was one of the ones where you like triggered me on.
Sure.
That.
Yeah, which is kind of fair. However, a lot of the people protesting and a lot of the people representing the pro-Palestinian side play very fast and loose sometimes with both Hamas and Palestinians. Like, they'll talk out of both sides of their mouth sometimes on it. I agree that they're kind of separate people, although that's really hard to say for the Gaza Strip. I don't know if that's true for Gaza. But it's definitely true when distinguishing like those that live in the West Bank between those that live in Gaza. But sure, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't know how relevant that is necessarily to the entire conversation. I guess it depends on the point that somebody's trying to put forth. But
well, a big thing is that it's like, to me, it's the equivalent of like saying everyone in Gaza Strip is on board with Hamas is like the equivalent of saying everybody in the United States is on board with the American military. The United States notoriously in recent years has been pretty bad about drone warfare. In terms of killing civilians, about 90% of targets, as it turns out, have been civilians, and that's just what we know about. And so many people around the world view the United States military as terrorists.
Sure, hold on. I understand that. I reject the comparison, though. I'd be way more willing to accept that the U.S. public support of the American military if this was happening in much closer quarters with people on our borders. I think this isn't to excuse maybe the public's lack of care about drone warfare or whatever, but like, it's a lot different when this is happening 10,000 miles away from you versus when it's literally right on your border. I think that if, for instance, if the United States was engaged constantly in drone warfare with Canada or with Mexico, I think we would have very strong opinions about it, like incredibly strong opinions about it. And if it did continue, I do think that there would be a reckoning that the American public would have, that you'd be able to hold them responsible. Like, you're literally bombing your people, like other people right on the borders of your country. You should be very aware of this. Again, to be clear, not to excuse it happening if it's farther away from you, but I do think the feeling is quite different.
Yeah, that's fair. My larger point, though, is being that we conflate all people living in the Gaza Strip with Hamas, who took control essentially, like they say, by democracy, but there was I don't know if it was that democratic at all when they did take control. And there are a lot of people in Gaza who do not like Hamas, who are not part of Hamas. But at the same time, it's like,
is that true? Because I thought my understanding is Hamas has enjoyed pretty widespread support in Gaza since 2006. Like, have there been like attempted revolutions or attempted coups or people trying to overthrow the Gazan government or?
Well, they can't. It's similar to like North Korea or something. It's like they control it. If there's one group in control that's authoritarian, and you just kind of want to live your life, day-to-day stuff, clean drinking water if you can, you're not really you're just kind of gonna go with it. It's more important to like survive, and that's often. I mean, like the last 20 years, that's all it's been in the Gaza Strip is survival, and it's such a dramatically different world than the West Bank too now, because the West Bank it's almost like they don't have much in common when you look at like the last 20 years, because you basically have what is it, 2 million people that live there?
Yeah, now it's about 2 million,
number.
yes.
And you basically just you have a situation where they're just so desperate that it's hard for me not to empathize with that. I don't empathize with terrorism, obviously. But you have to you can't just automatically downplay where they're coming from, because if we want to truly end the cycle of violence, we have to understand what causes extremism. It doesn't happen out of thin air. It's the same thing even with 9/11. There were the people that said, well, why did Al-Qaeda really attack the United States? The people that shouted the loudest about that in 2001 were ridiculed widely. They were like, how dare you, who cares? Let's just bomb the crap out of the Middle East. But I think it's important to pause and reflect, because the cycle will continue inevitably unless and that's also why, as every history teacher predicted the Israeli response, which was going to be, and to your credit, I think you're right that Israel is definitely much better about trying to reduce civilian casualties, no doubt about it. But at the same time,
can you give me 10 seconds? I gotta fix the microphone real quick. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, go ahead. Check the chat.
Wait, is it working?
I didn't expect to be on here today, so this is exciting. A lot of you guys are. Why am I here? Well, I mean, who is this nerd? Yeah. Hey, I'm not a nerd anymore. Okay. Yeah. If you don't know who I am, I'm a former history. Well, I still teach history online, but I was a classroom history teacher for 12 years, and now I just teach history on YouTube mostly. So a lot of our audience are the same, though. Supreme Court briefs. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Destiny's audiences and mine definitely overlaps. So a lot of you are like, once you go on his stream, your history is whack. Hey, am I a soy or Giga Chad? Come on, get it straight. I love how that. Top 5 presidents. Well, still, I'm a big fan of George Washington. He's still probably my number 1. But my number 2 surprises people. That's Dwight Eisenhower. I think Dwight Eisenhower was an amazing president. I don't just say that because I'm from Kansas, but and then it changes after that. But I'm still a big fan of Calvin Coolidge, Grover Cleveland, Theodore Roosevelt. Those are usually my top 5. Oh, Truman's one of my favorite as well. Favorite empire? Obviously it's the Ottoman Empire. Come on now. Thoughts on Biden? I think I get that question a lot, but I think overall he's been surprisingly good. I did not anticipate that. I think he's tried to balance a lot of his within his party, trying to make the most happy as possible. I think the Inflation Reduction Act, while not perfect, had some waste in it. Overall, was really good for American society. I think we're going to not see the benefits of it truly for another 2 or 3 years. Lincoln is still in my top 10. Yeah, Lincoln is. I mean, how can you not say Lincoln was one of the best presidents of all time? I think anyone who says otherwise doesn't really understand American history. Favorite History Channel show? Do they even have history shows anymore? I don't know. Obama. There we go. Yeah, he said that's more than 10 seconds. He just left me all with you. Okay. Do I lift? Yeah, I do lift. It's a good stress reliever. Ice Road Truckers, that actually was a good show. favorite country in Westeros. I mean, I would have been somebody from the north for sure. You know, I probably would have been with the wildlings. You know. Show us the guns. There you go. I know he left. He's changed his backup. You got a saxophone back there. Does he play saxophone? I didn't even know that. And then sure the.
Oh Jesus. Okay, sorry. Gaza and the Palestinians aren't necessarily the same. Okay. My understanding is the election that happened in 2006 was pretty legitimate, but maybe you disagree. But
yeah, we don't know. Maybe it was. I shouldn't speculate too much on that. But my main point was like, I guess, you know, I'm sure you've heard this talking point over and over, like how many people in Gaza are young, like are kids and stuff like that, and it is amazing how they've been able to survive, but I don't think a lot of us truly understand the desperation there. Like, I think the best outlet. Have you watched any Vice videos, reacted to Vice videos on Gaza?
Not yet, no.
If you ever get a chance, like, I think Vice has done the best job in Vice News, like getting in there and actually speaking to people in Gaza, and that's honestly where a lot of my understanding in recent years has come from watching those videos, because I think a lot of us don't have a true understanding. And even Hamas, like, obviously they're a terrorist organization at this point. You can't really argue that. But sure. Like,
well, not at this point. At their founding, they kind of were, right? Like the founding Hamas, like, had it in their creed that their goal was to genocide like Jewish people. Like they wanted to destroy Israel and kill every Jewish person in there. Right? I think they've actually moderated their official political platform a bit since then, but on the foundation of it, it was pretty horrible.
Is the language that they want to kill every Israeli, or is it that they want to end the Israeli state?
I'm pretty sure it was the genocide language. Like they literally wanted to kill every person. The original creed was extreme for Hamas. I think it was every Jew. I don't even think it was every Israeli. I think it was every Jew. We can look that up real quick if you want to fact check, but the initial charter was extreme. But I think the newer charter, I think they walked back some of that language and they said they just want to get rid of the state of Israel as opposed to the whole killing all the Jewish people part. But yeah, the original charter was insane, which I think also hurts because people will point to the fact that they didn't have a majority of the vote, only a plurality, 44%. 44% is a lot of people that want to kill like Jews, I think. That's like a pretty insane statement, but yeah. But also, I still don't necessarily disagree. Or no, I don't disagree at all that there should be like some, like, I think the conditions, the status quo for Palestine as a whole, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank collectively, are not acceptable living conditions for the Palestinian people, right? And the status quo is only going to produce more turmoil like this as time goes on. I think that's true. Has there been? I guess I don't want to like. Or I guess we can dive as much. Yeah, have I said, aside from a couple of memes on Twitter, do you think has there been anything that I've said where you're like, oh, I don't agree with this take, or I wish this would have been phrased differently, or I think this is just wrong, or?
Yeah, just generally, I think ignoring before Hamas, like the second Intifada, the first Intifada, these things have built up over generations. And when we talk about generations, like pretty quick generations, so even since the second Intifada, like a lot of the active Hamas were babies during that. That's the early aughts. And so I think it's truly like integral to the story to like go before the 1980s and know that like originally protests were actually not so, they were fairly peaceful originally in terms of the majority of people. They just wanted human rights. And whenever you take human rights away, it's just what do you expect? There's going to be extremism, and I think that we can't downplay that. And so, what are we creating today when we see more and more civilian casualties in Gaza? We're creating future terrorists.
Sure, I'm sympathetic towards that, and I understand that. And obviously, I think even Israel must be somewhat cognizant of that. I think the issue so far, though, is Israel doesn't see a clear solution that ensures its survival in the future. because everything that involves granting rights back to Palestinians, everything that involves like reducing the embargo, giving them access to more electricity, food, water, supplies, trade, and everything, they see it as just building up basically they're just building up a future rival or enemy whose goal is to seek to completely and totally eliminate them in the future, like them and the other people that they're surrounded with. I think that's Israel's biggest worry, which again, that leads us to where we're at now, which is a status quo, which is unacceptable and somewhat chaotic, right? It's going to produce more of these types of events in the future, which aren't good. But I mean, I'm pretty sympathetic towards the Israeli side, given the history of the region, that they feel like every person there kind of wants to destroy their country.
Yeah, and on the flip side, the momentum of the past, you have acknowledged that because anti-Semitism for the last 2,000 years has been such a devastating thing.
Well, not even anti-Semitic. We can ignore that. Just anti-Zionism in the Middle East, just like all of the other countries that have attempted to invade and destroy Israel as a nation, with the goals of a lot of those invaders being probably to kill all the Jewish people there as well, right? Because it's not just territorial, it is to some extent, but it's also probably driven by a little bit by religious fervor and ethnic fervor as well, right?
I don't know if you know this, but the original Zionists, a lot of them were secular. They wanted a secular state in Israel. They actually said, hey, we can coexist with who's there already. So like when we talk about Zionism going back to the late 1800s, I think it's also important to note that we shouldn't I know it seems idealistic, but I think the one state solution is something that still should be considered, because as long as you have safeguards in there for Israelis, because I think that should have been talked about more in, let's say, the 1930s versus the 2020s. But
I feel like the one-state solution is entirely and completely off the table, especially given the history of all the conflict. How on earth could, right? Even even the PA has that fund for, martyrdom for killing Israeli people that they'll pay out your family or whatever into perpetuity after you die. And that's in the West Bank. I don't know if Israel would feel good with a one-state solution, especially if you start right of returning all of the Palestinian peoples, of which there are, 4, 5, 6, 7 million of them around the world, to come back and start voting. I don't think the Jewish people in that one state would feel very secure at that point.
I think right of return is unrealistic, definitely. I think that you'd have to have something in place that would be gradual and it'd be incremental. I do think it could work as long as there was UN intervention, maybe even a lot of other third parties as well, like coming to the table, Iran, United States, coming, when we look at the progress in that region over the past few decades, often what do we see? We see presidents forcing them to shake their hands together, like a Palestinian leader and Israeli leader shaking their hands. And I think a lot of that is just PR and superficial. We've seen progress. I mean, even Trump was able to make some progress there. The Bush was, Clinton was, especially Jimmy Carter was. But I think you need other countries there, not just the United States as the third wheel.
Yeah, I agree. Especially Iran.
It's like really the rest of the world needs to be involved, because this could ruin it for all of us. Like as a species, we need to consider that if they don't figure this out now, the survival of our species could be in jeopardy. And so I think everybody has to be. I mean, I'm so happy that everyone's finally paying attention to this, talking about this all the time. But don't pretend like any of us are experts on this stuff. I think it's like, I don't know, that's the thing I've been the most frustrated about on freaking Twitter. All these armchair experts, they think that they know. Like, I made a whole freaking video comparing Israel and Palestine. I had a Palestinian and an Israeli look it over. I took a graduate course. Actually, I took a history of Arab-Israeli conflict class at UNO with an Israeli instructor, and his friend co-taught it with him, who was Palestinian. I don't know anything about even all this research I've done on my own. I don't know anything about this crap. I can't even pretend to know about it. And so this has to be something where everybody has a voice. Sorry, that's the neighbor's dog, if you can hear that.
Okay.
He wails. But I think everybody has to be a part of this. When I say everybody, I mean the entire world, especially the big actors that have aided both sides. You'd probably agree with that, though, right?
Yeah, I do kind of agree. I don't. this might trigger you because you do history. A thing I've been repeating recently is I feel like in some ways history for regions is pretty important, and I also feel like in other ways history actually doesn't matter at all. I feel like sometimes, especially in conflicts like this, I feel like sometimes there's an overemphasis on the history, that when you are trying to figure out how to deal with a large group of people, sometimes it's tempting to say, well, in 1948 they shouldn't have been here, or these wars that happened in the 60s, and it's like that might have happened and that might be, history, but we need to talk about the people as they exist right here, right now, and trying to focus on who was more right or who was more wrong in the 6-Day War, or who was more right or who was more wrong, back when Israel was buying weapons from Czechoslovakia, or back when Lebanon and Jordan and Egypt all wanted to destroy it. Like, those are conversations to be had. But I mean, like you said, like most of the people in the Gaza Strip are over half of them are under the age of 18. I don't think there has to be the only reason I say this is because oftentimes so much conversation is stymied by there's like a roadblock to where if you want to discuss any potential solution, somebody will be like, oh, well, do you know all the history? It's like, well, no, but I don't even know all the history of Nebraska, right? But like I don't know if somebody would say like we did historical reading of like the indigenous tribes that were here before Omaha annexes Elkhorn, not to say that history is irrelevant, but yeah, I feel like sometimes people throw that up as a roadblock too much when it comes to discussing potential future solutions.
Yeah, and I get that. I kind of agree with you, actually, surprisingly, on that. However, that's what they bring up all the time. I mean, to them, 1948 is yesterday. When I say them, I mean most Palestinians, including the ones who have long, even generations down, been long gone from the region. And, I think the thing is, there has to be good faith. Like there has to be, I feel Israel has attempted to start to have the moral upper hand in terms of like, okay, we're trying to like make it so that we're only targeting terrorism, we're not hurting civilians. I get
to
that,
be clear, to say that very clearly, that's in Gaza. I don't think Israel has any moral upper hand when it comes to, for instance, their activities in the West Bank. I think they are morally bankrupt in that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, yeah, what's going on in the West Bank is also horrible, but it's more insidious, more sneaky. Vice has also done a really good work on that as well. But I think it's kind of something you have to pay attention to. You just, in this instance, because they're always thinking about it. It's always about revenge. Revenge is such a palpable thing. It's not something that maybe you or I can even truly understand, like, because we haven't lived through it. I mean, like, I try to think of what if China sent a drone to the United States, dropped a bomb on my house, killed all my family, I survived. I would spend the rest of my life on a mission, revenge against China. I would be
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, like, if there is political will for it in the right countries, I think anything can happen. I truly do believe that. And I think we need look no further than the end of World War II, where Germany and Japan were some of the most disgustingly, egregiously genocidal ethnic maniacs in the world. And, in the course of some decades, they rebuilt their reputation with their neighbors in a way that is shockingly unbelievable given how insane both of those countries and their regimes were in World War II when it came to the ethnic cleansing of all of their fucking neighbors. I mean, like, nobody in Germany now, or I'm sorry, nobody like in Europe now looks at Germany as like, oh, the fucking Nazis, right? Germany's like the leader economically, the powerhouse of Europe now, and a lot of people don't like, and even for Japan, I think a lot of people don't like Japanese people. I think they say they're stuck up in Southeast Asia. But I mean, like, even so, it is possible to do that, right? It is possible that if all of Europe can get over the fact that Germany like fucking conquered all of them and killed so many people, and now they're like, fuck it, let bygones be bygones. If people are trading and working with Japan, there is a way forward to solve these problems. There just has to be the will for it,
Honestly, most of the Middle East, I think, is a lot cooler with Israel than it used to be. The only countries I think of as still being like, okay, Israel, I don't know about you, is Syria, which there's a territorial dispute with the Golan Heights, which has been ongoing for decades. And then Syria, or Lebanon, even Lebanon, though, it's really changed even the last 10 years. Like, Egypt has been
I think Hezbollah was still firing rockets, I think, just a few days ago, right? From Lebanon. So.
Oh, I'm just. Oh, I know
So,
there's still.
And then
issues,
also
but
there
I'm
is a
just-
territorial dispute with Syria over the Golan Heights, but Israel only has that territory because Syria tried to invade Israel with a bunch of other countries, and they ended up conquering it, right? But yeah, and then because I think they're worried that Syria likes to lob rockets at them from up there as well, right? And then a lot of this is driven by Iran too, which I think is not the biggest fan of Israel. So yeah, I think the issue, my read on it, my very weak read, because obviously I don't know everything, but it feels like there's not very much political will right now in the United States to take a hard stance on anything in the Middle East. We're very last war brained, and everybody's mind is still basically fucking poisoned from Iraq. And I think that makes us unwilling. We don't have the public support to really take a strong stance on anything other than Biden maybe sending some money and saying, don't be too crazy, guys.
What do you think about him sending humanitarian aid to Gaza? Did you agree with that?
I think Biden has done a phenomenal job on all of his foreign policy. I'm actually shocked. I think Biden has done a really good job at telling people, we're not just going to indiscriminately kill Palestinians. We don't want to make the same mistakes we did after 9/11. Obviously, we want to support Israel, but you can't accept that. I think he's done a good job at that. So, yeah, I mean, I hesitantly generally support aid to Gaza. I don't know if somebody's about to show me an email that actually all of that aid goes to Hamas. That would be bad. But I mean, roughly speaking, it's 2 million people. We can't just start killing hundreds of thousands of them. That would be horrible, right?
Yeah. And it's also important, another war going on right now, Russia, Ukraine. Many Ukrainians, it's the same situation in terms of relations with. They remember the history as if it's yesterday in terms of what happened in the 1930s, in terms of how the Soviet Union treated Ukrainians. And so when it's there are certain examples where I think you cannot ignore history, just back to my earlier point. And so taking the lead in terms of progress should be, I think, the more moderate Palestinians, get them to the table. But also, it's okay, and obviously Israelis, but also get other countries like Iran into the negotiations, because otherwise they're going to continue to secretly fund these terrorist organizations, Hezbollah and Hamas. It's just, I think there has to be these continued back and forth, and to pretend like the United States can solve this, it's ridiculous. I kind of agree with you on Biden. He's done pretty well in terms of not getting in it too deep, but trying to say, okay, acknowledging that. But still, overwhelmingly, can you admit that most American politicians are scared to death to criticize Israel? Most of them.
Yeah, probably. I think if you're over 40, I think you just have it's kind of like a de facto that you support Israel. That's just been, as far as I can remember, older people in the United States. Yeah, Israel is our one democratic shining ally in the Middle East. Yeah. So yeah, that's not surprising at all to me that criticism of Israel is pretty harshly contraindicated by most people, even if they deserve to be criticized. Although I will say, I believe Obama was pretty big on hardcore criticizing Israel for the expansion of settlements in the West Bank. I think he stated multiple times that this is stuff that's going to make it impossible to reach any sort of peace solution or any sort of conflict resolution between you guys if you continue to do this. So
look how much he was attacked for doing that.
Yeah.
By people on the lean to the right. And also, it's important to recognize that Netanyahu is pretty far to the right. If you look at previous leadership in Israel, over the years, it's gone more and more to the right. And there's several people in Israel, Jewish, who are not happy, who have been protesting Netanyahu. And also, if you look at the fact that Jews and Arabs have lived side by side, many live in the same neighborhoods within Israel, I don't think that's brought up enough. So I think at the root of it is we have to kind of get rid of this nationalism and at least entertain the idea of hey, maybe it doesn't have to be a religious state, because theocracy, I'm not a fan of theocracies. Maybe a secular solution is what we need to aspire
I understand
to.
what you're saying there, but it comes off as it comes off in the United States as like black people complaining about a particular facet of, you know, Jim Crow or maybe even going back far enough to slavery, and then me being like, listen, like, let's all just be people, okay? Like, does it really matter if we're black and white? Like, let's all just be people. And, you know, the African American, the black response is like, listen, it would be cool if we could all just be people, but, you know, prior to 64, I was African American, I was black. Like, there were literally different rules in the books for me. Like, I want to be a person like you, but I can only be the person that people treat me as or perceive me as. And I think the same can be said for Jewish people in the Middle East. It's easy to look, I think, from the US and say like, oh, it should just be a secular state and everybody should be chill. But I think Jewish people or Israeli citizens in the Middle East were like, okay, it's cool that you want us all to be people, but like there are people here that are invested in our destruction because we're Jewish. So it's kind of weird to pretend that we're all like the same, cut from the same like human stock, when there are people that want to murder us because of our ethnic backgrounds or because of these border disputes. I think that's a much harder sell.
Well, there's so much variation though that within. It's like I tend to be against lumping groups all together. Actually, this is the root of what triggered me when you were tweeting. Is like there are more than 14 million Palestinians around the world. To assume that they all think alike and to lump them all in with Hamas, like that to me was offensive. And I guess like we need to start by understanding that there are several factions within that all have conflicting interests, and we're never going to be able to make all of them happy. But we should really truly listen to the peaceful, moderate Palestinians who all they want is human rights. And also, like, instead of attacking a straw man, which, you know, the most extreme example, like these people that were saying kill all Jews, that's an extreme example. The vast majority of Palestinians, I don't think want to genocide
I feel like
Jews.
it was maybe not genocide Jews, but it feels like when you look at the protests around the world, and I fully admit it could be the confirmation bias of what I see on Twitter. Yeah, it could just be, yeah. But it feels like a lot of the protests I'm seeing, things like From River to Sea, things like Free Palestine, the abolition of Israel as a state, it feels like that's the calling card for, yeah. So, I mean, and now it could be that there are a whole bunch of Palestinians that, or people that are pro-Palestine that don't support the total abolition of Israel as a state. That could be the case, and I just don't see them anywhere. But man, from every big interview, from every big, influencer, from every huge Twitter thread, it seems like it's pulling teeth to get a Palestinian to admit that, like, killing Israeli babies is wrong. Like, they have to qualify the fuck out of that a million times when they say it. And I think if you're an Israeli citizen, you look at that and everybody's telling you, like, well, make peace with these people that are using phrases like settler babies. That's probably a really hard sell, I think, for a lot of people in Israel. Like, because they're looking at everybody, like, even what you just said, like, why can't we have a secular government? Why does it be theocratic? First of all, Israel is a democracy, right? Israel's surrounded by theocracies, right? So I mean, like, the idea, like, they need to be the ones that are going to be secular when they're literally, you know, surrounded by, you know, theocratic regimes, and you've got like the Ayatollah from fucking Iran, you've got Syria, like, yeah, I don't know, that's a big ask, I feel, when Israel is like truly probably the only one that's worried that they could get wiped off the map, right? Now, again, unless I'm missing something modern day, I don't know, like, if Lebanon or Jordan or Egypt or Syria or Iraq are like, oh God, our country's going to be wiped away from existence. I don't know if anybody's worried about that. I think Israel is worried about that. I think they have those fears. That's my feeling on it, yeah.
Yeah, I shouldn't downplay those fears. You're right. I mean, they have pretty big allies. The United States is kind of there to Big Brother. So who's...
I don't think they are, though. Like, it's not. The U.S. has never done like direct military intervention on behalf of Israel. I don't know if we would. I'm not sure, because that's like the World War III shit, you know.
Right. That they've been sneaky about it. It's been like a lot of Middle Eastern foreign policy has been like that. That's why the CIA is like, you know what? We're just going to stop telling the public. We're just going to do stuff.
Well, I mean, like, Iraq was an invasion. The first Gulf War was an invasion. That was where the first Gulf War, I would argue, was largely good. We had a moral mandate there, absolutely.
United Nations was on our side back then, yeah.
Yeah, and Saddam was invading a country using chemical weapons, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But the we are. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if we help Israel in terms of, like, obviously, like, sending them arms and everything, and there's probably some, like, special forces, you know, at least, like, training or something that goes on. But I don't think, I don't know if the United States, if push came to shove, if we would have, like, boots on the ground, or if we'd be flying, you know, like, ships or deploying, you know, aircraft carriers. I don't think we would do that for Israel. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know.
That would be poking the bear for sure.
Because I think Biden's current statement is the U.S. has no plans. There's not even a discussion right now for having people on the ground. So, and there has been a lot of conflict in Israel historically, where the United States hasn't intervened whatsoever. It's just been Israel basically on their own, you know. But
yeah, just checking in on the comments here.
Yeah, go for it.
Somebody said Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon are all secular, but I think that's not necessarily. I mean, they're more secular than maybe not. Like that's another thing too. We tend to simplify governments as if they fit into this box. Oh, the United States is a democracy. Well, yeah, kind of, yeah. Even Israel has a flawed democracy if you look at some of the things.
I mean, it depends on what we call obviously people will argue back and forth on what a democracy means. But I think largely speaking, like, do people vote? And then from that voting, does stuff happen? I think, like, broadly speaking, I would call that a democracy, right? Most of it is done via representative democracy. You vote for politicians that go to some legislative body and they vote on things. And then, yeah, but, you know. I'm sorry, I have a lot of Jewish fans now. So some of them are asking, why has the Palestinian National Authority, the Fatah-controlled authority in the West Bank, why haven't they held elections since Hamas won the last one in 2006? I'm getting that question a lot.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's the Palestinians have been horrible on the Democratic front, and it's like that's how I don't know if we even have a good gauge as far as where most Palestinians stand, because their voices are not heard, especially. But then you're also like further, if their voices are not heard, that just leads to further extremism.
Sure.
And it's just, my lifetime, it's amazing to see how much worse. Like, you don't think it can get any worse, and it has gotten just progressively worse.
Yeah. And then also there's after that second Intifada, Israel pulled all of the settler camps out of the Gaza Strip and left it completely. And then like right after that, you get Hamas, who explicitly in their charter is talking about like genociding Jewish people. I feel like if you go to an Israeli citizen, it's like, okay, well, time to pull out of the West Bank next. I can, even though I think that Israel's actions in the West Bank are atrocious, I can understand the hesitation to leave the West Bank as well.
Yeah, they're just worried. I mean, especially now after what happened on October 7th, it's not going to be. And that's what a lot of people have also said. There have been some pretty dumb takes, like as far as the people defending Palestine, but I will grant that. But again, I think a lot of that is if you think about how the internet works, we see the most extreme examples because outrage gets clicks, outrage gets attention, and that's, I think, probably the tweets I saw from you were the ones that were like, you kind of knew what you're doing. I know what I'm doing sometimes, and I
feel like most of my tweets are pretty good. I think I had like 2 memes. The only meme I wish I could redo was the Palestinian flag one to make that a Hamas flag. Although I realized afterwards the point of that tweet wasn't to say that all Palestinians were like Hamas. The point of the tweet was, it seems like if you're pro-Palestine, you could basically be almost completely anti-Semitic, but if you were a Nazi, people would freak out. But I afterwards I realized that people were saying like, oh, you're saying all of Palestine. I was like, oh fuck, I guess I could have changed that. But otherwise, I feel like most of my tweets have been like pretty reasonable. I've usually encouraged people not to be radicalized on both sides, not to become crazy anti-Palestinian. Yeah, unless you've seen other tweets of mine that you super disagree with, then we can hash those out if you want.
That's all I could think of at the moment. But yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that's often what happens on the freaking platform is your point goes over the heads of half of the people looking at it. So, and so yeah. So how are we going to solve the Israeli-Arab conflict? How shall we end? I do. It's weird, the whole one-state solution thing. I never even really contemplated until last couple of years, and I don't know. Like, obviously, it's not ready anytime soon, but I think as a long-term goal, I think more people should bring it up.
I just don't think Jewish people just don't feel like the Arabs in the region want them to exist. The worry is that if they do a one state, and then equal rights are granted to all the Palestinians in terms of voting and everything, and that Arabs begin to massively outnumber Jewish people in their own country, well, what was their own country, that they're just on a path to destruction, essentially.
They would have to have extremely secure borders. They would have to have
Well, the borders wouldn't matter anymore. They'd be destroyed from within because they would just eventually their rights would be voted away, or the structure of government would change. Like that's.
Oh, there would have to be third-party protections in place for the Jewish people there.
I agree with you there, but the third-party protections are very easy when it comes to a two-state solution. But how do third parties intervene in your own government? Like that would be much more difficult, you know.
I mean, we saw it after World War II.
No, we didn't. No, that wasn't third-party intervention. That was invasion and destruction, right? Nobody stopped Hitler when he did the Enabling Act, right?
I'm saying after World War II, we Western nations went into Germany, led by the United States, and we helped rebuild their government. We tried to do the same in Iraq, and that hasn't turned out the best, although it used to be worse. And Japan as well. Like those were success stories. Like you had.
I agree, those were success stories, but in order to get there, right, we don't want to create a one-state solution where we're going to come back and do a full invasion, military occupation, destruction, and rebuild of the country. Because that's what happened with Germany and Japan, right? It's not like we went in like, hey guys, let's kind of change the government here, right? And that was only after the most horrific war crimes and all of human history had been committed by the Japanese and the Germans. So if you're saying to Israel, like, well, listen, you guys do it one state. If it gets fucked up again, I mean, like, you guys remember Germany and Japan? We fixed them eventually, right? Like, as the Jewish population in the world gets halved, and as Japan is experimenting and running swords through hundreds of Chinese babies in contests with other captains, like, yeah, I don't think Jewish people are too keen to go down that road and wait for the rest of the liberal world to save them if it happens, you know?
I think those million Gazans, people live in Gaza Strip,
2 million,
are under the age of 18. I think there's still hope for them that they don't have to hate Jews. Like, I think that we can invest in them. And if you look at ISIS, the rise of ISIS was because of, again, desperation. Because when we took out Saddam Hussein, there was this vacuum of power, and then the United States leaves, and then all of a sudden you have these different warlords essentially trying to take over when the government had little control. I mean, we caused the power vacuum. Same with Afghanistan. The Taliban, like, they just swept right in, didn't they? And so we have to prevent that vacuum from happening. So that's where you have to have a really strong presence there for, maybe a long time. But that's not just the United States. It's the entire world. It's the United Nations leads the effort.
Sure.
And you bring humanitarian aid, you bring stability, you make them rich, you bring, because people will not become extreme if they have their necessities met. So, and this might take a couple generations, but I think it's possible.
Hopefully, maybe, hopefully, yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, Bin Laden came from a really fucking rich family, and he got a lot of money from, Saudi Arabia, from people in the Gulf states. ISIS got a lot of money from the Gulf states. Qatar is not a poor country. The UAE is not a poor country. Saudi Arabia is not a poor country. Look at all of the funding they do for the war in Yemen. I agree with you for the most part. Like, I'm being a little contrarian. I broadly agree that when you put people in shitty situations, they will become radicalized. They will commit terror attacks like October 7th. You can't turn a blind eye to the Palestinian plight and then look at what happens to Israel and go, oh my God, this is horrible. How did this ever happen, right? I agree with you. That's obviously horrible. But this situation is it's relatively unique, and that it feels like Israel is singularly poised against the entire world in that region, really. And I think that's their fear. But yeah, I also agree. That's what I've been advocating for, that a solution involving Israel and the Palestinians, it needs to be a talk where the United States is bringing both Israel, Palestine, and then Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, Iran, probably fucking Saudi Arabia, Qatar, these countries all have to come to the table to ensure that there is a stable agreement worked out. But then, like I said, I just don't know if people in the U.S. care enough, and I don't know if people in the Middle East care that much. If they need, I don't know if an unstable Israel, Palestine is hurting these other countries enough for them to want to come and negotiate. I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
No, they should care. And somebody commented, I don't see how you could ever trust people who despise your existence. Well, we're not talking about those who are already radicalized. We're talking about future generations. Like somebody that's born in Japan today, they're not born oh, the freaking United States, they dropped nukes on us. Mm-hmm. No, that was their great-great-grandfather. So we're talking about investing in future generations. And again, there's a lot of young people who don't lose hope in these young people, that because they've only heard one voice. They've heard Hamas.
Sure.
And so they don't even know there's other voices. It's like me, being raised in a fundamentalist household, and then all of a sudden, oh, I didn't even know there was all these other religions. So That's, I think, the key, investing in the future.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. It's just a difficult path to walk, and we have to have like the political will for it.
Radicalization happens at conception, Mr. Beat.
Well, anything else?
I'll leave you alone. Thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, no
We
problem.
should do this more often.
Yeah. How's wait, do you still live in Omaha? Do you say that publicly or?
Oh no, I moved back down to Kansas in 2009, so that was.
Oh wow, jeez,
Yeah.
a traitor.
Yeah, I know.
Do you live in Kansas City, or are you in some place way out there?
I'm out in Lawrence, which is about 30 minutes west. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Where KU is, Kansas University.
Gotcha. Well, how's life? Do you do a lot of history videos on like? I feel like if you're a history guy, I feel like doing history videos around politically charged topics is probably some of the most infuriating, because that's probably when everybody on the internet becomes an expert in a field that you've studied for a decent bit, and then you realize how mind-numbingly stupid most of the conversation is. Yeah.
I make political history content. That's the most fascinating, and economic history too. But like, yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, it's sad because a lot of times historians are just like quietly predicting the future. They're like saying this is going to happen.
Thank you to Home
And
Title.
then everyone just ignores them, and then when it does happen, they continue to ignore them. So I don't consider myself a historian though. I consider myself a communicator, a storyteller, and so I just try to like take those books that historians write and translate them to make them more accessible to the wider public. That's the way I consider. I mean, same thing I did when I was teaching teenagers in high school. So,
do you teach at all anymore, or have you been doing YouTube full time for like 15 years, or?
No, I left the classroom in 2021, so I taught
damn.
for 12 years, middle school, high school, yeah, in the city area. Although I student taught. Shout out to Westside Middle School in Omaha.
Oh shit! I think I don't know if my kid's gonna go. I haven't decided yet if he's going to Westside or if he's gonna go to Creighton Prep, which is where I went. So.
Oh, Creighton Prep. That's famously where Connor Oberst went, and all Saddle Creek people.
Yep, indeed. A few of them ahead of me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it like? So you taught through some of the COVID times, right? I think.
Yeah, that was my last year teaching.
Yeah.
It was pretty rough. Well, for the first semester, I had like half of my students were online only, and so I was like doing video teaching, and then I had students in class who were supposed to be wearing masks, but half of them, it was dragged down.
Pulled down,
it was
yeah.
just stressful, and then plus parents all of a sudden decided they wanted to like try to take over the curriculums, and they were like, yeah, around the same time as that. It was a rough year. I'm glad that YouTube worked out. Like,
I was gonna say
I miss it a little bit.
something that I thought was really funny is a lot of post COVID, everybody's getting mad about LGBT stuff in the classroom, blah 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 blah. I wonder if COVID was just the first time a lot of parents actually saw what their kids were studying in class, just because they were around it so much more, because they were either staying home from work or like kids were bringing more stuff home, and until then like nobody had even like cared or paid attention to anything. I'm super curious about that.
I think that's probably true, yeah, because I mean, and then also at the same time, some of those parents are like, I really appreciate these teachers, because like, I mean, let's say the quiet part out loud, a lot of times it's babysitting. You're just watching over these kids, and they just have to jump through hoops. You're teaching them how to jump through hoops to graduate, so they can later in life jump through hoops to survive. And but honestly, to me, that was the best part, because like the relationship building with the kids, like I always thought that teenagers were actually weirdly like, they gave me hope for the future, because every year my kids got a little bit smarter and a little bit more. They were better at critically thinking, and so I was like, "Whoa, this is great for the future." And then people my age were like, regressing in terms of like becoming more bigoted the older they got. And so for many years that was kind of like fuel for me. And then parents come in, and that's the regressive part. They're like, "Well, you're not teaching it how we did. That's not how we did math. This Common Core crap."
Oh my
And I
God.
was like,
Yeah.
Do you even know what Common Core is? Common Core is more skills based. If anything, you want more skills over just like spoon feeding them information. So.
Yeah, we went over a lot of the, that was probably like 5 or 6 years ago, where the people ranting and raving about Common Core math and the different ways to kind of like teach math stuff. And I hadn't realized how, I think I don't want to say I'm gifted. I have a pretty good head for math. I did a lot of math in high school, and there was a lot of like stuff that showed up a lot in Common Core, and I just kind of assumed that like, oh, this is what everybody does. And I realized once a lot of the Common Core math stuff came out, like, oh, people don't think of that. Like, people don't do 22 times 20 as like 20 times 20 plus 2 times like people don't just do that automatically in their head. They actually, people in their head try to like cross multiply, and that blew my fucking mind. And then once a lot of the Common Core, like the number lines and stuff started to come out for how they would teach it, parents would get super ass mad that their kids were learning math in a different way, and it became like this ideological struggle against the federal government or something. And it's like, Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I was taught that way. Shoot, I always struggled with math.
Yeah. The oh, the one thing we don't talk about it as much more. I never want to let old people fucking forget this fucking shit. I remember growing up so much, okay? I heard so many goddamn times from older people, don't believe everything on the internet, don't trust the internet, read books, don't do the internet, read books. And who gets radicalized more by stupid fucking Facebook memes than anybody else now? It's goddamn boomers, okay? People in their 60s, 70s. I was so happy 10 years ago when my mom told me she stopped watching Fox News. She was like, oh, sick, you're like getting better news sources, I guess. And it turned into fucking Facebook. I couldn't believe that shit, okay? Yeah, god damn it. For all of the internet scaremongering that boomers did growing up, they fucking love that shit now. Holy shit. All that QAnon shit, everything came from the internet, and all the Hillary Clinton and Seth Richards and all this stupid shit. Like, unbelievable, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. I never forget when I had a cousin like make the claim that Obama was a Muslim. And I said, can you give me evidence for that? Good evidence? And she sent me a meme.
True.
Yeah.
I remember that was back in the good days when a good conspiracy theory was that Obama might have been Muslim. Those were the good days. Now the conspiracy theories are that Hawaii wildfires are being started by Jewish space lasers so that Oprah Winfrey can increase the property value of her mansion in fucking Maui or whatever. Like, oh, I remember conspiracy theories used to be simpler, not as crazy. Jesus, yeah.
I'm making a video right now about the JFK assassination, and I used to be really deep into the JFK conspiracies, and over time I've moderated. I'm like, okay, maybe the CIA knew about it, or knew about Oswald, I should say. I'll give you that, but everything else I'm just like, oh my gosh. Once you actually like do the research, you're like, oh, this isn't, it's boring. A lot of history is boring, and so I get, you're like, conspiracy theories are fun, you know, they're interesting. Good stuff, and secret information was appealing.
Yeah, I feel the same way with like 9/11 and like a lot of Holocaust stuff. That like when you actually, I watched some 6-hour godforsaken documentary called The New Pearl Harbor about 9/11, and when you actually start going through and you research like all the different claims, like, oh, this is obviously this, or this is obviously not true, or this is, you know, whatever. Yeah, and then things are not usually as interesting or crazy as they seem. Although there are some interesting or crazy things that's happened historically, but yeah.
Like the Tuskegee experiment.
Sure.
You know about that one?
Yeah, which is bad. That is bad, yeah. I believe that was, they basically had, it wasn't that many people. People think this is like the entire country, but I want to say it was under 100 people. Was it 200? Okay, it might have been 200, but yeah. Basically.
Maybe like 500.
Oh, was it 500? Okay, I'd have to go and check the numbers. 500 sounds high, but I'd have to go back and check. But yeah, basically, I think African Americans were coming in for treatment for some issue, and I think doctors were told to lie to them when they had certain STDs, like I think syphilis, and not treat them for it. And then they just watched how the disease progressed to see if it would like make them infertile and stuff. I think that was it, right?
Yeah, you make it sound less interesting. But I think that's basically it. Yeah, that's, you know, it's still, I mean, it is exciting just like when historians get to declassified stuff for the first time. They're like, oh, they were doing some shady or morally questionable stuff, you know? So we'll probably find out some things. I mean, there was really the whole Cold War, there was a bunch of weird stuff. Operation Paperclip always gets brought up.
True. But don't forget this, and don't let anybody fucking forget this, because it always triggers the fuck out of me. People bring up, okay, hold on. I just want to be very clear on this, okay? And if you disagree with this, we can fight over this, okay? People say cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, all right? Liberals were the ones that beat the goddamn Nazis, okay? The communists and the socialists, all these motherfuckers wanted to make alliances with the Nazis, okay? They did it with Molotov, Ribbentrop, whatever. They did it. And then afterwards, okay, a lot of these fucking lefties will point out like, oh, what about Operation Paperclip where we took all the Nazis? And well, yeah, okay, we brought some literal scientists, okay, to capture their knowledge and everything and not let it fall on us. But also, the Soviet Union did the exact fucking same thing, and they took more than us. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like Osawaviakim or whatever. This operation, they took over 2,000 of those Nazi German scientists, and they took them into their country. So yeah, the idea that like the United States was like alone in this, like taking some, like you have to take the researchers, otherwise I'll go to the other team. Yeah, but yeah, I fucking hate communists. Sorry.
And just because they did it doesn't mean it was right for us to do it.
No, I think it was right for us to do it. Like it's difficult, but like, I mean, if you've got researchers that have been working on stuff, I mean, like, what are you going to do? I mean, other than, are you going to kill all the researchers?
Steal their information.
What?
That's what you do. You steal their information.
Yeah, but I mean, that's basically what we did by bringing them over, right?
Well, we also just like treated them like normal human beings. Like they didn't do anything wrong. Like some of them in particular. We didn't.
Wasn't it just researchers in general? We weren't taking. I don't think we were necessarily taking people that were like injecting, dye into children's eyes in death camps. Were we for Operation Paperclip? Were there some of those?
Oh yeah, no, mostly no. Yeah, mostly it was just researchers. You're right. I think there's like a couple extreme examples. I'm doing the same thing I accused you doing earlier, cherry picking. But yeah, no, I just think it's more of an optics thing again. Like there were like a couple examples of scientists who were indeed at I don't remember their names off the top of my head, but people in the chat can look it up. Like that were at the death camps, and you could say played a role. But I mean, yeah, like I just find it interesting. The fact that this was something that we did not know about. It's a CIA operation, and then we find out about it decades later. So who knows what we're going to find out in the future, what's been going on.
Yeah.
MK Ultra is my favorite. That's the one I want to make a video about that one because
I feel like my favorite one for the MK Ultra one was the school experiments where they tried to like break down like intelligent college kids psychologically. Have you ever heard about this?
Just a little bit. I'm not too familiar with it.
This is like, I want to do more reading on this at some point. I should, just because it sounds fascinating to me. They would bring in kids, they would learn a lot about them, and then they would, under the guise of it being like a job interview or something else, they would just try to psychologically destroy these kids that they would bring in for interviews. And the most interesting part about that experiment was one of these children, an incredibly gifted math student, was Ted Kaczynski. He was the guy that went on to become the Unabomber. He was part of one of these MK Ultra experiments. That's really interesting to me. But I don't know how strong that connection is, something I want to read more. But if you do MK Ultra, cover that so I can steal your content by watching the video as a React streamer, okay?
Yeah. All right. I'll add it to my endless list. Somebody brought up the Stanford prison experiment.
I think people have been fighting a lot about the results of that, on whether or not the interpretations were good or bad, or if Zimbardo was actually encouraging those students to be more crazy than they would have on their own. I thought I saw something about it a few years ago, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing too with a lot of technology that we currently consume that we don't realize is bad for us, but it's just there's this new information later on, and then we look back on. And then also a lot of people give me crap because like I was like, Robert La Follette was a good senator. I thought he was a good politician. He was a senator during the progressive era, the like early 1900s through the 1920s. And I get comments like all the time, Mr. Beat, he was a eugenicist. And I'm like, you realize that eugenics was actually fairly mainstream in the 1920s to a point where the Supreme Court actually upheld it. It said it was legal. So like, I mean, it's the whole historical relativism thing. It's, George Washington had slaves. Okay, like,
yeah,
you can't just... We always pretend like if we went back in time 100 years that we would be, so progressive. I mean, if we were raised... You know what I mean? Like if we were born in the 1800s and we were raised like they were raised, we would be different. We would be ahead of our time. No, we wouldn't. Most of us would believe the same crap that they did back then.
Yeah. I think the recent history over the past few weeks has shown us that people are obviously susceptible to insane shit, just based on who they follow on Twitter. How do you feel about? I'm curious. How do you feel about I'm gonna ask you two questions, an easy one and a harder one, or maybe they're both hard, or maybe they're both easy. The first one is, how do you feel about people that want to tear down statues of people that wouldn't pass our current moral test? So, for instance, like if you had an old president that was a slave owner, you know, should you not have a wing in a library in a school named after him? Should you rename it or take down the statues? That's the first question. And the second one, how do you feel about people in the South that want to tear down old Confederate statues or rename like Robert E. Lee monuments or, you know, wings of schools or whatever? Yeah, I'm curious where you stand on those two things.
I think generally it's not good to erase what history, obviously, being a history teacher. And so like, oh, can you at least put it in a museum? You know, like, so we can, at the same time, I understand like it should, in my opinion, be up to the local community. So if you have people in Alabama that have no problem with a Robert E. Lee statue, including, I should say, African Americans that live there. If they don't care, then might as well leave it up. But if the local community is offended by it, like if you are an African American that has to walk by that statue to school every single day and you're reminded of white supremacy, then yeah, like you should organize and make it happen so that statue's down, or at least taken to a museum, not out there like proudly displayed. So I can get that side, but again, I think I'm a big fan of localism. Like we shouldn't have a broad brush for the entire country and like all statues must come down. Now that said, you know, there's been examples in history where we can make exceptions. Like I think de-Stalinization was a good thing for the Soviet Union. I think tearing down all the Joseph Stalin statues.
Sure.
After
Although
they found out that he
largely to what you were saying before, though, probably because the people in the area really wanted those statues to come down, right?
Sure, that was that had broad support around the country. Yeah, an exception, but what is your opinion on that? I don't know if I know about that.
I don't know. I'm like a candle in the wind or a leaf in the wind. I think I got blown around a few different ways on that, mainly because my opinion on it isn't too strong. I've heard, I think the initial argument is like it's part of history. You know, it stands here as a monument to history, both the good and the bad, and that should be respected. You can't just expect to delete history and get rid of some things and pretend it never was, especially since the same people that seem so keen to destroy these statues are the same ones that obsess over the crimes of America in the past. I've heard that one. But then I heard, I think this is the counter argument I heard that completely blew that away. People just said, like, realistically, the statues and the monuments, the things that exist in areas, it changes all the time. And if certain people in an area want to take something down and put something else up, like, we're totally okay to do that. Like, we're going to continue to do that. We've only got so much space. It's not like we can have an infinite number of monuments. So if people in an area decide they want to take something down and put something up, then they should be free to do that as well. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it. I don't really care that much. I think actually what you said, I think, is if the people in an area want to take something down and put something else up, then I mean they're the ones that have to see it every day. They're the ones that have to live with it, the implications and everything. So yeah, it's probably up to them.
You make a good point. Like I always wonder, like in 200 years, what statues are we still going to see left? Like, are we going to see an actual statue of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson or something? Like,
sure.
Who knows what we're going to value in the future? We just can't even predict.
I agree.
It doesn't have to be politicians that are statues.
Did you see that huge John Cena statue that they put up in the middle of Omaha?
Oh my gosh, no. Where's it at? Like downtown?
I'm just kidding. You'll never see it.
Dang it, you had my... Oh, so excited.
That was a good joke, chat. Okay, sorry.
He didn't, yeah. It appeared.
Okay, who else am I? Anything else? Trying to think of any. Did you only teach history in school?
Well, specifically, I taught American history, world history, economics. Let's see. Oh, APUSH, AP US. Yeah, like. So yeah, I mean, people also think that I'm no expert on world history. I only taught it for 2 or 3 years. My forte is American political history. That's my main thing. And I already seen the comments. I'm known as the president's guy. I have so many president videos. It's ridiculous. So oh, what time periods? Mostly last couple 100 years.
Do you have opinions on, this is kind of a pivot from that. Oh wait, actually, hold on. I want to ask you one question. I'll ask this. Did you like the AP kids more than the normal kids? Now that you're not a teacher anymore, you can say.
They were definitely more fun to talk to about history.
Okay.
Although some of them, like a little bit too, I get, what do you call it, like A-type personality, where they're just like everything has to be a certain way. I got along pretty well with the kids that screwed around in my class a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know, this weird situation where and those are the kids like I still stay in touch with for the most part. Some like the kids that were good in class, and like suck up to the teacher, like, sorry, but I'm not as likely to remember you later on, which is kind of sad because like I want to thank them for being such good students. They made my job a lot easier.
Okay, so AP kids are better. Do you have an opinion on AP versus IB? Those fucking IB losers.
Wait, what's IB?
Is it International Bachelorette? It was basically like there was an alternative to, you could either do AP classes, you could do IB classes, and the IB kids always felt like they were elitist compared to the AP kids, but or baccalaureate.
I'm not familiar. It must be a Nebraska thing. Because like we have dual credit down here in Kansas, but it's basically just a college class they take in high school.
Yeah. Baccalaureate? I don't know how the fuck you pronounce it, guys. Shut up. Okay, final question. Did you ever have any opinions on the whole React streamer drama? Did you get involved in that or throw your hat into the ring for that?
Oh, are you talking about Jack's Films?
Oh, no. That was boring. That's Wolf, Sniper, Wolf, or whatever. Or I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, no. What are you talking about?
Like the XQC, Hassan. Do you know Lemino, the YouTuber?
Heard of them.
Yeah, it was like streamers watching full YouTube videos on stream and like minimally reacting to it. This blew up. It blows up every year or two, and then this was a huge thing like a month or two ago. Yeah.
Yeah, you were getting crap earlier when you walked away. I thought maybe you were trolling. No, like that's pretty messed up in my opinion. I think we have this is an interesting you're probably not aware of. There's a few history tuber reaction channels. And the thing that is the most common criticism about reaction channels that only react to history content is that they call it lazy. Critics say, oh, this is just lazy content. Because like I spend like a good 40, 50 hours on one video. That's a lot of time. And then for somebody who's a reaction channel, they just like watch it in real time. And that's 1 hour versus 50 hours. And so I can kind of see both sides of that. This is actually the closest we got in the history tuber community to drama. That was it, because you got Vlogging Through History. Shout out to Vlogging Through History. We're friends, but he's got this criticism. He also releases original content, but the guy that really went after him was CGP Grey. Are you familiar with CGP Grey?
I am. I think he sued that guy, didn't he? Or did he do DMCA takedowns or something? But
yeah, DMCA takedowns. 2 of his 2 strikes, and so one more, his channel would have been down. And so this was a big drama between the two. And I was a fence setter. I was like, I can kind of see both sides. I also kind of biased because I'm friends with Chris, Vlogging Through History. I've met CGP Grey, but I don't really. I mean, if you spend a lot of time on something, and then now there's the new issue of AI. So like, there's a lot of AI channels on YouTube, and it's in terms of like, I'm always like, hey, if you can find a shortcut and you're not hurting anybody, go for it. But at the same time, it does feel kind of a little dirty when someone can just get almost as many views as you and put in like 1/50th of the work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the closest I can relate to like having feelings, because otherwise the streamer drama I usually stay out of. I know, aren't you? You don't like Hassan, do you? Like, you guys have.
Yeah, we're beefing, I'd say.
Yeah, I did see you when you went to DC in the flesh with was it Valsh and
Rokana, yeah, and Emily Vigland, and then Ryan Grimm, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I was like, because like it was one of the best conversations I'd heard on the platform, actually. And when you're in person, I think that whole new dynamic of the body language comes more. I don't know. It was real. You should do more stuff like that.
Yeah, I try to do in-person stuff. Left-leaning people usually want to stay as far away from opposition as possible, though. So all of my in-person stuff is with crazy right-wing people, unfortunately. But yeah.
We need to change that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to engage with them, or you're platforming them. Okay. Well,
exactly. That's the issue. Yeah.
I mean, you got to burst through echo chambers. That's what you do. You burst through several echo chambers. So,
Yeah.
for you.
All right. Well, any other final thoughts, or do you want to plug a new video you're working on, or anything like that, or?
Oh, I'm doing another live stream tonight with Zoe B. If anyone wants to check out.
Thank you to Home.
She does a lot of PragerU debunking videos like I do.
Jesus,
so
I thought you were about to say
we're
does a
gonna
lot of
chat
PragerU
tonight.
videos. Oh boy.
Oh no, yeah, we definitely criticize PragerU. So yeah, join us tonight over. Subscribe, Mr. Beat, not Mr. Beast. Although I get the confusion. We look alike. So
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for having me. Just do it again sometime.
Yeah, no problem. And you're on my friends list now. I don't know why we weren't friends before, but you can always shoot me a message if you want to hop on and shout at me, or I can even give you permission to my Discord. You can always just hop in there too. So, yeah.
Oh, right on. Cool.
All right. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Bye. Man, you guys aren't ready for the next season when that guy turns into a crazy BPD schizo. You'll never see it coming, okay? Damn, Destiny isn't subbed. I don't sub to like any channels, I don't think, do I? Beach Hills. Holy shit, what a blast from the past. Is Lauren still on our anti-immigration kick? Cloud X Music. Majority report, yeah, Jesus. I wonder if I just like click these buttons on accident sometimes. What is this? Yes, this one works. Is this a rangefinder? 231. I don't even know what it would be measuring. There's no way this range is like over, what, 70 yards? What is it? What is this measuring here? It's the heartbeat? Shut up. Oh my god. What is this? Meters? Most indoor ranges I've been to, I feel like the max range is 50 yards. Do you think this is really 70 yards away? It could be decimeter? Have you ever been on K? I've seen threads. Do you know the first guest on your podcast will be? Ask Erudite. I think she's busy figuring that out. New Steiner optic with thermal overlay. Jesus. Nah, this looks like shit. I don't think this is a good. Do you think this looks good? The tech is insane. This looks horrible. Well, if it was at night, actually, if it was pitch black, yeah, probably way better. Maybe just seeing it in light is stupid. Anime moaning airsoft rifle.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm hosting my first ever Milsim Airsoft game on one of the coolest fields I've found during my airsoft adventure.
Okay. Do I care about the rest of the smoking video?
Live only if they feed on other organic things. Each of these is parasite that lives on other living plants or animals.
To understand why smart people continue to smoke, imagine tobacco as a parasite. The human is the host. Tobacco has perfectly Darwinianly adapted, better than any other drug, to coexist with humans, by playing on all of our psychological weaknesses, like instant gratification and a long tail risk. If heroin is a giant squid paralyzing the user with tentacles, where everyone sees they're in big trouble and need to stop now, then smoking is a barnacle, present and slowly sucking blood, but never enough to draw attention until it's too late. But it goes both ways. The parasite also has advantages for the host. Study after study found tobacco enhances the brain's ability to focus. Nicotine allows people to concentrate longer, practice harder, and continue to function with higher stressors than without it. If we're honest, and this video is about honest, critical analysis about smoking, tobacco is basically a micro-performance enhancing drug for the mind. This may be why many successful, smart people continue to smoke.
Wait, real quick. Is nicotine carcinogenic? On its own? Carcinogenic. How many people in chat just said yes, yes, yes? No, nicotine is a common chemical compound found in tobacco plants and it's expected to make tobacco addictive rather than cause cancer directly. Oh, cancer-code-europe-IRAC. Jesus. One thing I will say, I think I've said this before and I'm incredibly disappointed on this. I wish, when you Google for drug information, I wish there were no .gov sites that came up. Or, I'm sorry, the research site was okay. But there shouldn't be, oh, actually, I don't know if the research on the drug site is okay. There is such horrible information given about all drugs when it's coming from government websites. It's so fucking stupid and brain dead, and you can't find anything. I hate it. They're all so fucking horrible. It's so dog shit. Like, I feel like it's an actual safety issue. Like, if you've got a casual drug user and you like try to figure out like what is an OD dose for methamphetamine, or how much fentanyl would it take for me to overdose? Like, all that comes up is a million like government websites saying, oh, you're gonna die if you even touch it, and oh, you're gonna. It's like, bro, come on, really? This isn't good information. So fucking annoying. I recommend there's a Psychonaut wiki and there's a website called Erowid, EROWID. I recommend those two. For drug information, but
abominable. Can you believe that? Do I look abominable to you?
Okay, this is the only time I'll let you spam it in chat, you fucking losers.
Abominable. Can you believe that? Do I look abominable to you? Hey, why can't they call me the...
That's why you type Reddit after everything? Yeah, I'm actually really ashamed that I just learned this like a month ago, and it's kind of changed my life browsing the internet. Like before, I'm like, what's better, like the new Pixel, the iPhone? Now I just put Reddit after everything, and I try to find like threads that real human beings have actually contributed to. Okay, let me, sorry, we're finished watching this.
Gives them a mental competitive edge. Dave Chappelle and Obama both get trapped in something like Zeno's mathematical arrow paradox. Each day it seems immeasurably better and easier to smoke than not, until suddenly they have cancer.
I literally expected to be welcomed with open arms by the people of Vietnam.
This is a good time to bring up the odd story of Vietnam. Back in the 60s, many GIs consumed heroin like rice. The use of heroin was so widespread, Army officials screamed epidemic. During the early 70s, the Nixon administration prepared the VA to treat millions of heroin-addicted troops.
Public enemy number one is drug abuse.
The CDC labeled it a public health crisis. The entire movie American Gangster is about the problem. But you've likely never heard about this historical fact because when Vietnam ended, nothing happened. There was no crisis. The millions of soldiers using heroin just stopped. It was unbelievable. Eventually, doctors concluded the phenomenon occurred because GIs were removed from the environment that created the need for heroin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you go from one completely different environment to another, I bet there's a lot of habits you can pick up in one environment and then drop or not necessarily take with you. That'd be my guess, or my intuition.
Soldiers who were otherwise in good mental health simply stopped. The environment trigger, when removed, made otherwise normal people less likely to use. So what's the difference between heroin and cigarettes then? I'm not saying heroin is easy to quit, but environment plays a powerful role in human behavior. Duh. So obvious, until you realize smoking exhales into every aspect of a person's life. From office tower to apartment, trucking to Air Force One. How do smokers abolish the environmental triggers when they're comfortable functioning in every environment? New science now indicates the best cause for the reduction of smoking from 48% of Americans in 1965 down to 20% of Americans in 2006
is now 70% of Americans fucking vape. Damn, was it really as high as 42.4% of adults smoke? That's insane.
Was not the billions of dollars in health awareness. That was a total waste of money, like donating cash to Belle Delphine. Instead, the simple ban of smoking in airplanes and restaurants worked better. Those laws broke or stopped many environmental triggers from developing in the smoker's brain.
I'm a badass motherfucker, am I not?
Either way, smart people smoke. It's undeniable, and they do it for a variety of complex reasons. In fact, oddly, in America, the association between childhood intelligence and the consumption of tobacco is positive. The more intelligent they are in middle school and high school, the more tobacco they consume as young adults 7 years later. Psychologists don't know why this is, so I won't speculate either, but the statistical significance exists. Nicotine is a very unique addiction, so what should smart people do if they want to quit? This is the PSA part of the video, to make it more redemptive. The newest science suggests smokers should separate their smoking life from their non-smoking life, then slowly start moving activities from their smoking life and placing them in their non-smoking life. The process is slow and painful, but as shown earlier, it's about removing those environmental triggers.
Have you heard of Tomorrow's Pioneers? It's a Hamas kids show. Nope.
More than adding nicotine patches. But don't feel bad if you don't succeed at first. At the very least, you're in really good company.
How many cigarettes a day do you now smoke?
Am I a daily smoker, a constant smoker? No. I would say that I am 95% cured, but there are times where I mess up.
So that's why smart people smoke. Life is complex, and I think it's better to understand it.
Man, this video was all over the place. Jesus. Okay. I also want to watch this one really quickly because I don't know why. I was like yesterday, Dresden bombing. I'm guessing this is about Dresden bombing World War II. Let's find out. Hold on.
The Nazis entered this war under the rather childish delusion that they were going to bomb everybody else, and nobody was going to bomb them.
Yeah, right outside my window.
At Rotterdam,
awesome.
London, Warsaw, and half 100 other places,
here?
they put that rather naive theory into operation. They sowed the wind, and now
Let's see if
they
it'll
are
go
going to
away.
reap the whirlwind.
Okay. All right, I'm done with this. All right, we'll give it one more try. No? Okay, done.
This is now an Arthur Harris video. Arthur Brit RAF Lit AF Harris. Arthur bankrupting fire insurance since 1995 Harris. Arthur fire up the Lancasters Harris. Arthur Holocaust Mark II Lancaster Boogaloo Harris. But no, seriously, this video is about Dresden, and how everybody gets it wrong.
Not cool, man. Not cool.
This is normally how the story on Dresden goes. At the end of World War II, after years of strategic bombing by the Allies, the previously untouched city of Dresden was firebombed between February 13th and 15th, 1945 by the Royal Air Force. Being neither a military or industrial city, Dresden was destroyed, taking with it upwards of 100,000 German civilians in an attempt to teach them a lesson. And this is somewhat true. Yes, Dresden was utterly destroyed. This was achieved by bombers dropping first high-explosive bombs from leading planes to blow holes in buildings to create debris, and then smaller firebombs, containing an early version of napalm that would be dropped to create a large firestorm. And by firestorm, I really mean firestorm.
I smoke 90% of the time for the vibe, not gonna lie. Wow, Cough K. That's why your name is Cough K, and that's why you cough all the time. I think the worst part about smoking is old people that have smokers' coughs. My grandma and grandpa both had those, and they both died of lung cancer. That when they're like... Oh my god. Dude, listening to that made my lungs hurt. Oh god. I've been addicted to pretty much every substance. Nicotine's the hardest to beat. I quit smoking 4 years and been chewing gum ever since. Thanks, Lawson Harrison, for the 20 bucks.
Bombs, containing an early version of napalm that would be dropped to create a large firestorm. And by firestorm, I really mean firestorm. Reports from the bombings in World War II describe hurricane-force winds due to air rising as a result of the intense heat, creating a large air tunnel into the sky. And this would have two effects. One, literally sucking people down the street and into the inferno at times. And two, the fires consuming all the oxygen in the area, causing people to suffocate. And in fact, more people died to suffocation in Dresden than of burning. And we'll get back to that later. But it's at this point that the common narrative stated earlier separates from reality. First off, Dresden had been bombed before in a few minor raids. Definitely not to this extent, but it happened, as multiple armaments factories employing up to 50,000 workers were present in the greater Dresden area. Which brings me to the second point, that in 1945, Dresden was definitely a military target. Dresden was a key junction in Germany's railway system, with rail lines extending from the city in multiple directions. By the time it was bombed, Dresden was one—
Oh, I bet this was linked in regards to me talking about yesterday about bombing civilian infrastructure. When it comes to wars with nations, it feels like you can basically justify every major metropolitan area as being some sort of military target. That's what it feels like, because there's always going to be production, there's always going to be transportation lines, there's always going to be, you know, manufacturing of arms and ammunition and, you know, transportation of soldiers. Like, it just feels like you can always justify it if you really wanted to.
One of the final lines of supply for the Germans on the Eastern Front, namely what was left of Army Groups Center and South. With that—
I just think also, when you take into the whole context of World War II, this is always like the silliest thing. The idea of like, was it right to drop the nuclear bombs on Japan? It seems like kind of a funny, non-serious question when you actually take into account like all of the bombing that happened in World War II. Like, I don't think the atomic bombs in Japan were that big of a deal. Every fucking city in all of fucking Europe was getting fucking annihilated. Everything was big. Even in Japan, we had like, I think like razed to the ground like 26 different fucking cities with firebombing. There were so many cities that were absolutely— this is one of the reasons why people make fun of the French, but I think that's why the French basically surrendered earlier. It was like, listen, we don't want all of our shit to get fucking destroyed. But like everything, bro, it was like Aleppo, Europe, in every major fucking city area. It was insane. And the idea that like the nuclear bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were like this uniquely destructive force that blew up these whole cities or whatever, it's just not true. So much infrastructure was just absolutely fucking annihilated in World War II. It's insane.
thousands of soldiers passing through on rail lines every day. So this bombing was definitely strategic and was a great help to the Soviets in the East. But lastly, we get to the death toll. And for a more in-depth analysis of this, check out 3 Arrows' video on the Dresden bombing. He sums it up better than I could ever hope to, but basically, the numbers from the death toll in Dresden have been inflated since the immediate days after the bombing happened. First, it was done by Reich Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels, who invented many of the myths we already covered, of Dresden being a cultural city, not a military target. And he inflated the numbers to push the point that Germany had to fight to the end because the Allies were just going to kill everybody anyways, and to provoke outrage amongst
I think people are a little more horrified about the side effects of the nukes. Like what? What are the side effects of the nukes?
German citizens. After this, the numbers skewed again in Kurt Vonnegut's book Slaughterhouse 5. And interestingly enough, Vonnegut was present in Dresden as a POW and did see the destruction firsthand. But regardless, he draws wild conclusions about the total number of deaths that are not based in fact. And also, interestingly enough,
radiation, are you retarded? I don't think radiation is a serious concern following destruction of nuclear weapons. It's just not a big, I don't think it's a big deal.
He did apologize for Slaughterhouse 5 later, saying something along the line.
Where is it? Fuck, I'd have to look this up. I'm pretty sure, isn't it a matter of, it's either hours or days where the radiation levels will be back to normal. Oh, fuck. Okay. Listen, you guys can go read it. How long after nuclear bomb radiation return to normal? 7 hours after nuclear explosion, residual radioactivity will have decreased to about 10% of its amount at 1 hour, and after about 48 hours, it will decrease to 1%. You guys hear nuclear and you think that everything is the same. Nuclear reactors emit far more radiation in a meltdown because you're not destroying, you're not causing a massive explosion of all of your fissile material, right? Or your fusible material, right? A nuclear bomb, when a nuclear bomb explodes, it's not tons of radiation everywhere. Like, most of the material is destroyed in the bomb. It doesn't cause a fuck ton of radiation. And it's spread out over such a wide area that, for the most part, now, maybe if you drop like 1 million nuclear bombs in an area, it would be horrible. But like generally for nuclear weapons, radioactivity is not like a massive issue after. Now, maybe radioactivity immediately following the bomb is, sure. But like in terms of like long-term irradiation, like even days or weeks, or whatever, I don't think is generally a concern for explosive nuclear weapons, as opposed to nuclear reactors, where a nuclear reactor can poison vast amounts of area with radiation for long periods of time.
Lines of, I'm the only person to have profited from the Dresden bombing, and he felt really bad about it. But the biggest and most egregious of these inflations was claimed by the pseudo-historian David Irving in his book about Dresden, where he claims ridiculous numbers killed, up to like 300,000 or something crazy like that, and tries to liken German war crimes to what the Allies did here. By the way, David Irving is not a legitimate historian. There was a court case in 2000 that showed that he just made up a lot of his sources for many of his books, but I still to this day see a lot of people reference him in the comments and things like that. Don't cite him, he's not a legitimate source. The reality is, only 20 to 25,000 people died in Dresden. Now I say only with large quotation marks because that is a lot of people, but it is only a fraction of what has been claimed in the years since. The number was actually found by a team of German historians commissioned by the city of Dresden itself in 2004 to figure out the actual death toll, given all the controversy around it. In 2009, they published their numbers and cited one of the biggest sources for their findings was the large number of death certificates issued at the time. These death certificates were able to be issued from the identified dead, ironically, because they had not been burned in the firestorm and had actually suffocated due to the previously mentioned phenomenon of oxygen deprivation from the intense flames of the firebombing.
Certain nuclear weapons do have long remnants. Yeah, there might be new exotic nuclear weapons that focus on like radiation poisoning. I'm pretty sure the point of most nuclear weapons is just go boom, just have a big explosion.
From this relatively small number of burned or missing people comparatively that the 5,000 person margin of error comes from. So those are the myths and the facts. And I'm sure you're wondering, who cares? People get facts wrong all the time. And yes, people get facts wrong all the time. And it's usually not a big deal outside of them maybe looking dumb. But it's the application of the myths pertaining to this event that are a cause for concern, and the actual point of this video. But before we get into that, I would like to say that no, in general you should not bomb people, especially civilians. There are many examples of unjustified and criminal uses of tactical air power that killed a lot of innocent people, and a good number of them were carried out by the United States.
Wait, are these real?
But before we get into that, I would like to say that no, in general you should not bomb people, especially civilians. There are many examples of
Jesus. Are these like rockets or missiles being fired?
Unjustified and criminal uses of tactical air power that killed a lot of innocent people. And a good number of them were carried.
Oh, I guess so. Rocket trucks. Why do they look so weird? AI CGI'd.
Carried out by the United States. But this bombing is not one of these, and should not be used as a moral equivalent to the things the Axis powers did. And yes, some people make this argument. Yes, many civilians died as a result of Allied strategic bombing, and you could categorically probably call this a war crime. But you have to keep in mind that the Allied strategic bombing's main intent was to help the Allied war effort, whereas many of the Nazis' criminal activities hindered the German war effort. The Allies make a calculated decision that collateral damage was worth bringing down the industrial and logistical basis for the German army, with the end goal of taking the Nazi regime down in mind. The Nazis diverted manpower and material away from the war effort to kill civilians in the Holocaust.
That is true. One of the reasons why the Holocaust was so effective is because the Nazis would literally divert like trains trains military power soldiers in order to effectively kill and then hide the killings of like so many people. Again, one of the reasons why the Holocaust was so effective is because it was like a top-down planned thing, and they were willing to actually take away from the war effort to like continue on that path of ethnic destruction.
Rid the world of people they viewed as inferior, a move that actively hurt the German war effort. The Allies' strategic bombing was a means to an end, whereas the Nazis were killing innocents behind the lines for no strategic purpose. And to say these two things are equivalent, I would argue is completely incorrect. You also have to keep in mind the fact that Germany started this war, and in doing so, should have been willing to deal with any and all consequences associated with that. Germany mercilessly bombed Warsaw, Rotterdam, London, Norway, and Stalingrad, just to name a few, and has no right to call war crime when it's done back to them. Arthur Harris himself, I think, sums this up perfectly.
They sowed the wind, and now they are going to reap the whirlwind.
It's the same sort of scenario as...
How much of a difference do you think those resources made in the totality of the German war effort? I mean, probably not much, would be my guess. I'm not 100% sure. I can't really say. I'm kind of bullshitting. I mean, I can't imagine it was like a massive difference, but I'm just saying it says something that Hitler was so committed to the ideals of like this Jewish Holocaust. He was so committed to it, he was willing to actually take away from the war effort to ensure it's done properly. That's pretty insane. Like, Hitler was very ideologically driven in terms of his destruction of the Jews. It wasn't like a thing that he did for political strategery. It wasn't a thing that he did that to like tactically win the approval of people. He like legitimately fucking hated Jewish people and wanted to see them destroyed, you know, wiped out of existence.
Was people criticizing General Sherman for burning down Atlanta. Objectively, should it have happened? No. But objectively, war shouldn't happen. And the southern states started the war. And it's that old adage of, you reap what you sow, especially in a total war. And in the same way, Germany should not be surprised when its cities are flattened and its people are killed after beginning the conflict that led to it. So, all in all, I do not think there is any basis for moral equivalency between the two sides' actions. But I'm also curious what you think. Was Allied strategic bombing criminal? Was it a step too far, regardless of what the Germans were doing? Is Bomber Harris a bad guy, or is he just someone who was being practical and knew the war he was fighting? Let me know down below, and thank you for watching.
Okay. All right, is it wiki time? Is it time to become a wiki warrior? Ain't no way this was a child show, Destiny. Hamas Mickey Mouse is martyred by Israelis. Far 4, Hamas's Mickey Mouse character is martyred in the final episode of the Pioneers of Tomorrow's children's show on Hamas TV.
بتمنى تحافظ عليها الأمانة هذه يا فرفور. وش الأمانة هذه يا جدي اللي لازم أحافظ عليها؟ إن إحنا الأرض أيام ال48 هذه الأرض يا سيدي أنا ورثتها من آبائي وأجدادي بتمنى إنك تحافظ عليها. هذه الأرض أرض جميلة كلها مزروعة بالورد بالشجر الزيتون والنخل بتمنى إنك تحافظ عليها يا فرفور. وش اسم هذه الأرض يا جدي؟ هذه الأرض اسمها تل الربيع. أما الجيت يا خسارة اليهود سموها تل أبيب بعد ما احتلوها واخذوها يا جدي. هذه الأمانة بتمنى إنك تحافظ عليها يا فرفور. وهذا المفتاح بيكون معك لما ترجع للبلاد. لما ترجع للبلاد بتفتح فيه يا فرفور. أنا يا فرفور. هذا يا جدي المفتاح. هذا المفتاح. هذا المفتاح. هذه كمان وراق تثبت كمان الأرض إلنا يا فرفور. هذه أمانة معك يا فرفور. اوعى تفرط بالأرض يا فرفور. اوعى تفرط بالأرض يا فرفور. يا جدي ما تخافش. أنا يا فرفور تعبان كتير. لا يا جدي. حاسس حالي بدي أموت. لا يا جدي. حاسس حالي إني قريب من أرض الربيع. لا يا جدي. بتمنى يا جدي إنك تحافظ عليها.
Is his friend dying? Is that?
أنا يا جدي.
Oh, he is.
جدي حبيبي. جدي يسعى. جدي. جدي حملني على الأمانة الكبيرة وأنا مش عارف قديش بدنا نتحرر عن البلاد من جلد اليهود المجرمين المقتزمين اللي قتلوا جدي وقتلوا كل الدنيا.
Far 4 is interrogated.
ايش بدكم مني؟ ليش ساعدتوني وجبتوني هنا؟
اقعد حبيبي فرفور اقعد ارتاح.
بديش اقعد.
اقعد حبيبي فرفور.
لا فرفور طيب هاني متقعد. احكي لي شو بدك؟
سمعنا فرفور انه سيدك اعطاك مفاتيح الارض والوراق.
مين قال لك هذا الكلام؟
إذا ما إلك مين قال فرفور، لكن المطلوب فرفور. طيب وإيش المطلوب هلقت مني؟ المطلوب فرفور إنه تعطينا أوراق الأرض. أوراق الأرض اللي جدي اعطاني إياهم أمانة عشان أحافظ عليهم وعشان أحرر فيهم القدس وأحرر لما تتحرر الأراضي أنا وأصدقائي نروح على أرضنا ونقعد فيها. أنت أعطيك إياها أنت؟ جدي ما قال لي أعطيك إياها. فرفور بدنا نشتري الأرض. شري يا فرفور، بدنا نديك مصاري كتير. بدك تاخد مصاري كتير فرفور وناخد الأوراق فرفور. أوراق ولا حاجة فرفور. لا مش إحنا اللي بنبيع أراضينا لناس إرهابيين. فرفور نعم. بدك تجيب الأوراق يعني بدك تجيب الأوراق. مش سايب الأوراق ومش سايب إيه مش سايب الأوراق. فرفور نعم. مش سايب لك الأوراق. بدك تجيب الأوراق فرفور. بدك تجيب الأوراق فرفور. بدك تجيبه يعني بدك تجيبه فرفور. مش جايبه لناس مجرمين، لناس انتان، لناس ارهابيه. احنا اندال، احنا ارهابيه فرفور. خد 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 جيب لي اوراق لك فرفور.
Farfor in prison.
نعم أحبابنا الأطفال، لقد فقدنا أعز صديق لنا، فرفور. لقد استشهد فرفور وهو يدافع عن أرضه، يدافع عن أرض آبائه وأجداده. استشهد على أيدي المجرمين القتلة، قتلة الأطفال الأبرياء، وقتلت إيمان حجة، قتلت محمد الدرة وغيرهم الكثير.
Jesus. Here's the full video that one is... Okay, no, I don't want to watch. The streamer's been talking about you nonstop for the past hour. Jimmy's rustled. One viewer. The streamer's been talking about you nonstop. Wow, good. Oh, it's you. Good job, dumbass. Even before the October 7th attacks, recent public opinion surveys indicate half of all Palestinians support armed attacks on Israeli civilians in Israel. I don't know how to send a link to the study through Kick. Well, too bad. Oh, Tomorrow's Pioneers is a Palestinian children's television show. Discuss life in Palestine in a talk show fashion with call-ins from children, typically as of ages 9 to 13, with some as young as 3. Presented in a children's educational format similar to such other preschool shows as Sesame Street or Barney and Friends. The original host of Tomorrow's Pioneers and Farfor, Hazim al-Shararari, stated that it was his idea that Farfor be killed by an Israeli interrogator, adding that the show wanted to send a message through this character that would fit the reality of Palestinian life. Jesus Christ. The real crime was how horrible that fucking audio quality was. Jesus. That's the real radicalizer.
مرحبا وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يا شيخ اليوم بالغلط وقع في تمي شاورما مع زيادة طحينية.
نعم.
وكمان قطعة تفاح وتقريبا 3 لتر مي. فمش عارف هل أكمل صيامي ولا أطعمني الله وسقاني.
Okay. Destiny, check donation. What donation did I miss? Oh, listen. I love you, buddy, okay? Can you explain why Palestinian landlords in the West Bank sell their land to Israelis, or if that's even true? And if so, how much of the settlements is purchased land? Listen, I don't know anything about that whatsoever. But if it is true, my intuition would tell me that it's probably not a good way to condemn the actions of Palestinians if they're being offered a fuck ton of money by Israeli settlers, if the Palestinians are poor or can't procure money in any other way, right? You could use like tactics like that to buy off land from people who rightfully own it to continue like what's essentially like a settler occupation invasion. Even if you're paying the money for the land, that could still be incredibly unethical, you know? Did you see what happened in Maine last night? Oh yeah, did they catch the guy yet? What's the note app you're using? It's called Obsidian. He's still out there? What the fuck is going on? Didn't this guy go shoot in like 4 different places? I don't... Okay. Authorities say a U.S. Army reservist fatally shot 18 people at a bowling alley and restaurant in Lewiston, Maine on Wednesday night. A massive search for 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin was underway. The shooting in the state's second largest city is the 36th mass killing in the United States this year, according to a database maintained by the AP and USA Today. Don't care about this. Here's what we know about what happened. Stop donating me hot dogs. I'm not a glitzy overdriver, okay? Chill. A murder warrant is out for the arrest of 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin, Maine. In the attack of Lewiston left 8 people dead, 3 people injured. Maine State Police say Card is wanted on 8 counts of murder. 10 victims remain unidentified. As more victims are identified, the counts against Card will probably grow to 18. Maine State Police Colonel William Ross said. Card, still at large, was considered armed and dangerous, police said. A telephone number listed for Card in public records was not in service. The U.S. official told the Associated Press that Card was an Army reservist who had been taken by police for an evaluation after military officials became concerned that he was acting erratically in mid-July. The official said commanders in the Army Reserve's 3rd Battalion, 304th Infantry Regiment became concerned about Card's behavior while the unit was training. Huh. Ice cream's so good. Shut the fuck up. The shooting took place on Wednesday evening in Shemengi's Bar and Grill and at Spare Time Recreation, a bowling alley about 4 miles away. A number of parents and children were at Spare Time as part of a children's bowling league. Jesus, 4 miles away. So he like shot up one place, hopped in the car, drove 10 minutes to another place, and shot up another place? The bowling alley is about 2 miles north of Bates College campus. He was having schizo voice thoughts telling him to shoot. That's what he was being evaluated for? Wait, really? Maine has a long-standing culture of gun ownership tied to traditions of hunting and sports shooting. Well, where was the good guy with a gun? This is the world that Pisco wants, guys, where nobody defends themselves. Coast Guard sent out a patrol boat Thursday morning. Canada Border Services Agency issued army dangerous alert. Jesus Christ. Lefty encounters homeless person.
Why are you flipping me off, bro?
Why are you taking my picture, bro?
Because there should be housing for you.
I don't want housing.
Then, so what do you want? Just to sit here then?
Yeah. It's my country, ain't it?
Yeah, but this isn't sanitary. We all live here. What?
It's not unsanitary.
What gives you more right than me?
How is it unsanitary?
Look! What do you mean? You should want better for yourself.
I like it like this. I like the fresh air.
No, I got you, but we all have to... What if somebody's handicapped and they need to get by? They can't.
They got 36 inches.
Somebody on a mobile bike can't get through here.
They got 36 inches.
So your freedom's more important than somebody else's.
Wait, why do you think this is a lefty? This guy sounds like a conservative. You think the person with the camera is a lefty?
No, see, this is the problem. You think you're more important than somebody else.
I wanted to sit here and talk to the homeless guy and hold up traffic. Maybe somebody's got to go to the hospital.
You meant
See that?
left-handed?
You
Oh,
see how
okay.
that guy just expects.
There should be housing for you is not a conservative position. Well, conservatives just want him off the street, right? I don't think the housing thing makes him a lefty. I think he just wants... I mean, also, he might not even be necessarily conservative. Oh, from the river to the sea. Why the fuck is this the banner to this subreddit? What the fuck? Reddit is poisoned. Hey, it's Israel. Country in West Asia. Wait, really? Do people say that? Will we consider Saudi Arabia a country in like Southwest Asia? What else would it be? It's just the Middle East. It's its own place. Okay. There was an attempt. New rules pinned post. Speak against Palestine equals ban. Talk about bad refugees equals ban. You're on the wrong subs equals ban. Say the word female, believe it or not, ban. Wait, what? Okay. Heavy recorded the Twitter likes of alleged mass shooter Robert Card from his now suspended Twitter account. Uh-oh. No Destiny, please. They ban you for being active in your sub. Behazed. We got some good Tucker Carlson. Dinesh D'Souza, this crazy dude. Dinesh. Donald Trump Jr. To Babylon B. Zuby. Ugh. Oh my god, it's like the worst of Twitter's worst hits. Elon Musk. If we're saying the existence of Israel is justified because they won an armed conflict and morally took the land, how do we then condemn Russia for attempting to perform the same action in Ukraine? Well, that's why we're trying to stop them, right? Damn, this guy was in deep. Mass shooter info? Meh. I care when they catch him later, okay? We read through all the Balfour Declaration stuff a month ago. I guess somehow we predicted that this would become... Do you think we should start with the British Mandate? I feel like that's a good place to start, post-World War I. Start with Pangea. Yeah. Start with the Holy Bible. Mid 1919 through July of 1922, maybe? I don't know what this timeline would be. What would we call this? Is there... I wonder what the best way to organize or create like a timeline thing would be. Like I could do like this and then have like separate notes for each thing we talk about. I think that might be better. No. I want to make it like collapsible under the timeline, but I could probably do that with, if I do this. Does that work or no? Holy shit. Hold up. Sorry, you just got nuked by my... Maybe? Copy this, so I can just paste here and it'll work, or no? Oh, fuck. Do I need like a... Do I have to download this? Do I need a plugin or something, or... Only on display. You have to start a code block, so type 1, 2, 3 at the top, beginning and at the end. Like this? Is that supposed to be doing something for me? Change view. Control E. Wow, amazing. I wonder if this file name here, am I supposed to have downloaded a file somewhere that this is trying to like reference or something? That should say code block quote. Okay. I don't care about this. Don't need this. We'll do good old bullet points, baby. Like this? Nah, this goes over here for sure. Holy shit, this is a long fucking article. Oh my god. The Mandate for Palestine was a League of Nations mandate for British administration of the territories of Palestine and Transjordan, both of which had been conceded by the Ottoman Empire following the end of World War I in 1918. The mandate was assigned to Britain by the San Remo Conference in April of 1920, after France's concession in the 1918 Clemenceau-Lloyd George Agreement the previously agreed international administration of Palestine under the Sykes-Picot Agreement. Transjordan was added to the mandate after the Arab kingdom in Damascus was toppled by the French in the Franco-Syrian War. Civil administration began in Palestine and Transjordan in July 1920 and April 1921, respectively, and the mandate was enforced from the 29th of September 1923 to the 15th of May 1948 to the 25th of May 1946, respectively. The mandate document was based on Article 22 of the Covenant of the League of Nations of the 28th of June 1919 and the Supreme Council of the Principal Allied Powers San Remo Resolution of the 25th of April 1920. The objective of the mandates over former territories of Ottoman Empire was to provide administrative advice and assistance by a mandatory until such time as they were able to stand alone. The border between Palestine and Transjordan was agreed in the final mandate document, and the approximate northern border with the French mandate for Syria and the Lebanon was agreed in the Paulet-Newcomb Agreement of the 23rd of December, 1920. Okay. In Palestine, the mandate required Britain to put into effect the Balfour Declaration's national home for the Jewish people, alongside the Palestinian Arabs who composed the vast majority of the local population. This requirement and others, however, would not apply to the separate Arab emirate to be established in Transjordan. The British controlled Palestine for almost 3 decades, overseeing a succession of protests, riots, and revolts between the Jewish and the Palestinian Arab communities. During the mandate, the area saw the rise of 2 nationalist movements, the Jews and the Palestinian Arabs. Intercommunal conflict in mandatory Palestine ultimately produced the 1936 to 1939 Arab Revolt in Palestine and the 1944 to 1948 Jewish insurgency in mandatory Palestine. The United Nations Partition Plan for Palestine was passed on the 29th of November 1947. This envisaged the creation of separate Jewish and Arab states operating under economic union, and with Jerusalem transferred to UN trusteeship. 2 weeks later, Colonel Secretary Arthur Creech Jones announced that the British mandate would end on the 15th of May 1948. On the last day of the mandate, the Jewish community there issued the Israeli Declaration of Independence. After the failure of the United Nations Partition Plan for Palestine, the 47-49 Palestine War ended, with mandatory Palestine divided among Israel, the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank, and the Egyptian All-Palestine Protectorate and the Gaza Strip. Okay, I want to do like every conflict. Is there a way to color the text? 1936 to 1939 Arab Revolt in Palestine. 1944 to 1948 Jewish insurgency in mandatory Palestine. You need CSS snippets? I can't like color this text red? Seriously? With Markdown, there's no way to... Hold on. Stop suggesting other programs, you fucking retard. You're getting a day ban. Stop. We're not going to play this game where... This is why I would never learn to code on stream. Every time I would ask a question, I'd be like, oh, why don't you switch to Python? Oh, why don't you switch to this? Oh, why don't... Please, fuck off. Kill yourself. Okay, Jesus. Options on the left side. Help settings. Colored text. What's the easiest way to have colored text, please? CSS. I'm familiar with CSS. The context of web pages. Don't anything. Colored text. Choice of fonts. CSS numbers are probably the best solution. If you know CSS, you can use the developer console to target CSS elements. Obsidian uses Markdown, so there isn't built-in functionality for sub and subscripts. We could try MathJax, which is support natively. Oh, ugh, gross. Wait, options, appearance, settings, you mean? Doesn't look like you can It's not supposed to natively support different colors. Obsidian add-ons are really easy to find and use. Obsidian add-on text color. There are slots for sprite colors, which can be the status bar by default, the number of slots. Do you think this would be fine? For add-ons, go to the settings tab and go to the cog thing. Hold on, settings. Community plugins. File color, colored text. Oh shit, I just clicked the first fucking one. I don't care. I will click the first one and install it. Okay, fuck. How do we access this? Color text. Oh, based. Nice. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, these are presets down here. Cute. Oh. Cute. I see. Okay. So I select this. Right click. Boom. Okay. Is there a way to like turn on editing, but it doesn't auto expand? Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter much. Okay. Okay, just as a heads up, for when I glance back towards chat, if you're suggesting I use another program, it's a weak ban. If you're suggesting I click a link you have, it's a weak ban. If you're suggesting I research a different point, it's a weak ban. If you ask about Wikipedia, it's a weak ban. Fuck off. Fucking retards. Let me read, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. If you type the wrong emote, it's weak ban, okay? A popular uprising by Palestinian Arabs in Mandatory Palestine, which is a geopolitical entity established between 1920 and 1948 in the region of Palestine under the terms of the League of Nations Mandate for Palestine. During the First World War, an Arab uprising against the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire's Egyptian expeditionary force drove the Ottoman Turks out of the Levant. The United Kingdom had agreed in the McMahon Hussein Correspondence that it would honor Arab independence if the Arabs revolted against the Ottoman Turks, but in the end, the United Kingdom and France divided the area under the Sykes-Picot Agreement and acted betrayal in the eyes of the Arabs. Further complicating the issue was the Balfour Declaration of 1917, in which Britain proposed or promised its support for the establishment of a Jewish national home in Palestine. Please fix the difference of color in the... Oh. How mad are you? Be honest. How fucking mad you are right now. Oh, fuck. It's fucked now. I can't do it. What? Hello? Okay, there you go. The British achieved legitimacy by attaining a mandate from the League of Nations in June of 1922. One objective of the League of Nations mandate system was to administer areas of the defunct Ottoman Empire, until such time that they're able to stand alone. During the mandate, the area saw successive waves of Jewish immigration and the rise of nationalist movements in both the Jewish and Arab communities. Competing interests of the two populations led to the 1939 Arab Revolt in Palestine and the 44 to 48 Jewish insurgency in Mandatory Palestine. The United Nations partition plan for Palestine to divide the territory into two states, one Arab and one Jewish, was passed in November of 1947. Am I able to like put pictures in Obsidian? Oh, Jesus, this isn't even an image. This is more complicated. Yeah, why do you have a fucking SVG file? Give me the fucking break. Okay, it's alright. Hold on, we can do this. Boom, boom. Gross. Oh my god, that's so gross. Oh. Yeah, fuck it. Oh my god, this formatting is so fucking ugly. Fuck it. Oh, actually. Map of Mandatory Palestine. Okay, fuck it. That's good enough. A popular uprising by Palestinian Arabs in Mandatory Palestine against the British administration, the Palestine Mandate, later known as the Great Revolt or the Great Palestinian Revolt, lasted from 1936 until 1939, demanding Arab independence and the end of the policy of open-ended Jewish immigration and land purchases, with the stated goal of establishing a Jewish national home. The uprising coincided with a peak in the influx of immigrant Jews, some 60,000 that year, and the Jewish population having grown under British auspices from 57,000 to 320,000 in 1935, and with the growing plight of the rural fellahin rendered landless, who, as they moved to metropolitan centers to escape their abject poverty, found themselves socially marginalized. Since 1920, Jews and Arabs had been involved in a cycle of attacks and counterattacks, and the immediate spark for the uprising was the murder of 2 Jews by a Qassimite band and the retaliatory killing by Jewish gunmen of 2 Arab laborers, incidents which triggered a flare-up of violence across Palestine. A month into the disturbances, Amin al-Husseini, president of the Arab Higher Committee and Mufti of Jerusalem, declared 16th of May 1936 as Palestine Day and called for a general strike. The revolt was branded by many in the Jewish Yeshuv as immoral and terroristic, often compared to fascism and Nazism. Ben-Gurion, however, described Arab causes as fear of growing Jewish economic power, opposition to mass Jewish immigration, and fear of the English identification with Zionism. General strike lasted from April to October of 1936. The revolt is often analyzed in terms of 2 distinct phases. The first phase was one of spontaneous popular resistance, which was only, in a second moment, seized on by the urban and elite Arab Higher Committee, which gave the movement an organized shape and was focused mainly on strikes and other forms of political protest in order to secure a political result. By October of 1936, this phase had been defeated by the British civil administration using a combination of political concessions, internal diplomacy involving the rulers of Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Transjordan, and Yemen, and the threat of martial law. The second phase, which began late 1937, was a peasant-led resistance movement provoked by British repression in 1936, in which increasingly British forces were targeted as the army itself increasingly targeted the villages it thought supportive of the revolt. During this phase, the rebellion was brutally suppressed by the British Army and the Palestine police force using repressive measures that were intended to intimidate the whole population and undermine popular support for the revolt. A more dominant role on the Arab side was taken by the Nashashibi clan, whose NDP party quickly withdrew from the rebel Arab Higher Committee, led by the radical faction of Amin al-Husseini, and instead sided with the British, dispatching Faisal al-Salam, the peace bands, in coordination with the British Army against nationalist and jihadist Arab facile units, literally bands. Destiny, I made a full visual timeline with pictures and articles on Obsidian. Please let me save you a massive amount of time. No! Stop! There's no point in you showing me all your fucking homework. Oh my god. Please stop spamming. I don't care about your notes. The whole point is to do the reading research myself. I'm not gonna learn it if you just give me your whole thing. Please. Holy fuck. Stop spamming in my chat. Jesus. My god. According to official British figures covering the whole revolt, the army and police killed more than 2,000 Arabs in combat, 108 were hanged, and 961 died because of what they described as gang and terrorist activities. And an analysis of the British statistics, Walid Khalidi estimates 19,792 casualties for the Arabs, with 5,032 dead, 3,832 killed by the British, and 1,200 dead due to intracommunal terrorism, and 14,760 wounded. By one estimate, 10% of the adult male Palestinian Arab population between 20 and 60 was killed, wounded, imprisoned, or exiled. Estimates of the number of Palestinian Jews killed are up to several hundred. The Arab revolt in mandatory Palestine was unsuccessful, and its consequences affected the outcome of the 1948 Palestine War. It caused the British mandate to give crucial support to pre-state Zionist militias like the Haganah, whereas on the Palestinian Arab side, the revolt forced the flight into exile of the main Palestinian Arab leader of the period, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini. Oh, fuck. This lost my... Okay. Popular uprising by Palestinian Arabs in mandatory Palestine against British mandate due to increasing immigration of Jewish immigrants, I guess. Increasing flow of Jewish immigrants. Sparked by back and forth killings of two Jewish gunmen and cycle in the immediate spark for the murder of two Jewish and the retaliatory killings by Jewish gunmen of two Arab laborers. Of two Jews by a Qasimite band. Followed by the retaliatory killing of two Arab workers. Does he not look at the YouTube chat much? No, when I'm in research mode, you guys just sit there and entertain yourselves while I do this shit, okay? Stay mad. movement was seized upon by the urban and elitist Arab Higher Committee, which made the revolt focus on strikes and other political forms of protest. We'll say first part of movement. Okay, first part of movement. The second phase in 1937 led to violent conflict between British Army and Palestine police force against the revolters, against the peasant-led resistance movement, I guess. All right. Should probably record like total casualties and stuff. I feel like I should record names of people too, because this Amin al-Husseini might pop up some. Maybe? No, we'll see. Walid Khalidi estimates 19,792 casualties for the Arabs, with 5,032 dead. Are dead included in casualties or not normally? 3,832 killed by the British and 1,200 dead due to... Yes, they are? Okay. And 1,200 dead due to intra-communal terrorism? Casualty means dead or injured, okay. So, like, you would never have, like, 1,000 dead and 500 casualties, right? It would be, like, 1,500 casualties, right? Terrorism. 14,760 wounded. Several hundred Palestinian Jews were killed. Don't know if I need all of this background for everything, but general strikes have been used in neighboring Arab countries to place political pressures on Western colonial powers. In Iraq, a general strike in July of 1931, accompanied by organized demonstrations in the streets, led to independence for the former British Mandate territory under Prime Minister Nuri as-Said, I think. The full membership of the League of Nations in October of 1932. The Syrian national movement had used a general strike from the 20th January to the 6th of March in 1936, which, despite harsh reprisals, brought about negotiations in Paris that led to a Franco-Syrian Treaty of Independence. This showed that determined economic and political pressure could challenge a fragile imperial administration. What? On the 16th of October 1935, a large arms shipment camouflaged in cement bins comprising 25 Lewis guns and their bipods, 800 rifles, and 400,000 rounds of ammunition, destined for the Haganah, was the main Zionist paramilitary organization that operated for the Yishuv in the British Mandate for Palestine. How do you pronounce this? There's no way
Did you know that before there was an official Israeli army, there were actually 3 underground Jewish militias? Yeah, they were the Haganah, the Irgun, and the Lehi.
Haganah. Cool, okay. Well, Jaywalkie, thanks for subbing, buddy. was discovered during unloading at the port of Jaffa. The news sparked Arab fears of a Jewish military takeover of Palestine. A little over 2 weeks later, on the 2nd of November 1935, Al-Qassam gave a speech in the port of Haifa. Denouncing the Balfour Declaration on its 18th anniversary. In a proclamation to that effect, together with Jamal al-Husseini, he alluded to the Haganah weapon smuggling operation. Questioned at the time by a confidant about his preparations, he stated that he had 15 men, each furnished with a rifle and one cartridge. Soon after, perhaps fearing a pending preemptive arrest, he disappeared with his group into the hills, not to start a revolution, premature at that point, but to impress upon people that he was a man ready to do what he said should be done. Some weeks later, a Jewish policeman was shot dead in a citrus grove while investigating the theft of grapefruit after he happened to come close to the Qassamites' encampment. Following the incident, the Palestine police launched a massive manhunt and surrounded Al-Qassam in a cave just north of Yabad. In the ensuing battle on the 20th of November, Al-Qassam was killed. The death of Al-Qassam generated widespread outrage among Palestinian Arabs, galvanizing public sentiment with an impact similar to the effect of the Yishuv news of the death of Joseph Trumpeldor in 1920 at the Tel Hai settlement. Huge crowds gathered for the occasion of his obsequies in Haifa, and later burial in Balad al-Sheikh. The actual uprising was triggered some 5 months later, on the 15th of April 1936, by the Anabta shooting, where remnants of a Qasmite band stopped a convoy on the road from Nablus to Talkarm, robbed its passengers, and, stating that they were acting to revenge Al-Qassam's death, shot 3 Jewish passengers, 2 fatally, after ascertaining their identity. One of the 3, Israel Chazan, was from Thessaloniki. The Salonican community's request that permission be granted to allow them to conduct a solemn funeral for Chassan was turned down by the district commissioner, who had allowed Al-Qassam a ceremonial burial some months earlier. The refusal sparked a demonstration by 30,000 Jews in Tel Aviv, who overcame the police and maltreated Arab laborers and damaged property in Jaffa. That's Greece. Wow, cool. The following day, 2 Arab workers sleeping in a hut in a banana plantation beside the highway between Petah Tikva and Yarkona were assassinated in retaliation by members of the Haganah Bet. Jews and Palestinians attacked each other in and around Tel Aviv. Palestinians in Jaffa rampaged through a Jewish residential area, resulting in several Jewish deaths. After 4 days, by the 19th of April, the deteriorating situation erupted into a set of countrywide disturbances. An Arab general strike and revolt ensued that lasted until October 1936. The Arab general strike and armed insurrection, April to October of 1936. The strike began on the 19th of April in Nablus, where can I find these cities still, or are they like renamed now? Nablus, okay. The strike began on the 19th of April in Nablus, where an Arab National Committee was formed. By the end of the month, national committees had been formed in all of the towns and some of the larger villages. On the same day, the High Commissioner Washoop issued emergency regulations that were the legal basis for suppressing the insurgency. On the 21st of April, the leaders of the 5 main parties accepted the decision at Nablus and called for a general strike of all Arabs engaged in labor, transport, and shopkeeping for the following day. While the strike was initially organized by workers and local committees, under pressure from below, political leaders became involved to help with coordination. This led to the formation on the 25th of April 1936 of the Arab Higher Committee. The committee resolved to continue the general strike until the British government changes its present policy in a fundamental manner. The demands were threefold: the prohibition of Jewish immigration, the prohibition of the transfer of Arab land to Jews, and the establishment of a national government responsible to a representative council. About 1 month after the general strike started, the leadership group declared a general non-payment of taxes and explicit opposition to Jewish immigration. In the countryside, armed insurrection started sporadically, becoming more organized over time. One particular target of the rebels was the Mosul-Haifa oil pipeline of the Iraq Petroleum Company, constructed only a few years earlier to Haifa from a point of the Jordan River south of Lake Tiberias. This was repeatedly bombed at various points along its length. Other attacks were on railways, including trains, and on civilian targets such as Jewish settlements, secluded Jewish neighborhoods in the mixed cities, and Jews, both individually and in groups. During the summer of that year, thousands of Jewish farmed acres and orchards were destroyed. Jewish civilians were attacked and murdered, and some Jewish communities, such as those in Basin and Acre, fled to safer areas. The measures taken against the strike were harsh from the outset and grew harsher as the revolt deepened. Unable to contain the protest with the 2 battalions already stationed in the country, Britain inundated Palestine with soldiers from regiments all over the empire, including its Egyptian garrison. The drastic measures taken included house searches without warrants, night raids, preventative detention, caning, flogging, deportation, confiscation of property, and torture. As early as May of 1936, the British formed armed Jewish units equipped with armored vehicles to serve as auxiliary police. Look at the map, see where these cities are. I don't think it matters much. This is going to be all scattered probably through mandated Palestinian territory, right? Or mandatory Palestine, I guess. As early as May 1936, the British formed armed Jewish units equipped with armored vehicles to serve as auxiliary police. The British government in Palestine was convinced that the strike had the full support of the Palestinian Arabs, and they could see no weakening in the will and spirit of the Arab people. Air Vice Marshal Richard Pearse, commander of the British forces in Palestine and Transjordan from 1933 to 1936, reported that because the rebel armed bands were supported by villagers, it was quickly evident that the only way to regain the initiative from the rebels was by initiating measures against the villagers from which the rebels and saboteurs came. I therefore initiated, in cooperation with the Inspector General of Police RGB Spicer, village searches. Ostensibly, these searches were undertaken to find arms and wanted persons. Actually, the measures adopted by the police on the lines of similar Turkish methods were punitive and effective. Jesus Christ. Poor Ethan, dude. Is getting savaged on fucking Twitter. Oh, this one person, this Hayat twit person is fucking wild. I see this person tweet so much disgusting shit. Holy fuck, this person is like an actual terrorist. I apologize for caring about Israel and Jewish people. I lived in Israel for 5 years. My wife is Israeli. My kids, my wife's entire family. Of course, I have a bias to nearly everyone I love is affected by this. If you're incapable of understanding that, if this post enrages you, then I'm afraid you're nothing more than an unwitting conduit of Hamas propaganda, blah, blah, blah. Does he think Hamas is going to come from in his $8 million house in LA? This all started because he got triggered about something that was said in a Discord channel, LeMayo. Personally, I think there's bigger issues, but that's just me. God, I hate this person. That female doctor from Denmark is worse? I don't even know what you're talking about. This person is horrible, though. Jesus. Oh, is this the one with the GoFundMe for the moving house? It might be for moving, yeah. Oh, I was gonna bring this up. Okay, I'm trying not to. I have to be very careful when I talk about her because Pearl's just been trying to like farm attention for me hard. I think she was hoping that I would fight against her because of all the last shit she's been saying on Twitter against me. She finally made the YouTube video she's been working on. Adam22 and Destiny forgot that they're irrelevant. 1.84 million subscribers. Video posted 20 hours ago, 9,654 views. Holy shit. How fucking sad. That channel is so fucking dead. In reality, the measures created a sense of solidarity between the villagers and the rebels. The pro-government mayor of Nablus complained to the High Commissioner that during the last searches effected in villages, properties were destroyed, or during the last searches effected in villages, properties, during the last searches effected in villages, properties were destroyed, jewels stolen, and the Holy Quran torn, and this has increased the excitement of the Felahin. And they are a peasant, usually a farmer, agricultural worker in the Middle East and North Africa. The word derives from the Arabic word for plowman. Wow, Z8RZ, thanks for hosting me with 6 viewers. However, Mosh Shertok and the Jewish Agency even suggested that all villages in the area of an incident should be punished. On June 2nd, an attempt by rebels to derail a train bringing the 2nd Battalion, Bedfordshire, and the Hertfordshire Regiment from Egypt led to the railways being put under guard, placing a great strain on the security forces. On the 4th of June, in response to the situation, the government rounded up a large number of Palestinian leaders and sent them to a detention camp in Aja al-Hafir in the Negev Desert. The Battle of Ner Shams on the 21st of June marked an escalation in the largest engagement of British troops against Arab militants so far during the revolt. Okay. All right, we don't need all of this. For the revolt in Palestine, and then there was a 1944 to 1948 Jewish insurgency in Mandatory Palestine. Let me play. I need musics. Wait, don't I have a different playlist now? Jesus Christ. Oh, thank God. I don't know what of these will get me hit for a copyright, so good luck. Let's see. Jewish insurgency and Mandatory Palestine. Okay. A successful paramilitary campaign was carried out by Zionist underground groups against British rule in Mandatory Palestine from 1944 to 1948. The tensions between the Zionist underground and the British mandatory authorities rose from 1938 and intensified with the publication of the White Paper of 1939. This was a policy paper issued by the British government led by Neville Chamberlain in response to the 36 to 39 Arab revolt in Palestine. After its formal approval in the House of Commons on the 23rd of May, 1939, it acted as the governing policy for Mandatory Palestine from 39 to the 48 British departure. After the war, the mandate was referred to the United Nations. Policy first drafted in 39 was for the British government unilaterally. Wait, I'm so confused. So did the White Paper of 39 was still under the mandate for Palestine? Oh, okay, never mind. That makes sense, I guess. White Paper of 1939 enacted until the end of British mandated rule, I guess. Paper called for the establishment of a Jewish national home and an independent Palestinian state. Within 10 years, rejected the Peel Commission's idea of partitioning Palestine. It also limited Jewish immigration to 75,000 for 5 years and ruled that further immigration would then be determined by the Arab majority. Jews were restricted for buying Arab land in all but 5% of the mandate. The proposal did not meet the political demands proposed by Arab representatives during the London conference and was officially rejected by the representatives of Palestine Arab parties who were acting under the influence of Haj Amin Effendi al-Husseini, Jesus, but the more moderate Arab opinion that was represented by the National Defense Party was prepared to accept the White Paper. Ouch. They probably should have accepted this, huh? Zionist groups in Palestine immediately rejected the White Paper and led a campaign of attacks on government property that lasted for several months. On the 18th of May, a Jewish general strike was called. Regulations on land transfers and clauses restricting immigration were implemented, but at the end of the 5 years of 1944, only 51,000 of the 75,000 immigration certificates provided for had been used. In light of this, the British offered to allow immigration to continue beyond the cutoff date of 44 at a rate of $1,500 per month. Oh, man. Okay. This is kind of important, I think. The White Paper of 1939. Called for the establishment of a Jewish national home in an independent Palestinian state. That would have been a one-state solution, with Jews living inside of an independent Palestinian state, right? Within 10 years, limited Jewish immigration to 75,000 for 5 years and allowed Arab majority to determine future Jewish immigration. Jews were restricted from buying Arab land in all but 5% of the mandate. The Palestinian Arab parties acting under Haj Amin Effendi al-Husseini rejected this proposal. I say, but probably should have accepted. That's an opinion. Opinions can be, what, blue, I guess? Right click, color text. Al-Husseini, the Mufti, rejected it because he would be unable to return from exile in Lebanon. Wait, really? The London conference. That's where they rejected it at, right? Hold on. During the London... Well, let's find out. I guess read more. In February of 1939, the British called the London Conference to negotiate an agreement between Arabs and Jews in Palestine. The Arab delegates attended on the condition that they would not meet directly with the Jewish representatives, which would constitute recognition of Jewish claims over Palestine. The British government, therefore, held separate meetings with the two sides. The conference ended in failure on March 17th. In the wake of World War II, the British believed that Jewish support was either guaranteed or unimportant. However, the government feared hostility from the Arab world. That geopolitical consideration was, in Raoul Hilberg's word, decisive to British policy since Egypt, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia were independent and allied with Britain. The London Conference. Control F. Husseini. 5 prominent Palestinians, including Yaqub al-Hussein, okay, and 3 members of the agency were deported to the remaining members of the agency were either already out of the country, like this guy, went into hiding and then exiled over the summer. Amin. Oh. What does the al before Hussein means? Or al, like al Hussein, al Muhammad, al Husseini. Like, what is that? What does the al mean? Al? Is there like a thing in? Of? Oh, gotcha. Okay, the Arabs' counteroffer was... That's probably worth it, too. Fuck, how would I organize this? They wanted independence, no Jewish national home in Palestine, replacement of the mandate by a treaty, and the end of Jewish immigration. Al is the Muslim version of the Jewish Ben. It means son of. Okay. Jesus. After the delegations had left London, the British made a further attempt to get Arab approval by suggesting a faster transfer of power conditional on an end of violence and the involvement of the League of Nations if conditions were unsuitable for independence after 10 years. In May, the HNC delegation announced its rejection of the White Paper, with Amin Husseini imposing the decision on the majority of delegates that were in favor of accepting. That tactical blunder did not help the Arab National Council in any way. It has been suggested that he had to refuse to deal with the British to maintain his leadership of the actual rebels in Palestine. Oh, so maybe they actually should have accepted that, maybe? Al does not mean son of. IBN or bin means son of. Oh, well. Your chat is gaslighting you. Okay. White Paper of 1939. Okay. And intensified with publication of the White Paper of 1939. The paper outlined new government policies to place further restrictions on Jewish immigration and land purchases, and declared the intention of giving independence to Palestine with an Arab majority within 10 years. Though World War II brought relative calm, tensions again escalated into an armed struggle towards the end of the war, when it became clear that the Axis powers were close to defeat. Okay, so and then obviously Jewish people are not happy because the White Paper is basically fucking them over hard inside this new potential Palestinian state. The Haganah, the Haganah, is it Haganah? I forgot. Haganah, the largest of the Jewish underground militias, which was under the control of the officially recognized Jewish leadership of Palestine, remained cooperative with the British, but in 1944 the Irgun, an offshoot of the Haganah, launched a rebellion against British rule, thus joining Lehi. I think that video just mentioned the three of these, which had been active against the authorities throughout the war. Both were small dissident militias of the right-wing revisionist movement. They attacked police and government targets in response to British immigration restrictions. The armed conflict escalated during the final phase of World War II when the Irgun declared a revolt in February of 1944, ending the hiatus in operations it had begun in 1940. The armed conflict escalated during the final phase of World War II when the Irgun declared a revolt in February of 1944, ending the hiatus. Okay, when did Japan surrender World War II? Japan surrender World War II. That's considered like, is Japan surrender considered like that is the ending date of World War II? September 2nd, 1945. Is this like, or was there like random shit going on after that? That is the end of World War II. Okay. Starting from the assassination of Baron Moyne. Okay, hold on. Genuine question. Are you researching the Israel-Palestine history out of genuine interest? Asking because I thought you said distant history is largely irrelevant in modern conflicts. When the black kid you were on Jubilee with kept bringing up the KKK was founded by Democrats. Please don't blame him. I don't know if it's necessarily relevant to the modern conflict, but learning anything is nice just because it helps you, like, everything is connected, okay? So it's nice to, like, learn everything. The more you know, the more things plug into each other. Literally every single thing in this universe is connected to itself because we all live in the same universe, so it's just having a background and everything is nice to have. It also helps you refute certain arguments that might be easily refuted, and it's just good to know. There's literally no downside, okay? Oh, wait, hold on. Good one. Rapper 433. Get banned. Okay. We should, on our breaks, every hour we should do 5-minute link breaks to keep you guys, your brain stimulated. The armed conflict escalated during the final phase of World War II when the Irgun declared a revolt in February of 1944. Hello?
Hey.
Hi.
So I see you've been doing some research, and I just wanted to know your opinion. I've done a bit of research on the history of Palestine, Israel, shit like that. It seems to me that Palestinians have, from the very beginning, like, not been okay at all with the idea of having either like a two-state solution or even having like a mixed population. It just seemed from the very beginning they were extremely anti-Semitic and didn't want any Jews in Palestine whatsoever. So, like when the British did, you know, have this kind of mandate for, you know, Jews to have their own land, it was obvious. It's obvious to me that it was a bad decision for them not to take them up on the offer, because that eventually led to, you know, them losing so much territory, and then, you know, all the issues with Gaza and the West Bank right now. I just want to know your opinion. Like, do you think from the very beginning, like, the British should have, you know, allowed for the state of Israel, or do you think Palestinians should have just always had, you know, their territory?
I'm not sure. I didn't start back that far. I'm starting in like, or no, I did start back that far. We'll see. I haven't gotten there yet. I'm in I'm in the 1940s right now. So we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah. But
okay.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
I've talked to a few Israelis, and they basically say that there's like an ancient claim to the land. Like 1,000 years ago, Jews used to live there, and then
Yeah, but there's like, I think religiously,
yeah.
I've heard people make the argument that in the Quran, there's like a section that says that like Israel is actually explicitly promised to the Jewish people. But I would never rely on like any holy book scholarship to determine who should go anywhere. I don't know, but.
Well, it's not holy book scholarship. I've heard this from secular Jews, that Jews used to actually occupy that land.
Maybe. I mean, there were Jewish people there with Palestinians under the Ottoman Empire rule. Like, there were Jewish Arabs there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were a minority, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, I just haven't heard, like, a good argument for Israel, like, having existed in the first place, but at the same time...
Well, I think the argument is just that, like, Britain had a mandate to administer to the land. There were a whole bunch of Jewish people across Europe that were advocating for them having a place to go, I think, since everybody was killing them all the time. And Britain was like, you know, fuck it. If you guys want to stay here, it's our job to administer to the land. We'll make a little place here. You guys can start moving down and chill. And then obviously the Palestinians that were already down there were like, okay, well, this is a little bit kind of fucking lame because we are already here. And then then the fighting back and forth over that happens, essentially, yeah. But
yeah, that's the only like I've become more pro-Israel over time. It's just the whole thing with the Nakba and whether or not Jews had some sort of legitimate claim to the land to begin with.
Yeah, I don't think that matters at all. I don't care about that at all. Some people can argue that.
I don't
but
think,
also,
yeah,
things
like,
can be simultaneously true, too, that, like, maybe the creation of the state of Israel in that area was kind of shitty, but, like, overall, it's probably... like where it's at now is better than it would have been. Like that can be true as well.
Yeah.
That it doesn't justify the former, but like, so it's just, you can't really justify mistreatment of indigenous peoples in the United States, but like the United States ran by the people who eventually ran it is probably the Jews. It's probably better than like the United States that was ran by, you know, the native people for 200 plus years after that, you know, maybe arguably.
Yeah.
I don't know.
In the whole Gaza, you know, Israel conflict thing, I don't think it really matters. I just want to know, like, the full historical context for everything, because that usually ends up getting brought up in those debates.
Yeah, sometimes,
and
sure, yeah.
It's just better to kind of know rather than not know, but yeah.
Okay.
All right, well, have fun studying all this crap. Take care, dude.
Have fun, be careful. Okay. The land belongs to the Canaanites. Let's be real. Read your Bible, pagan. Good one. Good, Donna. Starting from the assassination of Baron Moyne by Lehi in 1944, the Haganah actively opposed the Irgun and Lehi in a period of inter-Jewish fighting known as the hunting season, effectively halting the insurrection. However, in autumn of 1945, following the end of World War II in both Europe and Asia, when it became clear that the British would not permit significant Jewish immigration and had no intention of immediately establishing a Jewish state, the Haganah began a period of cooperation with the other two underground organizations. Oh, they all came to work together. Cute. Jesus, okay. They jointly formed the Jewish Resistance Movement. The Haganah refrained from direct confrontation with British forces and concentrated its efforts on attacking British immigration control, while Irgun and Lehi attacked military and police targets. The resistance movement dissolved amidst recriminations in July of 1946 following the King David Hotel bombing. The Irgun and Lehi started acting independently, while the main underground militia, Haganah, continued acting mainly in supporting Jewish immigration. The Haganah, is it Haganah or Haganah? Haganah? I don't remember. Again, briefly worked to suppress Irgun and Lehi operations due to the presence of a United Nations investigative community in Palestine. After the UN Partition Plan resolution was passed on the 20th of November 1947, the civil war between The civil war between Palestinian Jews and Arabs eclipsed the previous tensions of both with the British. However, British and Zionist forces continued to clash throughout the period of the civil war up to the termination of the British Mandate for Palestine and the Israeli Declaration of Independence on the 14th of May, 1948. Haganah. Okay. Within the United Kingdom, there were deep divisions over Palestine policy. Dozens of British soldiers, Jewish militants, and civilians died during the campaigns of insurgency. The conflict led to heightened anti-Semitism in the United Kingdom. In August of 1947, after the hanging of 2 abducted British sergeants, there was widespread anti-Jewish rioting across the United Kingdom. The conflict caused tensions in the United Kingdom and the United States relations. Wait, really? Why are you doing this? There we go. Okay. Let's see. The Haganah, Irgun, or the Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi all joined together to form the Jewish Resistance Movement. Insurgent activities in the area were in response to the proposed 1939 White Paper. Let's look up the king in July of 1946. Let's look this up. The King David Hotel bombing. The British administrative headquarters for Mandatory Palestine, housed in the southern wing. Oh, it's Lehi? The British administrative headquarters for Mandatory Palestine, housed on the southern wing of the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, were bombed in a terrorist attack on July of 22nd, 1946 by the militant right-wing Zionist underground organization, the Irgun, during the Jewish insurgency. 91 people of various nationalities were killed, including Arabs, Britons, and Jews, and 46 were injured. Jesus. In July, on 22nd of July, 1946, the Irgun bombed the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, leading to the deaths of 91 people of various nationalities. The hotel was the site of the central offices of the British Mandatory Authorities of Palestine, principally. This hotel was the headquarters for Mandatory Palestine. Hello? When planned, the attack had the approval of the Haganah, the principal Jewish paramilitary group in Palestine, though unbeknownst to the Irgun, this had been cancelled by the time the operation was carried out. The main motive of the bombing was to destroy documents incriminating the Jewish agency and attacks against the British, which were obtained during Operation Agatha, a series of raids by Mandate authorities. It was the deadliest attack directed at the British during the Mandate era. That's important to know. Was the deadliest attack against the British during the entire Mandate era, which would be 1920 to 1948. Disguised as Arab workmen and as hotel waiters, members of the Irgun planned to bomb in the basement of the main building of the hotel, whose southern wing housed the Mandate Secretariat and a few offices of the British military headquarters. I feel like if you knew this history, I feel like 9/11 truthers should use this. Like, Jews have already done this type of sneaking in and planting bombs. Oh.
What?
Why are you slamming doors all over the place?
What are you doing?
Controversy has arisen over the timing and adequacy of any warnings. The Irgun stated subsequently that warnings were delivered by telephone. Thurston Clark states the first warning was delivered by a 16-year-old recruit to the hotel switchboard 15 minutes before the explosion. The British government said after the inquest that no warning had been received by anyone at the Secretariat in an official position with any power to take action. The Irgun committed the attack in response to Operation Agatha, known in Israel as Black Saturday. British troops had searched the Jewish agency on June 29th and confiscated large quantities of documents directly implicating the Haganah and the Jewish insurgency against Britain. The intelligence information was taken to the King David Hotel, where it was initially kept in the offices of the Secretariat of the Southern Wing. Jesus. Okay. Within the United Kingdom, there were deep divisions over Palestine policy. Dozens of British soldiers, Jewish militants, and civilians died during the campaigns of insurgency. Okay. Background between the world wars. Let me use the restroom real quick. 1 sec. What? Okay. Sorry, hold on.
reflection, I don't see it as being wrong. I just see it as being a stage that we all go through. You know, it's just like that.
What do you leave me Dexerto for? Amaranth collabing with a beer company to brew a new flavor using her vaginal yeast. You just made that up? What? It was the Dexerto link. I mean, beer is disgusting anyway, so it's par for the course, okay? Although both the 1917 Balfour Declaration and the terms of the League of Nations British Mandate of Palestine called for a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine, the British did not accept any linkage between Palestine and the situation of European Jews. After the Nuremberg Laws of 1935, many German Jews sought refuge abroad, and by the end of 1939, some 80,000 had been given refuge in Great Britain itself. Jesus. Uh-oh. I feel like I'm developing like a... I'm developing like a BPD Sixth Sense, I think. Welcome, brother. Yeah, Jesus. Okay. In 1936 to 1937, soon after the start of the Arab uprising in Palestine, Earl Peel led a commission to consider a solution. The Peel Commission proposed a partition of Palestine that involved the compulsory resettlement of some Arab and Jewish inhabitants. It was not acceptable either to the Arab or to the Jewish leaders, though David Ben-Gurion remarked in 1937, the compulsory transfer of the Arabs from the valleys of the proposed Jewish state could give us something which we had never had, even when we stood on our own during the days of the First and Second Temples. The 20th Zionist Congress resolved in August of 19 1937 that the partition plan proposed by the Peel Commission is not to be accepted, but it wished to carry on negotiations in order to clarify the exact substance of the British government's proposal for the foundation of a Jewish state in Palestine. A further attempt was made in the Woodhead Commission, also known as the Palestine Partition Commission, whose report was published in late 1938. A government statement followed on the 11th of November 1938 and concluded that His Majesty's government, after careful study of the Partition Commission's report, have reached the conclusion that his further examination has shown that the political, administrative, and financial difficulties involved in the proposal to create independent Arab and Jewish states inside Palestine are so great that the solution of the problem is impractical. The brief St. James Conference followed in early of 1939. Okay. This essentially died down in... Well, I guess eventually we're going to get Israel declaring itself a state, huh? You both are evil, goodbye. Okay, thanks. Mark is having a moment right now. Jesus. Okay. Where are we? Okay, back here. The United Nations Partition Plan for Palestine was passed on the 29th of November 1947. This envisaged the creation of separate Jewish and Arab states operating under economic union and with Jerusalem transferred to UN trusteeship. 2 weeks later, Colonel Secretary Arthur Creech Jones announced that the British mandate would end on the 15th of May 1948. On the last day of the mandate, the Jewish community there issued the Israeli Declaration of Independence. After the failure of the UN Partition Plan for Palestine, the 47-49 Palestine War ended with mandatory Palestine divided among Israel, the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank, and the Egyptian all-Palestine protectorate in the Gaza Strip. Let's see, what did the UN partition plan look like? The United States partition plan for Palestine was a proposal by the United Nations, which recommended a partition of mandatory Palestine at the end of the British mandate. Oh God. Is the entire history of this region going to be Palestinians like refusing offers over and over and over and over and over again that would have been so much better than where they are now? Oh no. Bro. Damn. Sorry, we're not gonna pre-watch history. You said a few minutes ago that knowledge is good and everything's connected, but a while ago I asked if you would play Geotastic or a similar geography game, and you said something like how you only cared about America and nothing outside matters. I get that you were joking, but do you think you will play it sometime in the future? I don't know. Here is Abbas saying so himself, LOL.
Time 1947. There was the resolution 181, the partition plan, Palestine and Israel. Israel existed, Palestine diminished. Why?
Maybe because Israel is accepted and Palestinians and Arabs...
I know.
Maybe you're correcting this mistake?
It was our mistake. It was our mistake. It was the Arab mistake as a whole.
To be fair, I will qualify. I don't know anything about the quality of any of this land. It might be the case here that the Jewish land that's being highlighted here is of way more quality than the Arab land, maybe. Like maybe the access to it's the Mediterranean, right? I fucking suck at fucking sea names. Yeah. Maybe access to the Mediterranean is better, like on that particular land versus like the Gaza and up here. Maybe I'm saying it's possible. I'm just saying I don't know 100%, but the stuff in the south is shit, but the land on the West Bank is good. Oh, so then maybe it's the exact opposite. Also, having exclave sucks. What's an exclave? The opposite of an enclave? Oh, non-continuous land. I agree with that. Are there any countries in the world right now anywhere that have non-continuous land? Russia. Oh, the US technically does. Alaska. Azerbaijan. Oh, okay, apparently there's a lot. Ah, fuck it. Alright, yeah. I mean, it works. There's, yeah. Okay, okay. Apparently lots of places. Let's see. So we can call this 1947. Well, we can call this November 29th, 1947. The United Nations Partition Plan for Palestine, or Resolution 181. Resolution. Hello, Destiny. I just posted something on your subreddit regarding a theory I've been developing, which has its own unique label. Actual schizo post. Okay, good for you. 2. The second version, I guess? Okay. Destiny, watch Michaela Peterson interview of opposing views with Norman Finkelstein and David Brogg for a good summary. I'm good. Okay. You do understand that you have to consider the time itself to understand if this is a good deal then for the Palestinians, right? Do you understand that the West Bank is an agreement? What's going on there? What? Destiny, is there any way that you can share your Obsidian notes? That way we could look at it in depth. Bro, my notes are... I'm not even taking the best notes right now. Just chill, okay? Wait, what the fuck is this? Okay. Petition Plan A4. Okay. The resolution recommended the creation of independent Arab and Jewish states and a special international regime for the city of Jerusalem. The petition plan, a 4-part document attached to the resolution, provided for the... Okay, let's... a 4-part document. The partition plan was attached that provided for the termination of the mandate, the withdrawal of British armed forces, and the delineation boundaries between the two states and Jerusalem. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. And Jerusalem. Part 1 of the plan stipulated that the mandate would be terminated as soon as possible and the United Kingdom withdraw no later than the 1st of August of 1948. The new states would come into existence 2 months after the withdrawal, but no later than the 1st of October 1948. The plan sought to address the conflicting objectives and claims of two competing movements, Palestinian nationalism and Jewish nationalism, or Zionism. The plan also called for economic union between the proposed states and for the protection of religious and minority rights. While Jewish organizations collaborated with UNSCOP, or UNSCOP, during the deliberations, the Palestinian Arab leadership boycotted it. The proposed plan is considered to have been pro-Zionist by its detractors, with 56% of the land allocated to the Jewish state, despite the Palestinian Arab population numbering twice the Jewish population. Consequently, the partition plan was accepted by Jewish Agency for Palestine and most Zionist factions. The Arab Higher Committee, the Arab League, and other Arab leaders and governments rejected it on the basis that in addition to the Arabs forming a two-thirds majority, they owned a majority of the lands. They also indicated an unwillingness to accept any form of territorial division, arguing that it violated the principles of national self-determination of the UN Charter, which granted people the right to decide their own destiny. They announced their intention to take all necessary measures to prevent the implementation of the resolution. Subsequently, a civil war broke out in Palestine, and the plan was not implemented. The Arab Higher Committee and the Arab League rejected this proposal due to the fact that 56% of the land would be allocated to the Jewish state, despite the Palestinian Arab population numbering twice that of the Jewish population. The Jewish population, or what? Who is representing the Jewish organizers? The Jewish Agency for Palestine and most Zionist factions accepted. Jewish counterargument to the population argument is that the ton of land that you got was useless desert. Oh, maybe, okay. The British administration was formalized by the League of Nations under the Palestine Mandate in 1923 as part of the partition of the Ottoman Empire following World War I. The mandate reaffirmed the 1970 British commitment to the Balfour Declaration for the establishment of Palestine to be a national home for the Jewish people, with the prerogative to carry it out. A British census of 1918 estimated 700,000 Arabs and 56,000 Jews. In 1937, following a 6-month-long Arab general strike and armed insurrection. Oh, that was the Arab revolt in Palestine from 36 to 39. Proposed partition. The report of the majority of the committee envisaged the division of Palestine into 3 parts: an Arab state, a Jewish state, and the city of Jerusalem linked by extraterritorial crossroads. The proposed Arab state would include the central and part of western Galilee with the town of Acre, the hill country of Samaria and Judea, an enclave at Jaffa, and the southern coast stretching from north of Istud and encompassing what is now the Gaza Strip with a section of desert along. The land was divided based on whom the majority was in certain areas, so while Palestinians were the majority throughout the entire land, a lot of the local areas was majority Jewish, rural mostly. That's from Jonathan Liriano for $10. What the Mel? Oh, I saw that. Gross. What the Mel? The primary objectives of the majority of the committee were political division and economic unity between the two groups. The plan tried its best to accommodate as many Jews as possible into the Jewish state. In many specific cases, this meant including areas of Arab majority, but with a significant Jewish minority in the Jewish state. Thus, the Jewish state would have an overall large Arab minority. Areas that were sparsely populated, like the Negev Desert, were also included in the Jewish state to create room for immigration. According to the plan, Jews and Arabs living in the Jewish state would become citizens of the Jewish state, and Jews and Arabs living in the Arab state become citizens of the Arab state. By virtue of Chapter 3, Palestinian citizens residing in Palestine outside of the city of Jerusalem, as well as Arabs and Jews who, not holding Palestinian citizenship, resided in Palestine outside the city of Jerusalem, would, upon the recognition of independence, become citizens of the state in which they were resident and enjoy full civil and political rights. The plan would have had the following demographics based on data in 1945. The land allocated to the Arab state in the final plan included 43% of mandatory Palestine and consisted of all the highlands, except for Jerusalem, plus 1/3 of the coastline. What is a highland? Does that mean like non-swampy area? Is that what that means, or? What the Mel? Why do you keep linking me shit, Mel? I'm trying to read. Oh, cringe. It means not quite mountain land. The highlands contain the major aquifers of Palestine, which supplied water to the coastal cities of central Palestine, including Tel Aviv. The Jewish state allocated to the citation needed. Okay. The Jewish state allocated the Jews, who constituted 1/3 of the population and owned about 7% of the land, was to receive 56% of the mandatory Palestine, a slightly larger area to accommodate the increasing numbers of Jews who could immigrate there. The Jewish state included 3 fertile lowland plains. Nick Crowley's vid on Tomorrow's Pioneers has all the info you need. In season 4, they reenact a self-minecrafting of a woman and had her kids react to it and encourage them to do the same. Thank you for the 10 euros, buddy. The Sharon on the coast, the Jezreel Valley, and the Upper Jordan Valley. The bulk of the proposed Jewish state's territory, however, consisted of the Negev Desert, which was not suitable for agriculture nor for urban development at that time. The Jewish state would also be given sole access to the Sea of Galilee, crucial for its water supply, and the economically important Red Sea. The committee voted for the plan 25-13 on the 25th of November 1947, and the General Assembly was called back into a special session to vote on the proposal. Various sources noted that this was 1 vote short of the 2/3 majority required in the General Assembly. What the Mel? Milker.
See?
What?
If you could ban me in real life, how would you do it?
If I could ban you?
Yeah.
What do you mean ban you? From where?
In real life.
Ban you from real, like kill you?
Is that how you would do it?
Isn't that what it means to ban somebody from life?
Yeah. Do it.
You okay? Okay, well, after this partition plan, we get the 47-49 Palestine War. Okay, how the fuck, if the Jewish people were so outnumbered, how did they win this one? Jesus. Okay, let's read this.
Steve,
What?
what animal would you make me if you could make me into an animal?
A worm. So I could step on you.
What the hell? How would you not be like that?
Okay, 1948 Palestine War.
Steve,
What?
isn't this what you wanted?
No, I want to study.
But you want me to be here.
Yeah, you're here in the other room.
I'm right here.
Well, what's up?
Hi.
What are your thoughts on Israel-Palestine?
My thoughts are Hassan bad.
Hassan Bad, good thoughts. Nice, good one.
What's your thoughts?
Same, to be honest. TBQH.
Steve?
What?
So, what's your thoughts about life?
What are you doing? Why are you trolling me? Don't you have to go to the hospital?
Yeah, I'm trying to go.
Take a battery with you.
I'm bored.
Yeah, take the battery and go to the hospital. You're gonna get there too late. How late do you think they're open? It's 5:30.
9.
9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Are you going to like an emergency room?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Steve?
Hey, Destiny, will you be sharing your Obsidian notes on your site? Maybe I will after, okay? I don't know.
Steve?
What?
What do you think about death?
Sucks. What's your phone battery at?
Just find out.
What's your phone battery at?
16.
Take a battery with you.
You want me to leave?
Yep. Your mom's coming over. You don't need to see that, Mel. Did Destiny check in on Hassan's live on stream today yet? No, why? Is there something to check in on? What?
Steve?
I love you. The 1948 Palestine War was fought on the territory of what had been, at the start of the war, British-ruled Mandatory Palestine. It is known in Israel as the War of Independence, Hebrew, aka Milchemet HaAtzamut, and in Arabic as a central component of the Nakba, or in Arabic, also known as the disaster. The Nakba, the disaster, catastrophe, or cataclysm, also known as the Palestinian catastrophe, was the 1948 displacement of a majority of the Palestinian Arabs. For every hour of note-taking, one league game should be played to keep us stimulated. Please stop. Known to Israel as the War of Independence, and to the Palestinians as the Nakba. It's the first war of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the broader Arab-Israeli conflict. During the war, the British terminated the mandate and withdrew, ending a period of rule which began in 1917 during the First World War. Beforehand, the area had been part of the Ottoman Empire. In May of 1948, the State of Israel was established by the Jewish Yishuv, its creation having been declared on the last day of the mandate. During the war, around 700,000 Palestinian Arabs were displaced. That's a lot of people. Yishuv denoted the body of Jewish residents in Palestine prior to the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. The term came into use in the 1880s when there were about 25,000 Jews living in that region, and continued to be used until 1948, by which time there were some 630,000 Jews there. The term is still in use to denote the pre-1948 Jewish residents in Palestine, corresponding to the southern part of Ottoman Syria until 1918. OETA South in 17 to 20, and Mandatory Palestine in 20 to 48. Okay. Is this the Nakba? A link to that? No. After the war, I'm so confused. Okay, never mind. We're gonna read. Let's find out. This is like some Game of Thrones shit. How the fuck did they win this war? After the war, the former territory of the Mandate was divided among the State of Israel, which captured about 78% of it. The Kingdom of Jordan, then known as Transjordan, which captured and later annexed the area that became the West Bank, and Egypt, which captured the Gaza Strip, a coastal territory on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, in which the Arab Leagues established the All-Palestine government. The war had two main phases, the first one being the 47-48 Civil War, which began on the 30th of November 1947, a day after the United Nations voted to adopt the partition plan. Destiny, Doomberg linked a BBC article on their Israeli coverage below. Why? Why do you keep linking me this? Why do you think I want to read this right now? I don't understand. Okay. Partition was accepted by the Jewish leadership, but rejected by Palestinian Arab leaders and the Arab states. This phase of the war is described by historians as the civil, ethnic, or intercommunal war, as it was fought mainly between Jewish and Palestinian Arab militias supported by the Arab Liberation Army and the surrounding Arab states. Characterized by guerrilla warfare and terrorism, it escalated at the end of March 1948 when the Jews went on the offensive and concluded with their defeating the Palestinians in major campaigns and battles, establishing clear front lines. During this period, the British still maintained a declining rule over Palestine and occasionally intervened in the violence. Palestine. When was the day of... When did they declare independence? Was there like a day for this? On the last event, it would have been in May of 1948. Okay. Let's see. War had two main phases. The first was... The first began on November... God, the American way of writing dates is so much better. November 30th, 1947. Superior. The first phase mainly fought between Jewish and Palestinian Arab militias, supported by the Arab Liberation Army and the surrounding Arab states. Escalated at the end of March 1948 when Jews went on the offensive. The British terminated the mandate at midnight at the end of the 14th of May 1948. On that day, the last remaining British troops and personnel departed the city of Haifa, and the Jewish leadership in Palestine declared the establishment of the State of Israel. May 14th, 1948, the last British troops and personnel... I should just do administrators. Whatever. Personnel departed Haifa, and the Jewish leadership declared the establishment of the State of Israel. This was followed the next day by the invasion of Palestine by the surrounding Arab armies and expeditionary forces? Expeditionary, right? Yeah, forces. The invasion marked the beginning of the second phase of the war. Second phase of the war began in May of 1948, the Arab-Israeli War. Look at the Arab Liberation Army symbol. Isn't this like the... Don't the Jews have this guy? Or wait, is it supposed to be a knife going through the star? Is that... Bro. Unhinged. But also kind of based. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god, I just realized I did a thing that I said I would never do again, and I did it, and I think I'm about to pay the prices. Pay the consequences. Hold on. Mel. Where the fuck did she go? Mel. Melina. This is weaponized incompetence, where she pretends she can't fucking hear me anywhere in the apartment. Mel, I got a job for you. Can you go check the mail?
Mail?
Yeah.
The mail? What about it?
Hopefully there's a package in the mailbox, otherwise I'm missing shit.
The mailbox?
Yeah. Wait. If it's not there, can you check the mailroom?
The mailroom?
They might need my ID. You're just looking for a box, okay?
Mailbox.
Yep. Love you.
Love you.
I chose the overnight shipping option on Amazon. Every single time I choose overnight shipping, I feel like they use like a different type of like shipment process, because every single time I do overnight shipping or like next morning shipping, it always goes to some random fucking place. Every single time. I don't know why. And I always say in the past, I've said it a million times on stream that like, oh, I did it again, and now they fucked my shit up, but I'll never do this, and now I did it. And now it says, I just checked my Amazon, it says it was delivered today, but I didn't get any notification from the package room, meaning I have no fucking idea where the fuck they put it. It was a trimmer, the dummy battery from Mel's thing, and then some deodorant. I don't think that can all fit in my mailbox. I feel like it's gonna disappear. I only do overnight if it selects 10 to 3 p.m. If I select the earliest morning option, it always fucks up. Yeah, who knows? God damn it. Trimmer, yeah, I lost the attachment to my trimmer, so I have no... My shit is fucked up here, and it's bothering the fuck out of me. What deodorant did you get? Bro, I feel like I've discovered the True W deodorant for men. It's this men's Dove deodorant. It's like God tier. It doesn't leave a bunch of marks. It doesn't have like an overpowering, like disgusting fucking accent, and it's like really effective. I feel like it's God tier. Although I say that, but it's not like I had a huge deodorant problem before. Like, I don't know. I'm not like a huge sweater person, so I don't know if it's like a highly recommended one or not, but yeah. Look up Palestine manifesto on Reddit. I wrote something on Abbas subreddit. Why do I care? I don't care. That's good for you. You've been spamming this like all fucking day. Nice. On Abba's subreddit? Abba and Preach Reddit. Good one. Oh. Palestine Part 2, the only true solution. Why the fuck are you posting this on there? Can't post on our Destiny because my account's too new. Let me post it here, please, Abba. Okay, good for you. The invasion marked the beginning of the second phase of the war, the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. Invasion happens after Jewish leadership declares independence. Can you explain to chat that just copying someone else's notes doesn't help you learn? Yeah, I don't know why you'd want. I don't even think I'm a particularly good note taker. The only part of the note taking process that helps me, like, I'll probably never read these again, or maybe I will if I need to reference something important. The only reason why taking notes helps me learn is because I've got to read the material, and then I have to understand the material well enough to pull a couple of vital pieces of information out. And that process of reading something and understanding what's important and what's not important is usually what helps me learn things. So I'll try to like write down like bullet points to make sure kind of I'm understanding like roughly what I'm reading. That's it. But there are entire books if you want. I think on Amazon. There are actual books you can buy on how to take good notes. I don't think I'm a particularly good note taker. If I had to guess, my note taking abilities are probably worse than average in terms of like taking notes. Yeah, there's like a whole theory to taking effective notes. So yeah, you should never want it to be copying my notes. Okay, Jesus. The Egyptians advanced on the southern coastal strip and were halted near Ashdod. The Jordanian Arab Legion and Iraqi forces captured the central highlands of Palestine. Syria and Lebanon fought several skirmishes with the Israeli forces in the north. The Jewish militias organized into the Israeli Defense Forces managed to halt the Arab forces. When this says the Egyptians advanced in the southern coast and were halted near Ashdod, they were stopped by the Israel Defense Force? And Jordanian Arab Legion and Iraqi forces captured the central highlands of Palestine. Syria and Lebanon fought several skirmishes with the Israeli forces in the north. The Jewish militias organized into the Israel Defense Forces managed to halt the Arab forces. The following months saw fierce fighting between the IDF and the Arab armies, which were slowly being pushed back. The Jordanian and Iraqi armies managed to maintain control over most of the central highlands of Palestine and capture East Jerusalem, including the Old City. Egypt's occupation zone was limited to the Gaza Strip and a small pocket surrounded by Israeli forces at Al-Fallujah. Fallujah? Okay. This is a bit off the Gaza Strip, I think. In October and December of 1948, Israeli forces crossed into Lebanese territory and pushed into Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, encircling the Egyptian forces near Gaza City. The last military activity happened in March of 1949 when Israeli forces captured the Negev Desert and reached the Red Sea. In 1949, Israel signed separate armistices with Egypt on the 24th of February, Lebanon on the 23rd of March, Transjordan, and Syria. During this period, the flight and expulsion of the Palestinian Arabs continued. What were the Palestinian Arabs doing this whole time? What, were they just like chilling, watching everything happening? Wait, what the fuck happened? Or Sinai? Sorry, it's not Sinai, it's Sinai. During the war, around 700,000 Palestinian Arabs were displaced and most of the urban areas were destroyed. Many Palestinian Arabs ended up stateless, displaced either to the Palestinian territories captured by Egypt and Jordan or to the surrounding Arab states. Many of them, as well as their descendants, remained stateless and in refugee camps. In the last 3 years following the war, about 700,000 Jews immigrated to Israel from Europe and Arab lands, with 1/3 of them having been left or expelled from their countries of residence in the Middle East. These refugees were absorbed into Israel in the 1 million plan. Jesus fuck. It's like we're gathering power. Okay, give me numbers on this. Because, like, my understanding is there's, like, what, a couple 100,000 Jews at this point in time in all of Palestine? How many Jews were there? Or Israelis, I guess. Oh my god. Like, yeah, what's going on here? So these are the military forces, 10,000 initially, rising to 115,000 by March. Arabs had 2,000 initially, rising to 70,000. Oh, so they were outnumbered. Of which Egypt had 10,000 initially, Iraq had 3,000, rising to 15,000, 18,000, Syria 2,500 to 5,000, Transjordan 8,000 to 12,000, Lebanon at 1,000, Saudi Arabia 800 to 1,200, Arab Liberation Army 3,500 to 6,000. Okay, Jesus, let's... Jordanian and Iraqi armies maintained control over most of the central highlands of Palestine and captured East Jerusalem. Egypt occupied the Gaza Strip. Or wait, can I see, is there a map that shows me the borders of everybody after this conflict ended? I would be curious to see like what it looked like immediately after. Israel after the 1949 armistice agreements. Okay, let's check. Does that even care about YouTube chat? No. Oh, okay. Territorial changes. The 1949... In 1949, Israel signed separate armistice agreements with Egypt, lesbian. Jordan and Syria. So Egypt finally consented to talks. Talks began on the Greek island of Rhodes on the 12th of January, shortly after their... Oh, here's a question. I'm just curious. Has it ever happened in history? You know how, like, the military leaders or the diplomats go to, like, talk to each other? And they're like, oh, like, let's make an agreement for, what's going to happen. Has anybody ever done that? And then they just, like, kill the people that show up? Besides, like, the movie 300? Or is it, like... Has it been so integral to, like, world... military functioning that like everybody kind of respects each other's duders? Yes, a million times. No, that would be retarded. That would get you blacklisted. The movie Braveheart had happened. Mexico and the Zapatistas. The Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. Happened in Romania by the king when his government wouldn't fight the Nazis. Okay. Israel demanded that Egypt withdraw all its forces from the former area of Mandate Palestine. Egypt said the air forces withdraw the positions which they held on foot. The deadline culminated with the murder of Hassan al-Banna, a leader of the Islamist group, the Muslim Brotherhood. Israel threatened to abandon the talks, but the United States appealed to the parties to bring them to a successful conclusion. February 24th, the Israel-Egypt Armistice Agreement was signed in Rhodes. The main points of the Armistice Agreement were: the Armistice demarcation line is not to be construed in any sense as a political or territorial boundary and is delineated without prejudice to rights, claims, and positions of either party to the armistice as regards ultimate settlement of the Palestine question. The Armistice demarcation line was drawn for the most part along the 1922 international border between Egypt and Mandatory Palestine, except near the Mediterranean Sea, where Egypt remained in control of a strip of land along the coast, which became known as the Gaza Strip. Occupying the Gaza Strip, the Egyptian forces besieged in the Fallujah pocket were allowed to return to Egypt with their weapons, and the area was handed over to Israeli military control. The zone on both sides of the border around Uja al-Hafir was to be demilitarized. It became the seat of the Bilateral Armistice Committee. Okay, so Egypt basically got fuck all except for, what, the Gaza Strip? And then there's like a neutral zone. Is that basically all they got? Or is there like a little territory here they got? It's pronounced armistice. Armistice, not armistice. Sorry, armistice. And had a demilitarized zone around Uja al-Hafir. Yeah, most of that area is like desert anyway, which sucks. Okay, let's fuck this. Okay, Egypt had this. Okay, with Lebanon. Provisions of this agreement being dictated exclusively by military considerations, the armistice line, the green line, was drawn along the international boundary between Lebanon and Mandatory Palestine. Israel withdrew its forces from 13 villages in Lebanese territory, which were occupied during the war. Lebanon agreed to international boundary between Lebanon and Mandatory Palestine. And with Jordan. These armistice talks began on the 4th of March and were conducted on Jordanian territory, despite the insistence by Ralph Bunche that in all 4 talks the ceasefire be strictly observed. While negotiating with Jordan, Israel engaged in military operations to occupy extensive swaths of territory in both the central and southern Negev desert. It also managed to secure further land by using the threat of military intervention unless some claims were accepted. The agreement with Jordan was signed on the 3rd of April, 1949. The main points: no provision of this agreement shall in any way prejudice the rights, claims, and positions of either party. Here too, and the ultimate peaceful settlement of the Palestine question. The provisions of this agreement being dictated exclusively by military considerations. What does this mean when it says this? Does it basically mean that like we're settling disputes between ourselves, but it doesn't go to answering anything relating to the Palestinian dispute, essentially? Jordanian forces remained in most positions held by them, particularly East Jerusalem, which included the Old City. Jordanian forces remained in East Jerusalem. And other positions held by them. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but okay. Jordan withdrew its forces from their front posts overlooking the plain of Sharon. In return, Israel agreed to allow Jordanian forces to take over positions previously held by Iraqi forces. Exchange of territorial control. Israel received control in the area known as Wadi Ara and the Little Triangle in exchange for territory in the southern hills of Hebron. Lebron? In March of 1949, as the Iraqi forces withdrew from Palestine and handed over their positions to the smaller Jordanian Legion, 3 Israeli brigades maneuvered into positions of advantage. Wait, you're checking my mail? Yeah. You're checking the mailbox? Yeah. Oh, you're not coming back up?
I can.
Well, yeah, that was the whole point. Love you. Or, yeah, okay. Fuck it. Was in a secret agreement reached on 23rd of March 1949, incorporated the General Armistice Agreement. The green line was then redrawn in blue ink on the southern map to give the impression that a shift of the green line had been made. The events that led to a change of the green line was an exchange of fertile land in the Bethlehem area to Israeli control and the village of Wadi Funkin being given to Jordanian control. The 15th of July, when the Israeli army expelled the population of Wadi Funkin after the village had been transferred to the Israeli command of the terms. Okay, all right. Oh, with Syria. Armistice talks with Syria started at Gesher Bnat Yaakov on the River Jordan in April of 1949 after the other armistice agreements had been concluded. The agreement with Syria was signed on the 20th of July 1949. Syria withdrew its force from most territories controlled west of the international border, which became demilitarized zones. The territory retained by Syria that lay west of the 1923 Palestinian Mandate border, which had been allocated to the Jewish state under the UN partition plan, comprised 66 square kilometers in the Jordan Valley. Syria maintained 66 square kilometers. In the Jordan Valley, I guess. Designated as DMZs. Remained under Syrian control. It was emphasized that the armistice line was not to be interpreted as having any relation whatsoever to ultimate territorial arrangements. So what does that mean when they say no relation to ultimate territorial arrangements? That what, we can like come back at a later date and figure shit out? It's just an armistice just means like we're going to stop fighting for now and then we'll figure out like how to sort this territory out once we've kind of chilled. Wasn't meant to be a political border. And let's see, Iraq, whose forces took an active part in the war, although it has no common border with Israel, withdrew its forces from the region in March 1949. The front occupied by Iraqi forces was covered by the armistice agreements between Israel and Jordan. There was no separate agreement with Iraq. Iraq had no formal agreement as they withdrew their forces. The new military frontiers for Israel set by the agreements encompassed about 70% of mandatory Palestine as it stood. The new military borders as set by the agreements encompassed about 78% of mandatory Palestine. That's a pretty big gain from where they started at. Why was Jordan called Transjordan initially? Was there, I don't know, okay. An Arab-populated area. The Arab population is not controlled by Israel prior to 67, where the Jordanian ruled West Bank. Okay. They identified as Israel. Good one. Because it crossed the Jordan Sea unironically. Transjordan. Okay, so this is for the armistice agreements. The armistice agreement, sorry. Okay, so I believe that this is what it looked like. Okay. To establish these temporary military borders. There's not a link thing, seriously? Okay, back to the war. The 1948 war came as the culmination of 30 years of friction between Jews and Arabs during the period of British rule of Palestine when, under the terms of the League of Nations mandate held by the British, conditions intended to lead to the creation of a Jewish national home in the area were created. What I'm mainly curious about is what was the Palestinian fighting force? Is it just Arabs? No, that's not. No, this is everybody. The Arab Liberation Army was 3,500 to 6,000 strong. How could 1 million people only produce such a small army? All right, well. Zionism formed in Europe as the national movement of the Jewish people. For the Arab countries, this was an opportunistic land grab. For Israel, it was an existential war of survival. The amount of soldiers used reflects that. But it's an existential war of survival for the Palestinian people as well, right, Mike? Like they felt like they had rights to their land and they wanted their land, right? Like during the Arab revolt in Palestine, like they were revolting here. In the second part of this movement, there was violent conflict between the British Army, Palestinian police forces, against like peasants and stuff. Like 5,000 dead. They lost more people almost in the 36 to 39 Arab revolts when it was the British mandate versus like the entire war here against Israel trying to take everything. I just don't understand. But I don't know. We'll read. We'll find out what happened. It's a plot hole.
Hey.
Hi, what's up? Hello?
Hey.
Hi, what's up?
I've been dropping in and out as I've been working, and I saw you got stuck on a thing.
Well, I'm not stuck. I mean, I imagine the answer is going to be in this article below, but you can talk to me if you want. What's up?
About why the Palestinians were so militarily shit. After the Arab Revolt, a lot of Palestinian military groups were disarmed by the British, and their leaders were fucked off to other countries. That's why they were very unprepared for 48.
Sure, but like the sheer numbers. How many Palestinians lived here? It must have been over, what, 1, 2, 3 million? Or how many Palestinians lived?
Yeah, but they didn't have a state. They didn't have people giving them arms and shit like that. Or they were just...
Did Egypt have people? Did Israel have people giving them arms?
Well, Israel... So, in the Second World War, Jewish people were fighting alongside the British, right? And they were given arms then. And I think because of... I don't know why. I guess just general preferential treatment by the British. Jewish terror groups from the kind of early 40s were just not treated as punitively as the Palestinian militants were in the mandate period. So they just had a lot more strength by the time of 48 than the Palestinians did.
Huh.
That's why I get kind of frustrated when people say this thing about 750,000 people displaced, but they're like, oh, but you rejected the partition, you started a war and all that. It's like, well, nah, most of these 100,000 people were farmers, right?
I mean, I guess, but it just seems like a lot of people. But then it also seems like, let's say that is the case, that they're all They're all just like farmers, and they literally have no desire whatsoever to fight for any sort of territory. Because also, it's my understanding historically, there has never been, there was no Palestinian nation until like what, the fucking 1980s or something, right? Like at no point in all of history, I think prior to this, were the Palestinian people ever their own independent nation, were they?
No.
So, and obviously I have the benefit of looking at this in hindsight, but it feels like they really should have accepted, like so far in my research, I've come across 2 points where they probably should have accepted a delineation of borders. This 1939 white paper, and then yeah, like
Wait,
I don't know
the
why
39 white paper, was that not rejected by the Zionists?
it was rejected by both people.
Yeah. Okay. So,
but it might have been the
you're
case.
saying-
It might have been the case that that if the Arabs would have pushed to accept it. Did you go to the package room?
Yep.
And they said nothing?
Yep.
Fuck me, dude. Love you. Bye. I feel like if the Arabs would have accepted it, though, maybe there would have been more push from the British people to force the Jewish settlers to accept it. Maybe no.
There's a couple of problems. One is like you already mentioned it. It's hindsight, right? But the other one is Palestinian leadership was pretty bad and like very unaccountable as well, because I think a lot of them were appointed through like a feudal system almost, so they weren't very well represented. And like you said, that Al Husseini guy, like that guy was basically like a Nazi lover.
Sure.
He was like telling the Hitler how much he loved the idea of doing like the Holocaust and shit, because it would be better than bringing them to fucking Palestine.
Sure.
But I think also when you're looking at the time, they came out of the Ottoman Empire expecting, like the other countries that came under British rule, to just get a country at the end, right? But for them it was different, because Britain was also promising land to Jewish people who were just coming in as like an influx. So they go from being 6% of the population to 20 to 30, and then that 30% of the population is offered what, like 50% of the land. So yeah, I think at the time the frustration is like, it makes sense, but also like it's hard to tell exactly what all the Palestinians wanted, because they were not democratically represented.
I guess it's once strange to me, and again, obviously hindsight. Like in 39, they reject that white paper. You know, there's 10 more years before the mandated territory is over. What do they think is going to happen at the end of the mandate?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they think they're going to get help from the Arab countries and win, right? Yeah, that's where they thought.
But then they didn't do anything. Like, get help implies that they're going to do something too, right? Like, I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
yeah, there were Palestinian militant groups, so they just didn't have that much access to arms. That's the thing. To the point that, you know how on October 7th, Hamas grabbed a few towns and held on to them for a few hours?
Sure.
That's the first time Palestinian militants have ever done that.
Okay.
They've never, not even in 48, not even before, they've never been able to capture territory and hold on to it for any period of time. So, yeah, I think it's just a combination of like very unaccountable leadership and also like, I guess, hindsight. But also at the time, even before 48, the way that Jewish people were taking land in Palestine was probably, like, you wouldn't really accept it by today's standards. You know, like the fact that they could just buy up land from foreign wealthy landowners, and that land often consisted of like tenant farmland, like these people who lived there were tenant farmers, and a lot of these original Jewish groups would buy up the land, and then they would have a new policy saying we're only going to hire Jewish workers, so they would just evict the tenants. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess at the time it obviously would have made sense, same as like two-state solutions would have made sense, but yeah, just hindsight and bad leadership, I would say.
Okay, well, I'll keep on going.
Yeah, take care, sorry about that.
I love you, be careful, babe. Zionism formed in Europe as the national movement of the Jewish people. It sought to reestablish Jewish statehood in the ancient homeland. The first wave of Zionist immigration, dubbed the First Aliyah, lasted from 1882 to 1903. Some 30,000 Jews, mostly from the Russian Empire, reached Ottoman Palestine. They were driven both by the Zionist idea and by the wave of anti-Semitism in Europe, especially in the Russian Empire, which came in the form of brutal pogroms. Is it pogroms or pogroms? I think it's pogrom. No, I think it's pogrom. They wanted to establish Jewish agricultural settlements and a Jewish majority in the land that would allow them to gain statehood. They mostly settled in the sparsely populated lowlands which were swampy and subjected to Bedouin robbers. Oof, that's some Lord of the Rings ranger territory, guys. Oh my god, D&D. The Arab inhabitants of Ottoman Palestine, who saw the Zionist Jews settle next to them, had no national affiliation. They saw themselves as subjects of the Ottoman Empire, members of the Islamic community, and as Arabs geographically, linguistically, and culturally. Bedouin. Bedouin? Bedouin. Their strongest affiliation was their clan, family, village, or tribe. There were no Arab or Palestinian Arab nationalist movements. In the first 2 decades of Zionist immigration, most of the opposition came from the wealthy landowners and noblemen who feared they would have to fight the Jews for the land in the future. When did TVs get invented, guys? What was the first television set? When were TVs popular? Television replaced radio as the dominant broadcast medium by the 1950s and took over home entertainment. I'm trying to think, would people in the Middle East know like what's going on with Jewish opinion, or I guess with the war, you've got like reporters and writers that go back and forth and stuff. I'm curious like how in tune, like if I want to know right now, like what do Jewish people think in Romania, I can Google it, right? Or I imagine 20, 30, 40 years ago, you can make phone calls and stuff. I guess you have like radio and stuff. I'm curious, like it feels like accessing information because none of it can be like on demand unless you have like a newspaper, I guess. Yeah, papers are probably really important. Oh, hi, babe. Yeah, newspapers would have been the main source. Hassan stream. True. Did they have color TV when you were a child? Shut up. You think someone like Sam Cedar has an informed opinion on this conflict? I don't know. But I can already tell you what Sam Cedar's opinion is. I don't know how informed it is, so all right. Most of the opposition came to the wealth of landowners. No one who feared they would have to. Oh, okay. There's no Arab Palestinian. Okay. In the first 2 decades of Zionist immigration, most of the opposition came from the wealthy landowners and noblemen who feared they would have to fight the Jews for the land in the future. In the beginning of the 20th century, the Jewish population of Ottoman Palestine was between 60,000 and 85,000, 2/3 of them members of the Zionist movement, mostly living in 40 new settlements. They encountered very little violence in the form of feuds and conflict over land and resources with their Arab neighbors or criminal activity. Between 1909 and 1914, this changed as Arabs killed 12 Jewish settlement guards and Arab nationalism and opposition to the Zionist enterprise increased. In 1911, Arabs attempted to thwart the establishment of a Jewish settlement in the Jezreel Valley, and the dispute resulted in the deaths of 1 Arab man and 1 Jewish guard. The Arabs called the Jews the New Crusaders, and anti-Zionist rhetoric flourished. Tensions between Arabs and Jews led to violent disturbances on several occasions, notably in 1920, 1921, 1929, and 1936 to 1939. Fuck, I wonder if I should record these 3. This is just other background. This is interesting. So, between 1909 and 1914... violence sparked. The Balfour Declaration wasn't until 1917, though, right? I think Declaration. Yeah, it was 1917. What is this? Girl at a party asked to see my YouTube recommendations because it's a good test for red flags, and this was the first recommendation I had. Nice. Based. During the war, World War I, Palestine served as the front line between the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire in Egypt. The war briefly halted Jewish-Arab friction. The British invaded the land in 1915 and 1916 after 2 unsuccessful Ottoman attacks on Sinai. They were assisted by the Arab tribes in Hejaz, led by the Hashemites. Do you think they DM'd little girls? And promised them sovereignty over the Arab areas of the Ottoman Empire. Palestine was omitted from the promise, first planned to be a joint British-French domain, and after the Balfour Declaration in 1917, a national home for the Jewish people. The decision to support Zionism was driven by Zionist lobbying led by Chaim or Chaim Weizmann. Many of the British officials who supported the decision supported Zionism for religious and humanitarian reasons. They also believed that a British-backed state would help defend the Suez Canal. This is in Egypt, right? The Suez Canal, I believe. Suez Canal, Google Maps. Oh. Gotcha. Is this whole land right here is all part of like Egypt proper, right? The Sinai Governorate? Or is this like an autonomous region of Egypt? Is it like Crimea used to be for Ukraine? It's fully Egypt. Okay. Tanks have pushed into Gaza. The ground invasion is happening. Disagreements among Israeli leaders delay Gaza ground invasion. Israel conducts ground incursion in Gaza. Tanks roll through border area. Does Palestine possess any weapons to defeat like armored vehicles? Can they do anything, or? Iranian Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian, Christ. Drones are a game changer. Anti-tank devices from Iran, probably IEDs. Can IEDs destroy tanks? I don't know how strong like IEDs are. If it's like a tank destroying device, or if it just destroys like APCs or Jeeps or whatever. Yes. Depends. Yes. Depends. Okay. The ones next to hospitals, yes. Okay. Today in New York and the United Nations, I say frankly to the American statesmen who are now managing the genocide in Palestine that we do not welcome the expansion of the war in the region, Amir Abdullahian said, but I warn if the genocide in Gaza continues, they will not be spared from this fire. It is our home, and West Asia is our region. Saying Hamas is ready to release civilian prisoners, then added that the world should support the release of 6,000 Palestinians who are also held as prisoners, though in Israel. In addition, while the United States itself is actually and in practice and directly involved in committing crimes against Palestinians, it is not in a position to invite others to exercise self-restraint and refrain from spreading the war. The foreign minister said, therefore, we strongly warn against the uncontrollable consequences of the unlimited financial arms and operations from the White House to the Tel Aviv regime. Jesus. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Reminder, Kick brings us this incredible content. It's going to be the 2 chairs, isn't it? Oh, never mind. Oh, yes, it is. Good one. Wait, are you sick, or do you think I'm sick?
I think Melina's sick.
Oh, is she? Okay. Jesus. I don't know if you're on some bomb squad shit. Following the World War II, the surrounding Arab states were emerging from mandatory rule. Transjordan, under the Hashemite under Abdullah I, gained independence from Britain in 1946 and was called Jordan in 1949, but remained under heavy British influence. Egypt gained nominal independence in 1922, but Britain continued to exert a strong influence on it until the Anglo-Egyptian Treaty of 1936. Limited Britain's until this treaty. Oh, thank you. Is this more lamb, guys?
No, pork.
Pork. Wow. Thanks. What? No, she's gone.
Okay.
Tanks are super vulnerable to unconventional warfare with immobilization and firebombs, not well suited for urban environments. Stuff like MATVs are more suited to the environment. Gotcha. Wait, do you want to make her like a plate? Do you have extra?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks. I think she'll be back in a bit. Lebanon became an independent state in 1943, but French troops did not withdraw until 1946, the same year Syria won its independence from France. In 1945, at British prompting, Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Transjordan, and Yemen formed the Arab League to coordinate policy among the Arab states. Iraq and Transjordan coordinated closely, signaling a mutual defense treaty, while Egypt, Syria, and Saudi Arabia feared that Transjordan would annex part or all of Palestine and use it as a stepping stone to attack or undermine Syria, Lebanon, and the Hijaz. The fuck is this? Or Hijaz? Hijaz? Is a region which includes the majority of the west of Saudi Arabia, covering the cities of Mecca, Medina, Jeddah, Tabuk, Yanbu, Taif, Baljarashi. Gotcha. Mecca is the place with the box, right? The Kaaba. Fuck me. This thing. Do you see the Harvard doxing truck situation? It's related and would love to hear your take on it. Is that where people are putting up on trucks the people that supported Hamas and then like parking outside their house or whatever? I disavow. I don't think that's a good. That level of doxing is insane. I think that like names attached to things you're going to declare as part of a student org, I think having your name attached to that is pretty important. I agree with that. But like doxing where the people live, I think that's too far. I think that's fucked up, not good. The 1947 UN plan. So a lot of this is rereading stuff we already covered, but that's fine. What about driving around school? Why do you need their addresses? The only reason why you would have addresses on anything is to encourage people to go into people's houses to harass them. Okay. November of 1947, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution recommending to the United Kingdom as the mandatory power for Palestine and to all other members of the United Nations the adoption and implementation with regard to the future government of Palestine of the Plan of Partition with Economic Union, UN General Assembly Resolution 181. That was this bad boy right here. This was an attempt to resolve the Arab-Jewish conflict by partitioning Palestine into independent Arab and Jewish states and the special international regime for the city of Jerusalem. This honestly sounds base. It's like a three-state solution, basically, right? You've got your Palestinian state, your Jewish state, and then you've got, like, the city of Jerusalem is like international territory, I guess, that everybody kind of has access to. But, rip. Hindsight is 20/20. Each state would comprise three major sections. The Arab state would also have an enclave at Jaffa in order to have a port in the Mediterranean. Yeah, they even have like access to the sea and everything too, right? Yeah. With about 32% of the population, the Jews were allocated 56% of the territory. I thought it was 57% of the territory. Wait, what? Control F, 57. Oh, maybe it was 56%. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I did put 56 in here. Never mind, I just remembered wrong. Okay. Contained 499,000 Jews and 438,000 Arabs, and most of it was in the Negev desert. The Palestinian Arabs were allocated 42% of the land, which had a population of 818,000 Palestinian Arabs and 10,000 Jews. In consideration of its religious significance, the Jerusalem area, including Bethlehem, with 100,000 Jews and an equal number of Palestinian Arabs, has become a corpus separatum to be administered by the UN. The residents in the UN-administered territory were given the right to choose to be a citizen of either of the new states. The Jewish leadership accepted the partition plan as the indispensable minimum, glad to gain international recognition, but sorry that it did not receive more. The representatives of the Palestinian Arabs and the Arab League firmly opposed the UN action and rejected its authority in the matter, arguing that the partition plan was unfair to the Jewish people did accept this one. I'm sorry, fuck, I told Lorna Bucks they didn't. The Jews did accept this one. The Arabs rejected the partition not because it was supposedly unfair, but because their leaders rejected any form of partition. They held that the rule of Palestine should revert to its inhabitants, and according to the provision of the Charter of the United Nations, according to Article 73b of the Charter, the UN should develop self-governance of the people in a territory under its administration. In the immediate aftermath of the UN's approval of the partition plan, explosions of joy in the Jewish community were counterbalanced by discontent in the Arab community. Soon after violence broke out, it became more prevalent. Murderous reprisals and counter-reprisals came fast upon each other, resulting in dozens killed on both sides. The sanguinary impasse persisted as no force intervened to put a stop to the escalating violence. Okay, I'm gonna eat food real quick while we watch. Somebody said Perun has a video on this war. Or am I wrong? Wait, is that not the name of the channel? That was the first video you just said they rejected, though, no? No, I think they rejected an early one. They rejected the 39 white paper. That might have been what we were talking about, actually. The 39 white paper. They did reject that one. Sorry, okay. It's a section of the video, Destiny, not the whole thing. Oh. Does anybody have a link for it? Or okay, hold on. Oh, if it's just a section, then I don't think I care. Perun's most recent video has a part. Yeah, because I'm looking at, like, specialized research into this thing, not like, Damn, who do I trust here? Is Kings and Generals okay? Ben Shapiro. Oof. It's got the most views.
In one of our previous videos on modern warfare, we covered the Six-Day War between Israel and the Arab states surrounding it. But this wasn't the first time the adversaries had clashed.
Kings and Generals have commented on your vids.
Of World War II, British withdrawal from its mandate in Palestine split open a power vacuum into which Palestinian and Jewish interests flowed. This eventually resulted in the dawn of Jewish statehood in the Middle East and the first Arab...
Wait, their videos are notoriously bad with misinformation? Is that true? This channel's more about tactics than politics.
Israeli war. Welcome to our series on modern warfare. If you're interested in the history of this era, don't forget to check out our second channel, The Cold War. The link is in the top right corner. The videos in full 3D are extremely difficult, expensive and time-consuming to make, so when Wargaming came to us with an offer to try out World of Tanks and sponsor this video, we happily agreed, since the topic of the video and the genre of the game have so many similarities. World of Tanks is a free-to-play, team-based game featuring over 550 historically accurate tanks and more than 150 million players worldwide. Although it is free-to-play, it is very different from mobile titles and is a legitimate PC game with regular updates and new features. The game rewards skillful gameplay and allows you to master hundreds of historically accurate mid-20th century tanks of 5 diverse vehicle types, including light, medium and heavy tanks, as well as tank destroyers and artillery. It has a vast online presence with a dedicated community and clan. Daily missions, in-game activities, and the steady tech tree progression will make you come back to the game for more. Start playing the game today to support our channel. New players who register to the game via the link in the description will get 250 gold, 3 Premium Plus days, and the premium M22 Locust light tank. Tensions between Arab, Palestinian and Jewish communities in the British Mandate of Palestine had been increasing ever since the end of the First World War, heightened with broken imperial promises to both sides. This state of affairs finally exploded into civil war following the UN vote for a partition of Palestine into Jewish and Arab states on November 29, 1947, a solution which the Palestinians and the Arab League refused. As small-scale skirmishes gradually escalated throughout late 1947 and early 1948, the Palestinian Arab group, the Arab Liberation Army, proved incapable of defeating their better organized opponents. Due to the chaos, tens of thousands of Palestinian refugees fled into neighboring Arab states, further inflaming the public of those countries to demand war. A full-scale conflict was prevented until May of 1948, as the area was still a British mandate, but this state of affairs was set to expire on the 15th. At 4 p.m. on the afternoon of May 14, 1948, 8 hours before British sovereignty dissolved, David Ben-Gurion proclaimed the establishment of the State of Israel, becoming its first Prime Minister. That night, armies of 5 Arab nations surrounding Israel attacked the newly created state, starting the First Arab-Israeli War. While it has been popular to tout the phrase "one army against 7" to describe the military situation, it gives off an impression which is incorrect, that the combined Arab nations drastically outnumbered their enemy. A breakdown instead shows a total strength of about 23,500 soldiers, 10,000 of which were from the Egyptian army. Egypt possessed the most extensive military establishment in the region, which had also been supplied and trained by Britain. Their ground forces were organized into 3 infantry brigades, 1 tank brigade comprised of 50 tanks, and 3 artillery battalions armed with 65 howitzer artillery pieces. In the air, Egypt could field 5 squadrons of 18 fighting aircraft each and 1 transport squadron. Iraq appeared similarly powerful on the surface, but only sent 3,000 men in the initial attack.
Why the fuck do people obsess so hard over who had more guys or who's the stronger military power? Shit means fuck all during wartime? What the fuck are you talking about?
The bulk of Iraqi ground forces were structured in 3 divisions, 2 infantry and 1 training division, supported by an armoured battalion of 15 to 20 tanks and 70 to 80 artillery pieces. The Iraqi Air Force consisted of 80 aircraft overall, but only half of these were fully operational and combat ready. In addition, the relatively elite Arab Legion of Transjordan supplied 4,500 well-trained British-led soldiers. 3,000 more came from Lebanon, 3,000 from Syria, and a token contingent from Saudi Arabia. In comparison to the efforts of their Arab enemies, the Israelis had mobilized almost their entire resource base and able-bodied population for the conflict, having, according to Ben-Gurion's diary, 29,677 troops at the outbreak of the war. Israel had only 3 Sherman tanks at the start of the conflict. On the southern front,
this is gonna be like all military shit, huh?
Thrusts across the border from eastern Sinai in a 3-pronged assault. The Egyptian command, under the authority of General Ahmed Ali al-Mawawi, believed it necessary to capture a number of strongpoints in order to secure the rear lines. To this end, forces were committed to assault and capture a number of Jewish communities in the northern Negev region, known plurally as kibbutzim. the first target was Kfar Darum, a religious site 10 kilometers to the south of Gaza. This settlement had already withstood an attack by fighters of the Muslim Brothers group, and now it came under attack from the Egyptian army. After an initial artillery barrage, 8 tanks followed by infantry approached Kfar Darum, but retreated in short order after suffering repeated direct hits from the settlement's only Piat projector and being pelted with Molotov cocktails. Similar stiff resistance was faced at the neighboring kibbutz of Nirim, where around 40 entrenched Israeli defenders managed to repel sustained assaults from 1,000 Egyptian troops supported by artillery and mortar fire.
How?
Both
What?
settlements were eventually bypassed for fear of stalling the main thrust. As these initial ground attacks were going on, airfields around Tel Aviv were attacked by Egyptian Spitfires, causing heavy economic and morale damage. However, the fortune of Egypt's pilots soon turned due to improving Israeli air defense and an accidental strike on the British-held Ramat David airfield, which led to heavy losses at the hands of British fighter aircraft. By the end of May, almost all of the Spitfire squadron's planes and a significant number of its best pilots were lost. On land, a meticulously planned offensive was launched against the kibbutz of Yad Mordecai, which was situated atop a hill which held a dominating position over the main coastal road. Its defenders held out for 5 days and inflicted heavy casualties before falling back. The advancing Egyptian column aiming for Tel Aviv came to a halt around 30 kilometers south of the city at a place called Izdad, where it dug in. Just before sunset on May 29th, the newly formed Israeli Defense Forces launched Operation Pleshet, beginning with an air attack by a squadron of 4 recently imported Czech Avia S-199s. They strafed Izdad in an assault which, while being ineffective conventionally, had a drastic impact on morale. The Israelis were elated that they now had air capability, while the Egyptians were extremely unnerved by the threat of future attacks from above. The next blow was struck on the ground. Israel feared that the Egyptians would resume their advance on Tel Aviv and ordered the Givati and Negev brigades to assault and destroy the enemy vanguard. 2,000 Israelis fought a 2,500-strong force of entrenched Egyptian troops, suffering heavy casualties after only making slight gains. Nevertheless, Operation Pleshet panicked the Egyptian command, with General al-Mawawi informing Cairo that he could not advance one step further without risking total disaster.
What if God really is on their side?
Any plans of advancing on Tel Aviv were cancelled, and the southern front was bogged down. On the Jordanian front, the Etzioni, Palmaharel and Alexandroni brigades, each responsible for defending different areas, were facing the Arab Legion. The Legion's push into the West Bank was initially relatively unopposed, with many left-behind Legion units in Palestine facilitating easy progress. While the 1st Brigade advanced towards Nablus and fanned out around the town, the 3rd Brigade headed north from Jericho and then west, deploying around Ramallah. 2 days later, the 3rd Brigade's 4th Regiment was ordered to the critical fort of Latrun, located right on top of the western approach to Jerusalem. This key point had switched hands between Arab forces and Jews multiple times just before the mandate expired, but was occupied by the 4th Regiment without any trouble. So on May 18th, the road from the coastal plain to Jerusalem was severed, preventing the Israelis from reinforcing or resupplying their troops in besieged Jerusalem. Around the city itself, to the north and south, fighting was extremely fierce. Jewish forces successfully repelled Jordanian assaults at the Notre Dame Cathedral on the northern approaches, while a combined Arab force, assisted by an Egyptian contingent of several hundred, attacked the Ramat Rakal kibbutz from the south on May 21st. The settlement was taken and retaken until it was eventually secured by the defenders on May 25th. While Jewish Jerusalem held its ground against the persistent Legion attacks, the Jewish quarter of the Old City surrendered on May 28th, with only 36 of its 300 fighters still capable of fighting. Under the terms of surrender, civilians were allowed to leave for Israeli-held West Jerusalem, while soldiers and men of fighting age would become prisoners of war. The professional legionnaires protected them against the locals, even using lethal force, escorting their defeated foe to safety. Realizing the situation in the Holy City was worsening, Prime Minister Ben-Gurion ordered Israeli forces to assault the Legion-garrisoned Latrun fort and break through to Jerusalem. On May 25th, May 30th and June 9th, the IDF launched ultimately disastrous assaults, often by untrained troops against entrenched Jordanian fighters. By June 10th, an alternative route to West Jerusalem had been opened, which was dubbed the Burma Road, nicknamed after the British World War II supply route against the Japanese. In Galilee, the first phase of the war saw Iraqi, Syrian and Lebanese forces launching attacks into the former Mandate. After suffering some heavy casualties advancing through the upper Jordan Valley, an Iraqi army of 1 armoured and 2 infantry brigades set up in the Samaria region, between the towns of Nablus, Jenin and Tulkarm. This force launched an assault towards Netanya from these positions on May 25th, which ended in defeat, but the prospect that an Iraqi breakthrough could slice the Jewish state in two worried High Command so much that it ordered a counterattack on May 29th, aimed at occupying strong defensive positions opposite the Iraqis. In the Battle of Jenin, Israeli forces occupied the city, but were subsequently dislodged after 3 days of heavy fighting. Similarly to their Egyptian allies, this Pyrrhic victory panicked the Iraqi forces and dissuaded them from attacking again. Even further north, a Syrian force, comprised of an infantry brigade, a mechanized battalion, an artillery regiment, and a company of tanks, crossed into Israel on May 15th, seeking to storm a cluster of kibbutzim around the Sea of Galilee before pushing into the Jewish heartland. The kibbutzim resisted far longer than anticipated, and the Syrians captured Zimach only on the 18th. Despite this success, the Syrians failed to occupy Degania, and this setback eventually forced a withdrawal from Zimach. They subsequently redeployed in the hills to the east. Finally, Lebanese forces crossed the border and captured Malkia on May 15th, lost it on the 18th, and then finally recaptured it on June 6th, only 4 days before the first truce began. The 4-week UN-backed truce that started on June 11th was beneficial for both sides, which began to break the terms immediately. The Arab armies were in desperate need of reorganization and replenishment, but their efforts in bolstering the war effort were nothing compared to that of the Israelis. What had previously been the semi-legal Haganah concluded its transformation from an underground militia into a fully fledged army during the truce in terms of command and control capacity, manpower potential, and weaponry. The IDF doubled its numbers from around...
What I don't understand is, I feel like managing a war or managing conflict on this many fronts with this many different people, it feels like it would require a lot of experience. That's a feeling I have. And it seems like I guess they had like militias and stuff, but like where did the experience to manage this level of conflict just materialize out of? It just seems like kind of weird. Uh-oh, the aliens were helping them. Ashkenazi IQ, yeah. Jewish plot armor.
35,000 to 65,000. More crucial, however, were the massive quantities of badly needed
experienced leadership who fought in World War II. Huh, maybe. I guess it's also true too that like my mind is a little bit fucked. Because like we look at like these maps and we're thinking like, oh, it's like, you know, Israel, it's like Europe, right? But the reality is this particular piece of land is actually much, much, much smaller that they're defending to. It's not like this is a conquest that's stretching thousands of miles or not tens of thousands, but like 5, 6, 7, 10,000 plus miles. It's like probably, what is Israel from left to right? It's like 100 miles? How far from Jerusalem to Tel Aviv? Not like, yeah, like not even. This is probably not even 100 miles across, yeah. So technically the size is a lot smaller too, huh?
Armaments which reached Israeli shores. 25,000 rifles, 5,000 machine guns, and more than 50 million rounds of ammunition came from Czechoslovakia, in addition to heavier equipment such as tanks, heavy artillery, and armored cars. Because of this transformation, the army facing the Arabs after the truce was massively different from the force they had met on May 15th. One British official stated that the Arabs lost the initiative in Palestine during the 4 weeks, and the Jews were able to re-equip themselves. This fact allowed the IDF to subsequently seize the initiative as the first truce ended.
Like, what does that mean? They got time to re-equip themselves. From where? Did they just like build like... Is it like a video game? You just like build weapons making facilities? Well, I guess we'll read this in the... We'll read this in the wiki, because I'm guessing they're not really going to say here, huh? He just said from where? Oh, did he say Czechoslovakia? Because that's what I read in the past, but...
One British official massively because of this transformation, the army facing the Arabs after the truce was massively different from the force they had met on May 15th. One British official stated that the Arabs lost the initiative in Palestine during the 4 weeks, and the Jews were able to re-equip themselves.
He literally just said during the 4-week truce. No, I understand there's a 4-week truce, but I'm saying they have to buy the weapons from somewhere. They gotta come from somewhere. I don't know how these people have any money or anything. Like... But, okay. Back more. Okay, yeah, I gotcha.
Allowed the IDF to subsequently seize the initiative as the first truce ended. The day before hostilities were due to resume, Egyptian forces in the south launched a series of attacks to solidify their stranglehold on the Negev region. However, they were quickly counterattacked by the IDF and spent the subsequent 8 days in heavy fighting for the region. Just before the second truce on the 18th, the Israeli forces managed to break through Egyptian lines, tenuously linking the isolated Jewish Negev settlements with the heartland. Nevertheless, attacks on Jewish convoys were quite frequent. In the north, Israeli armies launched an assault on Syrian positions near Mishnar Hayadan in an attempt to push the enemy back over the Jordan River on the 9th. This failed, but a subsequent offensive, dubbed Operation Dekel, brought Lower Galilee under control from Haifa Bay to the Sea of Galilee. The main IDF offensive, known as Operation Dani, was directed against the Arab Legion on the Jordanian front. Israeli forces, led by General Yigal Allon, launched a pincer maneuver from southwest and northwest, occupying Lydda, then Ramla, and the springs at Ras Al-Ain. When the second UN-organized truce went into effect on July 18th, the IDF had gained 1,000 square kilometers of territory, and Arab pressure on Jerusalem had been reduced. After UN attempts at negotiating a peace settlement during the first truce failed, the war entered its most intense phase on October 15th. Despite Egyptian weakness and overextension on the southern front, Prime Minister Ben-Gurion realized that he needed to seize the sparsely populated Negev.
What is this thing? Is this, like... Does this represent Jordan? Where does the symbol come from? What is this from? Or Transjordan, I guess? What is this? Is it like a... It's not on their flag, is it? That's Jordan's emblem? Do we have... Wait, does the United States have an emblem? Do we get an emblem? Or a coat of arms or something? United States coat of arms. Armorial of the United States. Oh, that's... No, that's Alabama. It's Biden smoking a cigar with Andrew Tate. We have a seal. It's on the floor of the Oval Office. Okay. The Confederate flag. Whatever.
If his Jewish state was to be secure in the long term. As things stood, the front line was far too close to Israel's core on the Mediterranean coast. Under the command of General Yigal Allon, Operation Yoav was planned, involving 3 infantry brigades with artillery and air support. Facing them was a 15,000-strong, well-fortified Egyptian army which possessed heavy firepower. Nevertheless, despite its good position, their lack of defensive depth was a vulnerability. At 6 p.m. on the 15th, the Israeli Air Force of 4 Czech Avia S-199s, 7 Spitfires, and 3 B-17 bombers hit the Egyptian airfield at El Arish and key targets in Gaza and Majdal from above. This air attack achieved complete surprise, and the IAF's superior airmen would subsequently ensure superiority in the skies through the operation. Unfortunately, some of the bombing runs were off target, and many refugees were accidentally killed at the village of Al-Jura, one of many occasions civilians would become unintentional casualties during this war. The ground attack of Yoav began in the evening, with multiple thrusts into Egyptian lines. Fighting continued for around a week, and by the time it was over on the 22nd, the Israelis had driven the Egyptians from their coastal positions from Isdid to Gaza and expelled them from the Judean and Hebron hills. Their extended line of defense had been shattered, and the capital of Negev, Beersheba, fell to the IDF. To make the Egyptian situation worse, an entire 4,000-strong brigade had been trapped in what would come to be known as the Fallujah Pocket. They would stay trapped for the remainder of the war.
Jesus.
On the seas, minor battles.
Why did nobody assist Israel during this? If I had to guess, I feel like nobody really liked Israel that much. I'm not sure. I don't know how the rest of the world felt about Israel. But keep in mind that, like, prior to this, Israel had literally done, like, a fucking terrorist attack on the Camp David Hotel, right? British people were probably getting kind of irritated because they were fighting so much because they were ass mad about everything. But I guess I only know about the British mandate. I don't know about the rest of the world. Maybe other people around the world did actually like Israel a lot. I'm not sure. Israel did a rebellion against UK. Yeah, right? From the 44 to 48 Jewish insurgency in mandatory Palestine, right? That... Wait, what the fuck? This should all be up, yeah. But people are bringing up like Czechoslovakia and shit. But I haven't read that. I haven't read into this wiki enough yet to know, so. Only the US could help. The rest was mega fucked after World War II. My understanding is the United States didn't really provide assistance to Israel until I believe the 60s. Or was it 70s? Maybe it was 70s? I thought it was 60s, but I don't know what I'm saying.
Took place between Israeli and Egyptian corvettes near Majdal. However, a more significant operation on the 22nd saw an IDF commando group use explosive-packed boats to ram the Egyptian flagship Emir Farouk, sinking it and damaging its minesweeper escort. Buoyed by their successes in the south, Operation Hiram was launched in Galilee by 4 infantry brigades led by General Moshe Carmel. In some 60 hours of fighting, 800 Arab fighters were taken prisoner. Israeli troops managed to expel the ALA and a Syrian battalion from Upper Galilee and also drove all Lebanese soldiers out of Israel. They subsequently thrust 5 miles into Lebanon, capturing numerous border villages and reaching as far as the Litani River before coming to a halt when yet another UN ceasefire came into effect. The fronts largely quietened down at this point as the two sides once again stopped to catch their breath. In Operations Hiram and Yoav, the IDF had expanded Israel's holdings, demolished the ALA, badly blasted apart the Egyptians, and had linked the Negev settlements with the Jewish heartland. It was a positive turn, but there was still work to do. The strains of extensive Israeli mobilization were becoming economically untenable. The war had to be ended, but the status quo, especially on the southern front, was still unacceptable to the Jewish leaders. Egypt remained in control of the Gaza Strip and Fallujah Pocket areas of Mandatory Palestine, fortified in a chain of strongpoints between Auja al-Hafir and Bir Asluk, just south of Beersheba. However, its army was on the verge of collapse and realistically had to either withdraw from Palestine completely or conclude a peace with Israel. Neither of these methods succeeded due to political pressures. So, hoping to push the Arab enemy off the soil Israel viewed as its own, Operation Horev began on December 22nd. It was initiated by air and artillery strikes on positions along the Mediterranean coast and Gaza Strip, followed by initial ground attacks on the northern part of the front. Fighting at these locations, such as Hill 86 and Abasan, was inconclusive due to strong Egyptian defenses, but it didn't matter. These attacks were a diversion. Egyptian commanders had concentrated their forces just where the IDF wanted them to. Israel's main thrust was to be made against fortifications at Bir Tamila and Auja al-Hafir. Despite initial problems due to inclement weather, the highly mobile 8th and Negev brigades penetrated thin Egyptian lines with relative ease, aiming to execute a vast encirclement maneuver which would either trap the enemy armies or force them to retreat.
Benny Morris on Coleman Hughes channel is a good watch. It's 1.5 hours though, so maybe not now. Israel historian, but balanced in his criticism of Israel too. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I think I'm trying to mainly read more, or if I'm like clicking extras, I'm trying to read more like Palestinian favored stuff, because I think I'm kind of like falling a bit to the Israeli side. So I'm looking for, I want to challenge that perspective enough, I guess, from opposite side stuff, yeah.
IDF units pushed towards El Arish and launched raids deep into the Sinai Peninsula. This was a stunning success, and Egypt's defeated army was made to retreat into their own lands, as far as Abu Agela in the center and El Arish in the north, or else it risked being cut off. However, diplomatic pressure from Britain forced a withdrawal from Egyptian territory after one final attack against Rafah, bottling the Egyptian army inside the Gaza Strip and capturing the high ground around the town. By now, the Egyptian government had realized the threat its forces faced, and on the 6th of January announced its intention to enter peace negotiations. On the following day, the guns on Israel's southern front fell silent. On February 24th, Israel signed a treaty ending hostilities, granting Egypt the Gaza Strip and Israel the Negev region. Now the largest Arab nation had come to the table, the others soon followed. Negotiations with Lebanon began on March 3rd and were successfully concluded in 3 weeks. The international border was respected, and Israel would withdraw from any occupied Lebanese territory. Jordanian talks concluded on April 3rd with...
Gotta say, I respect your objectivity on it. People I've watched forever may have lied about you, lol. In reality, Soros is just pumping me money and resources, and that's all we're watching here, so...
King Abdullah retaining control of the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Finally, after some difficulties due to internal strife, Syria signed an armistice on July 20th. This peace was tenuous, and the Israeli victory made future conflicts in the region inevitable. We are planning to cover more modern conflicts, both on the Kings and Generals channel and our second channel, The Cold War. The link to it...
Alrighty, so today... Fuck. I really want to go over his video. Dude, I remember after I did my week or two, like, crunching for the Ukraine-Russian conflict, watching some people's videos on describing the history of that conflict was mind-blowing. Holy shit. After I, like, learned through all of this, I'm so curious how one-sided Ben's take on all this too. I can already see too how you could, like, very easily, I can see how you could very easily spin up, like, propaganda from whatever side you want, right? Like, even how we describe that war that just happened, right? You could very easily describe it as Israel, this, like, lone wolf nation fighting against, like, 6 or 7 other Arab nations trying to attack it at one point in time. Or you could describe it as Israel, this nation that had received so much help from Europe that it was stronger than all the surrounding Arab nations, right? Like, depending on how you tell any of these stories, you could so easily leave out certain things or spin things a certain way without really lying, but just, like, the way that you tell the story, yeah, it could definitely make you view it dramatically different one way or another, you know?
Today we're going to talk about the history of the Israeli-Palestinian-Arab conflict. In order to discuss that history, we have to go back in time, like way, way back in time. First, this particular video is sponsored by our friends over at ExpressVPN. The Jewish homeland has always been...
It's just going to take me a while to get through this, but... What was your favorite Halloween costume when you were younger? I don't even remember. Probably some Freddy Krueger costume with the hands. Destiny, the help that it received from Europe was purchasing and smuggling weapons, the same exact post-World War II weapons the Arabs were using. Not necessarily, Mike. The help that Israel received from Europe was in the form of tens of thousands of Jewish settlers being encouraged to move to the British-mandated land. That was a massive help. And I'm pretty sure Europe encouraged and facilitated the movement of a lot of those Israeli people down there. That's a big deal. There's a lot of motherfuckers down there to fight and do everything, right?
The dream in Israel. Okay, to understand how tiny this lot of land is, you kind of have to look at this map. Okay, so this tiny area right here covers Israel and actually some other countries. Okay, the entire map, if you were to zoom out and take a look at the Arab world, what you would see is this enormous swath of the globe, and then you would see like this tiny pinprick about half the size of New Jersey, and that constitutes modern-day Israel. It's a very, very small plot of land, and if you were to look at this area, like the narrowest part of the land is currently constituted, you'd be looking about 9 miles wide right here. The Jewish history with regard to the land of Israel begins approximately 1300 BCE, before the birth of Christ. Moses leaves Egypt somewhere around 1300 BCE. There are various sort of attempts to date this. A little bit later in the century, Joshua enters the land. He crosses the Jordan River, right? So the Jewish people go out here, they pass through the Red Sea, they end up wandering around in the desert, and then they enter the land of Canaan, right, which is this whole area. By about 1000 BCE, the kingdom of David is established. Jerusalem is the capital, right? This is the first throne, or Hebron. The British, 1920, their Arab pogroms against Jews. Jews were moving in, and they were bringing their resources with them, they were bringing their know-how with them, and they were working the land. And this was driving more Arab immigration to the land also, because economic activity always drives population movements. In 1939, under Arab pressure, the Brits restricted Jewish...
Did he say BCE instead of BC? Wait, did he actually? Are Christians switching to BCE and CE now? No shot.
immigration to 75,000 Jews per year. The Jews are saying, listen, we have like millions of people who want to move here. And the Brits say, we're not doing that, 75,000 per year, because we have to get along with the Arab population. This is just before the Holocaust, obviously. And the Arabs reject this. The Arabs are very angry about this. They continue.
Or, I mean, he's Jewish, but I would imagine Jewish... Oh, no. Actually, that would make sense. I guess Jewish people wouldn't want to use BC and AD. They would use the BCE shit, huh? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know, actually.
To launch low-level attacks on the British. They continue to attack Jewish populations. World War II breaks out.
I thought BCE and CE were like... were a more secular way of viewing it. I would imagine that even Jewish people would still want to use like BC and AD, you know? Jewish people don't believe in Christ? I thought they thought he was like a prophet or some shit, don't they? I don't fucking know. I guess it would make sense that he's a prophet if they actually fucking kill him, huh? I have no idea. I'm not sure. Where's Dan at? Where's our preeminent Jewish scholar, Dan? I guess that's Muslims would think that, huh?
The Jews, including Jews who were heavily pushing the British to establish a Jewish state and to lift restrictions on Jewish...
It still means Christ. CE and BCE stands for Common Era or before Common Era. There should be no Christ in that.
Immigration into British Mandate Palestine. They side with the Brits, right? They form their own divisions. They're trying to help the British. What they say is that we fight for Jewish immigration to Palestine as though there were no Germans, and we fight the Germans as if there were no British, right? That's the way the Jews see it in British Mandate Palestine. They're attempting to negotiate. The Arab side with Hitler. Okay, during World War II, you have Hajmin al-Husseini. He is the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, one of the Palestinian leaders at the time, the Arab leaders at the time. And he was literally meeting with Hitler, attempting to encourage Hitler to establish a final solution in the Holy Land should the Germans be able to conquer that area, which the Germans came pretty close. I mean, you had Rommel literally in Egypt, right? Rommel was over here. Okay, so fast forward, you're now after World War II. Still, the British Mandate is limiting the amount of Jewish immigration into British Mandate Palestine because they're attempting to keep this conflict between the Jews and the Arabs simmering at a lower level. Okay, 1947, there's a UN partition plan because now the British Mandate in Palestine, they want to end it, they want to withdraw, they don't want to be there anymore. So the UN says, okay, we're going to vote on a partition plan. It retains Jerusalem as internationally governed. Okay, so it would not have been Jewish territory or Arab territory. It would have been internationally governed. It's just this fragmented, ridiculous state. Okay, the state for the Jews would have been like a slice here, a little bit of a slice of the coastal area here, and then the Negev desert down here. The Jews are like, give us whatever you got, right? Whatever you're going to give us, we will take. The Arabs instead decide that they're going to launch a bunch of low-level conflicts. So there's this kind of low-level, quiet war that's going on for about a year with Arabs attacking Jewish settlements and attempting to kill Jews, and Jews attempting to defend themselves. May 14th, 1948, the British Mandate officially ends. Israel declares its...
See, like, he doesn't mention here that, like, the Jewish population is like half that of the Palestinian population, but they're offered like more than half the land, right? I feel like this video is probably littered with small details like that he kind of conveniently leaves out to make one side look better than the other, probably, right?
This is Yom HaAtzmaut, or as the Arabs like to call it, the Nakba, right? They call it a disaster that Israel was established. The leader of Israel at this time is David Ben-Gurion. Ben-Gurion is no right-winger. He's no hardcore right-winger. Ben-Gurion was a labor socialist. Ben-Gurion was very much in favor of a wide variety of negotiations.
Now, I understand you can make a counter-argument that the majority of that land, like the Negev Desert, was worthless land, but like he doesn't ever go into that, right? But you could also argue that he's trying to like... No, you wouldn't argue that. No, never mind. Fuck you. Why would it be charitable here, okay?
In sort of his own persona, but he understood the necessity of there being a Jewish state. In their founding documents, they asked the Arabs to stay. If you read the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel, they explicitly say, we want to be a state for all of our citizens. Yes, we're a Jewish state, but we want Arabs to stay. We want them to become citizens. Instead, all of the surrounding Arab countries declare war. Israel is surrounded on every side by hostile states. Every single side, right? So you got Lebanon up north, you got Syria here, you got Jordan, you got Saudi Arabia, you got Egypt down here. And then there are a bunch of far-flung states that are also getting involved, right? Morocco was part of the 1948 war. You have a bunch of states that have decided they are going to invade and they're going to destroy Israel. Like they're just going to strangle it in the crib. And they're openly saying this. And not only are they openly saying this, they're telling the Arabs who are living in the Jewish areas, get out and get out of the way so our armies can come in and we can wipe the state off the map. Well, that's not how it ends up, right? The way that it ends up is that the Jews end up basically retaining pretty much everything that's on this map.
So like, and then this also, it makes it sound like they're massively and severely outnumbered, whereas when you look at like actual strength of armies present, that's not true. Israel probably has more fighting forces than all the other Arab countries combined, right?
With the exception of the old city of Jerusalem, right? So Jerusalem ends up basically split down the middle. Jerusalem is not controlled by the Jews at this point. The Temple Mount is still controlled by the Jordan.
Okay, spoiler alert. He's too far ahead of us. Okay, whatever. All right. Does that matter a lot? Does it? Yes, I think so. Yes, it does matter. Giving the accurate impression? Why do people... You guys do this sometimes. It drives me crazy. Sometimes somebody says something and everybody knows that it gives a certain impression, but then when I challenge that impression, you guys say, well, factually it's correct. That drives me fucking crazy. I hate it when you fucking retards do that. The impressions that you leave with somebody are more important than the actual things you say, right? Because the impression at the end of the day is the idea that a person is left with. Words only exist to create impressions in people's minds. If the words you use give a different impression than what's actually happened, then yeah, that does matter, you fucking retard. Sorry. Does the size of an army change the morality of the conflict? No, it just changes how you should view it a little bit. Okay. That's so stupid, retard destiny. True. Okay. Hold on, give me a few minutes. I need to clean up all this shit and everything, then we'll keep wiki warrioring. I'll be back. Amazon delivered my shit. Thank God. All is right in the world. Do you have recurring shipments of soy? No, actually my fan sent that to me for free. Fucking loser. Main shooter is surrounded by the police right now at his house.
He's going to react. But the key is to try to get him into a dialogue. Listen, the only way you can typically talk people out is to actually get them to talk to you. What, you know, what's going on? How are you feeling? You know, etc. I haven't.
Does this guy look and sound like he could be like Fauci's son?
Reaction from, if it's Mr. Card inside, from him. But they're going to keep doing that for a period of time. At some point, they'll stop. And they'll make a dynamic entry and go from there. The other thing they're doing, Lindsay, is figuring out ways to see inside the house. There are micro cameras you can run under doors. You can run through walls silently and see if you can figure out, A, where he is in the house, and B, does he have any weapons or weapons near him? Because that's going to be the real key. If you have that sort of intelligence and he won't come out, then you're going to go in and get him. At some point, they'll have to go in and get him anyway. But why risk officers getting hurt if you don't have to do that, if you can actually talk him out? So far, this is pretty textbook of how to do this, and I'm pretty impressed of how they're doing it.
And you said at some point they would have to make an entry. At what point do they decide, after they're trying to do this kind of one-way negotiation, if he doesn't respond, at what point do they decide that they need to go in?
They're going to decide to go in once they feel like they have at least some intelligence. My sense would be before they even went to this house, they would have a schematic of it. Where are the rooms? Is there a basement? Are there closets you could go into? Is there an attic? Etc. So where conceivably is Mr. Card if he's in this house? Where is he? If you have that sort of information and through some techniques with cameras and mics, you might figure out where he is in the house.
And Brad, if I can just ask you, just to stand by just for a moment, Brad, because we're going to come back to you, but do need to get back out on the scene for a moment with Whit Johnson. Whit, just wanted to get an update on what you're seeing and hearing.
Well, Lindsay, in the past few minutes, as you were speaking there, the chopper has come back over and it started circling the scene, but the commands have stopped. We haven't heard any voices coming from the scene up there where you see those flashing lights. We do see a little bit of movement there. But this is kind of how it's been. We've heard some commands. The only confirmation, if you even want to call it that somebody is inside that property was the command from the officer himself who said, "Robert Card, we know you're in there. Come out with your hands up."
So
saying,
dramatic.
"We don't want anybody to get hurt," giving him instructions to come near a vehicle. And we heard that repeatedly, but so far, and Brad Garrett pointed this out, so far, at least from our vantage point, we have not heard any confirmation that somebody has responded from inside that home. So again, from what we can hear, I don't know, a couple hundred yards down the road, one-way commands from police officers into that property associated with the primary suspect.
And so we
They had a house around it earlier today, but nothing came out of it? Wow, cool. Okay. We're gonna keep reading. The first phase of the war took place in the United Nations General Assembly vote for the partition plan for Palestine on the 29th of November 1947 until the termination of the British mandate in Israeli proclamation of statehood on the 14th of May 1948. During this period, the Jewish and Arab communities of the British Mandate clashed, while the British organized their withdrawal and intervened only occasionally. The first 2 months of the Civil War, around 1,000 people were killed and 2,000 injured. And by the end of March, the figure had risen to 2,000 dead and 4,000 wounded. These figures correspond to an average of more than 100 deaths and 200 casualties per week in a population of 2 million people. Oh, wait. No, okay. From January onwards, operations became increasingly militarized. A number of Arab Liberation Army regiments infiltrated Palestine, each active in a variety of distinct sectors around the coastal towns. They consolidated their presence in Galilee and Samaria. The Army of the Holy War, under Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini's command, came from Egypt with several hundred men. Having recruited a few thousand volunteers, al-Husseini organized the blockade of the 100,000 Jewish residents of Jerusalem. To counter this, the Yishuv authorities tried to supply the city with convoys of up to 100 armored vehicles, but the operation became more and more impractical as the number of casualties in the relief convoys surged. The music is too loud. By March, al-Hasuni's tactic had paid off. Almost all of Haganah's armored vehicles had been destroyed. The blockade was in full operation, and hundreds of Haganah members who had tried to bring supplies into the city were killed. The situation for those in the Jewish settlements in the highly isolated Negev and north of Galilee was more critical. This caused the U.S. to withdraw its support for the partition plan, and the Arab League began to believe that the Palestinian Arabs, reinforced by the Arab Liberation Army, could end the partition. The British decided on the 7th of February 1948 to support Transjordan's annexation of the Arab part of Palestine. While the Jewish population was ordered to hold their ground everywhere at all costs, the Arab population was disrupted by general conditions of insecurity. Up to 100,000 Arabs from the urban upper and middle classes in Haifa, Jaffa, and Jerusalem, or Jewish-dominated areas, evacuated abroad or to Arab centers to the east. David Ben-Gurion ordered Yigal Yadin to plan for the announced intervention of the Arab states. The result of his analysis was Plan Dalet, or Plan Delay, I don't know, which was put in place at the start of April. The adoption of Plan Dalet, delay, marked the war's second phase, in which Haganah took the offensive. The first operation, Natch Shan, these fucking words, bro. Can we get some U.S. conflict history? Was directed at lifting the blockade on Jerusalem. In the last week of March, 136 supply trucks had tried to reach Jerusalem. Only 41 had made it. The Arab attacks on communications and roads had intensified. The convoy's failure and the loss of Jewish armored vehicles had shaken the Yishuv's leaders' confidence. 1,500 men from Haganah's Givati Brigade and Palmek's Harel Brigade conducted sorties to free up the route from the city between the 5th of April and the 20th of April. The operation was successful, and 2 months worth of foodstuffs were trucked into Jerusalem for distribution to the Jewish population. The operation's success was aided by al-Husseini's death in combat. Rip. During this time, and independently of Haganah or Plan Dalet, irregular troops from Irgun and Lehi formations massacred 107 Arabs at Deir Yassin. The event was publicly deployed and criticized by the principal Jewish authorities and had a deep effect on the Arab population's morale. At the same time, the first large-scale operation of the Arab Liberation Army ended in a debacle as they were roundly defeated at Mishmar Hayimik. Their Druze allies left them through defection. Are an Arab and Arabic-speaking esoteric ethno-religious group from Western Asia. Which race has the most annoying names to pronounce? I don't know, probably like Chinese or something? I'm not sure. It's gonna be some Asian language. Within the framework of creating Jewish territorial continuity according to Plan Dalet, or Delay, the forces of Haganah, Palmuk, and Irgun intended to conquer mixed zones of population. Tiberias, Haifa, Safed, Besin, Besan, and Jaffa were taken before the end of the mandate, with Acre falling shortly after. Or Acre? I don't fucking know. More than 250,000 Palestinian Arabs fled these locales. The British had essentially withdrawn their troops. The situation pushed the neighboring Arab states to intervene, but their preparation was not completed, and they could not assemble sufficient forces to turn the tide of the war. The majority of Palestinian Arab hopes lay with the Arab Legion of Transjordan's monarch, King Abdullah I. He did not intend to create a Palestinian Arab-run state, as he hoped to annex much of Mandatory Palestine. Playing both sides, he was in contact with the Jewish authorities and the Arab League. Ooh, spooky. Jesus. Preparing for Arab intervention from neighboring states, Haganah successfully launched Operation Yiftah and Ben Ami to secure the Jewish settlements of Galilee and Operation Kilshon. This created an Israeli-controlled front around Jerusalem. The inconclusive meeting between Galda, Mir, and Abdullah I, followed by the Kfar Etzion massacre on the 13th of May by the Arab Legion, led to predictions that the battle for Jerusalem would be merciless. What is this? Refers to a massacre of Jews that took place after a two-day battle in which Jewish kibbutz residents and Haganah militia defended Kfar Etzion from a combined force of the Arab Legion and local Arab men on May 13, 1948, the day before the Israeli Declaration of Independence. A kibbutz is an intentional community in Israel that was traditionally based on agriculture. Okay. Controversy surrounds the responsibility of the role of the Arab Legion in killing those who surrendered. How many died? 127. Gotcha. Wow, Marco Jim Mersick. Thanks for the $4.99, buddy. Let's see. On the 14th of May, 1948, the day before the expiration of the British Mandate, David Ben-Gurion declared the establishment of a Jewish state in Eretz Israel to be known as the State of Israel. Both superpower leaders, U.S. President Harry S. Truman and Soviet leader Joseph Stalin, immediately recognized the new state, while the Arab League refused to accept the UN partition plan. Proclaimed the right of self-determination for the Arabs across the whole of Palestine, and maintained that the absence of legal authority made it necessary to intervene to protect Arab lives and property. Over the next few days, contingents of 4 of the 7 countries of the Arab League at the time, Egypt, Iraq, Transjordan, and Syria, invaded the former British Mandate Palestine and fought the Israelis. They were supported by the Arab Liberation Army and corps, I think it's corps, right, of volunteers from Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, and Yemen. The Arab armies launched a simultaneous offensive on all fronts. Egyptian forces invaded from the south, Jordanian and Iraqi forces from the east, and Syrian forces invaded from the north. Cooperation among the various Arab armies was poor. Was the Arab Liberation Army just like Palestinians, or alternative to their salvation was an army of volunteers in the Arab countries led by Fawi al-Kawuji? Jesus, who fought on the Arab side. It was set up by the Arab League as a kind of the Arab High Committee's Holy War Army, but in fact, the League... Target figure for recruitment was 10,000. The number of volunteers who joined the army reached around 6,000 and increased much beyond that figure. It's including mainly Syrians, Lebanese, Palestinians, and a few hundreds of Iraqis, Jordanians, Muslim Brotherhood from Egypt, Circassians, I think, and Bosniaks. Gotcha. Nice flag. Invading countries were Egypt, Iraq, Transjordan, and Syria, supported by the Arab Liberation Army and corps of volunteers from Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, and Yemen. Good to know. If you're looking for a more Palestinian perspective, I recommend checking out... No, I'm not looking for anything right now. I'm literally just reading the fucking Wikipedia, and then we'll go from there, okay? Nate Pilled, I have no idea how the Young Turks factor in this. I don't know why you spammed this question like 500 times, okay? Jesus Christ, please. The UN declared a truce on the 29th of May, which began on the 11th of June and lasted 28 days. The ceasefire was overseen by UN mediator Volk Bernadotte and a team of UN observers, army officers from Belgium, the United States, Sweden, and France. Bernadotte was voted in the General Assembly to assure the safety of the holy places, to safeguard the well-being of the population, and to promote a peaceful adjustment of the future situation of Palestine. He spoke of peace by Christmas, but saw that the Arab world had continued to reject the existence of a Jewish state, whatever its borders. Bernadette, is it really? An arms embargo was declared with the intention that neither side would make gains from the truce. Neither side respected the truce. Both found ways around the restrictions. Both the Israelis and the Arabs used this time to improve their positions, a direct violation of the terms of the ceasefire. The Arabs violated the truce by reinforcing their lines with fresh units, including 6 companies of Sudanese regulars, a Saudi battalion, and contingents from Yemen and Morocco, and by preventing supplies from reaching isolated Israeli settlements. Occasionally, they opened fire all along the lines. The Israeli Defense Forces violated the truce by acquiring weapons from Czechoslovakia, improving the training of its forces, and reorganizing the army. For weapons coming from Czechoslovakia, what would the route be? Are these shipped into like the Mediterranean, essentially, or? Czechoslovakia is like Southern Europe, right? By plane? Really? Big boat. Czechoslovakia on map. Is it like Central Europe? Or I guess Central Southern Europe? I don't know, bro. South of Germany. Thanks. Holy Christ, this is Czechoslovakia. Map of the old Republic of Czechoslovakia, 1974. Improving the training of its forces and reorganizing the army. Yitzhak Rabin, an IDF commander who would later become Israel's 5th prime minister, said, "Without the arms from Czechoslovakia, it is very doubtful whether we would have been able to conduct the war." As well as violating the arms and personnel embargo, both sides sent fresh units to the front. Israel's army increased its manpower from approximately 30,000 or 35,000 men to almost 65,000 during the truce. Jesus, in 30 days, almost doubled their fighting forces. And its arms supply to more than 25,000 rifles, 5,000 machine guns, and more than 50 million bullets. As the truce began, a British officer stationed in Haifa said the 4-week-long truce would certainly be exploited by the Jews to continue military training and reorganization, while the Arabs would waste them feuding over the future divisions of the spoils. On the 7th of July, the day before the truce expired, Egyptian forces under General Mohammed Naguib renewed the war by attacking Negba. The second phase. Israeli forces launched a simultaneous offensive on all 3 fronts, Dani, Dekel, and Kedem. The fighting was dominated by large-scale Israeli offensives and a defensive Arab posture, and continued for 10 days until the UN Security Council issued the second truce on the 18th of July. What's like the rationale behind truces? You're just like, hey, can we just like pause for a second? Or is it like humanitarian crises between like civilians, or? Israeli Operation Dani resulted in the expulsion from Lida and Ramleh of 60,000 Palestinian residents. According to Benny Morris, in Ben-Gurion's view, Ramla and Lida constituted a special danger because their proximity might encourage cooperation between the Egyptian army, which had started its attack on Kibbutz Negba, and the Arab Legion, which had taken the Lida police station. Widespread looting took place during these operations, and about 100,000 Palestinians became refugees. In Operation Dekel, Nazareth was captured on the 16th of July. In Operation Brosh, Israel tried and failed to drive the Syrian army out of northeastern Galilee. By the time the second truce took effect at 7 o'clock on the 18th of July, Israel had taken the lower Galilee from Haifa Bay to the Sea of Galilee. 1900, on the 18th of July, second truce of the conflict went into effect. After intense diplomatic efforts by the UN, on the 16th of September, a new partition plan for Palestine was proposed, but it was rejected by both sides. Haifa is pronounced Haifa? Haifa? Is it just Haifa? If you want to break for an upload, August would like Hassan Minhaj did a reply to the article exposing him as a liar. Link below. Uh-oh. Did we read that New Yorker article? During the truce, the Egyptians regularly blocked the passage of supply convoys to the beleaguered northern Negev settlements by firing on them, contrary to the truce terms. On the 15th of October, they attacked another supply convoy, and the already planned Operation Yoav was launched. Its goal was to drive a wedge between the Egyptian forces along the coast and the Beersheba, Hebron, Jerusalem road, and to open the road to the encircled Negev settlements. Yoav was headed by the 7th Battalion. The operation was success. Okay, we don't need to read every. We had a third truce before the dawn. Ceasefire. Looking commence. Israeli use of biological warfare. Research by Israeli historians Benny Morris and Benjamin Keter show that during the 1948 war, Israel conducted a biological warfare operation codenamed Cast Thy Bread. According to Morris and Keter, the Haganah initially used typhoid bacteria to contaminate water wells in newly cleared Arab villages to prevent the population, including militiamen, from returning. Later, the biological warfare campaign expanded to include Jewish settlements that were in imminent danger of being captured by Arab troops and inhabited Arab towns not slated for capture. There was also a plan to expand the biological warfare campaign into other Arab states, including Egypt, Lebanon, and Syria, but they were not carried out. Jesus. Let's see, we've got armistices. Israel lost, let's see, at the end of all of this, casualties. Israel lost 6,373 people, about 1% of its population in the war. About 1% in the war. We know we're talking about a war. 4,000 soldiers. What the fuck is this sentence? The exact number of Arab losses is unknown, but is estimated at between 4,000 for Egypt, 2,000, Jordan and Syria, 1,000 each, and 15,000. What the fuck is... What the fuck is this sentence? Can somebody translate this to me? Between 4,000 for Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, and 15,000. Oh, so the total estimate is between 4,000 and 15,000? Where the fuck does the extra 15,000 come from? Or is it just trying to say that, like, Egypt lost as much as Jordan and Syria together? Is your talk with Shapiro going to be strictly about the conflict? I don't know if we're talking about the conflict at all, my dude. Why do you trust Wiki? I don't know, because it's like a publicly modifiable dictionary. Why do you trust open source code? I don't know, what should I be reading instead? If there's something that's incorrect, then I imagine I'll probably, when I do additional reading or additional documentary viewing or additional video or speaker information, I'd probably, if I see something that contradicts this, then I would go dig through primary or secondary sources or whatever to find it instead of just using a encyclopedia, right? If Arab losses... is estimated between 4,000 and 15,000. LeMayo justifying Wikipedia. Sean Warwick, what should I be reading instead? We'll wait. We're waiting. Sean Warwick in YouTube chat, tell us. When are you going to start preparing for the Shapiro debate? Well, I'm waiting for Lex to give me a topic, so.
Most of us would have rather money than tangible wealth. And a great occasion is somehow spoiled for us unless photographed.
A lot of people are starting to hate Wikipedia because of Elon's tweets. Oh, they're parroting Elon Musk's hatred of Wikipedia over the last few days. There's a talk page on Wikipedia where almost every sentence is heavily debated. Oh, is Elon like tweet? Oh, so that's your daddy is shitting on Wikipedia, so now you don't like Wikipedia? Okay, well, give me an alternative, dude.
This is a disaster. For as a result of confusing the real world of nature with mere science, we are destroying nature. We're so tied up in our minds that we've lost our senses. Time to wake up. What is
Does he not have anything for us?
obviously no one can say because it isn't words.
At Destiny, what I'm really wondering about you is how a month ago you said Palestinians should be ethnically cleansed, but you're only now doing the wiki dive. What I said a month ago was that it seems like the only resolution to this conflict is going to be one side wiping out the other. That's what I said. I didn't say anybody should be ethnically cleansed, you fucking retard. See ya. Except for you. Is Sean not going to tell us what we should be reading instead? Well, if Sean comes out and lets us know, then, you know. Demographic consequences. During the 47 to 48 civil war in Mandatory Palestine and the 1948 Arab-Israeli War that followed, around 700,000 Palestinian Arabs fled or were expelled. In 1951, the UN conciliation, estimated the number of Palestinian refugees displaced from Israel was 711,000. This number did not include displaced Palestinians inside Israeli-held territory. The list of villages depopulated during the Arab-Israeli conflict includes more than 400 Arab villages. Let's check. Well, we should add this at the end. Over 700,000 displaced Palestinians that fled or were expelled from their land as a result. Causes of the 1948 Palestinian exodus are a controversial topic among historians. The Palestinian refugee problem, the debate around the right of the return are also major issues of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Palestinians have staged annual demonstrations and protests on the 15th of May each year. Wait, did he answer? Oh no, sorry, I thought I saw him. Sean responded. Wait, what did he say? No, fuck you. Can you reduce volume? Is the music seriously too loud? I don't believe you. Fuck you. During the 1948, he said, I'm not the one doing the research. Okay, fuck off, retard. During the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, around 10,000 Jews were forced to evacuate their homes in Palestine or Israel. The war indirectly created a second major refugee problem, the Jewish exodus from Arab and Muslim lands. Partly because of the war between Jews and Arabs in Palestine, hundreds of thousands of Jews lived in the Arab states were intimidated into flight or were expelled from their native countries, most of them reaching Israel. The immediate reasons for the flight were the popular Arab hostility, including pogroms triggered by the war in Palestine and anti-Jewish governmental measures. In the 3 years following the war, about 700,000 Jews immigrated to Israel, where they were absorbed, fed, and housed. Jesus Christ. $700,000 Jews exodus from Arab and Muslim lands immediately following the war, fleeing into Israel. The 3 years following the war, fleeing into Israel, fleeing. In the 3 years following the war, where they were absorbed, fed, and housed. Mainly along the borders and in former Palestinian lands, beginning in 1948 and continuing to 1972. An estimated 800,000 to 1 million Jews fled or were expelled. Okay, that's a lot further into the future. An estimate. Wait, okay, so this is from 1948 to 1970. So this isn't an additional million. This is including the 700,000, I think, right? From 1945 until the closure of 1952, more than 250,000 Jewish displaced persons lived in European refugee camps. About 136,000 of them immigrated to Israel. More than 270,000 Jews immigrated from Eastern Europe, mainly Romania and Poland, over 100,000 each. Over 700,000 Jews settled in Israel, doubling its Jewish population. Is the music coming from the stream? No, it's coming from your computer. The Jewish exodus from the Muslim world was the migration, departure, flight, and expulsion of around 900,000 Jews from Muslim-majority countries in West Asia, North Africa, and to a lesser extent Central Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia in the 20th century. Predominantly in response to the creation of Israel, the exodus mainly transpired from 1948 to the early 70s, with one final exodus from Iran in 79 to 80 following the Iranian Revolution. An estimated 650,000 of the departees settled in Israel. A number of small-scale Jewish migrations began in many Middle Eastern countries in the early 20th century, with the only substantial Aliyah immigration to the area today known as Israel coming from Yemen and Syria. I mean no ill with the wiki question. I am a dumb boomer, but the goodest friend of stream. All the love, Bucka. Wow, thanks, Canon. Few Jews from Muslim countries immigrated during the period of mandatory Palestine. Prior to the Israeli Declaration of Independence in 48, approximately 800,000 Jews were living in lands that now make up the Arab world. Of these, just under 2/3 lived in French and Italian-controlled North Africa, 15 to 20% of the Kingdom of Iraq, 10% in Egypt, Kingdom of Egypt, and 7% of the Kingdom of Yemen. The first large-scale exodus took place in the late 40s and early 50s, primarily from Iraq, Yemen, and Libya. In these cases, over 90% of the Jewish population left, despite the necessity of leaving their property behind. Jesus. Read about the Iraq treatment of Iraqi Jews after 48. Yeah, maybe. The Israeli government's policy to accommodate 600,000, between 40 and 51, 260,000 Jews immigrated to Israel from Arab countries. The Israel government's policy to accommodate 600,000 immigrants over 4 years, doubling the existing Jewish population. The waves peaked at different times in different regions over the subsequent decades. The peak of the exodus from Egypt occurred in 56 following the Suez Canal crisis, the Suez Crisis. The emigrations from the other North African Arab countries peaked in the 60s. Lebanon was the only Arab country to see a temporary increase in its Jewish population during the period due to an influx of Jews from other Arab countries. Although by the mid-1970s, the Jewish community of Lebanon also dwindled. 600,000... Why would they write 600,000 here with the words and 260,000 here with the numbers? The fuck? In Israel, the descendants of the Jewish immigrants to the region, known locally as Mizrahi Jews, look up Aliyah to see the migrations from segment. Shows the number of the first Aliyah. Okay. Believe it or not, the article is edited by multiple people. What? time of the Muslim conquest of the 7th century, ancient Jewish communities had existed in many parts of the Middle East and North Africa since antiquity. Jews under Islamic rule were given the status of dhimmi, along with... what the fuck is this? It's a historical term for non-Muslims living in an Islamic state with legal protection. The word literally means protected person, referring to the state's obligation under Sharia to protect the individual's life, property, as well as freedom of religion in exchange for loyalty to the state and payment of the jizya tax, in contrast to the zakat or obligatory alms paid by the Muslim subjects. Dhimmi were exempt from certain duties assigned specifically to Muslims if they paid the poll tax, but were otherwise equal under the laws of property, contract, and obligation. What, I wonder what the difference between the jizya tax and the zakat tax was, or alms, I guess. Curious if there were like significant differences or if it was roughly equal. Okay. What is this?
Not today.
Good one, thanks. Since the war, different historiographical traditions have interpreted the events of 1948 differently. The words of the new historian Avi Shleim, each side subscribes to a different version of events. In the Israeli narrative, the war is Israel's war of independence. In the Palestinian narrative, the war of 1948 is inextricable from the Nakba. The Zionist movement is one of settler colonialism, and the Israelis are seen as conquerors and the Palestinians as victims. The different narratives of 1948 reflect these different perceptions. An issue affecting the historiography of 1948 is access to sources and archives, which may have been destroyed, appropriated, censored, or otherwise made unavailable to some or all researchers. Linguistic barriers represent another hurdle, as most research is published exclusively in the author's native language and is not translated. The historiography of 1948 is tied to political legitimacy in the present and has implications for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, according to Avram Sella and Neil Kaplan. Wait, what? At Destiny, not trying to troll, but isn't it just a bit odd how you hate on people like Hassan for doing, well, basically exactly what you're doing right now, giving your opinion whether right or wrong, biased or unbiased? Yes, bro. You're very good observation. A major reason for the gripe of the past of the present is the unfulfilled quest of both Israelis and Palestinians for legitimacy. In one or more of the following three senses. A, each party's sense of its own legitimacy as a national community entitled to its own sovereign state. B, each party's willingness to grant legitimacy to at least part of the competing national narrative of the other. And C, the international community's extension of legitimacy to the competing rights and claims of Israelis and Palestinians. The narratives of 1948 have also had implications for Palestinian refugees. Israeli narratives. The Israelis, whether or not they were conquerors, were irrefutably the victors of the war, and for this reason, among others, they were able to propagate more effectively than their opponents their version of this fateful war. Only in 1987 was that narratively effectively challenged outside of the Arab world. Avi Shleim gives the conventional Zionist narrative, or the old history of the 1948 war, as follows. The conflict between Jews and Arabs in Palestine came to a head following the passage on the 29th of November 1947 of the United Nations Partition Resolution that called for the establishment of two states, one Jewish and one Arab. The Jews accepted the UN plan despite the painful sacrifices it entailed, but the Palestinians, the neighboring Arab states, and the Arab League rejected it. Great Britain did everything in its power toward the end of the Palestine Mandate to frustrate the establishment of the Jewish state envisaged in the UN plan. With the expiry of the mandate and the proclamation of the State of Israel, 7 Arab states sent their armies into Palestine with the firm intention of strangling the Jewish state at birth. The subsequent struggle was an unequal one between a Jewish David and an Arab Goliath. The infant Jewish state fought a desperate, heroic, and ultimately successful battle for survival against overwhelming odds. This is a bit dramatized. During the war, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians fled to the neighboring Arab states, mainly in response to orders from their leaders and despite Jewish pleas to stay and demonstrate that peaceful coexistence was possible. After the war, the story continues. Israeli leaders sought peace with all their heart and all their might, but there was no one to talk to on the other side. Arab intransigence was alone responsible for the political deadlock, which was not broken until President Anwar Sadat's visit to Jerusalem 30 years later. According to Schleim, this narrative is not history in the proper sense of the word, as most of the literature on the war was produced not by professional academic historians, but rather by participants of the war, politicians, soldiers, and state-sponsored historians, as well as by sympathetic journalists, chroniclers, and biographers. It also portrays Israelis as morally superior, lacks political analysis, and gives undue weight to the heroic feats of the Israeli fighters. This nationalist narrative was taught in Israeli schools and used for gaining legitimacy internationally. New historians. The standard Zionist narrative of the war remained unchallenged outside the Arab world until the war's 40th anniversary, when a number of critical books came out, including Simha Flapan's The Birth of Israel, Myths and Realities, Benny Morris's The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, Ilan Papp's Britain and the Arab-Israeli Conflict, 1948 to 1951, and Schleim's Collusion Across the Jordan, King Abdullah, the Zionist Movement and the Partition of Palestine, 1988. These writers came to be known as New Historians or Post-Zionists. According to Schleim, the New Historians disagreed with the Zionist narrative on 6 main points: British policy with regard to the Yishuv at the end of the Palestinian Mandate, the military balance in 1948, the origins of the Palestinian refugee problem, the nature of relations between Israelis and Jordanians during the war, Arab aims in the war, and the reasons peace remained elusive after the war. Among the most vitriolic critics was Shabtai Teveth, biographer of David Ben-Gurion, who published The New Historians. This guy was like the first Israeli prime minister or leader, or what? What would he be called? Was the national founder of the State of Israel, as well as the state's first prime minister. Okay. Ben-Gurion. Ben-Gurion or Ben-Jurion? Einstein's cousin? Was he actually? Fuck you. Ben-Gurion? Ben-Gurion? That was based on the hair? Yeah, I can see that. But hey, listen. We're all Jewish, right? Among the most vitriolic critics, biographer of David Ben-Gurion, who published The New Historians, a series of 4 weekly full-page articles attacking the New Historians in Haaretz, May 1989. Teveth claimed that the new historiography was flawed in its practice and that it was politically motivated, that it was pro-Palestinian and aimed to delegitimize the State of Israel. Neo-Zionist narratives. Ilan Pappé identifies a turn in predominant Israeli narratives about 1948 in September of 2000. The climate of the Second Intifada and in the post-9/11 period, not only were Israel's brutal military operations against the Palestinians during the new Intifada seen as justified, but so was their systematic expulsion in 1948. Evidence of the expulsions, massacres, and war crimes of 1948 brought to light by the new historians could no longer be ignored, but writers of what Pappé calls a neo-Zionist narrative justify these as necessary or unavoidable. In this period, the focus of Israeli historical writing on 1948 shifted largely from its human impact back to its military aspects. New Zionist writers were given selective access to top-secret material to which writers critical of Zionism would not have been given access, and much of their work was published by the Israeli Ministry of Defense. Among those Pappé associated with the neo-Zionist perspective were Benny Morris, who had become more outspokenly defensive of Zionism by this time. Wait, Benny Morris was also part of the New Historians, right? Yes, okay. Daniel Gutwein. Mordecai, Bar-On, Yoav, Gelber, Tamir, Jesus Christ. As well as the journal Teklet. Palestinian narratives. Unlike Israeli narratives that shifted over the decades, Palestinian narratives of 1948 have been more or less constant, focusing on Palestinians' indigenous rights to Palestine, Palestinian victimhood, dispossession, displacement, exile, statelessness, and more unrequited grievances against colonialism and Zionism. Yoav Gelber identifies Arif al-Arif's 6-volume An Nakbar, written in Arabic in the 1950s, as thorough and notable. Benny Morris was Giga pro-Palestine until his family members got murdered by Palestinians. Benny Morris went a little kooky after the Second Intifada. A lot of his friends died. Jesus. Palestinian narratives have focused on countering the dominant Zionist narrative. The preeminent Palestinian historian of 1948, Walid Khalidi, has dedicated much of his career to disproving the official Israeli narrative that the 1948 Palestinian expulsion and flight was voluntary. Rashid Khalidi and other historians hold that there is no established authoritative Palestinian master narrative. They attribute this to, among other reasons, the dispersed and fragmented state of the Palestinian community and the loss, destruction, or appropriation by Israel of relevant documents and libraries. Without access to much in the way of archival materials, Palestinian historians have made use of oral history. Arab narratives. In the narratives of the wider Arab Muslim world, 1948 is seen as an Arab debacle, representative of the region's social and political decline from its glorious distant past. The official narratives of Arab states on 1948 tended to be apologetic with the goal of defending their political legitimacy, while the Arab nationalists wrote with a focus on distilling and extracting historical lessons to galvanize Arab society, politics, and ideology in preparation for the next conflict with Israel. Neither approach bridled itself too much with historical accuracy. Western narratives. In the United States, the American journalist Joan Peters' 1984 book, From Time Immemorial, had a massive impact on how 1948 was understood in popular and political narratives in the United States. Alain Papé asserts that the neo-Zionist narrative was pushed in the United States more passionately by Michael Walzer and by Anita Shapira and Derek Penzlar with their 2003 Israeli Historical Revisionism from Left to Right. The 2021 film Farha tells the story of a Palestinian girl in the 1948 war. Wow. Established Israel as an independent state. Who recognized I think I read the Soviet Union and the United States recognized, yes. Recognized immediately by Truman, U.S., and Stalin, USSR. I think the Truman quote is, "They can go be Jewish somewhere else." Wait, that's a meme, right? I don't know. Okay. That's a Brittany Simon meme. Yeah, I know, but I mean, bro, who knows? It could be a quote. All right, there we go. How far are we through this? Mandate for Palestine. The last day of the mandate, the Jewish community there issued the Israeli Declaration of Independence. After the failure of the United Nations partition plan for Palestine, the 47 to 49 Palestine War ended with mandatory Palestine divided among Israel, the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank, and the Egyptian All-Palestine Protectorate in the Gaza Strip. Transjordan was added to the mandate following the Cairo Conference. March. No, I don't care about this. Okay, background. Jesus. Okay. Do we need to read all of this, or do we basically skip ahead now? This is all prior to like the 30s, I guess. If we were to dive into here, we'd be filling out this place up here. This would be going through all the different agreements, like the Sykes-Picot Agreement, like this League of Nations shit. I think there were a couple others that were made and then redrawn. No. I'm curious, in this original Declaration of Independence for Israel, did they state what they would do with Palestinians or the Palestinian people that lived there? I'm curious. Or is this text in English anywhere? Jesus Christ. The borders were not specified in the declaration, although its 14th paragraph indicated a willingness to cooperate in the implementation of the UN Partition Plan. The original draft had declared that the borders would be decided by the UN Partition Plan. While this was supported by Rosen and Becker, Shalom, Sheetrit, it was opposed by Ben-Gurion and Zisling, with Ben-Gurion stating, "We accepted the UN resolution, but the Arabs did not. They're preparing to make war on us. If we defeat them and capture Western Galilee or territory on both sides of the road to Jerusalem, these areas will become part of the state. Why should we obligate ourselves to accept boundaries that in any case the Arabs don't accept?" RIP. Here's a copy of the Declaration of Independence. Wait, isn't this the article I'm on right now? The second major issue was over the inclusion of God in the last section of the document, the draft using the phrase, "and placing our trust in the Almighty." The two rabbis, Shapira and Lehuda Leib-Mayim, argued for its inclusion, saying that it could not be omitted, with Shapira supporting the wording of God and strongly opposed by Zisling, a member of the secularist Mapam. At the end of the phrase, "Rock of Israel" was used, which could be interpreted as either referring to God or the land of Eretz Israel. Should probably write these quotes down and double check the context. Well, I mean, I understand the context. They're basically saying that, like, yeah, we're our own nation now, and these fuckers are going to go to war with us, and, like, listen, we're not going to restrict ourselves to old borders if, you know, we end up capturing land, and these guys didn't even want the old borders, right? No, it was the actual text of the declaration, but there's also a link in the page you're reading. Oh, is there... Yeah, I'm curious... I'm just really curious what the plan was for the Palestinian people initially. Like, I'm curious, for instance, like, did Israel, when it was founded as a state, were they like, we are going to kick the Palestinians out, fuck these guys? Or were they like, we're going to try to incorporate all the Arab Palestinian people into our country as nice as we can? But because, like, they would have, the Jewish people would have still been a minority. Oh, no, maybe they wouldn't have actually with the way that they drew up the borders, maybe? Or with the planned... No, that's right, because the planned borders for Israel with the UN partition would have been, with the Jewish people as being a slight majority, I believe, right? No, the Jews were a minority even within their borders. Were they? UN. Okay, hold on. I should just have a link to this in here. Dumb. Based. thought they had a slim majority. The Arab state would have 725,000 Arabs, 10,000 Jews. The Jewish state would have 407,000 Arabs and 498,000 Jews. So they'd still be a majority in their state, but only slightly. Okay, Control F. We appeal. Fuck, the original text is not here. Wait, Urk, can you link me? Don't put my name in it. We appeal in the very midst of the onslaught launched against us now for months to the Arab inhabitants of the State of Israel to preserve peace and participate in the upbuilding of the state on the basis of full and equal citizenship and due representation in all of its provisional and permanent institutions. It's on the bottom of the info box on the page you are reading. Oh, okay. Good one. Wait, did Urk link this? Oh, never mind. Somebody else linked that. Okay, here we go. Fuck. Hold on one sec. Mel needs her for a second. 13-1. All right, what was this? Declaration, Independence, 1948. Oh, this is very short. I should probably just have this here. Israel declares independence at Tel Aviv on May 14th, 1948. Oh, I should probably go down here, huh? No, wait, let's leave it right there, actually. Fuck it. Hey, this is off topic, but on my speech class, I'm doing a presentation on streaming reaction content. Could I get a quick note or argument for it and one response to why people say so? Why are you doing a school speech of reaction content? What, bro? Okay. The land of Israel is the birthplace of the Jewish people. Here their spiritual, religious, and political identity was shaped. Here they first attained to statehood, created cultural values of national and universal significance, and gave the world the eternal book of books. After being forcibly exiled from their land, the people remained faithful to it through their dispersion and never ceased to pray and hope they return to it. I should read. What is the, I wonder, it doesn't matter. I wonder what the original Jewish claim for dispersion from the land of Israel is, or the land of Palestine, I guess, I don't know. Never ceased to pray and hope for their return to it and for the restoration in it of their political freedom. Impelled by this historic and traditional attachment, Jews strove in every successive generation to reestablish themselves in their ancient homeland. In recent decades, they returned in their masses. Pioneers, Map'ilm, Hebrew. Immigrants coming to Eretz. Wow, aims for growing. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Hold on, somebody keeps wanting me to address my pro-genocidal...
I see. What do you think's the right move?
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just draw its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at. I don't know. Nice. True. I am pro-genocide. Congratulations. Okay, good job. Impelled by this historic and traditional attachment, Jews strove in every successive generation to reestablish themselves in the ancient homeland. In recent decades, they returned to their masses. No, we already read this. Yes, Wait, why do they... Wait, do Jews write their years like this? In the year 5657. Or 1897. What the fuck is this? Are Jews from the future or some shit? The fuck is this bullshit? At the summons of the spiritual father of the Jewish state, Theodore Herzl, the first Zionist Congress convened to proclaim the right of Jewish people to national rebirth. This right was recognized in the Balfour Declaration on the 2nd of November 1917, reaffirmed the mandate of the League of Nations, which is pretty catastrophe which recently befell the Jewish people. The massacre of millions of Jews in Europe was another clear demonstration. It's the year since Genesis? Oh no, they're young Earth creationists. Survivors of the Nazi Holocaust in Europe, as well as Jews from other parts of the world, continue to emigrate or migrate, undaunted by difficulties, restrictions, and dangers, never cease to assert their right to a life of dignity, freedom, and honest toil. Their national homeland. In the Second World War, the Jewish community of this country contributed its full share to the struggle for freedom and peace-loving nations against the forces of Nazi wickedness, and by the blood of its soldiers and its war effort, gained the right to be reckoned among the people who founded the United Nations. When On the 20th of November, passed a resolution calling for the establishment of a Jewish state in Eretz Israel. The General Assembly required the inhabitants of Eretz Israel to... Is Eretz Israel like the shorthand name for historic Palestine? Is that what they're using here? During the League of Nations mandate period, the term Eretz Yisrael, or the land of Israel, is part of the official Hebrew name of Mandatory Palestine. Okay, gotcha. All right. Worth pulling up a clip from the documentary Tentura on YouTube. Has some wild first-hand accounts from Jewish soldiers. Okay, I'm good. This right is the national right of the Jewish people to be masters of their own fate, like all other nations, and their own sovereign state. Eretz is earth. Gotcha. Accordingly, we, members of the People's Council, representatives of the Jewish community of Eretz Israel and of the Zionist movement, are here assembled on the day of the termination of the British mandate over Eretz Israel and by virtue of our natural and historic right on the strength of the resolution of the United Nations General Assembly, hereby declare the establishment of a Jewish state in Eretz Israel to be known as the State of Israel. We declare that, with effect from the moment of the termination of the mandate being tonight, the eve of the Sabbath, the 6th ER 5708, holy fuck these years, until the establishment of the elected regular authorities of the state in accordance with the Constitution, which shall be adopted by the elected Constituent Assembly, not later than the 1st of October 1948, the People's Council of the State of Israel will be open for Jewish immigration and for the ingathering of the exiles. It will foster the development of the country for the benefit of all its inhabitants. It will be based on freedom, justice, and peace as envisaged by the prophets of Israel. It will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will safeguard the holy places of all religions, and it will be faithful to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. The State of Israel, now I believe there would be conflict here, right? Because the Charter of the UN talks about the right of a people to self-determination. I'm sure the Palestinians in the area probably don't like that, but yeah. But the State of Israel is prepared to cooperate with the agency's representatives of the UN in implementing the resolution of the UN General Assembly on the 20th of November 1947, and will take steps. When people talk about the 1948 borders, are they talking about that 1947 UN resolution? Is this what they're talking about? Okay, so the 48 borders were this 47 resolution. Gotcha. Okay, just curious. But they probably just mean because after the war, when Israel started taking territory, that's why those borders changed so much. The State of Israel is prepared... No, they meant post-1948 war? Wait, do they mean the borders after the war? Oh, okay, never mind. Post-1948 war. Gotcha. Wait, no. What do people mean when they say 1948 borders? According to the Green Line agreed upon in the 49 armistice agreements, Israel is demarcated by Lebanon to the north, the Golan Heights under Syrian sovereignty, as well as the rest of Syria to the northeast, the Palestinian West Bank and Jordan to the east, by the Palestinian Gaza Strip and Egypt to the southwest. Wait, am I retarded? What's the difference between these borders and in modern Israel? Or is this modern Israel? The borders. That's post-war, which is what I think people, those are modern Israeli borders. Wait, so when people say, you're welcome for the $10 earlier and you're welcome for the 5, thanks for the quote. Thanks, Cannon. No, I think it was the pre-war borders. I think you guys are wrong. I think when people say go back to the 48 borders, they are talking about Resolution 181. I think that is what they're talking about, right? Wait, where is Irk? If they meant after the war, why do people say 1967 borders then? Pretty sure they're just a reference to the borders that prevailed from 48 to 67, and the 48 borders you're talking about are the UN ones. Okay, so Irk, people are talking about this original... Oh wait, are they? Are people talking about the, They're talking about the pre-war borders, what they would have been, right? They're talking about what these borders would have been, correct? What the UN partition would have looked like. They are talking about pre-war borders because Israel declared statehood before post-war border. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. All right. Please look at the arable land if you want to know why Palestinians rejected. Palestine arable land. Nice. I see. Is this arable land? No, this is just Palestinian. No, because green looks like farmland. The Jordan Valley makes up 30% of the West Bank and it constitutes half of its agricultural land. The 105-kilometer fertile strip of land connects the West Bank with Jordan. We appeal to the United Nations to assist the Jewish people in the building up of its state and to receive the state of Israel into the comity of nations. Comity? Nations. We appeal in the very midst of the onslaught launched against us now for months to the Arab inhabitants of the state of Israel to preserve peace. To the onslaught launched to the Arab inhabitants of the state of Israel to preserve peace and participate in the upbuilding of the state on the basis of full and equal citizenship and due representation in all its provisional and permanent institutions. We extend our hand to all neighboring states and their peoples in an offer of peace and good neighborliness, and appeal to them to establish bonds of cooperation and mutual help with the sovereign Jewish people settled on its own land. The state of Israel is prepared to do its share in a common effort for the advancement of the entire Middle East. We appeal to the Jewish people throughout the diaspora to rally around the Jew of Eretz Israel in the tasks of immigration and upbuilding and to stand by them in the great struggle for the realization of the age-old dream, the redemption of Israel. Jesus. Well, what did the, I feel like we had a sick-ass Declaration of Independence, do you think? When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and to nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. Dude, our Declaration of Independence is awesome. Okay, Israel one's kind of weak, but whatever. Okay, what was I thinking? Oh, did the first drafted... well, I guess, I'm curious, did the first drafted Israeli constitution ensure equal rights for Palestinians? I'm really curious about this. First constitution of Nation of Israel. The Constituent Assembly adopted on the 16th of February 1949. Oh, shit, so maybe not, or... Because like a declaration of, because I would say that like the Israeli Declaration of Independence seems quite favorable towards, what the fuck is this? It seems quite favorable towards Palestinian people, but I mean one could argue that the initial Declaration of Independence in the United States looked quite favorable towards women and black people, right? But clearly it wasn't. So I'm curious if like if the actual drafted laws of the initial State of Israel or Nation of Israel. Wait, why the fuck is this like this? Destiny, I'm conservative, but don't know why you identify as left when the left largely opposes the First Amendment and Second Amendment. I don't know, bro. Some people on the left are wacky, all right? Delete. What is this bullshit? Okay, Israel, Palestine. There we go. My whole thing is, okay, Boonsy, chill, calm down, okay? Fuck is in your dryer? I don't know. Something with zippers or buttons or something. Oh, Canute, thanks for the host. Huh, okay, never mind. Well, why did you donut wall us at TwitchCon? Canute? You look at your DMs. Fuck you. You said, we have a few people that will be at dinner today. Do you guys want to join? And I said, sorry, dealing with dumb shit all day. I might be able to stop by and say hi. Where and when? And then you said, don't know yet, but later I will DM you. And that was the last message you sent. So fuck you, okay? Oh, fuck, I forgot. Yeah, that's right. Exposed. And I'm glad you forgot, because if you would have DM'd me, I would have told you there's no way I could have made it anyway, so. But now I get to blame you. Okay. Whew. Okay. Israel. Okay. God, I can't get over this West Asia. West Asia. Cringe. History of Israel. Okay, so we got our first thing out of the way. History of Israel covers an area of the southern Levant. Levant? I think it's Levant, right? Is it Levant? Known as Canaan, Palestine, or the Holy Land, which is the geographical location of the modern states of Israel and Palestine from a prehistory as part of the critical Levantine corridor, which witnessed waves of early humans out of Africa to the emergence of Natufian culture, 10th millennia BCE. 10th millennium BCE means 10,000 BCE, right? I think the region entered the Bronze Age, 2000 BCE, with the development of Canaanite civilization before being vassalized by Egypt in the late Bronze Age. The Iron Age, the kingdoms of Israel and Judah were established entities that were central to the origin of the Jewish and Samaritan people, as well as the Abrahamic faith tradition that's given rise to Judaism, Samaritanism, Christianity, Islam, Druzism, Bahaism, and a variety of other religious movements. Throughout the course of human history, the land of Israel has come under the sway of control of various political or polities, and as a result, it has historically hosted a wide variety of ethnic groups. In the following centuries, the Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian empires conquered the region. The Ptolemies and the Seleucids vied for control over the region during the Hellenistic period. However, with the establishment of the Hasmonean dynasty, the local Jewish population maintained independence for a century before being incorporated into the Roman Republic. As a result of the Jewish-Roman Wars in the 1st and 2nd century CE, many Jews were killed, displaced, or sold into slavery. Following the advent of Christianity, which was adopted by the Greco-Roman world under the influence of the Roman Empire, the region's demographics shifted towards newfound Christians, who replaced Jews as the majority of the population by the 4th century. However, shortly after Islam was consolidated across the Arabian Peninsula under Muhammad, Byzantine Christian rule over the land of Israel was superseded by the Arab conquest of the Levant in the 7th century. From the 11th century to the 13th century... Uh-oh, who joined? Oh.
Hey, yeah, just wanted to ask you a quick question. So, like, has your stance on the Israel-Palestine thing changed at all yet?
Well, I mean, like, everything I read, I'm trying to, like, I had a couple subreddit posts I read recently that were pretty pro-Palestinian, but, like, all of the historical foundation, everything I read kind of, like, pushes me further and further towards the Israel thing, like, pretty clearly. But, I mean, like, be careful what you read. Like, I'm still trying to do more reading and everything, but, I mean...
Yeah, like, the most morally questionable thing, obviously, was, them immigrating back into Israel in the first place and displacing Palestinians, but again, like, it seemed like good faith negotiations were trying to be had, and Palestinians just wouldn't negotiate. They just
Sure, although
refused
to be
have any
clear,
kind of-
that was good
yeah.
faith negotiations that Jewish people were trying to have after all of them moved to a land where Palestinians weren't really ready for
Yeah.
all of them to move there, right? So of course it's quote
Yeah.
unquote good faith, but after hundreds of thousands of Jewish people were resettled there by Europe, right?
Yeah, that was the most morally questionable thing at the time.
Sure,
But,
although I don't know
like
if that's
from-
morally questionable because like my understanding is I believe Jewish people were here, they were genuinely here before Palestinian people, but then they got like kicked out by the Romans, and then I think by Arab conquest. So I don't know, but
Yeah,
I'm sure there's like a
but-
Palestinian response to that. Like, what is the response to Jewish people saying they were here prior to that? I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, that's the one thing too. Like Palestinians will say they have a claim to the land because they were there for X period of time, but like Jews could say that same thing too. So I don't think there's a very hard right or wrong on either side on that front. But like when I look at a lot of the issues like in modern times, like on the West Bank, I'm starting to like kind of understand the Israeli position a little bit more because so many of these Palestinians are like insanely ridiculously racist towards Jews. Like so are the Israelis. A lot of those settlers are like, I was watching a Vice documentary where like this woman openly and unashamedly admitted she like spits at whatever Arab people she sees. But there's a different kind of like racism where Palestinians completely deny the Holocaust, think Jews should have been Holocausted, and they'll just say, if only the Holocaust actually happened. And they're the ones who are oftentimes starting shit.
Yeah, I
like,
understand.
The media seems
I
to...
understand what you're saying. This is the only thing that I would implore you to consider, and it's not an excuse, but it's something to keep in mind, okay? We had 9/11 in the United States, right? We had a terrorist attack. That one attack was enough to make us like hate Arabs for like the next like 10 fucking years, maybe more, right? Remember, people forget this, but Donald Trump ran initially under a platform if he wanted to ban all Muslims from coming to the United States. So that stuck with us, and that was by one attack. You're looking at a group of people that have been under constant conflict from Israel and view Israel as enjoying wide support from the West, while the West has essentially won the Cold War and toppled like how much of the Middle East. So like it's not acceptable, but it's understandable why Palestinian people would look at Jewish people as dogs that should have been wiped out in the Holocaust because fuck them and fuck the living conditions they have, et cetera, right?
That seems to be the attitude they had before they even started settling in Palestine.
Jewish people lived in Palestine under Ottoman rule alongside Palestinians, and I think they more or less got along. Like Palestinian Jews and Palestinian Arabs, I think lived alongside each other, more or less got along with each other now.
It seems to me from the reading I've done that Palestinians, before the large Jewish migration, they were very racist, very anti-Jew, and they at that time were still having the rhetoric of denying the Holocaust.
Wait, before the Holocaust happened, or?
No, after the Holocaust happened.
Well, after the Holocaust happened, you'd already had Jews being settled there for fucking 20 years, right? So of course they probably started to fucking hate them, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because the Mandate Palestine started in like 1920 or 1921. So there had already been for decades Jewish people settling there. There'd already been a lot of back and forth violence and conflict. But I believe that under the Ottoman Empire, one of the big ways that the Ottoman Empire maintained its wide empire was by having people that lived under their borders all be fucking chill with each other. Like under the Ottoman Empire, you couldn't have all these different groups of people living in different regions fucking murdering each other. It would have like collapsed. And I think for a bit it did. I think it contracted a bit as it tried to get its shit under control. But under the Ottoman rule, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Jews and Palestinians and people in different regions tended to live okay with each other. I think. I could be wrong on that. Some people are saying I'm wrong and some people are saying I'm right, so maybe that's worth reading about. But
maybe I have to read a bit more about that. But yeah, my understanding was they never really got along. And there was always this sort of hatred and more minor violence against the Jewish population. So, like every time I look up these sort of major events, it always seems like the Palestinians were the ones who kind of started it first. So, the idea that, well, it's kind of understandable how Palestinians today are so racist against Jews and are like literally pro-Holocaust is because the same reason why Americans hated Arabs so much after 9/11. Like again, it just seems like every situation, Palestinians were the ones to like start it first.
Yeah, but I mean, it depends on what you mean by start it first, because from their perspective, Britain started it, or Jewish people started it by settling as colonizers. So that was the start, and then from there, it's just been a continual conflict back and forth, basically.
But again, they were the ones to start the violence first. That's what I mean.
Sure. But I mean, they would consider settling a state or settling land to be a form of political violence, and then declaring an independent state would be another form of political violence. But
again, Jews were the ones who wanted to negotiate, and then they said, no, fuck you. And then they're the ones who attacked first, and then they acted like crybabies and said, oh, Jews are evil, when they were the ones who attacked first. And then
I understand, but it would be it's like
that they lost.
Sure, but it's like me going into your house and taking over your garage and then saying like, let's negotiate. Like, I just want to own your garage, and then you can have the rest of your house. And then you coming in and attacking me because you're like, fuck you, get the fuck out of my garage. And then I fight back. And now let's say I capture like your garage and your basement. And I'm like, okay, well, let's make a deal about like the garage and the basement. And you're like, well, no, fuck you, you're in my house still. And then we fight again, and now I take over your living room. Like, it seems like I'm only up to 1950, but it kind of seems like the history of this region is the Jewish people get there, they get a foothold there, and then negotiations go back and forth. The Palestinians say no. The Israelis say, okay, fine, let's fight. They take more territory. Then Israel is like, do you want to chill now? And they're like, I didn't hear no fucking bell. And then they fight more, then they lose more, and that just seems to be the history of the region over and over again. And now they're basically saying like, okay, listen, let's go all the way back to 48, and let's go back to the original UN resolution. I want those borders. I fucked up, I'm sorry. Like, just go back to living in my garage. It's kind of what it seems like it's going on, but
no. I would say your average Palestinian, the river to the sea bullshit rhetoric. That's what they want. They don't.
I don't know if that's the average Palestinian. It's hard to tell right now. I think that's just foreign. Also, I would be careful. If you've got like a Palestinian refugee, they probably don't know fuck all about any of this. I wouldn't trust anybody that calls themselves a Palestinian refugee, because these guys might be like third generation Brits or Americans, unless they've actually done reading or research here. Like, I wouldn't trust a single fucking thing they have to say. And same thing with like the young people protesting at colleges and shit. These people don't know fucking anything about the region or the conflict.
Well,
just because you've got like some bloodline or some ethnic tie to the land doesn't mean you know dick all about it. I know plenty of real life people with Palestinian descent that couldn't find Palestine on a fucking map. Okay, unironically. So yeah, but I'm just saying. So like, I wouldn't put a bunch of stock into like the college kids that are protesting right now. That like every Palestinian wants to wipe.
Well,
Israel
I'm not
off the
talking
map.
about that.
Sure.
I'm not talking about the college kids. I'm like, again, I've tried to find as much evidence as I could.
Mhm.
I've looked at like Pew Research data. I've looked at like news reports, Al Jazeera, like all these pro-Palestinian kind of sources. It looks like to me that your average Palestinian believes in that from the river to the sea bull crap, and it seems to be more prevalent in the younger generations, and that may have been because of the of Hamas, like them radicalizing children.
Wait, so where? I'm curious. Where can I find this? So if I was to Google like polling data, Palestine, existence of Israel, or something, like what would I?
Yeah, I would just look at some of the Pew Research stats. The earliest, the latest I could find was from around 08, 09. That wasn't about whether or not, it wasn't about the two-state solution, it was about Hamas support.
Well,
but yeah, I'd look at the Israel polling data. I'd look at Palestinian sort of news sources like Al Jazeera.
Melman, do Palestinians support Hamas? Polls paint a murky picture. Well, I'm curious if you can link me or show me like where are polls with.
Let me see if I can quickly find it. So it's fairly easy to actually find. It's easy to find data across surrounding regions, so like Jordan, Egypt, areas like that. Not quite as easy. Where should I post this, by the way?
Just DM it to me.
Okay, sure. Message.
Oh, thank you,
There
Eric.
go.
Hold on.
So that was the last. That was the latest Pew Research poll I could find on support of Hamas. If you look at surrounding regions, it is very high. Since Hamas controls so much of the media there, I would assume they do enjoy a lot of support within Gaza. And again, if you look at a lot of the news reports, if you look at like street interviews and stuff, I'm getting the feeling that the younger generation has been more radicalized than the older generation.
Sure, that's probably always going to be true kind of for young people. I'm looking at a Foreign Affairs article. This is from 2023, the Arab Barometer Wave 8 in Gaza. I guess these are some kind of Arab pollsters for how much do you trust, how much trust you have in the Hamas-led government. I'm seeing about 23% say not a lot, and like 45% say none at all. So it seems like the opinions of Hamas are not that good. Yeah.
That doesn't exactly answer the question of whether or not they support their policies. It's specifically about whether or not they actually trust the government, like whether or not they can be trusted to enact said policies, whether or not the way in which they go about supporting said policies is good. Wait, what was the source?
Here, it's a Foreign Affairs article that's linking data from the Arab Barometer Wave 8. I just linked that.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because this Pew Research is 14 years old, and this region changes pretty quickly, so...
Yeah. All right, well, I'll look at that. Thanks for sending me it.
Okay.
Okay, well, take care.
Be careful.
I'll look into that more.
Have fun. Why doesn't VG just link his shit? Every time you ask for a source, he seems to have old, outdated, relevant shit. Yeah, I don't want to make an accusation. I'm not sure, but it sounds like I think he does his own research, but sometimes it feels like he gets his research from someone else, or he hears it in a video, and then he doesn't have the original source now. That's why usually when he comes, I'm like, give me the source, let me see the source, so I can like read it and evaluate what's being said. Yeah. Or maybe he just doesn't save his links. I don't know. I honestly believe what you should obtain is a concrete example, a microcosm showing how Jewish-Palestinian coexistence broke down, besides just seeing it through broad trends. A great case of this is the documentary Jaffa, the Orange's Clockwork, which is probably one of the best documentaries I've seen. I highly recommend it. Focuses on the orange cultivation sector, but understanding the case gives you a really valuable lens that describes things generally. Jaffa, the Orange's Clockwork. Can I find this on... Is this going to be on YouTube? Full movie HD. Hello? What's up? Who joined?
I'll know who this other guy is.
Oh, what do you want?
How much research have you done on Zionism?
What do you mean on Zionism?
The Zionist project predates World War II in 1948. You cannot contextualize anything you're reading right now when it comes to the Jewish population and the immigrants if you don't understand the architect and the founder of Zionism. You have to.
Okay. What do you want me to understand?
The entire project, the goal, the reason the immigrants are coming there. When you're talking about, well, Palestinians didn't accept this deal, didn't accept that deal, you have to understand where the Jews settling in the nation are, what they're looking to do. If that group's
my understanding is what they're looking to do is they're looking to have a nation state, you know, to safeguard the Jewish people.
And to expand further and further into the land. So the fact that they gave them an advantage in one of those offerings that was controlled by 80% of the Palestinians.
I don't think any part of Israel history shows them necessarily like looking to aggressively expand over and over again.
Absolutely.
Which part?
You need to research that first. You have to research it. You have to understand everything they wanted to do.
Wait, well,
this
what
predates it. You got to look
what,
up the. Hold on, I'll tell you the dude's name.
Are you talking about the Balfour Declaration, 1917?
Hold on.
Because I'm pretty sure that declaration was literally like what, like 30 words, and we read everything around that. I don't think there was anything relating to that or surrounding that or drives for Zionism from Zionist groups.
Dude, I sent you fucking DM yesterday with all the shit you need to look up.
Well, bro, I haven't even finished reading this. I'm just like getting my footing.
Well,
here.
I'm telling you now that you're getting your footing here, but remember then, if you don't do it now, you're going to have to go back and recontextualize after you look up the Zionist stuff.
Tell me, what am I? Can you just tell me what I'm missing, or?
No, because I'm not good enough to speak at long form on it.
Wait,
but you need to look up Theodore Herzl.
Wait, how do you know?
Because,
wait, hold on, wait. To be clear, hold on. No. There is no. When you say go look up one guy, this is like Nazi talking points. This doesn't mean anything. I'm looking for broad movements.
Not, okay,
I'm looking for
chill.
yeah.
All
no,
right.
I'm just saying that like I'm just saying that like you need to look up Theodore blah blah blah. That doesn't tell me anything, especially if you don't know anything about him. Like what am I missing, or
you
what
need
part
to
of
look
the
up Zionism. You need to look up the Zionist movement. You need to read about the history of the Zionist movement.
I know
that was
little
a very
bit.
explicit
Sure,
thing.
I know a little bit of the history of the Zionist movement in regards to finally getting that Balfour Declaration basically signed off on by Great Britain and all of the different work internationally and all the different groups that were involved in getting that. Do I need to look up pre-Balfour Declaration? Like, why does that matter? I'm just looking at what did nations support? What did mandate Palestine and the British mandate for Palestine and the moving of Israel and everything there? Like, what did that look like? What am I missing? What context am I missing from that?
All those people settling aren't there just to take over whatever land they can be given. First of all, you have to contend with whether or not that land should be given because, again, it was under British control. It was Ottoman land. Under British control, they're allowing Jewish settlers to come in droves and take over that land. The deals they're offering are giving a lot of favorable, significant portions of that land to Jewish settlers over Palestinians. And 3, they don't plan to just keep the land they have. They plan to expand and take over all of what is now Israel, Gaza, West Bank.
Okay.
That is the goal.
Can you show me?
That was the goal.
Where can I find this stated somewhere?
I will get it for you. I'm downstairs walking my dog.
Okay, because it seems to me like the only way that Israel has gotten more land is when other people have tried to invade them first.
I got some good info on that too, so I'll get that for you.
All right, let me know. Be careful.
All right, bye.
Hey, buddy.
Hi, what's up?
Just a quick question. I just tuned in, and I hope you don't think this is a stupid question, but I'm watching you do your research, and I really appreciate like the way you do it. So, like I said, I hope you don't think it's a stupid question. What program is that you're using to like organize your notes and your article? I see it says like articles, Ben Shapiro material.
Oh, it's just called Obsidian.
Obsidian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's it. Cause I I have I use like Google Word and
Google Word is
like
good
the
too.
Word.
I like Obsidian because you can like download it to a bunch of different devices, and like if you pay a monthly fee or something, you can like auto sync it through everything. It's just convenient. But you know.
Yeah. No, it looks pretty cool the way that you can organize things and put little tabs to the left. All right, that's it. Yeah, you too.
Bye. Guys, what's going on with Lycan? What did I miss something while I was out of town? Holy shit, what's happening? Jesus. Okay. All right, stop. Okay. It's probably a good article just to have, I think. I should organize my articles differently. Or find ways to tag them, maybe? Okay, stop spamming in my chat. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. We're probably not going to read this tonight, but I want to know the next conflict after the 1948 Palestine War. Oh, here, we'll just read this part just to make Lycan happy. Between 1882 and 1903, approximately 35,000 Jews moved to Palestine, known as the First Aliyah. The Russian Empire, Jews faced growing persecution and legal restrictions. Half the world's Jews lived in the Russian Empire, where they were restricted to living in the Pale of Settlement. Severe pogroms in the early 1880s and legal repression led to 2 million Jews emigrating from the Russian Empire. 1.5 million went to the United States. Popular destinations were also Germany, France, England, Holland, Argentina, and Palestine. Oh, do you think this is where David Pakman's parents come from, or grandparents? Russian Jews established the Bilu and Hovevi Zion, Lovers of Zion movements, with the aim of settling in Palestine. In 1878, Russian Jewish immigrants established the village of Pita Tikva, followed by Rishon LeZion, in a... You can put a equal underneath the section to make them collapsible. It's sometimes helpful underneath the title of a section. Wait, what? Like that? You fucking liar. Wait, I think these are already collapsible. Fuck you. Irk. Oh, link here. $5 to rent. Really good. Oh, can I rent this on like Amazon or YouTube? How does Vimeo have a fucking rental platform? The existing Ashkenazi Jewish communities were concentrated in the 4 holy cities, extremely poor and relied on donations, halukah, from groups abroad, while the new settlements were small farming communities, but still relied on funding from the French Baron Edmund James de Rothschild. No, but I can send you a free version if you're reticent. No, it's all good. I'll do something. Who sought to establish profitable enterprises. Many early migrants could not find work and left, but despite the problems, many settlements arose and the community grew. After the Ottoman conquest of Yemen in 1881, a large number of Yemenite Jews also emigrated to Palestine, often driven by Messianism. What does this mean? Messianism is the belief in the advent of the Messiah who acts as the savior of a group of people. Messianism originated as Zoroastrianism, religious belief, and followed to Abrahamic religions. But other religions have Messianism-related concepts. Religions of Messiah concepts include Judaism. Jesus. In Judaism, the Messiah will be a future king from the line of David and redeemer of the Jewish people and humanity. Is the line of David still alive? Is there like a person here? King David. And Judaism is based on text in the Hebrew Bible. According to the Bible, blah, 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 Judaism. Is this line still alive? Where are my Jewish people in chat? Do I have any of you David descendants here? Is David even a real person? The Israeli King David? Or is this just like a Bible guy? I don't know. It's Deepak. The Rothschilds. There isn't a known line, but David is a historical figure. Yes, he lives in Chicago. The Ethiopian king claims ancestry. Interesting. Okay. I know Lycan didn't just link me like a 300-page paper, did he? Let's see. Oh, 15 pages. Zionism and Imperialism, The Historical Origins by Abdul Wahab Kayali. Oh boy. Can somebody link me this paper? Always good to be reminded how little Destiny knows about Jewish stuff. Yeah, because you Jews don't even give a fuck about your religion, okay? Half you Orthodox Jews just spend your whole lives trying to convert like less faithful Jewish people back to the fucking religion anyway, okay? Fuck you guys. It's not my fault you guys suck at your religion, okay? I know what all the Muslims think because they're militantly shoving it down my throat on Twitter all day, okay? And I know what Christians think because Christians fucking run the United States. I don't know what Jewish people think. I don't know what any of you fuckers do, okay? You guys get educated, do investment banking, and then you live in expensive houses. Fuck you. And you run Hollywood. I see what you guys are doing out there. Oh no, page not found. Irk, what are you doing? Oh, you got it. Lameo, every Hasid I meet always tries to get me to go to temple with them when I tell them I'm an atheist now. Yeah, I think, I could be wrong, don't quote me on this, but I think Jews aren't allowed to proselytize to non-Jews. But like, I think your goal is to, isn't your goal to like bring other Jews back into the faith more? So like, if you run into another Jew and he's not going to fucking temple or Sabbath or whatever bullshit, your goal is to like get him to start going again or some shit. I think that's like what they obsess over. I could be wrong, because I don't know fuck all about the religion of Judaism. You guys learn Hebrew for your shit. It's weird, all right? All right, what did Lycan read us, or link us? Zionism as a modern political creed arose as a reaction to three interacting challenges or problems facing Europe in the 19th century, the heyday of Western imperialism. Oh boy. The first of these was the growth and expansion of European imperialism, which necessitated... oh, dude, my brain is actually poisoned from Twitter. As soon as I start reading, like, imperialism, Western, colonial, I just, like, my brain shuts off. Okay. Fair and balanced. Let's read this. Sorry. Jesus. Should I read up this guy's background? No, because I'm just poisoning the well. I know that's what I'm doing. I'm just poisoning the well. Okay. The first of these was the growth and expansion of European imperialism, which necessitated the search for new sources of raw materials and markets for the finished products, in addition to securing the lines of commercial and military communication. The importance of the Arab lands as the gateway to Africa and the bridge to Asia was made evident by Napoleon's campaign in 1797 to 1799. Interesting. Yet the dangers of an independent state comprising Egypt and other parts of the Arab world set up by Muhammad Ali became clear soon after. Thus, the need for stifling any nascent, I think, independent state, doubly threatening to imperialism later on in the wake of the spread of Arab nationalist sentiment, became increasingly persistent as the Ottoman Empire, the sick man of Europe, drifted further towards disintegration. Nascent. Amazing me, nascent. Secondly, the failure of European liberalism and the ideas of equality and democracy to incorporate and assimilate the Jew were combined with the capitalist... Is this guy like a Marxist-Leninist? What is this guy? Holy shit. This paper. Wait, what does this guy do? I'm so curious. Department of Political Science. It's Hassan's alt. Okay. This paper was written in 1977. That's not the guy. Oh, this paper was written in 1977? Oh, okay. Oh, it was written in 1977. Okay. Zionism and Imperialism, the Historical Origins. Okay. Well. And assimilate the Jew were combined with the capitalist crisis in Eastern Europe that followed in the wake of the adoption of industrialization, with the consequent loss of vocation for a great number of Jews who could not easily adjust to the transformation of the feudal economic system. It is important to note that this separation of the Jews from their environments encouraged a Jewish apartness, which was in the past a contributory factor to the phenomenon of anti-Jewishness. So Jewish people couldn't industrialize? They were stuck in their farms and their kibbutzes? Thirdly, the spread of aggressive and chauvinist nationalism in Europe stressed racial qualities and the racial basis of the nation state, as well as racial superiority and the need for expansionism. Lebensraum, which was diverted to overseas colonies and possessions. Superiority, exploitation, and domination were upheld as a civilizational mission under the notion of the white man's burden. These ideas and notions played a crucial role in the ideological formulation of Zionism, as well as a guiding light for its founders. These challenges were known as the Eastern Question, or the Syrian Question, and the Jewish Question. We shall see that it was the first question which prompted the major imperialist figures to propose the idea of creating a client Jewish settler state in Palestine, primarily designed to block the fulfillment of unity and independence in that important area of the world, and to serve the interests of the imperialist sponsors and protectors of that state. The events of the latter part of the century were conducive to the creation of what amounted to a consensus of opinion among the imperialist and Western politicians, with the cooperation of Western Jewish capital and anti-Semites everywhere in favor of Zionism and the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. I'll give this like 2 more pages. Okay. Towards the end of the 18th century, the Western powers' interest in the Arab area intensified as the aging Ottoman Empire became increasingly dependent on the European powers, which obtained privileges, footholds, and spheres of influence of the empire itself. These powers sought to establish direct links with the various populations and religious sects in the area. Thus, eventually, France was to become the protector of the Catholic communities in Syria. Which part of the paper do you disagree with? I guess one is I don't know what I'm actually reading here. Like, or I don't know what. I guess I don't know as much for economics. I know what to expect for sourcing. I don't know what as much to expect for sourcing in historical papers. Like, there's a lot of pretty strong claims that are being laid out here. Are these just taken for granted by scholars? Like, these are just actually so obviously true that they don't even bother sourcing them? Or is this... So, like, for instance, this part of the paper here says, like, the reasons for Zionism all very conveniently play into kind of like this Marxist lens that, like, oh, well, the reason why Zionism exists is because of European imperialism and the search for raw materials and markets to sell goods to, the importance of controlling land, the failure of liberalism and the ideas of equality and democracy, and the spread of aggressive European nationalism. I don't know. I would be interested in seeing if any of this is true. My understanding is that when we read so much about that the Balfour Declaration, Jesus Christ, and it seemed like there was a genuine fervor for Jewish people around the world in the wake of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, especially, that they really wanted to establish a state for themselves somewhere. And it doesn't feel like the West was a hardcore supporter of Israel in that endeavor. Like, I would be really curious. Like, I need some facts to support that. So, for instance, what we just read about the Israel Declaration of Independence, why didn't the United States or the West, why didn't they support them in their fight against the other Arab nations? Or why was Britain constantly trying to limit the amount of Jewish settlers to appease the Arab population when it was Mandate Palestine, right? Those are two actions, and I barely know anything about this history right now. So far, I would say barely. I've read a Wikipedia article, right? But those are two actions that fly in the face of the idea that Britain was like desperately trying to set up the country of Israel. So I'm curious but here, this obviously claims completely opposite, but there's not a single source, there's not a footnote or anything in here for me to read. Yes, I don't know. It just seems like a trash paper. But I don't know. I mean, who knows? I could be wrong. This guy's probably got a PhD. Who the fuck am I? It's during his Palestine campaign, 1799, that Napoleon, motivated by his war needs and later on by his ambition to attract the loyal... Oh, and then also, like, this thing here. Is it really true? Because we read that there were pogroms and stuff in pre-Stalinist Russia, pre-Soviet Russia or I think it would just be pre-Stalinist Russia, the Russian Empire was a hostile place for Jewish people, and that was a big push factor. Whereas in this paper, it sounds like he's basically just saying Jewish people were too retarded to keep up with, like, technology. Am I reading that wrong? The failure of European liberalism and the ideas of equality and democracy to incorporate and assimilate the Jew, were combined with the capitalist crisis in Eastern Europe that followed in the wake of the adoption of industrialization, with the consequent loss of vocation for a great number of Jews who could not easily adjust to the transformation of the feudal economic system. Is that true? I've never heard that in my entire life, that Jewish people had a difficulty adopting to, like, industrialization. And now, I don't know anything. Maybe that is the case of that, but that's the first time I've ever heard a claim like this ever put forth in my entire life. I've never in my life heard this claim put forth that, like, oh, Jews just have a really hard time adapting to, like, yeah, that's an insane statement. Well, I shouldn't say that it's insane because my historical knowledge is limited. I've never heard this in my entire life, though. But yeah. And then I'm also racist because of the guy's name too. But yeah, anyway, I'm sorry. But I'll give it a few more pages. We'll see if yeah. Towards the end of the 18th century, the Western powers' interest in the Arab area intensified. We read this. Thus, eventually, France was to become the protector of the Catholic communities in Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine, while the Orthodox Christians came under Russian protection. It was during his Palestinian campaign in 1799 that Napoleon, motivated by his war needs and later on by his ambition to attract the loyalty of the Jews as agents throughout the world, issued his call for the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem and the return of the Jews to Palestine for political purposes. This campaign itself aroused British interest in Palestine as it posed a threat to the British overland route to India. When Muhammad Ali of Egypt embarked on his ambitious plan to modernize Egypt and build a strong independent state comprising Egypt, Greater Syria, and the Arab Peninsula. During the first decades of the 19th century, the British government adopted... can somebody tell me what this is published into? I'm very curious. Or is it really this common that there are no footnotes in historical papers that are published in peer-reviewed journals? The British government adopted a course of direct military intervention. It was instrumental in driving the armies of Ibrahim Pasha back to Egypt. Muhammad Ali's advance into Syria opened the Syrian question. New British policies were formed as a result. One of the keys to the new approach was Palestine. The Jews a prominent part of its spearhead. In 1838, it's published in this, the Journal of Palestine Studies. Gotcha. Okay. In 1838, the British decided to station a British consular agent in Jerusalem, and the following year opened the first European consulate in that city. During the 1840s and 1850s, the British government, which had no protégés of its own, established a connection with the Jews in Palestine, around 9,700 in all, the Druze in Lebanon, and the new Protestant churches. Behind the protection of trade and religious minorities, there lay the major political and strategic interests of the powers. During the 1840s and 50s, the British government had no protégé. Oh, he does cite some things down here, finally, Jesus. From its start, British presence in Palestine. Oh, he has a footnote for this claim here. Albert Hourani, Ottoman Reform and the Politics of Notables, and Beginnings of Modernization in the Middle East, the 19th Century. Do you think do you think this book is published somewhere? I'm actually so curious if the footnotes... Here's like a dirty little secret. In low impact papers, if you read, if you actually go and follow the sources for their footnotes, it is not always the case that the original source backs up the summary statement that some, even PhD level writers will put in their papers. Not to say that's not the case here, but I'm so curious if I could find this book. If somebody could find this book, I would love you for a long time. And the citation is to a 27-page range. That was one of the things that set me off. Yeah, I see that's 41 to 68. Like, what I'd be curious about here is, did the British government establish a connection specifically with the Jews in Palestine, or did they establish a connection with all of the people in Palestine, including the Jewish people? Or was it actually specifically just to the... I'm curious about this fact. I'm really, really, really curious. So basically what David Irving did, this is exactly what David Irving did. Yeah. But anyway, from its start, British presence in Palestine was associated with the promotion of Jewish interests. This question of British protection of Jews became, however, and remained for many years, the principal concern of the British consulate of Jerusalem. Albert Hampson, the British consul in Jerusalem, in relation to the Jews of Palestine, 1838 to 1914, part 1, and then a page number, I think. Destiny, majored in history and uni history papers, must cite sources. Hourani is a good source, super dry. Okay. Why does it sound like I have a Tesla coil in? Oh, because I love Tesla. The formulation framework of British imperial policy in the area was best drawn out by its architect, Foreign Secretary Viscount Palmerston, in a letter to the British ambassador at Constantinople explaining why the Ottoman Sultan should encourage Jewish immigration to Palestine. Palmerston wrote, "The Jewish people, if returning under the sanction and protection and the invitation of the Sultan, would be a check upon any future evil designs of Muhammad Ali or his successor." It is remarkable indeed that Palmerston used the term Jewish people in reference to a racial religious unity, as there were no other bonds between the Jews at a time when even prominent Jews were speaking of Jewish communities and when the Jewish assimilationist movement... Also noteworthy was the use of the word returning, as if history stood still for 2,000 years and the adoption of religious memories as a title deed with utter disregard, nay, in studied direct opposition to the will of the inhabitants of the land. All this preceded the conversion of the father of Zionism to Zionism and the official birth of the movement by more than half a century. Nor was Palmerston's concept a bolt in the sky British imperial policy, this particular idea of erecting a human barrier colonial Jewish settler state in Palestine to serve imperial interests under the cover of a variety of moral pretensions was shared and upheld by a number of prominent British imperialist prime ministers. Okay, I think I'm done with this. Many of the patrons of Zionism were not Philo-Semites, as is sometimes assumed. Balfour's pro-Zionist stance was initiated by Herzl's arguments for a British royal commission on the immigration of Jews to Britain, that diverting the Jews to Palestine was the solution to that British problem. Lawrence Oliphant provides a very clear-cut case of the contradiction between the moral and... Is there like an impact? Has this page been like cited by anybody? Does anybody know? Is there like a way to look that up? If you Google around, you can find that article everywhere, but nothing about the author. Yeah, I'm curious. Oh boy. And then like and linked me a video. I linked the paper he cited that you asked for. Just Brandon. Wait, can you link again? Okay, he cited pages 41 to 68 in this paper. Oh, he cited the entire paper. Is 41 to 68. Based. Absolute Giga Chad. Beginnings of modernization in the Middle East, the 19th century. Fuck it, let's go for a little bit. It is a commonplace that we cut up history into periods at our peril. The artificial frontiers made for convenience may seem to be real, and a new generation of historians will have to spend time removing them. Nevertheless, to think we must distinguish, and the best we can do is try to make divisions which reveal something important about the process we are studying. The old division of history in terms of states and dynasties was not without its value. The imposition, for example, of Ottoman rule on the western part of the Muslim world was an event of great importance, however we look at it, but it is too simple and therefore misleading to go beyond that and make a further distinction simply in terms of the strength or weakness of Ottoman rule. The traditional division of a period of Ottoman greatness followed by one of Ottoman decline does not help us much to find out what really happened. Perhaps it would be more satisfactory to begin by making a distinction in terms of the kind of sources which we as historians must use. This might have a significance beyond itself, both because the sources we use to help determine the emphasis we place within the complex whole of the historical process, and because the appearance of a new and important type of source, or the disappearance of an old one, may reveal a change in the social order or intellectual life. Okay, I don't know if I want to read this whole thing right now, because it would probably take me about 30 minutes. Can people look, can you guys look through this and see if you can find anything about Britain specifically setting up like embassies or emirates here just to confer with Jewish people, and give me the page? I'm curious. Oh wait, did you say he cited a particular page? Did I miss that? Fuck me. It says pages 41 to 68. It doesn't say a particular page. He just cites the entire paper. But I'm curious if there's a part in this paper that supports that. It could be. I'm just curious. By the early 19th, the ambassadors and consuls of the major powers were not just repeating information picked up haphazard and from a distance. The growing weight of European interest in the Near East made it necessary for the governments of Europe to be fully and precisely informed, while the desire of the Ottoman government and the dependent governments in Egypt and Tunisia to maintain their independence and perform their methods obliged them and their local governors to take the representatives of the European states at least partly into their confidence. This process of change took place this period by the large population. Resources, ancient Muslim traditional chronicles. Page 26, 29. Oh, page 26 out of 29. Thus far, we've talked in terms of two factors: the government and the urban notables acting as a focus for local forces and able either to oppose the government or else oblige it to act through them. Fuck. I wonder what year we're at right now, or what. I don't know, I'm sure. But there was a third factor involved: the European embassies and consulates, particularly those of England, France, and Russia. Their influence was changing in scope and nature. Since the early 17th century, the European states had had interests of their own to preserve, and had done so by allying themselves with one or other party in the palace, the imperial divan, or the provincial divans. But in the 19th century, a new situation came into existence. Their power and interests were now so great that they were no longer willing simply to act through whatever government existed, or in other words, to allow the Ottoman central or local governments to provide the framework within which the activities of Europe should be conducted. They were now in a position to put pressure on the governments to become the kind of governments they needed. In particular, they were not willing to deal with the various populations of the empire throughout the government. European trade with the empire, in particular the textile trade, was growing quickly, and this meant not only that the European merchants should be protected, but that those involved in the trade with Europe, whether foreigners or Ottomans, should be able to deal directly with the population, to travel freely, not to bear vexatious burdens and impositions, to widen the markets for imports, to collect materials for exports, to tell producers what to produce, and lend them the money to do it. At the same time, for various reasons, different groups in the population wanted the protection of the European powers who were willing to give it to them. Rich and prominent individuals could be protected by attaching them in some way to the consulates and embassies. During the 1830s, something new happened. For the first time, Ottoman subjects were themselves made consular agents, but beyond that, whole communities were taken under protection. A policy which had been pursued by the French since the 17th and the Russians since the late 18th century was pursued by them, and others more consciously and deliberately in the 1840s and 50s. It was then that the British government, which had no obvious protégés of its own, established a connection with the Jews in Palestine, some of the Druses in Lebanon, and the new Protestant churches. Behind the protection of trade and religious minorities, there lay something else: the major political and strategic interests of the powers, and these also might make necessary a direct connection with the peoples of the empire. British communications with India must be kept open, and for this purpose, British consuls must have direct and friendly relations with the chiefs of Bedouin tribes which lay across the routes. In their own interest, therefore, the European powers needed a certain kind of Ottoman government and a certain position for themselves inside the empire. To obtain this, they were prepared to put pressure on the government, and they were able to do so both because of their military strength and because of their connections to different groups of the empire. The Ottoman government, for its part, needed them. Only the armies of one European power could protect from the threats of another. In addition, political groups inside the government looked more than before to the support of European embassies and consulates in their struggles with other groups. This, in turn, strengthened the positions of the ambassadors and consulates even further. Okay, so this is about, basically, this is about Great Britain reaching out to particular peoples within the Ottoman Empire in order to strengthen collections, which did include Jewish people in Palestine, some of the Druses in Lebanon, and the new Protestant churches. Okay, so different groups in Lebanon. Okay. Hold on, what was my... His summary of that footnote is: Muhammad Ali's advance into Syria opened the Syrian question. New British policies were formulated as a result. One of the keys to the new approach was Palestine, the Jews a prominent part of its spearhead. In 1838, the British decided to station a British consular agent in Jerusalem, and in the following year opened the first European consulate in that city. During the 1840s and 50s, the British government, which had no protégés of its own, established a connection with the Jews in Palestine, around 9,700 in all, the Jews in Lebanon, and the new Protestant churches. Behind the protection of trade and religious minorities, there lay the major political... This is not a fair summary, right? So the paper that he was citing was basically saying that for the purposes... He also steals this quote, and he doesn't quote it, which is also kind of weird. It might be a different, maybe there's a different in schools or in colleges. Maybe you're allowed to, take quotes or whatever. But in my high school class, I would get a fail for this. In the 1840s and 50s, it was then that the British government, which had no obvious protégés of its own, established a connection with the Jews in Palestine, some of the Druses in Lebanon, and the new Protestant churches. It's just interesting that he doesn't quote that. He quotes later on behind here, but maybe it's just a typo or whatever. It's not a direct quote, he paraphrased it. First of all, number one, paraphrasing is absolutely plagiarism, and number two, it is a direct quote. It's literally a direct quote, except he adds this around 9,700 in all, but... It's not uncommon to directly quote like that in long-form papers. Yeah, no. I'm not saying there's a problem with quoting things, but he doesn't quote this. This is passed off as his own writing here. Unless I don't know how to read this particular paper, it looks to me as though he's passing this off as his own writing, and then the quote is down here. He quotes this section and he puts the footnote, but this entire section is actually quoted from the paper that we just read. But, I mean, regardless. Okay, hold on. Like and linked us a video, though. A 1 minute and 19-second video. Oh, boy.
I also antagonized a lot of people by recognizing the state of Israel as soon as it was formed. Well, I had been to Potsdam.
Wait, former President Truman discusses the recognition of Israel.
I also antagonized a lot of people by recognizing the state of Israel as soon as it was formed. Well, I had been to Potsdam, and I'd seen some of the places where the Jews had been slaughtered by the Nazis. 6 million Jews were killed outright, men, women, and children, by the Nazis. And it was my hope that they would have a homeland where they could operate. So when the time came for that, we set up the Israeli government in Palestine, moved some of the Arabs out, and they were not moved out and thrown out. They were compensated for the land that they had to give up. The Jews organized a government over there, and it's been a successful one ever since. They've done things over there that never have been done in that part of the world before. And while it's a small republic, it's an energetic one. Not long ago, they had a fuss with Egypt. And if they hadn't been interfered with by the then President of the United States, Nasser would have been down.
You got like 1 minute. What? Hold on, because I got to leave the stream soon. What's up?
Yeah, sure. I read that article you sent me. It looks like about 54% of Palestinians support a two-state solution. And Hamas only has about 30% support. And I think 32% support the Fatah government.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think going forward, eliminating Hamas is absolutely a good idea. It seems like Hamas is definitely oppressing the people of Gaza. So, if I ever were to debate that topic, like with Jank, yeah, I think it's an extremely reasonable belief to say that Hamas is the oppressor of Gaza, not Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, they're supporting a two-state solution for the most part, and are supporting the Fatah government. So.
Okay, gotcha.
All right.
All right, love you, buddy.
All right, take care.
Bye. Bro, Lycan is getting radicalized. He's sending me stuff like my mom does. What is this? He's sending me like pictures of stuff. What is happening?
In the Sudan, where he belongs.
Okay, so we got our 1 minute and 20-second video clip. He linked me text concerning Zionism, the Jewish state. And then he sent me this picture. The Jewish company is partly modeled on the lines of a great land acquisition company. It might be called a Jewish chartered company, though it cannot exercise sovereign power and is other than purely colonial tasks. The Jewish company will be founded as a joint stock company subject to English jurisdiction, framed according to English laws and under the protection of England. Its principal center will be London. I cannot yet tell you how large the company's capital should be. I shall leave that calculation to our numerous financiers. But to avoid ambiguity, I shall put it at 1,000 million marks. It may be either more or less than that sum. The form of subscription, which will be further elucidated, will determine what fraction of the whole amount must be paid at once. What is this website? The Jewish company. Don't look at chapter 2, the Jewish question. Who even wrote this? Or who was this by? Oh, by Theodor Herzl. Okay. He wasn't the main dude behind the Balfour Declaration, right? I'm trying to... Fuck, it was a long time. That was so much shit we read for that. Was he? Father of modern political Zionism. Oh, he died in 1904. Loser. Finished the Truman video? That was it. It was 1 minute and 20 seconds. Look at the date. Oh, this is from 1896. The company will sell building sites at reasonable rates to its officials and will allow them to mortgage these for the buildings of their homes. The 7-hour day is the regular working day. This does not imply that woodcutting, digging, stone breaking, and 100 other daily tasks should only be performed during 7 hours. Indeed not. There will be 14 hours of labor, work being done in shifts of 3.5 hours. The organization of all this will be military in character. What was Lycan trying to prove with that video? I'm about to make mean assumptions, okay? But it sounds like Lycan has been told that there is a context that explains kind of like this large imperialist Western movement that has always sought to establish or reestablish the nation of Israel with Jewish people and have them slowly conquer the Middle East, I think is what he's trying to prove, or is the argument that he's making. And then the Truman video was part of that, I guess. Why don't you see what someone that knows what he's talking about has to say? See the interview of Piers with Mossab Hassan Youssef. Okay. There are original members of Zionism that did want full expansion of Palestine. I mean, I'm sure there are. It's been a while, but my understanding is when you talk about like original Zionism or Zionism pre-Balfour Declaration, there were like far more extremist sects of Zionism. However, if I remember correctly, like the Balfour Declaration and Zionist Jews did not originally have the support of the West, which seems to run contrary to what Lycan and whoever's around him is claiming. Because like I thought that the Balfour Declaration, I thought that guy had to run around and try to convince so many motherfuckers in Europe. They had to try to get like all these other European Zionists together. They had to convince people, I think, in the US. It was a lot of work in Great Britain. They had like lobbyists. They were running all these politicians. I thought that it was quite a bit of work that this guy, I think it was like one dude that did a fuck ton of work and trying to convince a ton of people in Great Britain to like back the Zionist project. And when that Balfour Declaration finally came out, the Balfour Declaration is like the weakest thing in the world. Isn't this like...
Steven.
What?
Don't do that shit. Like, one of the reasons I'm pretty private about my shit like that is because I knew that fucking chat was going to do it. And the day they found out, they're like, this is where Lycan's getting his opinions from. Don't do that. It's very condescending. And it makes it sound like I didn't do a single lick of things on my own end where I look things up and I...
I'm sorry, hold on, wait. Yeah, to be clear, I'm not basing this on chat or anything. The only basis on is that if I get like 1-minute videos and then links to like massive things, I'm always like hesitant if the person is like going through it themselves. That's like always makes me sketchy.
Yeah, no, and don't get me wrong. Like I'll totally say it. Learning shit from other people, 1000%. But still do my own research, as they say.
Okay, so wait, so then walk me through this for what I'm missing here. Okay, so My understanding is that prior to 1917, prior to this Balfour Declaration, which was pretty weak, I think, right? It's not a very strong commitment to anything. That there was a lot of work that went into convincing like British leaders to even publish this and even to support this particular thing.
America did a lot of pressure, and that's what the point of that clip was. You made a comment about no one putting any pressure on Britain to create that state.
Hold up. Wait. That clip from Truman, that had to do with administering to the mandated Palestinian territory. I don't think that had to do with prior to like the Balfour Declaration. I'm pretty sure.
That's what it was, and that's what you were saying. You're like, I don't think the establishment of Israel by Britain was with Western pressure.
Okay, so I feel like the establishment of Israel, I could be wrong, and I'm welcome to being wrong, but I don't think the United States gave a fuck about the establishing of Israel. I don't think we cared at all.
I mean, that from the horse's mouth of Truman there. It was like, yeah, we saw that, and it was like, fuck this. We are going to give them their country. We think they deserve this.
That's great that Truman said that, but we didn't. This was British mandated territory. It was British troops. It was British declarations. It was British white papers.
Now, again, I'll say, I haven't seen other than Truman making this commentary, which seemed to align with things that people in your subreddit in the thread shitting on me were saying, which was that there was a ton of pressure on Britain to create this from the United States. So unless that's all wrong and just, scuttlebutt, that's my understanding of it until I find a new source.
Well, sure, but like, what was the pressure? Now, I know that there were Jews around the world. There were probably wealthy Jews in the United States that supported. I'm thinking, okay.
Yeah, think about it. I assume it's like we just saw this massive tragedy, the Holocaust. 6 million Jews were murdered systematically in one of the most horrible genocides in human history. And people were like, well, fuck, man. Well, we know they're trying to settle in this place. Let's British...
Wait. Okay, hold on. Wait, real quick. We need to get timelines correct, okay? Balfour Declaration was 1917. This was way before the Holocaust, okay?
I'm talking Holocaust. That's Truman's
okay, no, I understand. But the British mandate for Palestine, okay, that territory was administered for 2 or 3 decades prior to the Holocaust, okay? For 2 decades.
But they gave it up about 8 months, 9 months, I think it was, before they were going to give it back to Palestine. They decided, never mind, we're going to give it to Israel. We're going to create Israel.
Okay, I would be curious to read about that. I don't know about that or what that is.
I mean, now I might be off by like a year or two on the date thing, but my understanding is that it was like just under a year left before they were going to give it back to Palestine when they gave it back.
Why would they give it back completely to Palestine? Palestine wasn't even like a group of people to give it to. There was no nation of Palestine at any point.
No, it wasn't a nation. These were the citizens pre-British control, Ottoman Empire, like before World War I, right? Before the end of World War I. These are original inhabitants. But then under British control, a significant amount of... You know what I fucking hate about this topic? Is every time you say Jew or Jewish, you can sound like a Nazi if you are criticizing Israel. Anyway.
Hold on, I'm not calling you a Nazi. I don't think any of this has to do with Nazism. I
don't. No, the jokes in chat get to me. Because at the end of the day, I'm a two-stater. Like I'm not.
Wait, we're not talking. Hold on, I don't care about any of that. We're not talking about 2-state or 1-state or anything. I need
to say it as I lay on thick criticism for the creation of Israel. I need to say I'm a two-stater. It's important because otherwise,
Okay. I don't see a lot of support around the world for the creation of the state of Israel prior to literally Israel winning their war of independence in 48. I don't see a lot of support around the world for that. And if anything, it seems to be the opposite, that there's a lot of fighting from Jewish people around the world to try to get them to establish that state.
Well, I tell you what, my understanding is that Britain was pressured by the United States and other Western countries to help them create Israel since they own that territory. I have a documentary on it that I had been watching the other day, and I only got 10 minutes in, so I'll watch that and come back.
Okay, sure, but to be clear, I don't think Britain didn't create Israel, right? Britain left. After the mandate ended, Britain packed up and left, and then 7 countries decided to go to war with Israel. Israel won after they declared independence. And okay, well, we're here now. Britain didn't establish the state of Israel. They declared independence.
They didn't establish the state of Israel, correct. They gave that land to a significant number of Jewish people who were settlers.
Did they give... fuck, I should have read... I know they were moving a lot of Jewish people in, but I don't know if any formal giving of land had happened because it doesn't seem like any of the people there ever agreed to a formal delineation of borders. Like all these white papers kept getting thrown out. At one point, or actually I think at like 3 different points, Arabs got so mad that Britain actually limited the amount of Jews immigrating into that territory. They were like, we're capping this to like 75,000 over some years. Like, you're not going to do it. So it seems like, if anything, Britain was starting to limit the number of Jews going in because Arabs were mad. And then at some point, once the mandate ended, Britain just like bounced. They were like, good luck, and they left.
So what's his name? That's why when it comes to I keep on saying Herzl.
Uh-huh.
And
Herzl died in like 1907. I don't care about Herzl.
Because you have to understand that these people laid the foundation for what's happening now. Like, so when you were talking earlier to that other chatter, or whoever it was, Beacon Gaines maybe, when they were coming in, like asking why you're looking up history, a lot of this is important now because the policies in place by the right-wing Israeli government now are predicated upon what was laid down by these people.
Okay, but then if that's true, like, I wouldn't analyze Marx to see what happened in Mao Zedong's China, or in Stalin's like Soviet Union, or in Vietnam or anything else,
because
right?
we know now that those are bastardizations of it. But
Well,
when
no,
it comes to this
hold
stuff,
on. But this guy was dead like 10 years before this Herzog guy was dead 15 years before the British mandate for Palestine even existed, right? So, like, why would I look to him? Wouldn't I just look, well, what was in the Israeli early, common laws, or what was in the Israeli Declaration of Independence?
Because if they're enacting policies in concert with the foundations laid by the father of Zionism and the founder of Israel, today, we would want to know exactly what they said, because it's important, because a lot of it hasn't changed.
Okay, well, if it hasn't changed, then I should just be able to see evidence of, like, Israel acting in accordance with that, right?
That's why I said but to understand that, you got to read up on the history of it, right? You got to read the words they laid down.
Well, sure, I understand the words. I understand the words they laid down, but then you should just be able to show me modern, or even like historical examples of, like, here is Israel doing this thing that's in accordance with the theory that you need to know.
All right. Well, I will come back in a state where I am capable of more concisely making my arguments. All right. I just wanted to say that I don't just absorb opinions through osmosis. Otherwise, I'd have held every opinion you ever had for many, many years. You know what I mean?
Sure, that's fine. But just, if you, for coming into the future, so here's the type of sources that I want. I'm looking for, like, policies, actions by governments, like actual things that have actually happened. I'm wholly disinterested in single line statements by politicians and, like, 30-second YouTube videos, in quotes from people that died, 150 years ago. Like, I'm wholly uninterested in that. So if you can find me examples of, like, actions by governing bodies, nation states, laws being passed, groups, like, stuff like that, that's the type of stuff that I'm interested in for these types of arguments, for me, I think. If you have historical, like, quotes, arguments, that's interesting, but you have to link it to some type of action, I think.
All right, we'll do, buddy.
Okay, I love you.
All right, enjoy your dinner tomorrow. Bye.
Be careful. Something I was going to, I don't remember if I was going to before I got here, but I think there were multiple flavors of Zionism that ran prior in Europe, with different types of Zionist movements that existed. Fuck, we read this whole Balfour Declaration thing. It took us like 3 or 4 days. It's so fucking boring. But yeah, there were like 1 or 2 dudes, this Balfour guy and another guy, who spent a lot of time, like, running around trying to convince every motherfucker to have Great Britain make, like, an official statement on committing to setting up a land for the Jewish people. But even Jews consider Herzl the founder of Zionism. He was even posthumously buried in Israel. The stuff he did certainly had an impact on later events. Sure, but then you can just show the stuff that he had, the impact that he had, right? Just look up labor Zionism on Wikipedia. It should be a short article. That's a Zionism that concretely won, and it wasn't Herzl's. Jesus. Sorry. Okay. Labor Zionism. It's 10 o'clock. I need to sleep. Labor Zionism refers to the left-wing socialist variation of Zionism. For many years, it was the most significant tendency among Zionist organizations. It was seen as the Zionist sector of the historic Jewish labor movements of Eastern Europe and Central Europe, eventually developing local units in most countries with sizable Jewish populations, unlike the political Zionist tendency founded by Theodor Herzl and advocated by Chaim Weizmann, labor Zionists did not believe that a Jewish state would be created by simply appealing to the international community or to powerful nations, such as the United Kingdom, Germany, or the former Ottoman Empire. Rather, they believed that a Jewish state could only be created through the efforts of the Jewish working class making aliyah to the land of Israel and raising a country through the creation of a labor Jewish society with rural kibbutzim and moshevims and an urban Jewish proletariat. Many theoreticians of the labor Zionist movement included Moses Hess, Nachman Sirkin, Burakov, and Aaron David Gordon, and leading figures of the movement included David Ben-Gurion, Golda Meir, and Burl Katz-Nelson. So that's pretty important because David Ben-Gurion was the first prime minister of Israel, and he was the guy that, did he author the, I don't think he solo authored the Israel Declaration of Independence, but he was the one that made like the statement. He was the primary national founder of the state of Israel. So it's interesting that he belongs more to the labor Zionist movement, if he's considered as such, as opposed to the political Zionist movement. But people in chat are saying the current Zionism is closer to Herzl's rather than, I don't know who would have been like the progenitor of this one, but it's also possible, too, that modern Zionism is more extreme than in the foundation of it as well, right? Ben-Gurion was a major figure for like 30 years leading up to Israel. Oh, sure. Not true. It seems that way that modern Zionism is more extreme because of the war. Isn't it progenitor? Progenitor? The progenitor. The progenitor. I think it is progenitor. Progenitor. The progenitor. Fuck me, dude. I can't spell this fucking word.
Progenitor.
Progenitor, okay. Okay, we're going to go through more conflict, whatever the next war is after the 1948 Palestine War. I'll read more tomorrow, I think. What has been demystified to you after just this part of researching the Israel-Palestine history? It's just more reading, you know? Read. U.S. carries out airstrikes targeting Iranian proxy forces in Syria. Is this happening right now? Wait, really? Oh shit, wait, was this the guy whose paper we were reading earlier?
What's up, loser? How you doing?
Pretty good, but I'm leaving pretty soon. Beirut, Lebanon. A prominent Palestinian guerrilla leader was shot and killed Monday by unidentified gunmen who ambushed him in his hotel room in Syrian-controlled Moslem West Beirut, police said. Abdel Wahab Khayali, 42. Was this guy... There's no way. What's up?
No, I was just saying, hey, we should get a dinner soon. It's been a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no evidence that that's the guy. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
So have you solved the Israeli-Palestinian conflict yet?
I do like my current solution, yes.
What is your current solution?
My current solution is all the settlements in the West Bank are taken back. Current borders are made permanent. All the big Middle Eastern players come together under the guidance of the United States to agree on a deal. Palestine gets full control, military and otherwise, to its territories. The embargo, the blockade is ended. But if Palestine ever attacks Israel, NATO comes in and blows them all up.
So you mean Gaza versus
Gaza and the West Bank. And there has to be some connection to the territories, or there needs to be free movement between the two.
Can I ask you, so half of Gaza, I believe it's being quoted at this point, is basically they've spent their entire life under Hamas, correct?
Basically,
more than half.
Yeah.
Probably more than half,
close
I think,
to
at this
that,
point. Because if you were like 5 or 6, most of your knowledge and everything, your entire life has been with Hamas there. Do you really feel that there's a chance that there can be, especially now, that there can be peace between these two people? Not people, but I think that's like,
yeah, I don't know.
It's so fucked.
It's rough, but like, what,
think
do we
it's
want to wait
rough?
for another generation to get radicalized? Like, the
Well, no,
status quo is not acceptable. It's either you genocide the people in Gaza, or
no, I'm not saying I have a solution.
Yeah, no, I know. I understand what you're saying. It's rough. It is hard. But it's like, it's either you kill them all, or we have to start making steps towards alleviating the current status quo. Because the current status quo is unacceptable. Because you're just going to have, like, well, in 20 years, you're going to be like, wow, well, 90% of the people have lived under blah, 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 or 100%, right? And it's just fucked. So, yeah, you have to make some steps.
I know it's not untenable, but I just, man, like, both sides hate each other so viscerally at this point.
Yeah.
Like, and also, let me say, it's on both sides, the hatred, but it's like, imagine believing in something, like you believe in the fucking moon being there, or that the earth is more than 1,000 years old. As much as you believe in that, there's people that believe is the best thing that they can do is kill the other side. Like, that's it. If they do that, that's they're set up for life. Like, you can't, I don't think that you can defeat that on either side. It's so, the hatred is so permanent. I don't know, like, in your entire lives.
I understand what you're saying. I think people can get over it. But there has to be like a movement in that direction. I mean, we literally had a civil war. Our country got over it, right? I think you can do it. Look at how much the Irish were at each other's throats, and they make their little Good Friday shit. For the most part, they're chill, right? Those guys were killing each other like fucking crazy. I think it's possible, but there just has to be steps taken in that direction. It just has to start at some point. But yeah, I don't know. So see what happens.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay. I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful.
There's a new, you're probably not going to want to do this. There's a new restaurant that opened up in Miami Beach called Rayo's. And this fucking restaurant, I doubt we can get in there. But it's like, I don't know, some stupid famous restaurant in New York. I'm sure it's overrated as shit, but maybe
What kind of food do they serve?
It's like Italian food, I think. So.
Oh, maybe then.
Yeah. All right. Well, just I'd come and say hello and say hi to everyone.
I love you. Be careful, babe. Bye.
Yeah. Have a good one. Bye.
Okay. Somebody said, I am going to put out a video tonight talking about the drama with the Super Mega situation, hopefully resolved some of the valid concerns a lot of people have. Damn, Nick is putting out a video tonight. That's going to be wild. Fuck me. Okay, I got to go. I'm staying up too late. I will see you guys tomorrow at noon. And then we'll do... Oh, apparently this guy right here, this guy was the academic. I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. That's really fucked up. But somebody linked this. This was the paper publisher, I guess. And it shows that he died, I guess, in 1981. And that's when this guy got killed. Palestinian guerrilla leader killed in Beirut. Was he actually a guerrilla leader? He was a PLO executive. He was a member of the PLO. Huh. And he was a member of both the Palestine National Council, the Palestinian Parliament in exile, and the ruling Iraqi Ba'ath Party, under Saddam, I think, right? Well, actually, I don't know what year Saddam. Was Saddam Hussein in power in 81? I would imagine he would have been, right? Saddam Hussein, Iraq. Served as the 5th president of Iraq from 79 to 2003, so he was indeed there. Did I just get linked to terrorist manifesto? I'm just kidding. He was the leader of the Pan-Arab Commando Group of the Ba'ath Party called the Arab Liberation Front. The group is at odds with both the pro-Syrian faction of the Palestinian Liberation Organization and the Lebanese Shiite Iranian-backed paramilitary Amal organization. Secretary General of Amal, Nabir Berri, was quick to condemn the assassination, said a statement the shooting was sorrowful. Jesus. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Jesus. Okay. All right. I love you guys. Actually go to bed on time. I did. Fuck you. I streamed for 11 hours today. I went to bed super on time yesterday. Fuck you. Okay. All right. I love you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. It's just reading. It's probably going to be reading and reading for like the next week. So, but I have like infinite focus now. Okay. I'm a researching monster. Be careful, guys. Love you. Oh, wait, actually. Do you have somebody to host for YouTube and for Kick? Host tomfoolery. Oh, is Lonerbox streaming? No, you're just like making up names. He's not even streaming right now. He's live on his Tom Dark channel. What is Tom Dark? Vegan Gains on YouTube. Is Vegan Gains streaming right now? Reacting to Muslim extreme. Okay, fuck it. Go talk to Vegan Gains. Oh, Wood Baby, because she hosted me. Nacho Mama, our queen. I feel like Wood Baby's already been on my show. I feel weird. Nah, fuck it. I'm totally surprised.
I can use it whenever you're...
True. Okay. Go hang out with her. Have fun. Sorry, I'm trying to find the host thing. All right, I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful. Jacob, you're about to see me at 135 pounds, my dude. You're not even gonna be ready for the twink magic, okay? The twink magic. Okay, see you later. Peace. Rubber and cappuccino, 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 cappuccino.